The 12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and the bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. And Pi Channel. Experience the MPL-PH Season 12 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner, Slash. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Habang yung langit ay kumagapit pa, ayaw pa rin napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.
Good day, MPL Arena! And hello to everyone around the world. I'm Mara Aquino, and you're tuning in to witness the world's strongest MLBB players in action. This is MPL Philippines Season 12. As we step into the final Saturday of the regular season, the journey to the M5 World Championships is in full swing, with all the teams competing today to build momentum for the playoffs. Siguradong mag-iinit na naman ang entablado ng MPL Arena dahil handa na ang mga kapunan na magtagisan at ipakita sa buong mundo na tayo ay mas Pinas lakas. Pero bago tayo magtungo sa Lanadon, alamin muna natin ang mga latest MLBB Community Chika sa Smart All Access kasama sina Manji, Leo, and Reptar. Panelist, pasok!
Halos natatapos na ang mga playoffs ng iba't ibang region, pero syempre save the best for last dahil inaalam pa rin natin ngayong final week ng MPL regular season kung sino nga ba ang 6 na makakapasok sa playoffs. Manji Valdas together with Leo and Renmar, the Bear Bros.
Yun, tama.
Tama. At ang ating hashtag for the day ay hashtag MPL S12 Playoffs Bound.
Kagabi pa tayo nanonood ng MPL eh. Parang never tayo nagkulang sa action. Pero meron pa today. 4 na back-to-back-to-back. Tama ba?
Today, back-to-back-to-back-to-back. Tapos, hindi pa natin na-complete yung 6.
Oo. Meron pa mga 3 teams naglalaban para sa last 2 playoff spots. Alam naman natin may isang team na mas parang okay na, pero may 2 slots pa rin na pinapaglarbanan eh.
Hindi pa pala. Posible na natin makilala ang mga kupunan na 6 na aabante sa playoffs. Plus, yung second at yung third ay pwede rin nating makuha. Last 2 days na ng regular season ngayon. Punta na kayo dito sa MPL Arena para ma-experience yung action live on site. Check out nyo lang ang ating official ticketing partner, Slash, for more details. Tayo nga. Pero, kung ikaw naman ay solid na team bahay at chinicheer nyo at pinapayasan nyo ang mga teams na gusto nyo at paborito nyong team, ilagay nyo lang ang hashtag MPL-PH S12 Playoffs Bound para malaman namin na ngayong araw ka mismo nanonood. Pwede ka manalo ng mga diamonds at MPL merch. Tama ba?
Ganito ka tight yun eh. Kasi kahit matapos na yung 4 na laban today, parang may chance pang bukas pa natin talaga malaman.
Totoo. At ngayon guys pinag-uusapan natin mga playoffs. Aba, kagabi!
Ay, naku po.
Kagabi natapos, mag-aalas 12 na.
Hanggang madaling araw.
Bago tayo magsimula sa laban, ang topic natin for today, ang MPL Indonesia Playoffs Update. Ano ba update dyan, Repi?
Ang update ay maganda ang laban nakita natin kahapon. ONIC-PH reunion sa upper bracket finals. Geek Fam versus ONIC Esports in Indonesia. At nakita natin, umabot ng 5 games. 5 games! 3-2!
Yan yung bracket natin na nangyari. Kamuntikan pa kamo. Kamuntikan pa kamo yung Geek Fam makapasok.
Oh, yung reverse sweep, ano nila, yung trend nila.
Oo, pero...
Na-feel ko eh.
Oo, na-feel mo?
Oo.
Pero isa lang ang team na nakapasok. At ano yon, Leo?
Ang ONIC Indonesia, of course, confirmed na sina Coach Yev at si Kyrie na uuwi ng Pinas. Not just for bakasyon, but for the World Championship.
At gusto niya marinig sa Pilipinas mismo yung mga katagang Kai! At pinakitaan niya tayo ng matinding link play. Panoorin nyo yan. Meron niyang replay. Alright? Meron niyang replay. Huwag kayong mag-alala. Live and alive yan. Yung replay na yan sa YouTube ng MLBB Esports.
Yeah,
Tsaka
MLBB
Facebook
Esports,
lahat.
MPL Indonesia, Mobile Legends Bang Bang, alam mo yan. Pero huwag niyo kalimutan, supportahan niyo pa rin ang Geek Fam.
That's right.
Si Baloyski, si Marky.
The solution.
At saka yung yung pinsan, yung si Ocho
Si
Gahaba.
8G!
Oo, supportan niyo yung Geek Fam mamaya kontra sa laban nila sa Bigatron Alpha in the lower bracket final. So, supportan natin ang mga kapwang Pinoy sa Indonesia.
So, mamaya ay maglalaban ng Geek Fam at Bigatron. But speaking of 8G,
May kamukha eh.
na may rami nagsasabi may kamukha daw. Ako nakakalaro ko lang. Nakakalaro ko lang si 8G sa mga rank games at saka kapag may mga show matches. Tignan natin ngayon ang panibagong MPL Multiverse. Sino-sino ba yan? Alam, ito yung mga mga magkakamukha na nakikita natin sa venue eh. Alright. Noong unang, ayan na.
Nako po.
Ayan.
Ay, oo nga no, may
Si
kawit na.
Edward at saka si Chewe.
Bagay pala yung ONIC jersey kay Ed. Ay, hindi. Teka lang, sorry, hindi. Si Abun Jingjing yung nasa kaliwa.
Oo, siya, Edward yung sa kaliwa.
I got confused.
Salamin lang, salamin.
Feeling ko kung binigay mo yung salamin ni Edward, ay sorry, salamin ni Chewe kay Edward, mas ano pa eh, mas kitang-kita mo pa yung
Oo.
resemblance.
2021 pa lang, pinagkakamalan na yan dalawang yan, di ba?
Nagkas...
At eto talaga, minsan nalito talaga ako din.
yung,
Teka.
parang father and son.
Hindi naman, magkuya naman.
Magkuya.
Magkuya
Si
mo.
Soul at saka si Ghost Wrecker. So parang hindi rin pala umalis si Ghost Wrecker.
Yan pa rin.
Part pa rin.
Nagahit.
Kahit lang.
Tapos naging gold laner.
Nagpalit lang ng jersey.
Love you, Soul.
Ayan, si Soul ay hindi pa natin nakikita, pero ayan din pala. Si Brusco. Pre. At si Chooks TV.
Tama naman, parehong ginagawang tank lahat.
Tank din naman si Brusco. Tama,
Naging bangs lang yung cup ni
Nga pala, part si Chooks TV ng celebration ng MLBB. Happy 7th birthday.
Anniversary,
MLBB. At sino pa yung isa? Ay, yun naman pala nung nagpa-semical.
Ito yung given eh.
Given ba to?
Given ba to? Given na to. Parehong duda to.
Parehong black and yellow pa.
Parehong black and yellow.
Flap TZ and Keyboy. This is not, this is Keyboy. Di ba yung sinabi niya?
Boy.
Hindi na siya JYP.
Hindi.
Yung sinabi niya, hindi yan si Kiboy, si Yobik yan.
Si Yobik.
Si Yobik at saka si Kiboy.
Magkaiba lang yung role, pero dinaan sa semical. At ito ang pinaka hindi
kaya
halata.
pala.
Teka, hindi. Ngayon na nakita na natin, mas lalo akong di naniniwala eh.
Di ako naniniwala.
Parang hindi.
Hindi to, to? Si Wolf po ay nandito sa Philippines. Pabalik na.
Oo.
Nag-shoutcast siya sa Indo, pero pabalik na.
Yes.
May cast pa siya bukas. Abot pa.
Oo.
Pero may nagsasabi yung shadow analyst ng Geek Fam.
Malayo eh.
Guys,
nakamas yan eh.
ang tagal na namin sinasabi, si Wolf at saka si Ocho Gahaba ay magkaibang tao.
Magkaibang tao yan.
Gets ko, parehas silang may maskara, parehas sila nung relos, kind of. Again,
Kind of, oo.
it's a zoomed image. You can't say for sure. Ako,
It's blurry.
magkausap kami ni Wolf eh.
Pixelated.
Nung laban ng Geek Fam, magkausap kami. Sabi ko, kumusta dyan sa Indo? Wala pa ako sa venue, sabi niya.
Pixelated.
Would Wolf lie to me? I don't think so.
Hindi yun totoo.
Doesn't lie.
Hindi yun totoo. Kung naniniwala kayo na si Wolf, si Ocho Gahaba, i-type nyo dyan sa comments, 8G.
Spam nyo lang dyan. AG, huwag naman
May-
spam. AG lang, AG lang.
8G. May mga nagtatype po, may mga naniniwala, meron din hindi.
Kailangan ko ng confirmation, guys. Kasi ako, this is not conclusive evidence.
Pero isa lang ang totoo. Kami ay mamimigay ng mga MPL merch here in the venue para sa ating MPL Trivia. So, kailangan nyo na sagutin ang ating MPL Trivia. Sino ang pwede dyan?
Ako, tawagin ko.
Ikaw muna.
Okay.
Sige. Go, Leo. Alright, thanks, Leo. Ayan.
Hello.
Good morning.
Po. Ano po pangalan mo, kuya? Kevin.
Kevin!
Sabihin mo kami. Ano, yung katulad na sinabi. 1, 2, 3.
Kevin! Okay, Kevin. Kevin, ito ang MPL trivia para sa'yo para makakuha ka ng merch. Ito ang tanong. Sino ang mga kalaban ng Geek Fam para sa huling ticket nila papuntang M5? Mamaya yan.
BTR, Bigatron Alpha.
Wow! Walang, alam mo yun, nanood ka kagabi.
Yes!
Alright, o sino pang bata mo doon?
Sorry, yung galing na ONIC din na...
Si Baloy.
Si Baloy.
Okay, si Baloyski. Alright, so Bigatron Alpha, nakakuha ka ng MPL merch. Kevin! Shoutouts, Kevin. Any shoutouts?
Shoutout sa girlfriend ko, tsaka sa mga tropa ko sa bahay. JS Brigade!
Alright. Ano Chaos ano daw?
Chaos Brigade?
Okay, Chaos Brigade.
Yan, parang clan.
Parang clan. Alright, Renmar, sino ba ang next? Next nating
Sino ba? Sige.
Trivia
ito,
man.
Kaya. Yun.
Okay, halika, kunin natin.
Grabe, nag-volunteer ka agad si Kuya.
Okay,
Tuloy
go.
mo siya eh.
Go, ikaw magtanong, Rep.
Sabi niya, oras ko na. Ano pangalan mo, Kuya?
Lawrence po.
Lawrence! Okay, sabayin mo kami. 1, 2, 3. Lawrence!
Alright. Anong tanong, Rep?
Okay, ang tanong. Sa anong MPL-PH team dati naging magkakampi sina Baloyski, Kyrie, at Marky?
Sa ONIC-PH po.
ONIC-PH!
ONIC!
Tama!
Dagdag trivia ang ONIC-PH nung back ng Season 8 ay naging part ng M3. Sila ang runner-up ng M3. And after nun, Season 9, di sila nanalo. Pero after nun, napunta sila sa MPL ID.
Oo, doon na sila nagunod. Different teams.
Different teams sila. So ano nga, any shoutouts? Lawrence!
Shoutout kay Geldy tsaka kay Ate Jan. Yun lang.
Yun lang. Sure ka na doon?
Tsaka sa mama ko.
Sige. Okay. Pati mo mama mo.
Hello po.
Okay, alright.
Hi po.
Maraming salamat, Lawrence! Alright. So guys, yun ang ating mga MPL trivia. Make sure to watch all of the MPL regions. Pero syempre, ang pinakapapanoorin nyo, MPL Philippines kasi ayaw main event eh. Lakas ng Pinas eh. Today's schedule is going to be this.
Jam-packed.
Yan na! Ayan na! Reppy, ano ba yan?
Okay, 4 matches katulad nangyari ng Week 3. Omega versus RSG, APBR versus Echo, then TNC versus Blacklist, and the potential clincher ng playoff slot, the last playoff slots na pinaglalabanan ng mga teams, MNNE Evos versus ONIC.
Ayan ang maganda dyan, Reppy. Kasi sa apat na matches, ang pinaka-inaabangan ko dyan, ang main event for today. Kasi gusto natin ng drama eh. Pwedeng may matanggal na mamaya.
Playoff slot, potential, today, pagkatapos ng araw na to, tapos na. Pero yung Omega versus RSG series, may bearing din sa last playoff slot. Pero may bearing din dun sa sino makakapasok sa upper bracket. So there's a lot at stake today.
Napakaraming at stake at pwedeng umabot pa yan hanggang bukas. Maraming salamat of course to Leo. Maraming salamat din Renmar Santa Cruz. This is Manjin Valdas. Pato na natin sa ating mga casters! Pasok!
It's the streak versus the streets. One gunning for the highway, the other the only way into the playoffs. The Raiders take a detour into the barangay in today's opener. Welcome, my boy. At your service, my name is Leo. Here with Naisu and Hans, it's us, We Bear Bros, bringing you Omega versus RSG. Gentlemen,
how we feeling? I'm feeling good.
Well, why were you the one who asked?
I don't know.
we just filled it in, man. We're finishing each other's
Sentences. I thought sandwiches, baguettes.
Sandwiches too, if you want.
Okay, I'll take it. But how are you feeling today?
I'm feeling great. I don't know if I should yell it that way or what, but I'm feeling great.
It's too soon, my guy.
I mean,
But we're here.
Yeah.
This is what happened, and we have to cover this match again. We're bringing it to you, folks. It's a best of 3. Before we head on to our match discussion, again, so much on the line, let's give a shout out to our official telco partner, Smart.
Smart is still the Philippines' best mobile network, having the fastest network and nationwide coverage in the country. as awarded by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data for speed and coverage Q1 to Q2 of 2023.
You can also enjoy the power of Smart when you switch to Smart without changing your number via the Mobile Number Portability or MNP. Visit smrt.ph/switch to Smart to know more.
With the new Smart Giga Arena 20, you can power your game and unlock the thrilling world of Giga Arena tournaments for your shot at incredible prizes.
And there is more because GA20 comes with 2 Giga Arena tickets and 100 MB for all sites for only 20 pesos. Yes, that's it, 20 pesos. Valid for 1 day. So load Giga Arena 20 now in the Smart Online store, gentlemen.
More on Smart Giga Arena. There's a big event happening on October 22nd. It's called the Smart Giga Arena Gamer Fest. Ooh. You're not going to want to miss it. Now, back to the matchup. It's the Barangay's second checkpoint en route to the playoffs, and guess who's standing guard? It's the Raiders coming off hot over their victory over ending Echo's win streak. Man, they put the 1 after the 11 and 1. Echo's in a slump right now.
Yeah.
How does this look for Smart Omega, though? They beat APBR last night.
They did. And, you know, we were talking about this last night, how much is kind of on the line here, trying to get to those last couple slots locked in for the playoffs. But, yeah, I feel like the Barangay is going to have their work cut out for them because they're against now the Streak Slayers.
Especially for, you know, RSG, because they want to be in a position where they can secure the upper bracket.
Yeah.
Especially with the moment where APBR lost yesterday, right? So you're taking a look at the playoff condition for both of these teams. There's a chance for Smart Omega to qualify for playoffs if they win the series versus RSG. That is already massive on its own.
Yep, the story started yesterday. Not even in this best of 3, but what brought us here is what makes this matchup all the more interesting. For Omega, given their 1 against APBR last night, they just have to win. A 2-1, a 2-0, it doesn't matter. The Barangay's dream for staying in the playoffs lives. For RSG, though, for the Raiders, they got to win all their matches, and then APBR has to lose more.
Yeah, that's obviously, you know, the conditional there for RSG is a little bit harder in terms of their best case scenario, but, you know, still I think obviously a lot of eyes are on the Barangay here, Smart Omega, because of just, again, they have, one of the biggest fan bases out there rooting them on, and honestly, I feel like even their fans are used to this environment, used to this condition.
Aren't we all?
Yeah.
Aren't we all used to this kind of situation wherein if you take a look at their stats, it doesn't really lean towards the side of Smart Omega. It's more on the side of RSG. Even though there's more average kill participation coming in from the Barangay, it's because they're used to being clumped up together. Meanwhile, RSG, especially with the picks that they've had from game number 2, it has a high factor of getting the snowballs, such as the Brunos. You also have the Angelas to help the Bruno, and even the Yuzong in terms of team fights. So they are very versatile in terms of what they need to do. Whether it's Kari and Novaria for late game in game 1, or whether it's Bruno and Angela for game number 2, it doesn't matter. They know what to do in there.
Something else that changed is the fact that the meta is very different, and there's a different jungler right now for the Barangay. It's
that's
Matt
right.
coming up from the MDL, taking Andoryu's place. And we also have to consider how pivotal, how instrumental, how important the roamers are for these two teams. And we're going to throw in a wild card. We're going to throw in an X factor here just to really hone in the point of importance. Chaknu versus Light versus Zorn.
It seems like there are like similarities between all of these 3 roamers, because if there's one thing, I'm quite surprised that Kufra is not in Chaknu's place. Right? It doesn't seem like it, because, you know, most of the iconic plays that Chaknu has, you know, been executing ever since Execration, ever since Smart Omega, was already the Kufra in itself. But there are also some things that you have to give it to Zorn, though, right?
Yeah, not only that, but why we're comparing them here is just because that playstyle, the defining playstyle, and, you know, even before last season when we were talking about the different playstyles, I think it was like the different ways of the roamers, you know, and those 3 right there, comparing them, Zorn is an amazing player, and just matched up to Light and Chaknu, because those are guys that are the anchors of their teams, if you will, and why they have found the multitudes of success over the past seasons, you know, so that's a big part of it. So, again, like you mentioned, Leo, this is kind of also the battle of the roamers here. Also, the change that we see with Smart Omega, right, especially in the jungle with Matt.
Yep. Also, just to really hone this in, Zorn recently won an MPL-MY championship.
Yep.
Took it all the way 7 games against Team SMG, who is very close to our hearts. Yeah, they have Filipinos on their squad, but tonight it's all about Chaknu and Light. Before we get into the matchup, let's go ahead and check out our Insider All Access brought to us by Smart.
Nakuha kayo sa tingin. Ayun. Tinititigan na kayo. Ni Lights, ang roamer tank support ng RSG na nakita ang ating mga reports ng ating mga casters. By the way, bago natin siya tanungin tungkol sa mga reports ng ating mga casters, pansin ko, Light, bago ang iyong buhok. Pakita mo naman sa camera mo. Wow! Anong tawag dyan sa hairstyle na yan?
Bulik po.
Ano?
Bulik.
Ano?
Bulik.
Buleg? Buleg hairstyle? Anong meron? Anong meron? Bakit ganyan yung hairstyle mo?
Gusto ko lang, ibang look ganun.
Ibang look naman. Ayaw mo na nung pahaba, ganyan na. Mas anime ka ba dyan pag ganyan?
Di ko alam eh.
Okay. Alright. Si Light ay nagre-ready at kitang-kita naman na gusto nilang makuha ang upper bracket. Light, minention ng ating mga shoutcasters na isa sa mga potential mong makatapat sa M5 ay si Zorn, ang champion ng MPL Season 12. Sinabi mo lang kanina, napanood mo yung match nila. Ano masasabi mo tungkol kay Zorn?
Wala, okay lang.
Okay lang.
It's naman.
Zorn, okay ka lang daw. Okay ka lang daw. Bakit okay lang? Light, Kufra mga ginagamit niya, mga tank setup. Tingin mo, bakit hindi yun ginagamit dito sa MPL-PH? Kanila parang yun yung madalas.
Sa ngayon kasi pabilisan ng pangpalakasan ng mid ganun. Yung Copra parang mabagal yun, tapos medyo mahina sa mid eh. Ganun.
Medyo okay, so medyo mabagal. Tingin mo pag nakatapat mo si Zorn, babaragin mo.
Bugbog sa akin yan.
Oh, yun naman pala. Ayun naman pala.
Makakapasok.
Kung makakapasok ka muna. Okay. Kasi sure na sila eh. Sure na sila. Alright. So, Zorn, maganda ka daw, mabubugbog ka daw. Yun ang sinabi ni Light. Kung makakapasok siya. Kasi siya ay kinakabahan na din. Dahil Light, ang hinahabol nyo ay upper bracket. Tama? Gaano kayo ka-sure na makakapasok ang RSG-PH sa upper bracket?
Yung mga 10%.
Okay. Pero may tiwala naman ang Raiders. May tiwala ang Raiders sa RSG. Light, titigan na natin muli ang camera at atin ang ipasa sa mga shoutcasters.
Interesting. That was Light with a good amount of swag, a little bit of confidence, and a
Fresh
look.
cut.
Yeah.
Cut. I always feel good when I get a haircut.
Yeah. Me
Oddly
too.
enough, real quick, throwback a couple years earlier, when it was Light's debut season, he would give his old teammate, Tri Martizi, now in MDL Indonesia under Pendakar, just the worst time laughing at his mullet.
Yeah.
The whole team, and now he's the one.
How ironic.
This is... Trimar was just ahead. No, even Kosei was then rocking a mullet.
Right?
I feel like they were ahead of their time.
Yeah.
Like in terms of the haircut, the goop it,
Yeah.
The bullet.
what
That's
was that
what he
what it was
called it,
called?
the bullet.
The bullet.
Yeah.
The bullet.
Wow.
It's his version.
I got thrown off, but also, real quick, a big sticking point of that interview, when asked about what Light would do to Zorn if they were to face off, he would straight up beat him up.
Yep.
That's a translation, folks.
Yeah.
He would just, if they make it that
If they
far.
make it
Yeah,
that
I
far,
like how he
right?
ended that too. There was like a little bit of trash talk there, and then he's like, of course, if we make it.
They still have to make
They
it.
still have to make it.
That's what you call humble bragging.
Humble brag.
An HB.
That's what the new...
Homeboys.
Oh.
Makes
We
sense.
Wow.
can't mix up.
That is a war cry.
Yeah.
Oh, they're looking to slay, folks.
They're ready for war, bro.
I am here for it. We are here for it because today, a best of 3 opening up day number 2 in week 6. It's all on the line. Again, for RSG, we've been talking about Omega all morning long. How about we talk about the Raiders? For them, it's also very important because they've found it hard, very difficult in the past few seasons to break through. After winning in MPL Season 9,
Yeah.
they've consistently finished top 3. What do they do with that?
you know, as a fan of RSG Philippines, very vocal about it. I love to see where they've kind of been, this journey, right? And like you mentioned, Season 9, great season for them. They've struggled along the way here and there. Even in this season, Season 12, it took a little while, right? But yes, they are definitely a force to be reckoned with, and I think teams know that. Hopefully they can continue on with what they did against Echo.
Yep, with an upper bracket berth into the playoffs, that confirms just 2 best-of-5 wins into an M5 slot.
That's an immediate ticket. That's an easy way out, if you ask me, because you're not only competing for M5, you're competing here in the Philippines. So that's going to be a massive factor for you to possibly get the championship.
And with that, after their whole powwow in the dugout, we'll see how they feel once they go on stage. It's RSG and Omega.
Holding on to their playoff spot by a thread, the Barangay need to look at this battle as their one shot. Can they prevail? Give it up for Smart Omega! After breaking the streak of Echo, the Raiders now look to stay on that high note. Can they take over the Barangay once again? Let's welcome RSG Philippines! And their coaches, Coach Panda and Coach Stronger.
The Raiders versus the Barangay. And this has been a lineup that works for the green and blue relatively well for the past couple of weeks. How are we feeling about this, especially after the big win after AP last night?
I think people should be feeling confident in a way, right? I mean, there was obviously, looking back at the series, there were some struggles there, right? It took some time for them to get things under control, but still, it was a showing for the fans and for everybody rooting for them. Let's see if they can continue that in today. I think also, once again, a lot of this not only on Chaknu, but also Matt here, right? That is the biggest difference from this Smart Omega from their first iteration against RSG Philippines earlier on in the season. And so I feel like there is going to be a lot of work cut out for Matt here.
You think Matt's going to be able to steal one from Irad?
That's going to be a task that he needs to fulfill, because RSG is on their quest right now to get into the upper bracket spot. Same lineup as far as I'm concerned, that there's not going to be a lot of changes except for, you know, Light's fresh haircut that's not really displayed as of the moment. But one thing that they have to take note here is depending on how Eman will play. Because again, he's going to be facing Kelra, who has saved Smart Omega time and time again when they were in a dire situation. So aside from that one, you also have to take note of Nats, because Ryota, as much as he's not that kind of an explosive player, you have to give it to him. He's the one that continues to do his job and keep Smart Omega in the pace to be able to win the bunch of games that he needs. If you take a look at the team head-to-head, right? It's actually pretty close, if you would say, because it's a zigzag of all the twists and turns if you look at the graph.
Yep, Omega here a little more creative with their hero pool. Of course, it's evident that they have been struggling. KDA very close, there's a little bit of a push and pull here, back and
Yeah.
forth between OMG and RSG.
Yeah, I think that's what's important. Not only that, but also, you know, even in the mid lane, like now that initially it was Aqua that brought Gord to play in the competitive alongside Haji, but also we saw Etu Max pick it up, right? So I think that's also one of the variables that can happen here through that draft. But taking a look at this pie chart here, Sona, Hands, break it down for us.
I mean, it's a cleaner sphere if you're talking about RSG at this point, because they have, if you could say, tower secured ratio is quite better. You also have to take note that the first blood ratio, where they lead by more than 15%. But there's always going to be something about Smart Omega that doesn't really get to be explained by the sphere in itself, right? It's always that unusual, uncanny playstyle that they want to go for, wherein they try to just stay, hold on tight up until the late game, and then once the 20-minute or even 18-minute timers have finally come through, it's
Mega
time for them to
timers.
strike. Yeah. That's Omega timers at
You know
its
what?
finest.
Something tells me it's more than just Omega timers. It seems to be something that all their players have.
Yeah.
And I'm going to call it the Omega gene. Because even
Okay.
Matt is able to steal a Lord away in a 1v5 against AP Bren.
And he's a fresh dude.
And yes, he's a rookie. Ryota has it in him. He's always been in the shadow of the other XP laner of every single version of ONIC PH he's been in. Then as well LPE, if you know from older seasons. But it's very different. So I'd like to call it the Omega gene. Let's see if it kicks in as we talk about the Infinix keys to victory.
The Barangay will try to survive the raid as Smart Omega goes up against RSG Philippines, and these keys to victory are brought to you by Infinix Note Series Ultra Fast Gameplay. Now let's go first to the side of Smart Omega, as they will be expecting more and prepare for the raid. From the stats, we can start to see that both Eman and Aqua are top 5. Eman in terms of kills per game, and you also have Aqua in terms of securing his very own KDA. So he knows how to balance his kills and assists very well. So Matt needs to be wary of the positioning coming in from Aqua and Eman, because they're going to be the two main damage dealers, especially with Irad leaning towards those objective-centric type of junglers. Meanwhile, if you have to take a look at RSG Philippines, you don't have to let Omega dictate the pace. You can't let Ryota just freely roam around the lane and try to cut as much waves as possible. You can't, or they will be expecting that Kelra will be forced to at least get pressured so much, so they have to find another way to take that approach to the next level. And of course, you can't go empty-handed. You have to take trades. Either take a gold laner for a turret, either take a turtle for the turret. What is more important for both of these teams? Is it the jungle objectives, or is it the objectives that are surrounding, or that are the hurdles for them to get to the base, for them to secure the win? That is what is going to matter at this point, because these two teams are very good in terms of securing objectives, but team fight is going to be the name of the game, especially when they arrive to the point where it's already the later stages.
I think it was yesterday that we learned about Omega not just having one real tempo, one real pace, wherein we always say, oh, they just want to get past the late game. No, we've seen them take off very early. So that's definitely something RSG should watch out for.
It's what I would like to say, they've evolved, right? Because seasons ago that was a true statement. Like, Omega timers, 18, 20 minutes. That's what it was. But now we have been talking about that even before. Like, hey, Smart Omega has to evolve their playstyle. I would say that they've done that, right? And I think also at the same time, great keys to victory there, because it's so apparent that we know how the Raiders like to play, right? A lot of the times they like to start the tempo, and now how that we've seen it, it could be Smart Omega the ones to do that.
That's right, and tempo is led from the mid, like most major things in this beautiful esport. It's Etu Max going head-to-head against Aqua, both very technical, both very space and tactics-based mid laners.
Which is why it's a trend for both of these mid laners to pick up the Wilderness Blessing as their very own talent. They always tend to rotate as fast as they can. Similarities between the Novaria and the Valentina for both of these dudes, but you can start to see that even when KDA is leaning towards Aqua, Etu Max is leaning more towards the risk factor. He knows what's at stake, and he's willing to even sacrifice his life, even though he knows the consequences of what his actions are going to become, just because he's determined to make both Matt and Kelra's lives easier by just using the ultimates and unleashing at least, or releasing half of those HPs to make sure that they can get the victory.
And if you notice from that breakdown, that head-to-head, it's very apparent how they like to play the mid lane, right? I mean, Aqua, he does have amazing games where he's popping off, but he's more like this utility guy, right, for the team. Whereas Max, you saw the average damage he's done. It's like, it's nearly 30, 40,000 more than Aqua.
Yep.
Right? Because that's the thing. That's the way Max likes to play his mid lanes, whichever heroes he's playing for. So that's why I think it's so important comparing those two.
Which explains the image in my head between Aqua and Etomax. Etomax is more of a Lilia.
Yeah.
Aqua, more of a Valentina. And then they share in this weird Venn diagram that I've just put into your heads, the Novaria.
Yep.
So expect for that to be a priority pick going into the draft. Here we go, game number 1. It's OMG versus RSG, with the Barangay on the play, banning out the Joy, the Kaja, and the Edith, while RSG taking out big supports here, the Matilda and the Angela.
Pretty different approach here for the side of Smart Omega, because usually when you're facing RSG Philippines, the usual trend is you ban out Irad's heroes. You ban the Joys, you ban the Fanny, and you even ban out the Lancelot. But this time around, they're leaving both Fanny and Lancelot open. So I think they're more than ready for that just because of Matt. Matt has that kind of ability that he is able to even control his very own jungle with the Akai, which is also a trend right now. So it's a possibility that we could see either the Fredrin, the Baksha, or maybe even the Terizla at this point, because there's going to be so many other options. Baksha is going to be the choice. Meanwhile, for the side of RSG, they could go for the Edith, something that they would always do time and time again, and put it into light, because that's what is usually the thing, but unfortunately, Edith is not available as of the moment. So they could potentially go for the Terizla, something that Nats is always using.
The Riz and the Val.
Yep.
That's what I feel, the Riz and the Val, or the Riz and
I heard the Riz.
Fred.
There we go.
All right, so it's the Nova. Does that mean Omega here picks up the Val?
I mean, at this point, you can, because it's going to be banned out by RSG later on in the game. If you start to take a look at it, Terizla has that penalty zone. It's going to be very vital for you to secure it. But if I were Smart Omega, I'd rather secure a hero for Kelra to go along with the Valentina, if you may, because it's going to be a very good decision for you. You finally have two sustainable heroes, or maybe just one, but a setup hero as well once the Valentina has been copied here. And that's something that Kelra could build on later on in the matchup.
Yeah, you can see too that, you know, that Claude ban early on in the first phase was already targeted, of course, to Kelra there. So I'd be surprised too. You know, Bruno was open. He was very strong for the first half of the regular season, but they don't want to lock in their gold laner yet, because that's one thing too. We do know that Kelra is quite flexible for that lane, so they go ahead, pull up the Faramis and also the Minotaur here.
And it makes sense, because it's only the Claw that's been banned. So there's still a huge number of options left available for both of these teams, because it's only the Claw that's been banned. You have the Beatrix still. You also have the Airthel. And they're still very wary of the situation that they have other options left just because RSG has already picked up their XP. There's not going to be a Yuzhong available, so there's still going to be the Ixia. There's going to be the Bruno. There's even going to be a Brody that's going to be a major choice. So with the Terizla, of course you're going to lead in terms of team fights, but with the pressure on the marksman, the back line. How are they going to approach this? So RSG picks up the Ixia for themselves.
I feel like this is counterproductive for Omega, because as soon as you click on the Netherrealm, full barrage.
Full barrage.
And then you go from there. So it's a wash. What does the draft index say though? Big picture, yeah, there's more Omega's doing, but on a micro scale, there's more RSG can do.
Again, I think that Novaria really locks in, obviously, the vision and info that you get, and that's why you see that on the index, because, you know, that's why it's such a highly contested hero.
So
because
good.
with that advantage, just in the Echoes alone, and then, of course, you have the Astral Recalls and all that, the way that it works for your team is just it provides so much utility, so much information, and that's what I'm saying. Like, it's so important that Smart Omega in the second phase is able to complement what they already have for the first phase, because they, if you remember back when they first went against RSG, in week 3, I think it was, they didn't actually contest objectively, right? And yes, that was a different jungler, but you have to be able to allow Matt to get to that point to get into those positions against Irad and the rest of RSG here, because we know that they have also learned and mastered that Lord dance later on, the turtle dance, whichever you want to call it. So as we get through this second phase of the bans here, you really want to see Smart Omega round that out. You know, it is Minotaur that's being locked in for Chakna. We've seen him do amazing things on that before, but that begs the question, especially, how do you round this out? What do you put in the gold lane? You know, what do you have to solidify yourself against what RSG is known to throw at them?
I mean, you could go for a Bruno at this point, or maybe a Beatrix, just to fight the range coming in from the Ixia, right?
That's right.
'Cause that's a problem that they still are yet to address. They could sustain it just because the Faramis is there. They have the Nether Realm. They also have the setups coming in from Chaknu using the Minoan's Fury, and even the Baksha could stop, you know, a thing or two in terms of those Baksha shield unities. But again, the main problem for the side of Smart Omega is going to be the range. So they have to pick an XP laner, maybe a Paquito, but unfortunately that spanned out.
Yep.
RSG read them pretty well on this one.
Yeah, Coach Panda, Coach Theo, they're on to you, Ryota. Filipino national athlete, winning the SEA Games gold medalist from 2023 in Cambodia. Noe Makasa, Ryota, we're on to you. We know what you do with the Paquito, and now they're just choking down. All right, you attack Ryota. How about Irad? What are you gonna do now? They ban out the Lancelot and the Fredrin. What's left for the young mechanic?
I mean, Martis could be a choice here for them.
Martis?
It's been a trend. You know, when you're gonna go up against some of the tankiest members of the jungle department as we speak, whether it's the Fredrin, the Bakshas, you could go for the Martis as well. But the thing here is, there's not gonna be a lot of damage coming in from Irad just because of the potential, right? Just because of the potential coming in from the early game. You have a Baksha as your enemy. So Martis is going to be the choice. He's just simply going to make sure that Irad or Eman is going to stay safe until he's good enough to dish out some damage.
The scary thing about that, the Martis is locked in, is it works really well with the Ixia, right? Let's say full barrage, lands on 3-4 people. Now you're worried about getting decimated.
You get 3D. Decimate.
There it is. The 3D, man.
You can even get 4D.
Sure.
You could if you wanted to.
Bring your glasses.
Cool. I'm going to go with that too.
If you know, you know.
If you know, you know.
Oh my goodness.
So now Omega have to pick up a solid XP laner, and I concur. I reckon, gentlemen, that they need a little bit of range.
Yeah.
I was thinking maybe the Laps.
Yeah, maybe the Lapu Lapu. It's been picked up also. It's been picked up by, you know, yeah, there you go. Lapu Lapu. It's been picked up by Luke yesterday, if I remember correctly, to counter the Ixia. Although Chewe made sure that he had that micro mechanics in him to get out of the bravest fighter.
Because the Ixia has no dash.
Right?
So
Ixia doesn't have anything.
That just speaks of how amazing Calvin is.
Yeah.
You have stuns, but you can't run.
Ixia's literally the epitome of a glass cannon.
Yeah.
Like, that's what she is, right? And I feel like, again, that's why you see so many teams pair up the Rafaela with Ixia, right? Mostly, or at least some type of one of the more popular support heroes right now, because she needs kind of that extra taken care of, you know, for the most part.
So what does Light pick up here?
Ooh. As I said,
there was a universe, there was a reality where Light wouldn't touch Rafaela with a 6-foot stick, just 10-foot stick.
And even with the recent interviews, right? He's
didn't
always
like
mentioned that.
He didn't like it.
You know what? I don't want to go with the Angela and the Matilda just because that's not my place.
That's not him.
I don't ride like that. I don't ride like that.
That's not me. Even in his early years, he wouldn't. Like, we would always double check about it. It's like, all right, what would you rather do? Cho, Kufra, Rafaela, forget about it, coach. I want to play with the solid picks. But did we not see this yesterday? Did we not call out how Ogwin wasn't playing very Ogwin-like?
Yeah.
Folks, how are you feeling? Let us know through the smart power predictions at some point in the game. A poll will show up. You only have until the timer runs out to comment your prediction with the hashtag SmartPowersMPL S12.
One lucky commenter who guesses correctly will win a redeemable in-game code. Remember to keep an eye out for the poll. It comes through very quickly, ultra fast, so watch out for it.
The level of competition is going to be immense, especially in the team fight department. 1-1's going to be scaling pretty good, or should I say, unless the pressure coming in from RSG is going to make sure that they can get the victory on this one. But it's still game one. There's still much room to improve, especially in the first minute of the matchup.
Diagonal start for both our junglers here. Matt starting off orange, going for the Rock Ursa right after, while the mechanic goes purple and just as quickly crossing over. Wow, you can't deny the speed of Irad when he's jungling.
Here's a question. Do we usually see Rafaela pick up the Impure Rage? 2 or
Yes.
3?
Yes.
Is that typical?
That's the usual.
That's the usual, right?
Usually it's a trend just because you want to go for the extra mana regen.
Extra mana, yeah.
Because you want to check out the vision as soon and as much as possible with the first skill. But especially with the Holy Healing as well, because that is where your teammates will be relying on you. So it's a Wilderness Blessing mixed up with an Impure Rage so that Light could have a good amount of damage, good amount of poke, while also healing his teammates at the same time. But we're starting to take note of a little bit more on crit for Eman, but also a Steel Leg Plates coming in from Kelra. So Kelra is going to be staying in his lane as of the moment as he tries to secure more objectives, because they've expected this. The pressure is going to be on Kelra. So Kelra, try to go defensive as much as possible.
Yeah, sometimes it's that little bit of extra armor that keeps you from either going 6 feet under the ground or about 20 feet in the air when you get the crossbow tang in. Oh, down bottom.
I thought you were going to say taking a dirt nap, but now with the bottom lane going to be focused now. It's going to be a trouble. Flickers. He bobs, he weaves, he survives. Nats will not be sleeping yet.
Although the problem is, it's a Flicker that's already committed, right? And the turtle just spawned, like literally right now, so there's no there's no penalty zone just yet, because Nats is going to be still trying to clear it out, but Omega's on it already.
Yeah, they might just have to give this one up. Ryota gonna jump in as well. Navs jumps in with the penalty zone. Turtle's still gonna be worked on. Matt right there will secure it. He's quite low though. NetherRealm gonna come through. Still fighting for it. Navs finally falls. And now still, they're looking for more here. They get the flicker around from Met2 Max. They get the turtle, they get the first blood. Smart Omega.
Oh, they know that Matt does not have a retribution. He used it to take the turtle, but RSG understands. It's a little too risky, might be too greedy to cut in right now.
But that's the thing. They're not even that risky at this point. This is very out of character for them because they're saving so much of their skills with Kelra.
With the flicker too. Eman!
What?
What a play, goes in, secures the kill with the flicker as well.
You feel the 150% of that current buff. You see how the range and the length of the, oh dear lord.
And you're feeling the range too.
Full
feeling
barrage.
the length.
Oh my
the
goodness.
length. They lessen the girth, they lessen the width.
Yeah.
But it's all of, oh man.
It's always going to be about that damage that deals down, which is why now Omega goes up.
Now on the top side, Emon going to be in trouble. Jack, you're going to jump in. Emon will fall, still going. Matt jumps in as well, right on top of Light. Aqua goes in, grabs a kill, saves a little bit there. So it's a 1-for-2 trade right in the top lane. Irad, a little bit late, but Kelra will finally get some extra gold here.
No!
They might go for this. Kelra should be fine, as he does.
All right, okay. It's a 2-for-1 kill. Of course, it's going to lean towards the side of Smart Omega. The only downside is that Kelra was late to the party. He didn't get an assist, he didn't get a kill, so there's not really any addition to the damage output or the gold department. But now,
he'll be fine.
He's fine, he's fine. Okay, he's fine.
Oh, there's so much potential for alley-oops coming in from Omega's lineup now. 10 seconds away from this turtle. Chaknu just checked that bush. I'm feeling for Irad, man. 4 minutes in, about 5 minutes in, he hasn't gotten a kill.
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, right, he's just going to keep focusing on farming up. This time, though, I would say RSG in a better position to actually contest for this turtle, but you can already see Smart Omega making their way as well. Matt trying to roll in, go for it.
What?
Matt
Again?
goes in cleanly, takes the turtle under Irad's nose.
Matt is on a roll. Literally.
It's a drive-by.
It's a drive-by. He just went there, unleashed the retribution, and got it for the side of Smart Omega. And this is the way to go for the barangay.
Thank you
Make
very much.
space for Matt.
It's literally, I'll take a turtle with a side of fries. I'll be out of here.
Yep. This is, again, this is a big difference in the terms of change from what Smart Omega had in the beginning of the season when they first played against RSG, and it's showing here, right? Okay, Matt, right there to meet Light, but will not be able to get the follow-up. It's a little bit too risky. Rest of the team is here, though. They got to be careful. They're taking quite a bit of damage. Full Barrage comes through. There's the NetherRealm. Going to be able to secure it. Matt's still taking the brunt of damage. Irad now has back off. Kelra looking to unleash. Can't get it just yet. Looking for the air time, but they get the safety of the turret.
And Matt's not done. He's still there. He's going to steal away the orange.
Dude, look at how patient Etomax has been for the first 5 minutes. Again, this is very out of character, but Matt.
He's fine.
He's fine.
Matt.
He's okay.
Matt.
This early on, he's on fire. He's feeling himself.
Matta is doing it. As of this moment, we're starting to see how patient Smart Omega is starting to become. First of all, Matt conserved his retribution, and then Etomax saved his Netherrealm just to save Matt and the rest of the members from being too aggressive. So even though Matt and Ryota are being super aggressive, they don't care because they know that the captain is there to save them.
You know what? This young man, he's playing the Baksha like a joy. They definitely need some lockdown. And looking at RSG, their only real lockdown is what?
A penalty zone.
The penalty zone and...
Maybe a baptism.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Those are ults.
That's about it.
How are you going to stop him from rolling around like that?
Well, you just got to hope that you land everything in perfect timing, right? For the most part, too, one of the other advantages they have, obviously, is some of that healing, that sustainability that Light has in this Rafaela pick, but still.
Here he goes again.
Smart Omega been doing this time and time again. Nav's going to get clashed down on, goes in with the penalty zone, finds a couple, but still will get taken out. Netherrealm to follow. Irad looking for his own chance to decimate, but can't find it. Has to Mortal Coil out. Smart Omega still on the hunt here, but the turtle is for the taking.
Oh, this is what I was talking about, right? About 2-3 minutes ago, we said Irad's doing okay. He's focused on farming. But a Martis doesn't do well that way. I know what it feels like to sit there as a Martis, like, I should be killing people.
Yeah.
Why am I so friendly?
Yeah, that's the thing. If you don't get the decimation for like the first 5 minutes of the game, you're a little screwed.
It's
All
literally
he's doing is dancing.
You know you're gonna start to have some problems because you want Martis to have a very good game. You want Martis to have a snowball factor, get the decimation zone point, but the thing is, Matt is just not letting him. Aside from the fact that he doesn't get the snowball because he's being out-rotated by the Basha Shield Unity, he's also being outscaled just by getting the turtles alone, which could have gone to Matt, or which could have gone to Irad.
Exactly. If you're not killing heroes, maybe even kill the turtle, but Irad's not getting any of those.
Oh,
so
no.
These are a few things we're learning about the Martis, folks. He likes cold weather, so put him up near where it snows, and he likes to dance. But the dance has to lead to something. He's a fighter, not a lover. Purple in tow.
Taken.
He's dancing to the wrong song, bro.
Matt's a criminal. Grand Theft Purple. Grand Theft Purple.
Oh my, and
That's
he's on wheels too.
Yeah. This is tough, too, because you can already see, right, the lead that Smart Omega has based off those decisions is garnering them this confidence to really play around right now with RSG Philippines. And it's tough to do because, you know, what do you do for RSG? You try to buy some time the best you can. Irad, though. You go ahead and Mortal Coil around, but Ryota gonna jump in. The rest of the team follows. Still gonna be looking for the kill. Penalty zone from Nav. Gets the full barrage as well from Emon. Still looking for the kill. Jack New finally falls. It's a double for Etomax though. They're still firing off. Kelra goes off into the air. It's a triple though for Etomax. The flicker comes through. They couldn't clean it up though. But what a play from Smart Omega.
Air Savage has taken off on a one-way trip to game one. But just the same, I don't know, Hans, if you agree with me, Smart Omega could have gotten away with a little bit more, with a little bit of a cleaner approach.
They were under the turret, a little too aggressive there, but they'll take what they can get at this point because they have a 4.4k gold lead, and they don't want to wait for the X-Shot to scale as fast as possible, right?
Can I just say, too, that whole, it was a little messy. But again, when we were comparing the mid laners, Aqua, Etomax, you see why he had that advantage in terms of the stats in the player head-to-head. He's playing like you don't usually see Faramus's play.
Nope. He puts himself in the thick of things.
Yeah.
And he's saying, you know what? I got them stacks, man. If I die, I die.
You know what? Netherrealm for everyone.
Netherrealm for everyone. And look at this now. Smart Omega blitzing this. You know what? I take it back. It's just Matt. It's just Matt. Matt's just blitzing the Lord, and they're going to get it. And deep up top.
Gonna jump in. Still cover there. There's the Netherrealm. I don't even know if it was needed. But with that already, getting the numbers advantage plus the Lord, Smart Omega in full control here.
Oh, that was the best case scenario for the Barangay. They got Eman while the others are trying to save the base, or saving the what's left of the base as we speak.
Gentlemen, what's going on? What is Ira doing? Why is his Martis doing its best impression of a fanny? Stealing away an orange.
He's getting the lane.
He's trying to go back, but Matt's on the hunt. Boom. Matt's going to be able to find him. I believe he does. He stops the recall. So now it's Irad versus Matt in the jungle.
Oh, no, it's a 1v1.
Meanwhile, they're trying to defend the base here. Lord still making its way. Irad, I don't think you're going to escape this one, man, as He goes on, tries
Whoa!
to. He's still alive for
The
now.
mechanic.
He's
still
going
has
to
the
get chased
wheels,
down, though.
He has the wheels, though.
He's got the speed advantage. I don't think he's
making-
going to find
oh,
him.
Oh,
He's
they were
safe.
playing hide and seek.
He
He's
lives. Irad lives.
Wow. A crucial U-turn. That was a diversion play. He did a Louis cosplay.
Oh, they're going to jump in here. Still forcing it. Turret finally going to go down.
Oh,
Riona
wait.
went out, though. He gets taken down. NetherRealm going to be used as well. Nats now on the hunt for Etu Max. Gets the flicker. So they hold on. They lose the base turret. It looks like RSG still wants to press this, though.
Yep.
They might chase in.
Ow.
Irad also with them as well. Nas holding on
Oh, they're
to
not
that
giving
penalty
up.
zone. They know they have to fight this, and they're going to go for it. There's the full barrage. Can they get it?
Kelra.
Jack News down. Riota's gone
Kelra.
as well. It's a full-on fight in the
Kelra.
jungle. They're going
Oh,
for it.
Emon.
Double kill for Kelra. Matt now
Boom.
looking for Emon. Takes him out.
wait.
Another body's going to fall. What? It's Matt. He's one hit away. Here comes Navs. Double kill.
That went way to the side of RSG, if you should say.
That was all Nats, man. I know it. When you see Nats and he makes the call, you can't hear it, but you see it. His Darizla was just up front. He has the penalty zone. He has the flicker. Guys, we can do this. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. We can do this. And lo and behold, they got away with it. They won the trade. And they've equalized. They shrank the gold lead.
Wow, they even made sure that Aqua was safe at that point. It was, of course, in Astral Echo coming in from Aqua to make sure that everybody else was safe. And it reached the point where Eman has enough to dish out a ton of damage. Also, building up the Sea Halberd here because he wants to make sure that the HP regeneration, especially coming in from Chaknu, won't be as effective as much, especially now that most of them are starting to build defensive items as we speak. Because a while ago, they prioritized more on the magic defense. But this time, since Kelra is actually starting to hurt, or Eman is starting to hurt now, they've started to build up physical defense items to make sure that they would be able to sustain a little bit more, if not less, if you should say, because Smart Omega wants to stay in the team fights, but with the full barrage, it's going to cause some problems.
Yeah, we've seen so far how the Barangay has been able to weave in and out these big ticket ults from RSG. Now 13 minutes in, a Luminous Lord has spawned, and of course, it's the Barangay. It's Matt up first, going for the pull, and Omega just clearing out the vicinity.
Oh, no.
Ain't no contest here.
Yeah, they just want to give this one up. They are better off defending their base. They know they have actually pretty good clear as well, right? So, like you were mentioning there, Hans, they're going to be relying on that full barrage for this defense.
Yeah.
And that's where it's going to be troublesome for Omega, because if they get that NetherRealm out early, then it could be very scary for them. I mean, even that lead that they had earlier, what, 5K ahead or something like that? Six? It wasn't apparent. I mean, it was... You might be looking at the fight and be like, oh, it's kind of messy, you know? But RSG able to fight back with that kind of deficit does speak volumes here.
So what you're saying, it's going to be up to Etomax at this point. He has to be patient enough to not force out both the NetherRealm and also for Chakno to not pop off the Minoan Sphere as early as possible. They have to wait for the perfect timing. The Lord is already a down bot.
The Lord going to be putting the pressure. Bottom lane here. They're trying to hold on to these base turrets the best they can. Might lose another as these waves push in, though. Emon's placing and positioning is going to be crucial here. They're trying to defend it. Lord's going to be worked on. Mid turret's going to be taken out here. Smart Omega now making their way to the top side and looking to fully expose the base of RSG as they do. Lord finally goes down. Right now, RSG just wanting to clear the lanes.
All right, they're taking it slow, and they're happy to have just taken down all the inhibitors. RSG's base laid bare. Smart Omega sitting about 4,000 gold lead ahead. Very comfortable. Kelra steals away the orange ball from Irad. So again, we're back to Operation Chokehold. Smart Omega, they're taking it slow, but how can they go fast? I think they have to start respecting RSG. They're doing the right thing.
Yeah, they are doing the right thing just by freezing the lanes. They don't have to go as fast because they know that they have Kelra, who's at an ultimate full build already, especially with the extra basic damage attacks, and that's how they go.
Conceal play going to come through. Chaknu already using Minoan Fury. Matt on the backside. He's going to be on the hunt. He's trying to find Emon. Emon already using full barrage.
Oh no,
They're clapping back on him. Matt going to be quite tanky himself. Trying to buy some time. Riota's out of the picture. Still going to be going Kelra, though. Kelra making his way down the mid. The rest of the team going to be fighting. Irad gets the double. Kelra looking to end the game. Takes one shot. And he has to back off. Aqua saving it. Jacknew going to be whittled down quite a bit. Here comes Emon. Can they get the kill? Penalty zone going to come through. Erad now joining the fight, looking for it. Gets the decimate. He wanted that.
Close call. And we saw Smart Omega set up an amazing backdoor play, but all it took was Aqua, a single astral recall, quelled him, foiled the Filipino Savages' plans.
That was a micro initiation coming in from RSG Philippines because they wanted to go for the kill, but a macro display from Smart Omega because they wanted to go for the base instead. Micro with an astral recall, you're right, if it didn't hit, it would have been over. If it didn't manage to get into the 1-1, it would have been over, especially with a full build just like that coming in from that Kelra hero. Sea Halberd, you also have the Corrosion Sight and even the Demon Hunter's Sword with the Windogger as well, so there's so much attack speed, it would have been over in just an instant.
That's right, maybe 2 seconds underneath that base, it would have been done. We would be going into game 2. But right now, this is the reality we live in. 17 minutes in, Lord already up. This is the 3rd Lord of the game, and that's how fast Omega's been going, man. We're not even an evolved Lord yet, and already Matt with a big pull. 2/3 of the Lord left. Where is Eman? Where is Aqua?
Oh, they're going to want to do their best to get this one. Nats also getting a position. Jacknew already using the conceal, looking for the setup here with the Minoan Fury. Lord going to go ahead and reset. They get that through. RSG taking their time. They don't want to overcommit to this. If Aqua can land a couple of these recalls, whittle some of the health bars down, it might help them out. Right now, no one committing just yet.
All right, Conceal is already popped by the side of Smart Omega. They were unable to locate both Aqua and Eman at this point, so they're in a better position to fight for this Lord.
And the dance again initiated. Small lead here for RSG, slightly towards them. Irad with the pull. Etomas looking for Nats.
They're going to find Nats. They drag him back. Defensive penalty zone to try to stay alive a little bit longer. He does it. Still has the immortality as well.
Whoa!
Full barrage going to come through, forcing Smart Omega back. This might be the angle that RSG is looking for to get the Lord.
Lord at a 4th of its health, a 5th right now, and it's RSG in control.
They're going for it. Matt, can he pull it off? He was! Matt! What? Goes in, takes the Lord again! And now they clap down. RSG trying to salvage the situation. Nav's immortality going to be popped. He gets dragged back. Calro now in the hunt. Penalty zone over the wall. Flickers as well. Can he get away? Meanwhile, Irad's in trouble. He falls to Matt. And now they go for the base. Smart Omega on the wheels of Matt, looking to close game number 1 here against RSG. It's only a matter of time. There's only Aqua and Navs. Matt taking a lap around the base. And Smart Omega with the minions pushing in. Even without the Lord, they're going to work on the crystal and take game number 1.
This winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. Mapta! Almost single-handedly putting that game on his back. Early, mid to late, earning the barangay a strong start.
Was that Matt or was that Carl Johnson?
It's him.
That was him.
It doesn't even matter if it's Matt or CJ. He's him. Matt showing out. That was a clinic of how to do the retribution takes. You just go in there. You don't even need to force the fights. He doesn't even need teammates.
I just want to say.
Oh my goodness.
That is, you know, leading into it, we were like, there's one big difference here for Smart Omega. If that wasn't the epitome of that statement, I don't know what is. That was Matt's game.
I'm at a loss for words, man. To be honest, if you watch the whole game, you take out maybe 1 or 2 minutes. Matt was off. He was figuring things out for a good solid 1 or 2 minutes.
Yeah.
And then everything else, he was just, on me. Fellas, on me.
Because they wanted to go for the kill first, right? They popped off the conceal. Matt tried to go for the detour for the backline access.
No.
He wasn't able to find either Eman or Aqua at that point because they were also mobile here and agile heroes, well, except for Eman. But the thing is, we just crashed the party. We just make sure that we're gonna be there, unleash the retribution, and then when all falls down, it started to go down for RSG.
Yep.
Not only that, but I know you're going to talk about this too. again, Max had a hell of a game on the fairness.
It's both of them.
Who's the
Again,
MVP
it's a
at this
solid mid lane artery. The roam, the mid, and the jungler earns the win for Smart Omega. Hans, talk to us about it, how it happened.
As the song says, in the end, it doesn't even matter. It's Matt making sure to take game number 1 in this best of 3 against RSG Philippines after a crucial retribution take. Even when RSG was already surrounding the Lord Pit, it was the best case scenario for them to be able to take the major objective. It didn't matter because of this guy. He made sure to stay inside, even dying twice for the rest of his teammates to be able to scale up, and especially with a crucial retribution takes 3, 2, and 11 with an 88% team fight participation. He was everywhere. He was looking for both Eman. He was even looking for Aqua whenever he was using the Astral Recalls and Astral Echoes. So whenever there's vision coming in from RSG Philippines, it seems like he always finds them first, just because of the fact that he has that back shield unity and he's fast enough to roam around the map as soon as he can, give more information to his teammates, try to pressure them as soon as possible, and let Kelra do his thing to get more objectives, both the top and the bot lane turrets. We're starting to see the Molten Essence has been built up from the early, mid, and late game that helped him in securing more objectives while also having HP at the same time. Taking a look at the highlights as of the moment, this is, again, a very uncharacteristic thing coming in from Smart Omega because they don't usually start this good this early. But because of how patient Etomax has become in unleashing those Nether Realms, Omega has been doing very good in terms of team fights. And we also saw this in the draft index, wherein Omega really leads in the team fights alone, and that is what they're forcing RSG Philippines to play with. So this, instead of RSG, the Raider pace that we want to go, this is the Omega, the Barangay pace that they're starting to follow, just because of the fact that it's all team fights. You're starting to see, with all of the highlights that we have, it's always team fights. And whenever there are team fights that are happening, it's going to go to the side of Smart Omega. Just because they have the Nether Realm, they also have a counter attack, a counter punch, being the Minoan's Fury, coming in from Chaknu to just dish out a ton of damage. And not only that, Guerra was also fed up well enough to make sure to dish out a bunch of damage, even though they were kind of overextending at some points in the game. They were very much willing to allot most or all of their resources in terms of team fights because they know that they could win it in the damage output. They have Etomax that could deal a bunch of those Ghost Bursters, and they have Kelra as well to dish out a ton of damage using the crossbow of Tang. And a 1-1, a hero that Kelra has known well enough in his time in playing in the MPL Philippines, is something that is very much admirable for him because he's managed to keep himself safe. Although there was a time that RSG Philippines tried to go for an extra micro play, but the thing is, Eman didn't stay alive, which is the reason why Smart Omega still maintained and still stayed composed in terms of their lead. And I think this is one of the things that would have been very good, but take a look at Matt, right? He's managed to locate where Eman is once again. So the fight has been divided. It would have been, or it would have went to RSG side. It may have went to RSG side, but unfortunately, because of this final play, a shield unity together with an extra knock-up coming in from Chaknu with a Minoan's Fury has clumped up the rest of the members of RSG Philippines to finish them off one by one and make this an incredible moment for the Barangay to take game number 1. And in just a bit, we're going to start to see the jungling pattern as you see right now, especially in the first to 5 minutes of the matchup, where Smart Omega, Matt has just been around the gold lane before trying to secure more objectives and assisting even Ryota at some points in the game, wherein he is holding a Terizla, which is one of the best heroes in terms of laning matchup. And you don't usually have to worry about a Terizla going up against other XP laners just because of the laning alone. But because he has that ability to go from one lane to another in a fast motion, and he can go back and join team fights as fast as he could, then it's no longer a problem for him. He doesn't need to make any sort of scenario that would help him increase his chances of winning in this matchup. A tenacity was also built up by Kelra, as you can see in terms of the emblems and their talents for extra sustainability. He built up the steel leg plates first, but unfortunately it didn't go enough for Eman, who built up a weapons master and a quantum charge to make sure that he's gonna go for the kill as early as possible. But unfortunately, again, because of Matt making sure to locate him, he's also securing his own jungle objectives because of a Seasoned Hunter as his own emblem and talent rather. It's helped the rest of Barangay, Smart Omega, to scale on their own because the pressure of RSG, all eyes of the Raiders are on Matt as of the moment. They are trying to find where Matt is going to be coming from, but unfortunately, Matt is there when no one else expected it to be. Thus, 3 turtles, 3 lords, and I have to say, Irad really didn't play that much in terms of this game just because of the fact that the pressure was really on him. If you don't get the decimation in the 3rd minute of the matchup, then it's gonna cause problems for you when you are playing Martis. In fact, he is again the lowest in terms of team fight participation, but Eman was the bank of RSG that is waiting to be opened by the side of Smart Omega. In fact, they were even the ones to take so much damage, but because of the Netherrealm, because of the extra healing coming in from the Minotaur, then they are really not even playing it safe. They're playing super aggressive at this point, and the patience of using their very own skills up to the point where it is very much necessary for them to use it has been the key for them to win in this game. Speaking of which, keys to victory, you're seeing Matt there expect and prepare for the raid, and they've expected that they've expected that Eman is going to be the bank of offense for the side of RSG Philippines. The problem is Matt knew how to do something, or Matt knew he had to do something about it and secure victory.
Call it
right?
Call it offensive self-defense.
Yeah,
they
offensive
knew
self-defense.
they knew the raid was coming, so they're like, we'll get him first.
We got him.
That's how CJ would do it.
That's how he did it.
Oh man,
He is him.
You know, we need some more time to get over it because this was a series that we did not expect. We did not expect this kind of performance from Smart Omega, and we can only imagine how RSG is looking to regroup. First, we'd like to remind everyone to catch the final 8 teams of MDL Philippines Season 2 duking it out in their playoffs happening from October 20th to 22. That's happening next weekend.
Speaking of MDL Philippines MPL Arena, grab the chance to meet and greet your favorite MDL teams. Today will be visited by Euphoria Esports and MHLK Esports. Catch them later at the MDL booth.
That's Maharlika. They'll be here. Maharlika just barely made it to the playoffs, by the way.
Yeah. It's a tight matchup there.
Yeah.
Like it's literally like one win or one lose can eliminate you from playoff contention.
Funnily enough, when I guest casted for MDL,
It was a crucial game.
that was the series that got Maharlika in. Because they swept RRQ and no one was expecting that. But anyways, back into the matchup here. By the way, you can still come on down to the shooting galleries. You can meet Euphoria and Maharlika. All right, Smart Omega, RSG. What's going on through the Raiders' minds? How do you think Coach Panda's addressing this right now?
Number one, I think, well, I want to see them if they do flip sides, right? That's number one.
Sure.
We'll see if them flip sides. I think a big part of this, too, was just the struggle for Irad.
Yeah,
You know, I mean,
I agree.
You talked a bit about it in the analyst segment there, and it was very apparent. You know, the Martis, you didn't get to do Martis things. There was like one moment there where he actually got to decimate. He got the kill, right? But again, that was on the whims of what the rest of his team did. So I think number one, what Coach Panda wants to do is secure a better, I guess, a better jungler environment for Irad to be in.
Dayan, you mean? Don't listen to me.
It's just his favorite hero, okay? It's just his favorite hero.
Don't listen to me. No, maybe Akai was open earlier.
Yeah.
Could that not? You know what? It's become a stiggling weakness. Maybe an Achilles heel for RSG, right?
Yeah.
They've done first pick Joy when it was open.
Right.
They've done so well to actually give Irad solid heroes. Maybe, switch sides and then make sure Irad gets a hero that's not win more. A hero that he's super comfortable on, and then go from there.
Yeah, that's right. Because, again, you've mentioned the Joy a while ago. You've also mentioned the Akai. The Valentina was even banned, right? So there's not going to be any sort of electrifying beats coming in from your opponents. Not even a heavy spin to secure objectives. So that would have been the case. But for Erad, as of this moment, they kind of want to fight the early game scaling coming in from Smart Omega. Maybe that was the decision, which is the reason why they wanted to go for the Martis. But the problem is, again, if you're not getting kills, that's the scaling. That's the root of everything, right? You want to go for kills as much as possible.
The jungler in me, as soon as we hit the second turn, I'm like, yo, this is a slow Martis. I'm not liking this.
Yeah. I don't even play Martis. I play Barretts, and I know that doesn't look good.
It felt slow, right?
Yeah, it
feels slow.
Coming from a big old dinosaur guy.
Yeah.
But you know what? I know we're harping a little bit on Erad here and what he could have done better, but also I think like for this game, if RSG wants to take it to a game 3, you gotta put one of the signature heroes in Light's hands. Like Rafaela is not it.
That too. That's why it didn't look as close as it should have been. And I think it's less about harping on the players. I think it's less pressure on the players, more about the tools that they were given prior to the matchup, because the mechanic can't do work if he doesn't have the right tools.
All right, guys, I beg to differ. I actually like the Rafaela pick just because they were able to stay in the Lord fights longer. It's something that's been the trend right now in terms of securing more objectives. You have to stay in there. It even reached the point, right, wherein RSG was able to outlast Smart Omega. Unfortunately, Matt was there, so he was able to take the retribution, and then it all went loose for the side of RSG. But the point is, if you get to stay in the Lord fights the longest, then you have a better chance of securing the Lord, and the Rafaela really helps that. So going back to the root cause of this one, I really do think that a jungler should be changed. It needs to be someone that could also play very well in terms of objectives, maybe the Akai, just so the Rafaela could be put to a better use, because Rafaela is going to be helping Eman at some point. We see that the Holy Baptism has been used whenever there's going to be someone close to Eman, someone approaching Eman. And you just need a very good jungler, or you need a very good hero for your jungler to be able to secure those objectives. So there's my take on the Rafaela.
All right. Here's what I'm thinking. If
All
not
right.
the Joy, the Lancelot.
Yeah.
Those are solid picks.
It wasn't bad too, right?
Wait, what?
Yeah.
The Joy was the Lancelot. I don't
You're
think
right.
it was.
It wasn't banned.
The Lancelot was banned by Omega.
Yeah.
So Coach Stronger, Smart Omega, they were onto them. Again, they know.
He was narrowing down
Yes.
those.
They banned out the Lancelot in the Fredrin Phase 2, the Joy in Phase 1. What's left, man?
The idea for me on this one is, if you want to fight early for early, you pick up the Fanny.
You know, back in that draft, I was thinking, like, do they want to go with the Fanny? But I think that would have been almost just too dangerous.
Yeah.
Because not only do you pick an Iksha, but then and you're trying to, like, take care of your Iksha, but now you're also trying to fight to keep the purple buff protected, right?
Yep.
Like, it's almost too much to handle if you have the Fanny plus the Iksha. So maybe this time, you know, we happen to see one of those picks for Erad here as we wait for this draft.
All right. Now the true test of RSG's reset. Again, folks, before this matchup, RSG was last seen ending streaks, taking down Kings here in MPL Philippines Season 12. Now you gotta wonder, where'd the momentum go? Why are we sitting here with Omega at match point?
And gentlemen, we have to take a look at the bigger picture. One match away, or one game away from securing a playoff spot.
Yeah.
Is Smart Omega?
Smart
Yeah.
Omega.
You did the math, Hans?
Yeah.
Oh,
It was displayed a while ago.
No, I was too lost
I should have acted smart.
in the
Dang
moments
it.
of
did
the
the math.
previous match. Yeah.
Yeah, it's true, because we were looking at what's at stake. RSG, their best case scenario, we saw that, but for Smart Omega, it was they just have to win the match.
The series, yeah.
Right? I think even if it was 2-1.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
As long as they
they're
win
gonna go to
this.
the playoffs, which is why even in the entrance from a while ago, you can see Etomax was very much confident, and the confidence has been displayed in game number 1. They had a game plan moving forward. They know that they're gonna make sure to go with that, Ube strategy, if you should say. And it's ironic because they're rivals with Blacklist International, but they're the ones to use it. And this time, it's gonna be the Faramis that's banned out. Even the Baksha has been let go. So I think the Fredrin is gonna be the choice here. Maybe for Erad, which is a good combination, especially now that they're in the first pick.
I concur, actually. Just attack the jungler already. Maybe flex what Matt's capable of, right?
Yeah.
So are we saying this is the Fred here?
I think I'm leaning towards the Fred.
You
I think
ban
that's
out
the
Fredra
yeah.
at this point. Yeah.
If okay, it's not banned out, so then you take it, right?
He has to.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Interesting last ban there for the first phase though from Smart Omega, the carry.
Yeah. You don't usually see that very often, but
So if he goes Fred, does Matt go Akai?
Yeah.
It's a chance because they banned out the carry at this point, right?
Yep,
there you
there
go.
it is.
Fredrin, one of the tankiest dudes in the game. One of the most.
Rizakai.
Well, yeah, right. You want to go for the
Rizakai sounds
Terizla, Akai. You could probably go Edith, Akai.
Nova Akai.
You can even go Nova Akai. But
You know what? Maybe the Akai doesn't even, maybe not even pick the Akai.
yeah, you can either go
Don't rush it.
Novaria or Edith. Novaria Terizla. You go ahead. You give it to Etomax. You give it to Ryota, or maybe they can even go for, you know, extra rotations, whatever they could go for here.
Novaria. Yep, there's
Oh,
interesting. I did not expect that to be picked up right now. Like the Minotaur right away, going in the hands of Chaknu here, but obviously we saw that in one of his top 3 heroes right now currently, and there it is.
Not just the Mamba. Actually, slowly but surely over the past couple of weeks, we have slowly become a Minotaur country.
Yeah.
I remembered quite something now. Edith is going to be an option. What if RSG picks up the Diggy?
Oh!
What if they pick up the Diggy at this point to counter it? But there
Sorry,
you go.
I was thrown off. I knew
Yeah.
that. I know that laugh from a mile away.
Yeah, you already know. It's like an old friend.
You hear it in your sleep.
Yeah.
It's your alarm clock.
and it's on the hands of one of the guys who brought it out.
Yep.
In the beginning of the regular season. I can't remember if it was Aqua the first one
Aqua
or
or Hodge, yeah.
Yeah.
That first brought it out. I'm leaning towards Aqua. I think it was Aqua, so or Haji, I don't know.
It's a perfect combination, man.
Love it though.
RSG, Gord,
Yeah.
big win rate,
Yes.
and Smart Omega now picking up the Claude. So I think the angle of attack here for Smart Omega, for Coach Ron, Coach Stronger, is narrow it down for Eman. Give Eman hell.
Yeah. Look at that though. 4 out of 6, 67% win rate for Chaknu. That's a pretty good statistic if you ask me, because again, that's a major issue that RSG Philippines needs to go through to make sure that they will be winning this one. But of course, just because you have the Novaria on your side, you have the vision. Meanwhile, the pushing capabilities, RSG Philippines doesn't have that much enough in them because they only have the Edith, they only have the Fredrin and the Gord. No damage per second as of the moment. Aside from the fact that when the Edith goes down, goes down Phylox and then immediately unleashes the damage. But aside from that, no damage per second as of the moment. It's still an early to mid scaling for both of these teams that are still inexistent as of the moment.
The I guess one of the biggest things that I feel like Smart Omega has to deal with the first phase that RC has is dealing with a multitude of CC options. Like there's so much crowd control over there, especially on like in terms of low cooldown, right? That's one of the great things obviously about Gord. As long as you're landing them, you know, that's that small stun, right? From the projectile, the missing projectile. It works great. Not only that, but then you have the Edith, you have a Fredrin. So you got a lot of tools here that you can just kind of throw at Smart Omega, and I think that's also why they're going to draft some of these heroes like they did that are a little more finicky, you know, a little hard to catch. So you got to deal with the Claude. You barely are going to see Novaria actually close up, you know, so it gets a little bit harder there, but we'll see how they round it out.
All right.
I think this is a better game for. I was just about to say it was about to be a better game for
the
Marcus.
Akai as well was banned
right?
out, so as we were talking
Coach
about.
Brandon knows, Coach Theo knows, so that's why they're
man.
cracking down on Matt. I would have done that in the first phase, but yeah, now priorities have changed.
Give us a Diggy now. Oh, although Light can use the Edith as well. It's quite flexible, but there's a chance. There's a chance.
The Riz is still out there.
Yeah,
by the
the
way.
Riz is still active though.
The Riz is still out there. Rafaela's still out there.
They could honestly go for the Terizla to just go up against the tankiness coming in from the Fredrin. Maybe
The Laps is
even
still
the
out
Lapo
there.
as well. But yeah, Terizla's a safer choice. It goes very well against the Gord. It even goes very well against the Edith because you'd rather have the Terizla closer to you than outside, right?
So what's Eman to pick? We're waiting for Eman and or Nats and
Is he gonna go Iksha again?
Nats and I don't know, man. They can still switch up.
They could, yeah. They could still switch up.
Nats and Eman, Light and Eman.
Yeah. Iksha,
Beatrix.
Beatrix, right? Iksha Beatrix.
Safe. Oh, Is there enough peel for Ixia?
Technically, there could be. I mean, you got a good front to back coverage as well. But, okay, there it is, Beatrix.
Oh, I was thinking.
Along with the Benedetta.
Oh.
Okay, so this is a light
Yeah,
Edith?
this is a light Edith. Yeah.
Benedetta going in the hands here.
Benedetta
Yes.
going to.
Then that's Detta.
Yep, Nasdetta.
I just thought about that 2 seconds ago.
That's very nice.
That was a 7.5 out of 10.
That's conservative, but I'll take it.
Fine, I'll give it an 8.5.
Sweet. All right, we're looking at Smart Omega to close up the draft. We're looking at Matt's hero. Oh no, now they've really stretched out what's left. Is he onto something? Do they know?
What's he gonna use?
wow.
Hey, hey!
I'm trying to think, man. Since Matt came through, has he played many assassin junglers? I feel like he's more of the
No.
utility side, right?
Nuh-uh. He hasn't.
Yeah.
He hasn't played a single assassin.
Is this his first time playing assassin?
I guess this is his first time. And also, his Lancelot hasn't won a game in MDL.
In MDL, yeah,
in
right?
MDL.
Oh no!
So this is gonna be a challenge for Matt. Although I'm sure that he knows how to use it because he's in this level,
Yeah.
right? Of course,
He
he's one of the best junglers of Omega as we speak, and there's a reason why he's been transferred from MDL to MPL at this point. But going up against a Fredrin, one of the best junglers in the game, he really needs to make sure that there's gonna be so much mobility, especially with a lineup as tanky as an Edith and the Fredrin. Even the Beatrix, the bullets coming in from the Beatrix's Nibiru could follow you anywhere.
Okay, looking at how both lineups have a good amount of mobility, how it could get really scrappy. It's gonna come down to the reset factor for RSG, and if Matt's Lancelot has improved since his run in MDL, if he learned a thing or two, about a thing or two. Oh no!
Wow. Matt's already being pressured, though. His side of the jungle. He does get the purple, but yeah, you know, as you were saying, like, this is, I guess, going to be a true test to see where Matt has landed on this Lancelot now that he's in the MPL.
It's going to be a challenge at this point because the pressure, as you guys have mentioned, is already there. He popped off his Retribution, so it seems like it's going to be a free. I assumed it was supposed to be like a free Lethal Wanderer, but again, the choice for Irad is to go for an extra jungle creep down bot. Meanwhile, it's more Wilderness Blessings, 3 Wilderness Blessings, because you include the Claude into the party together with that Quantum Charge addition, and it even went to Matt. The Lethal Wanderer even went to Matt at this point, so there's a bunch of other things that, you know, RSG needs to worry about, but Claude is going to be, you know, perking up here with the Purify as well to last a little bit longer in terms of team fights to handle the immense amount of crowd control that RSG has in store for him.
Gentlemen, can I just say, it's been a while since I've seen a momentum-based jungler the way Matt has been performing today.
Okay.
It's amazing.
Yeah, Matt's been doing a great job, but now Irad could be in a little bit of trouble here.
No.
There's 4 members. Nav's trying to help him out the best he can, but does not have the level 4 yet, so Irad will go down at first blood, going in the hands of Matt. I guess he's off to a great start.
That's how you answer. That's how you answer to the question. If he knows how to use this, he's looking for his very first win this season using this Lancelot, and you have to give it to him as well. They're really leading in terms of rotations, where in fact there's so many other things that, you know, RSG can do in terms of crowd control, but it seems like it's Omega that's cutting them out of position.
Ducati Benedetta. Ducati Benedetta.
Yep. Navs.
Want to see the finish line.
Putting the pressure there. Does have that level 4 electric
There you
final
go.
blow going to go through. Irad there joining as well.
He gets
Okay,
it.
he gets it. Yeah, it looks like, you know, Navs now has... Wait, Navs or Irad?
Where'd it go?
Who took it?
Nat's got the purple objective
I was
with
gonna say,
the
Nats
Electro
took it,
final
right?
blow.
Okay.
That was a good take coming in from them. They were very much aware that, you know, Matt didn't have the retribution on him, so Matt tried to do his best to just stay in that purple pit to make sure that he was going to be able to get that, but it was almost taken out by Edamax as well, but safe take coming in from Irad to make sure that he has, or there's not going to be a purple objective secured by Smart Omega.
Oh, Light's going to go in, gets the toss up with the onward. The stun, not going to be able to land though. Mystic Gush comes through as well.
And even Wrath.
Yep, not able to get it. Good call though, the good attempt.
3 ults.
Yeah.
And all dodged by the Mamba.
Oh.
Flicker out.
Matt waiting patiently. He's going to find Emma.
Hello.
here with Chaknu as well. The rest of the team making their way. Etu Max in the vicinity. Matt, though, gonna put some pressure on Aqua, but will be fine. I gotta say, too, as a avid player of Gord, one of the worst junglers to go against is a Lancelot. A lot of mobility. Chaknu gonna be in trouble. Emmon, with the help of the team, gets a kill on the board now. RSG.
All right, that's enough dodging and weaving, Chaknu. We were gonna get you eventually.
And that's exactly going to help Eman at this point. That's going to be the first kill for RSG Philippines that even went to the side of Eman. And as all of those things are happening, Nats and, you know, Ryota are just right over here on this side, but Matt is in a little bit of a pickle.
Yeah, the green foot pressure again. Petrify going to be ready. Electro final blow going to be used. What? Looks like Matt able to secure it. Goes in with a band of execution. Stun not going to land though. Mystic Gush as well. Matt surviving here. This is so much pressure on the buff.
Well, slight problem though, because there's no retribution for Matt, which could be an opportunity for Irad to freely take the turtle, but it's Chaknu who's putting it out.
Yeah, 15 seconds until the retribution comes back online, and there's a lot of ults that RG's missing.
They're rushing it.
Oh, Kalra looking for his own angle here. So this should be a turtle in the hands of RSG as it is. Irad securing it. That's exactly why they're putting the pressure on Matt to force out that retry.
Clean. So far, RSG has maintained control. They found a way to bounce back from that early blunder.
Nat's going to jump in. Kalra use that Blazing Duet. Petrify, but can't get the kill. Chaknu there to help him out. Etu Max to land this shot. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, some pressure being put there, too, for Irat's jungle. Nothing converting just yet.
Although I have to say, this is a better start for the side of RSG Philippines. But as I say that, there's so much pressure putting it on Nats. But going back to my statement, RSG is having a better early game just because Irad is taking more in terms of objectives. He finally got the first turtle of the series while also helping Eman get a kill on his own. We're starting to see the effect of that one in terms of gold because both Eman and Nats are leading in terms of the gold earned. Meanwhile, it's Kelra and the rest of the members of Barangay are following up in terms of the damage output courtesy of those gold being bought because it's going to be a Blade of Despair secured here by Eman, and that's going to help him a ton in getting a bunch of damage out there for the side of Smart Omega.
Oh, wow. Eman is eating good. He's on his way to his next item, and he even bought a pair of boots.
Yep.
So 6 minutes in, last turtle spawning about 30 seconds. The Raiders are feeling game 3. The Raiders are feeling like they're in a better place ever in this whole best of 3. Now mid, in trouble.
Ryota going to jump in with a penalty zone. They're going to go ahead and respond. He will be taken care of very quickly. The covering fire, the Mystic Gush. Kalra working on that bottom turret.
Ooh.
Gets the tier 1, so it's going to be a trade there, a body for an objective.
Not just maybe a second objective? Oh, close call. They tried to synchronize and orchestrate Le Sandwich play across the map. They tried to take down top and bottom at the same time.
Not sure if Irad's going to make his way there. He just took the orange, so he's going to be happy with that. Emon could be in trouble here. Kalra, a couple shots. Emon trying to do something. Won't be enough. Falls there. Lied a little bit late.
Oh, that was a very good exchange. They're going back to keys to victory. They're willing to take some trades.
Going to be fighting for the turtle. Matt does it again. Gets the turtle there with the retribution. Can't survive this. Can't survive the Gush. Comes out Aqua. Gets the kill for this Gord. And there's a whole lot of action happening all across the map here. Now the next focus, this tier 1 for RSG to take down from Smart Omega.
Yo, that 4v1 on Matt, I felt a little bit of emotion there. There was a personal vendetta.
Yeah.
Now, you've been taking way too many objectives, Matt.
It's my turn to shine. And it's always been Matt. So far, taking 2 turtles for the side of Smart Omega. Meanwhile, Irad has been maintaining the lead for the side of RSG just by getting a bunch more in terms of the purple and orange objectives in the same way. Matt didn't have a purple objective in like the first 4 to 5 minutes, but because Kelra and Matt as well are getting more turrets, especially down bottom and top, they're getting a bunch more in store and keeping the lead tight.
Hey, bit of good news here, especially for you, Nice, since he is rocking the gourd.
Yep.
He has surpassed Kairi in all-time kills. But wait!
Wow. What a setup there from Light. And that's exactly what we were talking about. Playing these heroes where you can find moments like that. Irad, 1 versus 4 in the mid lane. Aqua holding on the best he can. Appraiser's Wrath going to come down. Still, though, Smart Omega holding on to this tier 1 turret with just a sliver of health. You can see RSG, this is the raiding style. They're across the map making plays everywhere.
Omega's left gassed. They blew up. They're like, oh, what are we doing? Everywhere. I'm still not over how Matt died down bottom. What was that? Not even a flicker used by Light?
Yeah, you're right about that. The raid is everywhere. Like, literally, it's Eman pushing down bot, it's even Nats making sure there's something happening up top, and it's Irad tanking the rest of the damage. This is vintage, classic RSG that we are witnessing right now. Irad is very confident enough with his hero that he is able to leave the rest of the damage output to Nats and company.
Oh, okay, Nats. Thought he was actually going to commit to that, but doesn't, even though using the Electro Final Blow. Lord now going to be up, though. Both junglers getting in position, the teams to follow.
Ooh, big pull by RSG. Irad putting Lord closer to their side. Matt's playing with fire here. Oh no!
Matt's going to be tossed up the onward. He's going to try to survive here. Couple shots away! Light's going to jump in. Primal Wrath cleans up the kill. Going to be able to secure the Lord for RSG here. And the decisive play. Kalra will just keep pushing the bottom lane. Irad gets the Lord. Now RSG in the driver's seat for now.
Call it an FPW, the Flicker Primal Wrath.
Yeah.
FPW.
I usually know FPS, but not in this case.
Yep.
It was an FPW, and it looks like it's going to be another one.
Wow.
Another W for the side of RSG. They're just not even taking trades at this point. There's no trades for Omega.
I think it's safe to say RSG is angry right now.
Yeah.
This is how they play when you put them up against the wall.
Yep. Right now, the power level is high for RSG. Now they're waiting for this Lord. Again, only the first one in the game. Omega does have a pretty good clear. They should be able to handle this well, but Kalra now alive once again. You can see the damage. They got to respect it, right? They're going to have to defend against this one. Lord now make its way top side. Aqua holding on to that Mystic Gush with the right moment. Ryota going to jump in with the penalty zone. Aqua holds on there. The Gush comes through. Gets a kill. Getting him further to the backside. Naps goes in with Electro Final Blow, pushing him off the turret. They want the turret. They get it. And now they look for the mid lane to follow. But Smart Omega holds on to these two turrets for now.
All right, they're buying time, and they're using their bodies. They're using death timers to defend and keep what major objectives they have left.
Yo, Light is saving his onward. Not even for Kelra, but for Ryota, who's actually initiating the team fight because they know that it's going to be an immediate -1 for Smart Omega if RSG can deal damage to the penalty zone dealer. And this is something that RSG has been exploiting time and time again in this matchup. 11 minutes in, whenever there's going to be an initiation, preferably a penalty zone coming in from Ryota, then that is going to be the time for them to strike because there's going to be no passive. When Ryota's out, there's also going to be no extra damage output. Plus, he's their only source of initiation. So when Chakno's going to be going inside using the Minoan's Fury, it's not going to be ineffective as much. Even though none of them are rocking in the Purifies right now. It's because of the fact that the main initiator is finally gone and Chakno is going to have a little bit more doubt in initiator or whether or not he goes for it or not.
And how perfect is that? Joseph, can you confirm with me? Ryota, rocking the Terizla, Body Smith has damage reduction. Gord's true damage just peels right through that.
Just peels through it. I mean, for the most part too, Aqua, he's only got the Ice Queen wand. He's got a second item as well. He's got the glowing wand. He's on to his next, which could be the Holy Crystal, right? That's what it's looking like.
He doesn't need penetration.
He doesn't need it. It's the true damage, and that's what makes it so scary. Not only that, but like Hans said, Light's playing very well in this Edith, and that's what we saw was one of the missing components, at least in my eyes, from the previous game, because this allows him to be a little more aggressive, be a little more durable. Yes, the Rafaela from the previous game has its own pros, but right now this is the Light we're used to seeing, and that's why we see them in this Raiders form. It's garnered them nearly an 8,000 gold lead, and this Lord now is for the taking.
That's right, Omega can't even think of contesting unless there's an Astral Echoes. Lord here at less than half health, big knock-up. Omega's biding their time.
Oh, the Navs putting in the pressure towards that base. We know that mid and top turret are going to be down here. Chaknu flickering up to safety.
Oh no.
He's got to be careful how he approaches it. Lord is going to reset though. Kalra still planting himself in the mid lane. They want to be able to manage these waves. They know they were pushing in.
Oh,
RSG still looking for their own moment. Light going to jump in. There's the Mystic Gush. The flicker to safety by Ryota. So the Gush is down. This might be a moment for Smart Omega to fight back, knowing that a crucial ultimate is gone. They still want to be careful. Matt, though, taking a shot after getting stunned. Lord work done here.
One more big echo. OMG knows exactly where they are.
Light goes in with the onward. Matt's in trouble. Can't get away with the Phantom execution. Now Kelra and Naps going one-on-one. Wind of Nature going to be popped along with the Blazing Dew, and Naps going for the kill. Gets it. He can't get away. Naps with a great play there against Kelra. And now RSG looking to cap this one in. Take us to game 3, Chaknu. Trying to jump away. The flicker with the Gush combination. The Raiders will do it. They'll take us to a game number 3. No minions just yet. Couple hits away. There's actually a lot of time here. Another wave going to be pushing in. Etu Max trying to hold on, but it could be too late, and that's just a little bit longer. We're going to game 3.
This winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. It's as if game 1 didn't even happen. The Raiders call checkmate on the barangay in game 2.
Love to see Gord win.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I just gotta throw that out there.
Yeah, I know.
Like a little boy. Like a little boy. Gord won.
Gord won, man. I was about to say something else, but you know that's not allowed.
Sorry.
I like the brutal honesty. Like, oh, I tried to. Never mind.
You know
Gord
what?
won.
I'm not biased to a team, but I'm biased to a hero.
You're allowed to have that opinion, yes.
Fair enough.
And
Fair
it was
enough.
such a well-picked hero in a situation where the Raiders really just needed it. Again, the true damage, the perfect kit, and just how everyone knew the assignment, just scramble them. Raid everywhere.
Yeah.
It's
that was Panda's call.
that was Panda. You asked that earlier. You're like, you know, what is even Coach Panda gonna change up there?
Yeah, and first thing he changed, pick a Fredrin for Irad.
Yep.
That was the best case scenario because everything else will follow.
Yeah.
In the current meta that we have right now, most of the showstoppers or most of the highlight playmakers are usually the ones that dictate the pace of the team.
Yep.
And that is exactly what they did. Once Irad was comfortable enough in tanking and soaking the damage coming in from Omega.
Not just. They made Matt play the Lancelot. They cornered him into the Lancelot.
And that's what I'm
there
saying.
were so many situations where I could have sworn Matt was getting overloaded. He was really doing his best. So now let's go into the details with Hans. He's going to break down game number 2.
Raid pressure to counter-attack as RSG Philippines equalizes in the series 1-1 against Smart Omega in this best of 3 series. So RSG says not just yet for Smart Omega to qualify for the playoffs, and the MVP of that game is going to be none other than Nats using this Benedetta. It was a monstrous display of what was monstrous display in a good way. It was a good start with a Hunter Strike and a Blade Armor to actually counter Kelra with his use of the Claude and the Blazing Duet, built up together with the Dominance Ice and an Immortality. So it even reached a point wherein he had a 1v1 against Kelra, Benedetta versus the Claude, and because of those extra defensive items, specifically onto the physical damage department or physical defense department, Nats was able to sustain it a little bit more and even dash faster because of how much Claude has been displaying in this matchup. But again, taking a look at the highlights, as Leos mentioned a while ago, it was raid everywhere. It was the initiation that Ryota tried to go for with the penalty zone, but it was also a pattern that RSG noticed whenever Omega started to go for those heavy relying on team fights. And it even reached the point wherein Matt was securing a bunch of objectives. There was hope that Matt could possibly get his first Lancelot win in this game, but because of so much pressure coming in from RSG Philippines, there were so many stuns, there were so many bullets, and as I was saying a while ago, right, the bullets would just follow you. Not even the bullets alone. The Edith Primal Wrath basic attack could follow you as well, and Nats was comfortable enough to just unleash those 1v1 battles against Kelra, which is why Kelra was also not really noticed as much because the pressure coming in from RSG has literally been everywhere. It was, you know, felt by Matt, who at this point was taken again by the Onward. And you also have to give it to Light being the impact player in this matchup, because Light was conserving his very own Onward not only for Ryota, but also for Matt whenever he finds him. He's brave enough to go inside the bush and locate whoever is there. And he's confident with the reason that they're leading in the 9K gold lead. They've taken so many turrets compared to only one coming in from Smart Omega. And they've taken so many purple buffs from a Lancelot, which is why even though Matt has done a significant amount of, work to get 2 turtles for the side of the barangay, it was ineffective because in the later portions of the matchup, he was unable to move. There was not enough punctures and there was not enough mobility coming in from him that enabled the Lancelot to continue further with initiation. And not only that, he was also followed by Eman, who is currently rocking the killing spree and the weapons master as well, and also the MVP of this game, Nats, using the Hunter Strike and building a defensive item. So he was literally a counter for Kelra. We would think that the matchup between the gold lane would be Claude versus the Beatrix, but that wasn't the case in this game. Because of how fast Nats was moving all around the map, it even reached the moment where it's Nats versus Kelra. It was the Benedetta versus the Claude. And because of how defensive, because of the itemization that Nats was pulling off here, it started to become a problem for Kelra. Even when Nats only had 36% teamfight participation, most of those kills were 1v1s. And that was the best case scenario if you're the Benedetta at this point, because you want to isolate. You want to separate Kelra from the rest of the team because that is where the Blazing Duet will come into full effect. So Matt, Etomax, Ryota, and Shaknu were left with just Matt and Etomax being the main damage dealers. And Kelra doesn't really do much about it because he's been pressured by, again, the MVP of this matchup, which is none other than Nats. But major adjustments have been done by the side of RSG Philippines. First, to take control in terms of the jungle. Second, make sure that everybody else is going to be on point, whether they want to initiate or not. And third, go to game 3.
It turns into an arms race. That's exactly what I'm seeing here. Given in game 1, the barangay strikes in one solid direction, right? They attack the jungle. Game 2, all right, RSG said, let's bring out the big guns, choke out Matt, bring out that's it. Never mind.
What was it again?
Benetzdeta?
Benetzdeta.
Benetzdeta?
I thought it was Nasdeta.
Benetzdeta, that's what I said.
Oh, okay, Nasdeta.
Got a solid 8 out of 10, 8.5 out of 10.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then just raid everywhere. So now, if Smart Omega wants to deny the reverse sweep, they have to trump all that. They have to bring out more.
Their big guns.
How big does the playbook go for Coach Stronger?
It's kind of funny the way it works. Like you were talking about game 1 to game 2, both teams were just focusing on the junglers, right? Enemy junglers.
Yeah.
That was like the plan anyway. They did it, and now, so again, we're gonna see probably a change of sides. I'm assuming if that happens, but I still kind of expect some similarity in terms of like the bans going out, because we see a lot of these junglers being focused on. Not to mention, like you said, with Matt's MDL performance on the Lancelot, still not looking good for him,
So 0 MDL,
Still
0 MPL.
Oh, man.
Oh, no.
That's not looking good. But hopefully he could come back in this game, maybe with a different hero, I suppose, or maybe a better set of heroes to at least assist Matt in that situation. Because the Claude was picked up a little too early, if I should say.
Yeah.
Because there was so much pressure, especially with the Benedetta being last picked by the side of RSG Philippines, and it really went onto the hands of Nats at that point.
Yeah, so maybe put the Benedetta, so rather, maybe, you said Benedetta, maybe put the Martis or the Akai where the Claude was earlier.
Yeah.
Like, put it in that vicinity, even if we do see a switch up. Keep Matt's hero in the first phase, and then we can go from there.
Yeah. If RSG picks up the jungle first phase, we go first phase too.
Because again, leading into this series, that's kind of what we talked about too. Like both junglers, right? The difference factor here for Smart Omega coming into the series was the fact that it's not Andoru, it's now Matt in the jungle. We saw what he's capable of doing in game 1. I mean, it was great. We talked about it quite a bit, but then even we flipped it over. Like Irad, game 2 had a much better game. It was a much more confident kind of experience for him on the Fredrin because he was able to do what he wanted to do. And now that's kind of where we're at. When you're looking at game 3, it kind of comes down to that. secure the junglers what they need. That's like step one. Step two, I still think for RSG, if they want to cap this out, they do need to once again give a hero like that Edith to Light. You know, play around that. We saw how many times did Light, and even the fact that he flickered in with the Primal Wrath, I forgot what the
FBW.
FPW.
I'm bumping it down to a 7.5 just because he's forgetting the punchline.
I
Sorry,
don't want to
Leo.
mess up the acronym.
Low recall. Low recall. Like,
Yeah.
I can work on it.
Yeah.
Thank
alright.
you.
Take
Please
notes.
help me. But again, Light doing stuff like that, you don't see that typically on these support heroes, right?
It's
a
killer
different-
instinct.
Yeah.
It just shows how comfortable he is.
Yeah.
And the same can be said for Chaknu though, right? But now he's had a couple times in the Minotaur. Maybe there's a change up there as well.
Are they relying too hard on the Minotaur?
You can say that, because they've picked, for the previous draft that Smart Omega had, they've picked two heroes that we don't usually see in the first phase. They've picked two heroes, both Minotaur and the Claude. We don't usually see them in the first phase, and Smart Omega has picked them up as early as possible. They want to rely on the same thing over and over again, but the problem is RSG, together with Coach Panda and of course Coach Theo, they know how to adjust in this situation. The only adjustment that they did was to give Irad a better jungler, in which they did, picking Fredder in first phase, and they've also given Light a better hero, which they've actually managed to confuse Smart Omega because they picked up Edith on the second pick of their first phase, and then surprised them with the Benedetta and the last one.
All of which happened in the first phase. I mean, save for
Right?
the Benedetta. The whole crux of RSG's Game 2 was in the first phase.
Yeah.
Because that Benedetta, sure, was the finishing move. The Benedetta was the garnish. The Benedetta was the
Icing on the cake.
icing on the cake, yes. Imagine eating just bare cake. You
Icing.
savage.
Yeah.
But yes, talking about it, first pick Fred, yes. Edith on Light, yes. And
Gord.
then the Gord just set everything up. Like, we know you're going to pick the Riz.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I forgot about the Gord.
Yeah, I know. It's all right.
Come on.
It's
man.
it's okay, man. No, I know you're talking about the
Yeah.
importance of the first phase.
Yeah.
RSG, you know, Gord, there, and you were kind of highlighting like the flexibility of it, the curveballness of it as well, right? Because
Yeah.
the way that unfolded, Gord's just there. That's for Aqua.
I don't even have analysis for it. He's just there to win.
Yeah, he's there to win.
And he did. Still
did.
has a positive win rate.
Yeah.
In MPL, that's
You'll take that. You'll take that.
I will take it.
Okay.
it's better than most. I mean, Gord sees more play than Bane.
I've redeemed myself.
Yes.
So just put that in the context. That's something I have to live with every day. I wake up every day hoping.
Is Bane really your favorite hero?
Yes.
Why?
Ask him.
Why is Bane his favorite hero?
No, I mean, ask him that it is
Oh.
my favorite hero. But yes, why is it my favorite hero?
Yeah.
Such a great kit.
Did you like him even before when he was like
Weird.
different?
Yeah. Before he had that like the ultimate where it's like a missile be, you know,
Yeah.
something like
no,
that.
No. I liked him after the major revamp.
The
So when he-
shark bait ua
Deadly
thing.
catch,
Yeah,
yes.
the deadly catch thing. Okay.
Sharkbait, whoa.
Yeah.
So when he
I
went
like
through
that
his
one.
own evolution, basically.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm like, yo, I'll play him in the gold, I'll play him in the XP, I'll play him in mid. Drian used to do that. I'll play him in the when he started seeing jungle play.
Yeah.
Yeah, anyways,
captivated
this
his
is
heart.
getting derailed. We
I was
need to
just
get back
curious.
into the match.
Yeah. I mean, I was just curious because who knows? Like now at this point when we're talking about the Gord, and I'm like, you know, one day, seasons ago, I was like, it'd be awesome if Gord's in the competitive scene.
Yeah.
I hope that happens for everybody that loves a certain hero and that hasn't come out in competitive play yet.
That's right.
I hope you get to
For-
experience my elation
For
the
all
season.
for all of the Argus players, for all of the
May your-
Cyclops
May
players,
your Darth Vader and Yoda skins
Right?
be dusted off and played in
Right?
in pro play. Yes.
If Irithel Ducati can make it to the pro scene, so can your Argus,
so can your Cyclops.
right?
Or maybe go to Singapore. They play a lot of Cyclops.
I was going to say,
there.
And
wasn't it jungle?
yeah, right.
I think it was jungle.
gold,
mid. Yeah.
mid.
Remember, Badang didn't give up.
That's true.
We saw him in an international tournament.
That's very true.
Shout out
The Diablo.
Diablo. Yeah.
Again, go to Singapore, man. Make your dreams come true in Singapore. MPL Singapore playoffs happening soon, all right? Go check them out when you can. But tonight, it's all about us here in MPL Philippines. Right now, it's all about RSG Philippines and Smart Omega. If RSG is capable of such a reset, how about Smart Omega, right? Besides just even Coach Stronger's playbook, bringing out the big guns. Again, they need to win the series.
They have to.
That's not an understatement. How about mentally? How about on a morale level? How about on a personal level? What does the barangay have?
They, again, that's a good way to paint the picture here because it's true. They have to win the series. They need one game, and then they secure the playoff spot, right? They need to unleash Kelra somehow, some way. I feel like they have not been able to do that just yet.
I agree. I think in this best of 3 so far, 2 games in, he's just been the Filipino Sava.
Yes.
We haven't seen the as much.
Yeah.
The 1-1-1, I mean, he's taken off.
You can say the Filipino Sav.
Sure. Halfway.
The 1-1 was the Sav.
Yeah.
The Sav.
Because it goes with age.
That's right. We haven't seen it in full swing. Game 1, just barely. I mean, he took to the skies maybe a solid 2 or 3 times.
Yeah, he flew.
Game 2,
Now
that was a difficult Claude game.
Yeah, it is.
Navs was on Kelra duty.
That's right. So now here, game number 3, it all comes down to this. The upper bracket slot, RSGPH. The playoffs. Smart Omega. Who's going to get it? Who's going to make it? It all starts here in the draft. Game number 3. It's about to go down. Who's going to be playing on the play? It's Smart Omega, much like they did in game number 1.
Yep.
RSG answering back. There goes the Joy, the Kaja, Coach Panda taking out the Matilda.
I'm curious to see if Nats is gonna play as Warden Astrologo once again.
Warden Astrologo.
Right? Because again, he's put Kelra basically on jail time, and he hasn't really played much. So they need a better hero for Kelra first off. They need to give Matt a very good objective, taking a jungler, maybe a Fredrin, a Baksha, or even a Nakai if it's still gonna be left open, because there's still 3 spots left, and it would be a surprise if none of those heroes are going to be open after this first phase. There you go. 2 spots open.
I'm wondering too, you know, like you guys were talking about, especially that first phase for Smart Omega the previous game when they locked in the Claude early on.
Yeah.
I just feel like that's, honestly, it's been the trend for Claude.
Yeah.
Currently in the state of the meta.
If you want to get Claude through.
Yeah, you have to like force pick him up, but not only that, but then it's a whole nother thing to actually have a successful Claude game.
Yeah.
I feel like you need really things to fall in place for a Claude to shine right now.
I think it's because of the fact that the Blazing Duet has been nerfed. It's been more difficult for...
Cut in half.
Right? It's been more difficult for Claude to cut the minions out, to defeat even the minions out, just because, or just by the Blazing Duet alone.
Not even thinking about heroes.
Right? You don't even think about the heroes at this point. Not even heroes with physical defense.
Yeah, the Bay has been cut in half.
Right?
The basic attack effects.
Oh, but now look at this, right? Fredrin and Akai are open. It's going to be up to Matt now on what he's going to choose.
There it is.
And he's going to pick up the guy that defeated him in game number 2. It's going to be the Fredrin.
See the smile on his face.
Yeah,
Like, yep.
he likes
All right. All right,
go stronger. You gave me something. You give me a little something.
All right.
This is for the barangay right here. Okay.
Is that how Matt
ours
talks?
gonna do? What?
Is that how Matt talks?
Matthew McConaughey?
Damn, I only know Matt Damon, bro.
What?
You don't know Matthew McConaughey?
You only know Matt Damon?
I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry.
Darn it.
I'm sorry.
My best Matt Damon impression.
I don't have one.
All right. Going into
You're not through
once more.
Matthew McConaughey. Never mind.
There's
right.
the next picks.
It's RSG's turn, Light's turn on the Minotaur, and of course the ever-elusive Valentina, who has been, snubbed all throughout. I mean, at least game 2 for sure.
Yeah. He's
Wow.
been
And game 1.
That's very unusual. You're right. It's something that the Valentina hasn't been picked up as much, but this gives an opportunity for the side of Smart Omega to pick their very own XP laner. Again, Nats has been using the Terizla for quite some time. Ryota also used it as well in game number 2. Maybe they could pick it up because they have the Fredrin this time around, which is a better combination whenever you go against a Valentina and a Minotaur. But instead, of course, it's going to be a Paquito. They will try to, you know, one-up them in terms of rotations. And we know whenever Ryota uses this Paquito, he's not going to join the team fight. He's always going to be in the side lanes, pushing the hell out of the minions and making sure that they're going to be one up in terms of the laning matchup.
Gentlemen, that's 3 comfort and power picks.
Now this is first phase.
For Smart Omega, that's a first phase.
That's a first phase.
Put that on a shirt. That's a first phase.
That's a first phase. Yeah.
That's merch ideas.
Merch ideas.
I like it. I would buy that.
Yo, marketing, Mr. Leo. Okay.
This one's on the house, by the way.
Yeah.
Just this one.
This is a classic response, though. When the Paquito's locked in,
A Riz.
the Riz comes through. The Terizla is locked in.
Fist versus hammers.
Yep.
Yeah, Fist versus Hammer, and I always, it's watching them duke it out literally in like a lane because nothing's happening.
Yeah.
Like, it looks really cool, but no one's dying.
But what's going to happen here is the rotations, right? I think the Paquito leads in terms of speed. Meanwhile, the Terizla is going to take the turret first just because of the laning alone. So that's what's going to matter in this matchup, especially now that we see that the late game prowess coming in from RSG is immense just by having the Valentina alone. Meanwhile, there's not really lead in terms of vision. Oh, actually, there's already the division just because you have the Novaria on the side of Smart Omega. But again, you have to take note of the extra late game prowess coming in from RSG. They want to take things slow. Meanwhile, the rotation of Smart Omega inhibits that just because they have the Fredrin, they have the scaling Novaria as well that could fight in the later portions of the matchup, and they have the Paquito to dish out damage, not in terms of heroes, but in terms of the objectives alone.
Now going into the second
dang
phase.
it. I wanted to see the Diggy, bro.
Nope. RSG's onto them, and they're making sure they're covering all their bases. Again,
Man.
no hero for Kelra. Get rid of the Ixia. They could potentially pick up the Diggy. Get it out of here. Now Smart Omega back to old habits, man. Let's choke down on the mechanic. Take away the Martis, and I'm expecting this to be the Akai.
Sound like, okay.
It's an Earth, though.
Then allow the Akai.
Yeah, they're willing to go for the Akai. The question is,
And the Lancelot.
is Irad gonna pick that up though? That's the choice, because again, if we're gonna take a look at the bans, it's a total of 3 heroes that could potentially go into the jungle, going to match up against the Fredrin here. So maybe the Akai is a choice here, or maybe the Lancelot even. He probably wants to show Matt how it's done.
I was going to say, I would lean more towards the Lancelot.
Yep.
Like for Irad.
Yeah.
Not just that, because you already got the Terizla, you've got the Minotaur. Akai would help. Like, you know, you got a little more beef to the lineup.
Yep.
But you don't need it. Like, I feel like you don't actually need that right now. So they're going to hold on to it. The carry is locked in, though.
Yep, they're going to leave it to the last pick. Hey, I'd like to say happy birthday.
Happy birthday,
our
Carl.
Show director, Carl D.
Carl.
Also known as Carl. Happy birthday, man. All right, back to the show here. Last 2 picks, they still need a hero for Kelra and Chakno.
Oh, so Chakno, I wouldn't be surprised if it picks up a Grok here.
Hey, that's a Kelra, that's a Chakno
Yeah,
favorite.
that's Chakno's
It's
special.
12.
That's what they used to win against APBR yesterday,
That's what they used against Blacklist International.
right? It's been in so many other situations. So Chakno still has a bunch of things left here in store, but again, they have to be wary of the Valentina's IMU because that's going to be a major thing. There you go.
Good call.
Grok is a choice here, coming in from the side of Smart Omega. Meanwhile, Claude again. Okay, in this specific scenario, I think the Claude is okay. Just because RSG's rotation is not going to be that fast. That's the only thing that I am seeing as an upside for Omega's Claude.
And there's already enough going on around the map,
Thank you, that's number 2.
so it's not so easy to say, you know what, just guard Kelra, make sure he doesn't get the farm,
Yeah.
because they'd be letting up other priorities.
There we go.
There it is.
There we go.
Good calls.
Irad's gonna show Matt how it's done.
I feel like, yeah, that's what he's trying to do.
It's the iconic midnight call.
I mean,
It's Irad.
if your Lancelot rivals the Irad, rather, you're throwing me off, man.
Midnight,
No.
I know you're here.
If your Lancelot rivals the Lancelot in
Yeah.
Carl Tizzy,
Yeah.
then
You're the Lancelot.
you're up there.
so-
You're up there.
Yeah.
This is kind of
Irad!
whether it's Irad or Uad, like
That's
you know,
cathartic. That's
more-
cathartic.
Yeah.
I'm feeling it.
Yeah, but here's the thing that I
I'm gonna
worry
start
about
saying it
Irad.
now more often.
You should.
Continue.
I feel I'm kind of worried for Irad though because with the lineup that Smart Omega has, like I 100% believe they will be putting the pressure to the highest point on that purple buff, and so that's where we got to see some fancy footwork from Irad and the rest of the team.
Oh, and they can. They can
Yeah.
lock the Grok,
That's
the
what I'm
Fred,
saying.
the Nova.
They have the vision. They have like so many CC abilities. They
That's
can go
true.
with it.
That's true. Because they have the Fredrin on their side. I was about to say that most of... They don't necessarily have like a hard crowd control skill aside from the ultimates. So that's something that maybe Irad can work on in this matchup. But in terms of vision, they can anticipate before it happens. It's going to go into the side of Smart Omega. So RSG needs to be careful of that as well.
That's true. Into the game we go. The last one for this best of three. Only one walks away with what they need to go into the playoffs. An upper bracket slot or just getting into the damn playoffs. Here we go. A minute in and already they're fighting for the Little Wanderer. Where'd it go?
Etomax. He was
Wow.
able to snipe that away.
That was a 3v2.
Yeah.
That's Novario for you. Finally got it in. It's also a bunch of tenacities being built up by both the Minotaur and the carry here. Meanwhile, both or three. Once again, it's been a trend for the side of Smart Omega to pick up 3 Wilderness Blessings to have a faster rotation around the map. So expect that most of the fights are going to be coming from the River's side, but RSG are going to be wary of that as well. They have Eman using this carry, so they're going to be careful with their approaches.
Both junglers making a visit to that XP lane, getting spotted out. Nothing just yet. I mean, it's relatively pretty chill before this first turtle comes up. If one of these teams, though, can find a win, they'll get an advantage here early on.
Oh, look at this. Eman has now surpassed Yuji in all-time kills with 611, now ranked 18. For those of you who don't know, Yuji, also known as Mr. Consistent, has been a multi-time season MVP and, of course, one of the OGs when it comes to the early days of the MPL.
Mage Dad for a reason.
Yep.
Finally got that in. And in terms of seeing what the rotations are all about for the side of RSG, they're kind of leading at least 100, but it seems like Matt is leading now.
Okay, gonna go ahead and start up this turtle. There's an echo being landed. Irad and Nav's gonna be in trouble for now. Execution goes through. Ryota gonna fall. Turtle resets.
Oh.
So they forced the reset out of it. Ryota out of the picture. Now Matt setting his eyes on Navs. Looking for the angle. Still, Jack New here with him alongside Etu Max. Ryota making his way back to this turtle dance. Both teams still holding on.
Oh, the big ticket ults have already been spent. Not much green on both ends, but here he also made it back.
This might just go over. Matt looking for it. Irad gonna go in
Oh!
position and gets it there, securing the turtle here for RSG.
The mechanic gets the fix. Early win here for the Raiders. 1-0 and a big turtle.
Yep, that's a kill for the raid and also one major objective on their side. Meanwhile, on the side of Smart Omega, that's a lose-lose if you ask me. It's an unconverted kill plus the turtle reset. That reset was not really leaning on their side just because Matt tried to go and, help the rest of his teammates to go for the extra kill because he noticed that Aqua was running a little bit low in terms of health. But with that, he compromised. His position was compromised in terms of taking the turtle, who was already at least 25% in terms of the damage output. So now, RSG is leading at least 400, and the shields coming in from the turtle buff will really help them in securing more in terms of team fights. And we're starting to see that right now, especially with the force field surrounding it.
Okay, so in the first turtle, the first 4 minutes, it's clear. RSG owning the turtle, owning the XP lane. What about Gold? Whenever we're quiet about Keller, whenever we don't see much action there, he tends to surprise us in the early, in the mid to the late.
Yeah, he's actually built first in terms of Demon Hunter
There you
Sword.
go.
That's the answer. You know, you bank on Keller at this point, and everything is gonna be okay. Meanwhile, he's really gonna go move forward against MNNE, who is not really falling behind as much, maybe at least 100 or so, who's also built up a corrosion site as we speak. So Claude or Kellra is gonna prioritize more in terms of the attack speed. Meanwhile, MN is building up on the basic attack right away, so it's gonna be more effective for them.
Light gonna have to use that Minoan Fury, the rest of the team here to help him out now. Navs and Aqua holding on to his own wild charge. They don't want to commit because they know this turtle is going to be up in just a few seconds.
Yep, eyes on the bigger prize here. 5 minutes in, turtle already spawned. Ryota gonna go for the quick cut so he can rotate much faster and help Matt and help his whole team. Smart Omega score this turtle. Now Ryota gets a few hits.
Okay. Able to dodge quite a bit.
Wow.
Fancy footwork from Ryota. So those are some key resources that are out here now for RSG for this turtle.
Yeah, okay, Makonochi, I see you. There's so many bobbin and weaving if you would ask me. But again, the bobbin and weaving is still on the side of RSG because they're finally holding this turtle objective.
Nav's trying to hold that front line, keeping Matt at bay. Prazer's Wrath gonna come down. They've got that heal from Lai Chaknu. Looking for position. Matt will take it. Doesn't even need a team fight to break out. He's just going to go in smoothly, take the turtle.
Oh, now Etomas gets Irad on him, and the captain gets away. It's a 50 apiece.
Wow.
And Ryota, what?
Whoa.
What?
He's doing work.
Amazing work. He used his bare hands to take down that turret.
Dude, not only that,
Home
it
improvement.
wasn't even a drive-by. It was just a shopping claim for Matt this time around because he's not really riding on wheels as of the moment. But again, this is a major statement for the side of Smart Omega to adjust mid-game. We're talking about the adjustments before the draft even starts, but now they have a different approach. Try to, force RSG out of their ultimates as fast as possible and then unleash the damage later on.
And throughout that whole sequence, again, whenever you don't check on the Filipino Savage, he's up to something. Not only is he up on gold, he's also up on XP.
Oh, man.
He's farming. He's having a great time up there. That's why you can even see, Light trying to make some presence around that lane to not just let it get out of hand. That's now the golden staff being picked up as well. That's going to be the turret secured here for Smart Omega. That's 2 now.
Whoa!
Oh, Nats with a penalty zone, but nothing to follow up. So expended there. Smart Omega kind of making this disciplined approach so far.
Starting to be a little risky for the side of Smart Omega, or RSG rather, because they couldn't really match well with the Terizla speed because not a lot of them are holding the Wilderness Blessing as at the moment. And in terms of rotations, the side of Smart Omega are leading.
Into the Blazing Duet. Emon still going to be alive though.
Oh.
They wanted to make a play. Chaknu should be fine. They back off.
Oh my, that was a Chak Mamba surprise if you ask me. I was even surprised with that one, but they want to go for it once again.
Etu Max, he's not going to get away from this. Navs, full confidence there. Goes in, Aqua.
Yo, 2 Groks.
His own form of Grok. Now, Irad. Wow, every time the camera catches up to Ryota, he's doing something
Come
on
on,
this
man.
That last minute felt like a highlight reel. Not even like a real match. It's just, whoa, moments on moments.
It was like full-on 1 minute and 30 seconds, full-on bloodbath.
Like something I see on TikTok.
Yeah.
He's still there. He's in enemy territory right now. The 1-2 punch, Emon.
What?
Gonna take quite a bit of damage. Ryota now running from 4 members of RSG. Can he pull a miracle out? Get something out of this. He's in the air. There's nothing he can do, but the team will secure the turtle here.
All right, at the cost of his life, Smart Omega can walk away with a turtle and still pending this orange buff. Where'd it go?
To Irad.
Red's got it, but the wild charge.
Wait a minute. Did he? Oh, okay. So he punctured.
Yep.
I was even wondering how he escaped out of that wild charge, but he bought just in time because the arrow was about to point out on the wall. But
like
again,
like the friggin' Matrix, man.
Yeah. It was safe. He was safe. He literally went, oh, okay, I'm gonna head out.
Check it out. This is Ryota's top 3 picks. He's even with Paquito this time around with Esmeralda. She's not in the meta right now, and of course, Liu Yong.
Sorry, Esme.
Yeah, it's kind of, I don't know. I'm still glad we're not in that XP lane. Uranus Esme every single game that we were in.
I do miss her.
Yeah. We all miss
I'm happy
Esmeralda.
with the XP lane now.
Whoa!
Speaking of, top side, Ryota gonna be focused on. Mac coming to help him out now. Takes a couple shots. Etu Max making his way as well. Irad could be in trouble now. Matt with the CC alongside Ryota 1-2 punch. It's Navs
Oh no, Irad.
and Irad. Can they stay alive from this? Gonna be a chase down. Fair
Irad!
execution. Whoa! What a Thorn Rose. Able to avoid that. Could have been a possible kill there.
The mechanic walks away, and he stays actually clearing the wave, but look at down bottom. They have gotten so deep. Ryota almost dealt permanent damage. Might as well have taken down the inhibitor.
Again, that was an unconverted kill coming in from RSG. It was Omega. First off, Ryota with a major outplay against two of the members from the Raiders, and then Kelra pushing down bot. So
There
there's
you
no
go.
longer anything aside from the bottom lane inhibitor that the Omega team needs to worry about. And another thing, they've exploited the positioning coming in from the side of RSG, which is why the rest of the members of the raid wants to go for the assistance because Irad was in a little bit of a pickle. So now they're in a very good position to be able to take this Lord in.
Yep, here's the pull, here's the dance. All right, a little too far there. Just reset.
Right now, keep an eye on the positioning too. You can see it, right? This is really where these past 10 minutes, Kelra having a relatively safe game, just doing what he's doing, is where he starts to shine. Around these Lord fights now that we're at to this point, is going to be crucial for that Blazing Duet placement.
All right, Lord
Reset.
here at the maximum distance.
That's
It's
a
reset.
long turn.
Massive astral recall. But they're not going to capitalize. I think the call here is Ryota should take care of the long lane first, maybe take down the tier 2, and then they can dance.
Yep, the general of the Atay army is just there to do his job and go home and cook some breakfast next morning.
Those are the orders.
Yep, that's the order. And what's the order now? They're going to be safe and take the store for themselves as to the moment.
Well, they knew they took Emon to send him up there to deal with Ryota. Ryota's still going to wait patiently, right? He wants to get that turret. He's been demolishing turrets here. That's his job right now. That's the assignment. So you can see even Emon still waiting up there. Both junglers just doing the dance with the Lord for now.
Yep.
Astral Echo spots 2. Light Nats can't hide here. And it looks like RSG can only really hope. It's not a reset. Matt here going to allow the Lord to go in a little deeper. Kelra comes in.
Light going to be in trouble. Couple hits of Ryota going to jump in. One punch away. He's going to miss that one. Can't land the jab. Light able to survive. Etu Max doesn't find the connection either, though. Chaknu going to jump in. Misses the wild charge. There's a whole lot being thrown out here. Lord, Irad secures it for RSG. Now do they fight this out? Echo going to come down. The Astral Echo spotting him out. Irad takes the brutal damage. He falls though. Etu Max finds it. Aqua now going to be in trouble. Has his own form of the Grok, but will fall. Kelra firing off here at Emma on the front side. Emma's back. Smart Omega finds a couple kills. They got to deal with the Lord though.
2 for the Lord. A stolen purple still pending. Hans, I got to ask you, was that worth it?
Oh man, it's not looking good if you're RSG because it went onto Etomax of all heroes. This means faster Astral Recalls, faster Astral Echoes, plus the Lancelot won't move as much. But look at this, right? It was a beautiful take coming in from the rest of the members of Smart Omega. They were in prime positioning to be able to take this Lord because the Phantom Execution was already committed. Nats popped off the penalty zone towards Matt for him to not be able to unleash his retribution in time. But again, Aqua unleashing that wild charge even bited them in the butt just because of the fact that there was not enough damage to back it up. And Eman has only built a Corrosion Scythe, a Golden Staff, and even a Demon Hunter's Sword. He just recently built up a Wind of Nature for extra purposes, which was already built up by Kelra minutes ago. He already has a Legion Sword at this point.
So it's safe to say Omega was going for both. If not for the penalty zone, if not for the Thorn Rose, Omega would have gotten both the turn and the Lord.
But Nats was there.
But Nas was there, so they're closer to 50-50 now. But it's safe to say, folks, the Barangay is at the lead. Etomax and Kelra just dealing miles ahead of damage here, worth against RSG. And the map is blue, so it's safe to say, man, Eman hasn't had a great game. Eman is struggling.
Yeah, just because of the fact that, you know, range is the name of the game, or the issue for the carry whenever you're facing him off. And In addition to that one, you have to take note as well of Kelra, who started to build up so many items already at this moment of the game. Etomax, although he's just 1-1-1, we've only had 3 kills in this game for both of the teams. And it's crazy to think that no turret has been brought down from the side of Omega. And this is a rare occurrence for them because they usually start slow, but now they're dictating the pace of this game.
Which all started by the gloves of Ryota here, you know, early on. Like, he was putting the pressure, still doing it up to this point, and that's something that the RSG has to deal with. Like, they're playing to that tune of Smart Omega right now.
Okay, the last time we saw Smart Omega do this was against their super fast, their ultra fast game against Blacks International Game 2.
Yeah.
That's the last time we saw it, and they won that very decisively. Now, approaching the 15-minute mark, I think it's safe to say RSG still has a little bit of fight left in them.
Yep.
And this Lord here coming up in 10 seconds is 50-50. I think the mechanic can put up quite the fight.
Just because they have the carry on their side. And also, Irad is one of the most well-known in terms of this Lancelot.
Whoa, Ryota gonna jump into a bush he wasn't expecting. Emon gets the kill check. Mamba surprise comes through. Aqua gonna fall. Emon to follow. A double kill for Kelra. What a response from Smart Omega.
2 for 1, and you could have sworn Smart Omega knew that. They sent Ryota and said, man, if you die, you die, but we're going to get him anyways. They penetrate top.
They're going to even let go of the Lord as we speak, but Irad is not going to give it up. Inhibitor has been secured by the Barangay. They're pacing themselves of a playoff spot, a playoff place.
That's the long lane. Check Irad.
Irad gonna try to do something. Can't even get it off. Great turn there for Smart Omega. Able to secure themselves the Lord. They're looking to punch this one in and get that spot into the playoffs.
Dear Lord, this is the biggest lead Smart Omega's had all game long. 16 minutes in, they're looking at a 6K gold lead. Check that play one more time. Ryota comes in. I don't think...
Did he know, or was that part of the plan?
That's the thing, man. Smart Omega, they work in mysterious ways.
Dude, you know what the call was? Ryota, let's make a TikTok highlight. You sacrifice yourself for all of us, and then it's gonna be an instrumental where me, Chaknu, and Kelra are gonna go in, and then it's gonna be ham.
Okay, realistically speaking, I think this is the call, right?
Yeah.
Ryota, go check. Why?
Check.
Just check.
Just check.
That's what I'm wondering. Like, was that just for the hell of it? I'm gonna go check this bush.
Yeah, Kelra and I are here. Don't worry. Just check.
We got
Just
it.
check.
But
what if I die? I don't care.
Nope.
Just check.
They're going to have to keep alive here because Lord now up in this top side working on it. Nav's half health. They want to hold on to as many turrets as they can, but it's going to be a trouble. Immortality going to be bopped here. They have a response though. Irad trying to keep them at bay. Immortality for Chaknu going to be bopped as well. Quite low. The Raiders have to go back. Mid turret going to be taken down. Holding on to one left. They cleared the Lord out. RSG trying to stay in this game here.
Time and space are on the Barangay's side. Waves are crashing in. HP bars, resources are scarce for RSG. And now, the Barangay, this is their call. This is their decision. Do they stay? Do they force it? They back out.
And all of that, with all of their turrets in place. No more turrets for the side of RSG. They only have one turtle, one Lord on their side, and Smart Omega has the map. It's all odds against them. Like, literally, if you should say, because there's so many other things that they have to worry about. First on is the setups coming in from Light. Yes, Light hasn't died out as of the moment, but Eman already did once. So it's going to be a major issue for the side of RSG on how they will be able to contain Kelra, especially with a full build right now. You're taking a look on your right side, it's the damage dealt already. Both Kelra and Etomax has managed to, you know, poke the rest of the members of RSG, which is why Nats, even when he's starting to be the initiator coming in from the side of RSG Philippines, it hasn't really boiled up too much because it doesn't get the follow-up it needs. And it's making it difficult for the side of RSG.
And with that, the numbers don't lie, folks. I actually agree with this win rate probability. Smart Omega, they got a 30% chance for a comeback from RSG, so they got to do everything they can to make sure it goes to 100.
The biggest thing here for RSG is if some way, somehow, they find or spot out Kelra, right? Kelra, even Ryota. if they can find something, and I think that's why Aqua's holding on to that wild charge.
Yep.
Because it's a tool to make that happen, especially with the flicker here.
All right. Taking down Kelra may be less possible. Ryota, you know that Smart Omega is willing to sacrifice him, but make sure that it's for free. Make sure that it's easy, that it's not going to cost you 2 heroes, much like that trade, much like that play up top. Oh, here's a conceal from Chaknu. Where are they going? What are they looking for?
They're looking for anything. I mean, interestingly enough, too, Ryota parking up in the top side. That's the advantage they have here. Guys, still, RSG has no turrets down against Smart Omega. They are at a huge disadvantage in terms of space.
Oh, look at the dance. Lord very much favored here for the Barangay, and Chaknu pushing them out of that Y bush. Lord here at a third of its health. Big old echoes.
Oh, they're going to find them all here. Still, Emon has to stay in the base to defend. This could just be a Lord going to the hands of Smart Omega. RSG might have to defend, or they just rely on Irad to pull some miracle. Oh, he's going to be in trouble, though. Great Guardian's Barrier has to Phantom Execution out. Naz with a defensive penalty zone. He's left to himself. He could be in trouble here. The rest of the team trying to make his way. Emon gonna find Ryota there. No one falling just yet. Lord resets.
All right, despite the 7K gold lead here, RSG putting up quite a fight.
Yep.
Omega resuming the dance.
And Emon building up a Sea Halberd here. So the healing is going to be reduced a little bit more coming in from both the resident members of Smart Omega. But you have to take note of Ryota, who doesn't give a care in the world on what's happening in the Lord Pit. He just wants to continue to take the advantage, but they're looking for Emon. They're looking for Emon.
Conceal play. Aqua waiting patiently. Light quite low here. Very tricky positioning. Irad making his way to Lord will be reset.
What?
But still, pressure in the base. Ryota making his way there.
Yo.
He's going to force RSG to react to this. It's looking very hectic for this Lord dance.
This is the macro of all macros.
Oh my
There
goodness.
are 3 or 4 different battlefields happening right now, simultaneously fought by both OMG and RSG. Even the purple buff is a big resource. He just used the penalty zone to get out of there. Wild charge in!
Wild charge going to go through. Nothing to follow up, though.
Oh, wow.
Both teams just playing
The
this
Lord.
the best they can. The Lord going to reset once
Reset again.
Going for it. Irad, Phantom Execution in. Matt now forcing it for the kill. Nast will fall. Light going to be next. Has the heal, has the immortality.
Ooh.
The flicker comes through. He's trapped into the wall. The Guardian's Barrier going to be there. Light in trouble. He falls. 2 down for RSG.
And now, Smart Omega making the disciplined call. They're not going to force it. Not going to go for the end. Instead, they're going to go for this evolved Lord.
Now this is a better situation for you to take the Lord. A while ago, it was RSG looming around the map, and because of the lack of your crowd control or hard crowd control, it was Irad that was freely moving around. But because of the fact that there were so many other initiators coming in from RSG.
Oh, they're on the hunt here. They want to find Aqua. Aqua going to swivel around there. Around the Guardian's Barrier. Irad could be in trouble. Phantom Execution goes in. Bob leads. Matt's going to find him. He meets him. He greets him. Immortality going to be popped. Matt could be in trouble. Matt, Appraiser's Wrath, finds him. And now Lord makes its way down the mid.
That looked like a Rube Goldberg machine of death from Smart Omega as they set up a kill on the ever-elusive Irad. Now they're inside the base.
Nav's trying to buy some time. Penalty zone comes through with Winter Truncheon. Ryota taking quite a bit of damage. Now Light here as well.
That's
Aqua
alive.
falls. Can they buy some more time? Trying to hold it together. Everybody quite low. Light gonna be the next target. Ryota finds it with 1-2 punch. Emon there as well. Smart Omega will do it. The Barangay win the series.
This winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance.
Playoff Omega is on once again. And you love to see it if you are the Barangay. You just love to see it.
I'm sure we'll hear in a little bit, but even with a 2-1, they just secure it, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Even regardless of what can happen in the 3 series
Are they
today,
out of the woods? This is it?
That's what I'm wondering. I'm sure we'll hear in just a second.
We need to wait for the math, but folks, no matter what the actual outcome is, the big picture, I'm happy to see that Smart Omega have figured out their way of playing. This is their current lineup. It's working for them, and they took down the team that beat and ended Echo's streak that stopped history from being made.
Man, can I just say, even looking, at them here, fist bumping with RSG, the one thing that's very apparent with the lineup that Smart Omega has now is, and as you saw orchestrated there throughout that entire Game 3 or this series in general, the synergy factor, man. I mean, like the way that they're there, the way that they're rotating, it's a very apparent.
As RSG PH takes their bow, in just a moment we will have Smart Omega on the mic, on stage. And yes, can confirm, folks, Smart Omega has qualified for the playoffs. If history is going to be made, it's not in a way where we will finally see a playoffs without Smart Omega, because yes, the Barangay, season in, season out for years now, they have played with fate. They have tested their limits, but not a single time have they missed out on the playoffs. Congratulations to Smart Omega. Now, let's talk about it. Smart Omega, this is their lineup. This is them.
Like I said, man, I think the fans are just used to this. I don't know if they're just the barangay out there.
Yeah, dude.
Like, they're like, yep, we knew it. But also, they're like sitting at the edge of the seat.
Like,
It's like,
what is going on? Why haven't we secured the Lord yet?
SpongeBob meme.
the Bart Simpson thing where, I'm fine. We're going to make it to the playoffs. Back.
Yeah.
So many things going on.
Hey, props to Matt, to step into this lineup. A lot of pressure, a lot of eyes on him, a lot of criticism. I mean, even, in his first couple plays for the MPL. But I got to say, he's obviously pulling his weight. He's doing a great job here. But this Game 3, too, man, did Ryota have a huge impact here?
Yeah.
The Omega gene kicked in for all of them.
Yes.
He didn't even care. He was the man who did the dirty work. I should say that. He didn't care about his KDA.
Yep.
He didn't care what was happening in the Lord Pit.
No highlights, doesn't matter.
No highlights. We won't even probably see him in the MVP highlights. But if he's the MVP, his face is going to be right there in the bottom right corner.
And that's what matters. And that's what matters. Dude, he did the dirty work. It's a dirty job. Somebody needed to do it, and he did. Split pushes, check. Hunting down softies, check.
Be the bait.
Checking bushes so Kelra and Chakno can do Kelra and Chakno things.
Make TikTok highlights together.
Yeah, all part of the plan, man.
Man, Ryota just found his new home. He looks great in the black, green, and blue. I like it.
Not only that, but the pressure he put in the base when the base was fully exposed.
Yeah.
Like the fact that, it was like Emon trying to decide, like, do I go defend the base against Ryota? Like, and they were trying to send people back and forth. Like, that alone.
Emon was pressing in between two buttons. To join the Lord or to go for the base defense.
This is an impression of Emon's carry.
Yeah. Where am I going to go?
Where's Ryota?
Where's Ryota?
Spin wheel, spin wheel, spin wheel.
Okay, I'm going to go to the Lord dance. Ryota appears.
All right, I guess I got to go. Nats, you take care of it.
So this is
like, Ryota, no!
It's quite the time to be a Barangay fan right now. And our heart goes out to the Raiders. Maybe there's still a chance. We need to do the math. But for now, let's throw it over to the stage because Mara Aquino with Smart Omega for their victory interview.
Thank you, casters. All right, everybody, let me hear it from you. One shot? One more time, one shot? Talagang gusto kong marinig yung cheer nyo dahil alam nyo ba, ang Smart Omega, they are now playoff secured! Congratulations! O Kelra, yung totoo, nung natalo kayo ng Game 2, kinabahan kayo, no?
Hindi naman sa kinabahan. Alam naman namin na nagkamali lang kami sa mga ginawa namin. Alam namin kaya namin, kaya hindi siguro kami kinabahan.
Kanina may comment ka, ikwento mo sa kanila yung comment mo because when I turned to Eto Max, sabi ko, nakahinga ka, no? Nag-appear kami, tapos nag-joke ka. Anong sabi mo kay Eto Max?
Sabi ko, mas masarap maglaro sa playoffs, hindi kami manonood. Kung nalaglag, kung hindi kami nakapasok, manonood lang sana kami. Ang ganda kasi ng venue, eh.
At ngayon, hindi lang kayo manonood, pasok na kayo. Congratulations! Eto, actually gusto ko malaman, si Chakno naman, para naman marinig ka namin magsalita. There's something about you guys kasi kahit stable yung kalaban, pag late game, talagang kayang-kaya nyo mag-outplay. Ano bang meron sa inyo, lalo na sa'yo, Chakno?
Siguro yung puso lang, sa puso.
Sa puso.
Puso sa game.
Puso sa game. Okay. Sinong nasa puso mo ngayon? Uy, sino nga?
No comment muna dyan.
Pero meron.
No comment.
Sabihin mo lang, oo, hindi. Hindi ko huhulaan kung sino. Oo or hindi.
Pass.
Meron ba? Mag-thumbs up ka lang or thumbs down. Ito, kung ikaw mag-thumbs up ka or thumbs down lang, yun lang. Sobrang simple.
Bawal magsabi ng ganyan kasi lalong ma-issue pa parang ganyan.
Oo.
Kaya no comment na.
Ito naman, naging seryoso agad si Chakno. Yung hair mo naman, di seryoso. Tapos ngayon naging seryoso ka sa interview.
Akala mo lang seryoso yun. Biro lang din yun.
Alright. Okay. Eto Max, how does it feel? Playoff secured. Alam ko talagang you take this to heart. May time nga nandun tayo sa likod, dun sa parking lot, and then all the teams were there. Natalo kayo nun eh. And then, talagang sinisi mo yung sarili mo. But now, nakakahinga ka na. Ngayon, pasok na kayo sa playoffs. May chance kayong makapunta sa M5. What's going through your mind?
Sobrang sarap sa feeling kasi syempre tatlo kaming bumabalik sa MPL eh. Ako si Chakno at si Rebo. Ayaw namin yung pagbabalik namin, malalaglag lang kami. Syempre gusto namin patunayan na kaya pa namin maglaro. Yun, sobrang sarap sa feeling, nakakatawa. Lahat ng pagod, effort, kahit may sakit kami, nagawa namin mag-practice. Sobrang sarap, diba?
Iba talaga. Ngayon, hindi lang MSC makakapunta na kayo ng Worlds. May chance kayong makapunta ng Worlds. And now, it's time to announce the match MVP. Let me hear it from you. Sino?
Sir Matt.
Si Matt? Si Matt ba? O tingnan natin kung tama nga ba si Ato Max. Take a look at the screen for the match MVP. Matt, ang husay. Pasok yung mga retry mo, Game 1, Game 3. How does it feel na ikaw ang isa sa mga main reason na nakapasok ngayon ang Smart Omega sa playoffs kahit pangatlong laro mo pa lang?
Masarap sa feeling kasi naging part ako ng pagkapanalo ng team namin. Kumbaga, malaki ang bag ko, ganun. Yun po.
Ano ba sinasabi nila sa'yo para todo ka sa laro ngayon? Kasi syempre, iba to sa MDL, MPL to. So what's something that they tell you to motivate you?
Basta minomotivate lang ako nila ako lagi. Pag nanalo ako ngayon, magbabago daw buhay ko.
Okay, ano ba yung hopes mo? Paano mo gustong baguhin yung buhay mo? Paano ba? Ano yung vision mo na paano mo gustong baguhin ang iyong buhay?
Nag-sacrifice ako ng studies ko para sa MPL eh. E di ayaw ko naman na wala akong mapala sa sinacrifice ko, ayun. Kaya sana maging successful ako. Pati sana makapasok kami sa M5.
At ngayon gumaganda ang achievement. Ano sabi niya ito, Max?
Engineering yung course niya na sinacrifice. Ano siya, scholar sa PUP.
Wow! Engineering scholar! Pero okay lang, dahil alam mo, pag nakapunta kayo ng M5, everything is worth it. At talagang matalino ka naman eh. I can see that there's a bright future. For now, the achievement is Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Once again, everybody, let's give a round of applause. Smart Omega! You may now take your bow. And take your walk of victory! Mamaya na yung jacket mo. Congratulations to Smart Omega. Ganito talaga sila every single season. They go to the bottom and they slowly climb their way up, surprising and shocking us with what they have. Kaya nga ang tawag sa kanila, ang Lason team. Now, we're gonna go back to our casters to break it down for ya. Casters, pasok.
I was a big fan of Matt even before knowing all that, but now I'm a bigger fan. Folks, if you were not paying attention or you do not speak Tagalog, Matt actually sacrificed a solid scholarship to an engineering course in a good school in the Philippines just to play professional Mobile Legends.
Yeah, and for him to say, he doesn't want it to be basically wasted it in a way because he chose that, and that is a huge decision. And I'm sure, again, not only for Matt, but his family as well. You know, that has a big factor in it, and I'm sure they're here to support him. They're watching him. But, of course, at the end of the day, he just wants to make sure that decision was right. And I feel like he's on the right path.
And on a hilarious note, what his teammates say to motivate him is, I don't know, it's both vague and very specific at the same time. Matt, if you win this game, your life will change.
Forever.
Forever.
I added the forever
It's
thing.
not wrong. Technically, yes. It goes without saying, but yes. Matt, if you win, your life will change forever. That would make me perform out of my mind, bro.
Yeah.
Would it do the
And
same
he's
for you?
performing. He's
He
been
did.
performing out of his mind recently. And he's seizing every moment, every opportunity. And now he's going to have his first chance at the playoffs.
Man, we're going to leave it to Hans here to talk about game number 3 and the whole series as a whole in this analysis segment.
Story of the series is that first phase in terms of draft. And who got the better of it? It's the winners, Smart Omega, to claim their playoff spot for MPL Philippines Season 12, as we will be seeing the Barangay in the next round of the season. And of course, the MVP of that matchup is going to be none other than Chaknu, of course, with the Chak Mamba surprise, building up a little bit in terms of the physical defense, taking the dominance ice in the mid game, and then starting off with a little mix and match of both defensive or physical defense and the magic defense as well, adding the Twilight Armor as a finishing touch to what has been an insurmountable wall for the side of RSG Philippines, because Grak, coming in from Chaknu, has made every necessary play available to put them in a better position in this game. Now, taking a look at the MVP highlights, it started with, again, aggression coming in from Ryota, wherein he was the sacrificial lamb for the side of Smart Omega. He did literally the dirty work for the rest of the members of Barangay to take control of this match. And we're going to jump straight into the Lord fight, because it was at least a 2 to 3 minute Lord fight where it went onto the hands of RSG, where they were taking a bunch of objectives. But again, there were some errors in the initiations that both Aqua and Light wanted to ensue, and there wasn't enough follow-up, and this was the main thing. I can't wait to see a TikTok highlight of this one. I want to see it within the next hour or so, because this has been a game-changing play for the rest of Smart Omega. You don't even need to take a look at the highlights or the rest of the highlights anymore. That has been the story of this game. Force Ryota to at least make sure that the rest of his teammates are going to be safe in this matchup. And then after that, it's going to be over for them, because Kelra has finally built up good enough items for him to continue to dish out a bunch of damage. And then Chaknu is built well enough to tank the damage coming in from RSG Philippines. And then it reached the point where the range factor coming in from Eman, even though he already has 1 kill, was already not enough, as the Barangay built up a 7.7k gold lead, and it was impossible for the side of RSG Philippines without Nats, without Light, and even without Irad in the final push of the Barangay. It seemed insurmountable and impossible for RSG to even defend this. Even with a very good initiation, without the damage output and without the follow-up, and because of the extra defensive items coming in from Chaknu and the rest of the gang, the joy is felt by the Barangay. There's going to be a Barangay festival in just a bit, but I don't know where. But one thing is for sure, Chaknu was all over the map on this one. There were so many kills that he was giving out, basically just 2, but it mattered, especially during the turtle takes in the game. Actually, it was the Lord take in the game, because it happened in 15 minutes and 21 minutes. He landed a hit on to Irad and Nats to stop them from actually initiating, or to stop them from landing the retribution takes that would be vital to their win, or would be important or crucial in taking those major objectives. The kills and assists have also been detrimental to what has been a major Lord dance up to this point in time. We're starting to take note, 22 minutes and 49 seconds in the matchup. It was one of those rare Smart Omega victories where no turret has been taken for them, even when we have managed to reach the Omega timers. 9-0 in terms of turrets. They've also garnered an 11k gold lead, taken Lord 2-1, taken Turtle 2-1 as well, and even Orange and Purple buffs. They've taken 2 or 3 more against the side of RSG Philippines, who has a very good composition from a front to back. But unfortunately, the side of Smart Omega doesn't even care about the front to back. Why? It's because of Etomax's existence. Once the Astral Recalls hit the back lines, he has that backline access without even needing to go back into the sidelines to actually attack and give pressure towards Eman, who landed with a 1-1 KDA as of the moment. He has built up the Holy Trinity, or not even the Holy Trinity, just the basic attack and critical damage outputs. And again, we're starting to see that Aqua landed at least 100% in terms of that teamfight participation. It's a little scattered towards the side of Smart Omega, but they made it count. 13 kills in total, hero damage of 344k, and Kelra being both the rich guy and the ace. You can't forget about Etomax dishing out the assists using the Astral Echo to just give out the information and to increase the pixel capabilities for them to continue to splurge on the damage output. And of course, Ryota, even when he's not really doing much in terms of the team fight department, he's still doing what is out of the paper, what is outside of the stats. And from here on out, we can definitely say that there hasn't been a Smart or an MPL playoffs without Smart Omega. They still made it in.
And this series is the perfect showing of that.
Yeah.
Because of how they played. Strong start, whoa, game 2, and then game 3 is like, yeah, no, we figured it out. This is it.
Yeah. Bibbidi boo.
Bop, bop, bop.
Bop, bop, bop.
Bop, bop, bop.
Bop, bop, bop.
Yeah.
That's it.
They're going to do the bop, bop, bop.
They got there. And with that being said, congratulations once more to Smart Omega for confirming their playoff spot. Now, the upper bracket spot still up for grabs. RSG still in the running, if I'm not mistaken. And this next match should help consider who will be joining Echo up there, because we're going to be witnessing another best of 3. This time between AP Bren and Echo.
Oh, and I feel like, you know, there's probably been some talk online out there. There might be some changes that we might see from Echo later on.
Wait, what kind of changes?
I don't know.
I don't even know.
Bop, bop, bop.
Yeah. And it's also a chance for Bren to separate themselves from both RSG and Blacklist, because with this series, RSG only got 1 point. They've only boosted themselves up to 21 points from 20.
AP Bren got 1 point yesterday too.
Yeah. So, but AP Bren still has 2 matches though.
Tight run, oh, you're right. All the math. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been an honor and of course a privilege to call this match once more. It's us, the We Bear Bros, bringing you day number 2, week 6 here of MPL Philippines Season 12. We hope you're having a great weekend. Once more at your service, my name is Leo. This right here is Naisu, and that dashing young gentleman is Hans. We're gonna go on a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more action here in
Maya sa MPL Philippines.
The 12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. And Pi Channel. Experience the MPL-PH Season 12 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner, Slash. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin na napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.
Ako si Oscar Romero, ang IGN ko is Sumpak and ang gold lane ng Minana Ibos.
Ako po si Lance Armisa, ang IGN ko po Lansu, explain po ng Minana Ibos.
Ako po si Mark Lawrence ng Gabigting, IGN po Bao. Multi-role po ng TNC Pro Team.
My name is Kent Anthony Baisa, yung IGN ko ay Soul. Tapos yung role ko ay Gold Lane. At ang pinasokan kong team ay RSD.
My name is Cedric Gil Romero and IGN Yoshino from ONIC-PH and as a tank roamer.
Hi, I'm Jem Lanyuan of ONIC Philippines. IGN Jem, role explain.
My name is John Patrick Dagdag. My IGN is Mumukid. My role is Phosphor of APBR.
Sakto po, nagpapatryout.
The 12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports. Maya, it's everything. And a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. And Pi Channel. Experience the MPL-PH Season 12 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner, Slash. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin na napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.
Maligayang pagbabalik mula sa tahanan ng pinakamalalakas na MLBB players sa buong mundo. Ako po si Mara Aquino at ito ang MPL Philippines Season 12. Dalawang kampiyon ng international stage ang magtatapat para ipamalas sa buong mundo na tayo ay mas Pinas lakas. Makabawi na kaya ang Hive mula sa kanilang pagkakabigo, sa kanilang para masungkit ang kanilang second seed, or muli silang pipigilan ng mga orca kasama ang isang pamilyar na mukhang dati nilang nagiging kasama sa pagbandera ng ating bansa. The Hive, Orcas, oras na para sa tapatang Echo at APBR. Kaya naman casters, pasok!
Two world champions, two international world tours, one fight in the local soil. It's a fight to reclaim their quest, to reclaim their winning momentum, and everything comes down to this clash of the titans. Welcome to my boy at your service here. My name is my name is Midnight, and I'm joined here by Naisu and Hans. How are you guys doing?
I'm doing great. Leo Hammy Midnight.
Midnight, yeah.
Lidnight.
Lidnight, there you go. I'm an anchor baby. I'm an anchor baby here. I'm doing fine. How are you guys?
You're now baptized.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Welcome
to the anchor seat on the
Welcome
English
to
desk.
it's not just the English desk, right? It's also the anchor desk. But also, I want you guys to be welcomed here in our broadcast. And do keep in mind that MPL Season 12 is also live on Smart's live stream app. Watch your favorite MPL teams battle it out, and don't miss on any of the epic power plays. Download the Smart live stream app now, available on your device's official app store. Download it now, like right now. Do it now.
Yeah. If Midnight tells you to do something, you better do it
now.
right now.
Or else my gears are gonna be grinded. I hear it turning. I hear it turning.
You know what's funny? Because normally Midnight's sitting over here.
Yeah, yeah.
And
I'm
now,
not used to seeing Midnight on that side, dude.
The angle. I'm not used to looking at the left.
Yeah. Naisu, you're gonna be so confused for this week. I'm gonna be there tomorrow.
My neck is strained looking at the right.
Yeah.
Now when I look at the right, I see the Tagalog broadcast.
That's true. Even on the Tagalog broadcast.
Even in the Tagalog broadcast. Now, speaking about the broadcast, we have an amazing match between us. I mean, upon us, it is the match again of the world champions. These two teams went on a world tour before this regular season.
Yeah.
But they have been in a slump lately. Yesterday, we saw APBR lose up against Smart Omega, and even Echo lose against Minana Evos, and now they're about to fight it head-on with each other. Again, they are trying to reclaim that quest to towards the momentum, as we see a different game there. Again, this is Echo and APBR. Gentlemen, what do you think is happening with these two teams?
I mean, honestly, okay, you go first.
No, just looking at the reactions, because even they're like, whoa. Anyway, you guys get the feel who's coming out to play today,
too,
wait, by the way.
Wait.
You saw it.
Saw it.
You got the hint there, right? So, for me, as we look at the lineup here, let's talk about
you build it up. You build it up.
I'll build it up. I'll let you shine, right? Later on. You can hear the crowd, too.
Yeah,
but for APBR, man, there has been a certain expectation on them throughout this entire season. Like you mentioned, their world tour that they went through.
Still second.
Still second, yeah. But I want to see them just play the way that people saw them rise through the ranks and get to the point where they are today, and we'll see how it goes. But here we go.
Oh, there we go.
This is new.
Yeah, this is where things get exciting.
There we go.
Yawi debuting for Echo.
Man, honestly, we're so used to seeing JP, but since there's been like a 2-game losing stint for both of these teams, or should I say just for Echo, it's about time to heed to the request of the society to bring in Yawi.
It's been constantly hyped up, right? Like Yawi has always been saying whenever the team wants him to play, he's always go to play. He's always ready to play. And now with the 2 losses that Echo has suffered, Yawi is now finally in the playing 5, the starting 5 of Echo. No games just yet for Season 12.
That's crazy.
But looking at the stats, I mean, we have 9 players that have played a lot of games here. What do you think of this, Hans?
I mean, Hero Pool is, of course, leaning towards the side of APBR as we speak. They're kind of flexible in terms of what they want to do, especially with Ogwen trying a bit more support heroes, also mixed with the setup heroes that he's been constantly using way before. But if you're taking a look at the Sphere, it's actually pretty interesting because, again, it's kind of a little tied for both of these teams with just the First Blood ratio leaning towards the side of APBR. Meanwhile, Lord Control going on to Echo, kill participation going on to APBR. If there is any Sphere comparison that would be closer in all throughout MPL-PH Season 12, it would be that one that you've seen right there.
This tells us the closeness of the fight between APBR and Echo. Definitely a lot of things that they need to do over here just to make sure that they get a small advantage to beat out the opposition. And to know the things that they need to do, we're going to be throwing you over to Hans for our Infinix keys to victory.
I got you on that one, gentlemen, as we are now heading forward to APBR versus Echo. Keys to victory are brought to you by Infinix Note Series Ultra Fast Gameplay. We're going to go ahead and check out APBR this time around as they want to force Echo to play the objective game. Of course, Carl TZ is going to be there, so it is going to be troublesome for them. But they also have Kyle TZ on the side of the Hive, which is one of the leaders in taking both the turrets, both the Lords, and even the Turtles. So if they can force to take more objectives aside from Echo securing their very own, then they're going to have a bit better chance in this fight. And you've seen that in the Sphere as well. Now, for the side of Echo, you have to force APBR to engage in team fights. There are heavy moments, especially now with Yawi's entrance, that they tend to play super aggressive. There are some situations, and you hear it right now, right? There's so many people anticipating Yawi's return, and I'm sure that with whatever you see on social media, there are so many moments where he's trying to post moments of him just playing with the rest of the members of other teams as well, as he is really looking forward to play for this season. And of course, you have to watch out for some post-Lord Dance Punish. This is kind of related to what Echo's keys to victory are, because the fight usually doesn't stop in the Lord fight. The Lord Dance usually lasts for more than 1 to 2 minutes, but once the Lord gets taken by the Retribution, it's about to go ham on either side of Bren and the side of Echo. So they need to have a little bit more sustain, but if we're gonna think about the meta that we have right now, it seems like these two teams don't really lean towards those metas.
Yeah, you know, it's looking at the keys to victory, it's very macro-oriented for APBR, while you have Echo kind of like returning to the Echo Express form that we've seen from the previous season, especially with Yawi coming in.
That's my big question. I feel like a lot of people too. We've been watching the entire season of, you know, Daddy JP playing that role for the Echo Express. And hats off to him because he had an amazing time. I mean, there's a whole reason why they are now that top seed. They've secured it for the playoffs and everything else. But I will say, a lot of people have been wanting to watch Yawi play. We have seen it before. Even if you don't have any statistics for Season 12, everybody knows how Yawi plays. And the success that he has also brought to the team. Now, my question with this one is really, now that things have shifted a little bit, like, we have to talk about the fact that the roam position in the current meta has changed a little bit, right? How does that play a part?
Yeah, and also, it begs the question, the jungle matchup between Kyle DZ and Carl DZ, this has been a very storied battle between these two players. The TZ Blade of Carl and Kyle, But in this current meta, although you said they don't usually play into the meta, they don't play assassins.
Yep.
They're now rocking these tank junglers between Kyle and Carl.
And that's actually crazy though, because we're starting to take note that even though Carl TZ has had more in terms of kill participation and damage dealt share, Kyle TZ is at the better side of things with more Lord takes, more Turtle takes. So they're really leaning in terms of taking objectives. But when in terms of like micro, that's where you can expect Carl to wreak havoc.
That's pretty interesting because statistically, the student has beaten the master.
Yeah.
But Carl TZ being the young GOAT has always been really consistent for Echo, and I think that's going to become an interesting matchup. But again, I want to go back to the point of Niso here, the battle of the roamers as well. We've seen Ogwen kind of like adjust to the meta. It was always a question of AP Brent, can you play the supports? But Ogwen has proven to to a lot of us that he is able to adjust. But does Yawi? Is Yawi capable of adjusting?
That's right.
For Echo?
I like that Yawi in his own sense brings like a variety himself. Even before this meta set in and it like shifted, Yawi himself as a roamer brought in a dynamic that we didn't see too many, roam players have. I mean, it was, even if it's just diving into the hero pool of him, right? Like, we've seen him do it many times. He's like one of the few guys, even before the previous season and throughout here, where he's picked up the Valier, right? There's not a lot of people that do that right now, and I will say that Yawi, that's what I'm wondering. Like, obviously he's been watching, for the majority of the regular season here.
Yeah. He's
What's
been
up
putting
his
in
sleeve?
work too.
The work is there. What's up his sleeve?
He's like the Joker in the deck, right?
Yeah.
Like if you look at Echo, every single one of them plays a meta heroes.
Yeah.
They play the standard, like the standard order. They play in a box. But Yawi has always been able to get outside of that box and pick up interesting picks for Echo, and that's gonna be interesting because in this match, it is either gonna be a factor for their victory or their loss. Because again, Yawi is still yet to prove his capability to adjusting in the current meta. As we now head on to the draft for game number 1, AP Bren versus Echo.
Also, it's going to be a major adjustment coming in from the rest of the Orcas on how they're going to be adjusting playing with Yawi. Because again, during the scrims, maybe they've played with JP. All throughout the season, they've played with JP. So now they're going to be going into a new dynamic, because we've talked about this in and out of the desk. But that whenever JP is on, Echo tends to be a little bit more disciplined. Yeah. They're calculated in the way that they actually approach the game. They actually approach the team fight. But with Yawi on, it's like all hell is broken loose.
Yeah,
right? They want to go for it every single time that they can.
Yeah.
It's Echo Express.
Yeah, again, it's, when you're comparing these two specifically, AP Brand, like you mentioned, and I feel like that chart is the perfect example of them because it's very close. And one thing that really stands out is both teams obviously have mastered the objective taking, right? The dances and everything, the turtles,
right.
The lords. But, that's where I would say that is that dynamic that Yawi adds to this. Sometimes when you're not expecting an initiation, it's Yawi that does it, right? So we'll see how that kind of plays into part for the draft. First pick, though, for AP Bren, Baksha.
Yeah, very popular pick for...
It's too hard to let it go.
Yeah, a lot of the teams top jungler, especially without a Fredrin on the side of AP Bren. Now Echo, they have 2 picks, Hans.
Yeah.
What do you go for? These 2 picks?
I mean, honestly, with the trend that's going on, they could possibly pick up the Terizla for themselves, maybe an Edith in this situation. They could also go for the Novaria, as it would usually be the counters to what's about to happen. But I'm curious to see if Yawi will go back to either one or 2 things. One is more on setup. One is more on anti-setup. Because we've talked about this way before, that Yawi also tends to use more heroes to counter the setup, such as the Diggy.
Oh,
I wonder if that even
that's a good point.
That's gonna happen, because of course Akai is gonna be picked up here. What if AP Bren picks up the Diggy?
It's
right?
interesting because AP Bren, for in history, like AP Bren hates Diggy. Coach Ducky hates the Diggy, despises the very existence of this Eggman. But now you are you're faced with probably one of the best, if not the best, setter in the form of Yawi. I think you have to consider getting getting the hoot here for AP Bren. Hoot hoot.
It's probably a little too early, but again, they won't mind.
Go for the Claude.
As they're gonna go for the Claude as of this moment. And the Novaria, will go into the side of AP Bren. The Valentina has been banned out, but an immediate pickup coming in from the side of AP Bren is going to be this Iksha pick to go with the range. The main concern here is going to be Kyle TZ, if I should say, because the Iksha, of course, is going to be reached by then, but there you go.
Solid ban.
Solid ban.
There you go.
Echo knows.
No hoot hoot.
Yeah, no hoot hoot. They know the assignment. Yaoi, you're going to be able to play in this game. Game 1, no counters. You get to play whatever you want. The Kufras, the Chos, the Grok, the Francos, even the Kaja of Echo. And looking at the draft index, Hans, what do you make out of this?
I mean, wave clear is, of course, leaning towards the side of AP Brand just because they have the Claude and the Novaria on their side. The backshot could also help a lot in terms of securing a little bit more with the objectives, as Akai is going to be a major issue for him. He may put some mispositioning onto what he wants to do, but again, we've seen Matt from series number 1 from Smart Omega. He knows how to, you know, locate his way, find his way to get the major objective as much as possible. So now, both Diggy and Farsa are finally out for both of the teams. But Farsa is something that we don't usually see, right? But they're going to ban it out just because there's an Iksha on the other side, or maybe there's a Claude and even a Novaria on the other.
Super interesting. Maybe AP Bren knows something that we don't. Well, for sure, they know something that we don't. But they, you know, they have to consider that using that ban on the Farsa may just end up giving more heroes to the side of Echo. So
I agree.
Echo does get a lot of opportunities to get what they want. They can get the heroes on Sanji and also Yaoi, because again, there's still a lot. There's still the Kufras, the Chos, whatever Yaoi wants, it's still there.
I'm wondering too, what does Echo want to do to protect this Iksha? Because that's usually what we see teams doing, right? Because we know how vulnerable she is.
Yep.
Which will also change the course of, again, what we're used to seeing from Yaoi, in a way, right? Because it's either like we take care of it or we don't. That's usually what we see teams doing.
You mean Yaoi Estes?
Yeah, or like
imagine
Yaoi Raph.
Yaoi Raph.
You know?
Yeah, because that's going to be the test, right? Midnight has mentioned a while ago how adapted, how much has Yaoi adapted with the meta that we currently have right now. We see Ogwen, Light from setup heroes. Well, for now, I mean, you still get healing.
We got the answer.
Right? You still got the healing, but of course, you don't miss the setup.
He's the best of both worlds.
And because there's no Diggy, Minotaur.
Yeah. Heal, setups, tankiness, everything you get on the Minotaur. So Yaoi definitely is going to be happy. Now, what is the answer for AP Brent?
Well, it looked like Coach Ducky's face was saying, man, I wish that Diggy was available. That's what it looked like.
We kind of need it right now. But since we're talking about it already, they're going to need a matchup going up against that Terizla. I mean, from what we've seen from previous drafts before, we've seen Flap TZ use the Paquito, but in this situation, what are they going to do? It's going to be the X-Borg together with a Grok. So it's going to be Ogwen holding on to this hero. Meanwhile, X-Borg is going to be the choice for them. Firaga Armor popped off with an Immortality as well, adds a little bit more sustain to what they want to do. But on the other side, it's going to be an Eve. Something that we don't usually see very often, but due to the lack of supports, Kadita, Farsa, Lilia, and even Angela was banned, they had to go to Tier B.
Yeah, Sanji got banned in this game. He had to go with Eve, a hero that last time we saw her was week 3.
Yeah.
And now Echo pulls it off. Wow. Now looking at the draft index, definitely a lot of things go in favor of Echo, but isolation play, however, is favorable for AP Brent.
It's heavy.
But one thing that I like about this draft between these two teams is that it's honest. There's no other shenanigans happening, no mobility coming up from a Rafaela, no additional sustain. Maybe from the Minotaur, yes, but it's direct team fights.
Oh, I love it too. Just kind of seeing how this is going to unfold. Honestly, both teams have relatively good lineups. It just, I guess, biggest question hero-wise is like, is Eve going to be enough to complement this lineup, right? Because we already know how Novaria works. So we'll see if Eve, a hero that we don't see often, plays into this lineup.
Yeah, very big head-to-head affair in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. Echo versus AP Bren. This is game number 1. A very direct approach between these two teams. Team fights, Lord objectives. It is going to be important in this game, especially with the roam setups that we have here. The Grok and the Minotaur.
Honestly, I think both the X-Borg and the Baksha needs to make a pretty huge impact in this game, just because they have the Claude and the Novarian. Not a lot of early game damage output, so they have to outplay Echo in every single way, which is also displaying the same thing coming in from the Orcas, right? You have Carl TZ, who is very good in securing objectives, but a flicker has already been popped off by Sanford.
Yeah.
1 minute in.
Very early usage coming out from Echo. And the way that we are seeing things right now for both teams is that all of them are playing comfort. We saw Super Marco, his statistics earlier on the Claude, 20 games played on the Claude. Even though we kind of consider the hero dead, some teams are able to just pull it off. You know, if you have macro mechanics such as AP Brand, you could just put Super Marco on the Claude.
Takes like a certain player to really like still favor the Claude when it's open, especially when they lock it in the first phase of the draft. And this is obviously a hero that we saw Super Marco play quite a bit in their World Tour, like you mentioned, leading up to this season. So we'll see how they pull it off.
And that is exactly what they're doing right now, right? Forcing everybody else to just go for major objectives. And we're starting to see some pressure, especially from Kyle TZ onto the top side, just so Super Marco could scale very well. But pressure is already being felt down bot.
Ouch. Ogrid taking a lot of hit.
Turtle going to be up here in just a second. Both junglers will be making their way in there as they get in position. Kyle TZ as well. Gonna roll in. Ogwin doesn't have that wild charge yet, so they've got the information here. They're gonna actually just want to fight it out. Sanford jumping in with a penalty zone. They're gonna force flat back a little bit more there. The lockdown through Carl TZ with a heavy spin. Kyle TZ's in trouble.
Wow.
First blood for Sanji. And now Turtle. Still going to be for the taking here. Was going to try for the reset. Not going to come through. They're going to battle it out. Fighting for it. Carl TZ securing the Turtle for Echo.
My oh my, Echo forcing AP Bren into a team fight. Dude, keep in mind, Carl TZ secured Turtle without red tree.
Yeah, that was crazy to think about it. Just because of the fact that Yawi was there. We thought he lagged, right? We thought he was just staying there, wondering what he's about to do next, but the Minoan's Fury at the perfect time to just unleash it on at least 2 members coming in from the side of AP Bren. And not only that, Sanji managed to stay alive even with the setups coming in from AP Bren, but now they want to go for it.
Combination coming through. Nice shot there from Few as well. Able to get the kill. Carl TZ falls open quite low. Yawi looking for something. He's all left alone though. Can Sanji help him out here? He's quite tanky himself. A shot comes through. Few gets another. And now Sanji on the hunt. RWO to come down, couldn't get the kill. He's trapped now, 3 members, make it 4. Sanji falls, another kill going to the hands of Few.
The Express from Echo getting stopped by AP Bren as they get 2 kills on the board, but they're not done yet. Kyle TZ with a heavy spin, just gonna get out, and Kyle TZ is gonna be able to roam around the map, heading towards that purple buff.
This is scary, Few having 3 kills this early on.
I was just about to say, can you guys calm down? Can you guys please calm down?
I mean, it's Echo Express, come on.
It's just like 4 minutes into the game. But again, yes, you're right. It is Echo Express, and they're doing exactly that. They got the first turtle. They also got the first blood. But the problem is they're being punished as well by the side of AP Brand just because of the kits that they have. There's so many things that they have to worry about, and Yawi's caught up again.
Oh, I think we're going to go for this. Yawi, not quite tanky enough.
The
He's
wall!
gonna get cut off there. Big Guardian's Bear jumps over the wall. What an athletic Minotaur.
Whoa.
That was an interesting play from Yawi. It does force out the Minoan's Fury, but that was hella sexy. Come on, man.
That was athletic, man.
Dodging the death.
Yeah.
Dodge the death.
They're still going to be battling now. RWM comes down. Sanford already using the penalty zone. Has to flicker out on top of it. Now Kyle's going to be the one in trouble. Carl TZ goes in. Sanford 2. It's a battle here. The 1-for-1. The Turtle's going to be up. Flap has the information he needs. Ogwin there with him. They can't really do too much here. Secured Turtle for Echo. The lockdown comes through.
Oh, Carl TZ.
Another one. Carl TZ on the hunt here. A couple hits away. Flap falls.
You cannot get away from the young GOT. 2 walls with the heavy spin.
Oh man, there's so many things that AB Bren and both Echo have in store for them. Nevertheless, Echo got the turtle for themselves, so they've equalized the situation, and actually, they've got the 2 turtles all to themselves, although AP Bren still holds a significant amount of gold lead just because of the extra energy shields that Super Marco has gotten on the top side. But even with that being said, Ogwen and the rest of the members still have enough kits, enough vision to be able to at least anticipate the fights before it starts. But Echo, relentless pressure, so many damage outputs early on.
You know what's crazy? It feels like we had a switch.
Yeah.
AP Bren, they were playing the Echo Express. They were trying to fight into Echo outside of objectives. But we saw Echo bait AP Bren in turtle dances. So it feels like these two teams understand how each other wants to play. And their response is to imitate what the other team is doing. And AP Bren right now rocking that Echo Express thing. But Echo, they are winning these objective fights.
And they're going to be getting that purple objective too, safe and sound. The only advantage for the side of AP Bren is that they have Kyle TC to freely roam around the map just because of the Baxter Shield unity from one place to another. And there's not a lot of hard crowd control, specifically coming in from the side of AP Bren.
Oh,
But as I
decisive action. Sanji quickly taken care of. Man, Echo not really able to do anything after that, losing that mid lane. Turtle up in 10.
Again, you see plays like that, right? From AP
Yeah.
Bren. Those things, they usually come from Echo. Like split-second choices of just going in, using Wild Charge Flicker, and they killed off Sanji.
Yeah.
It looked like a Yaoi Sanji thing, but it was Ogwen who pulled it off.
You know what's that called? It's the Hive Dive.
The Hive Dive.
Man, you gotta love it.
Great
An
names.
initiation once again, but Ogwen on the backside.
Turtle.
See, he's going to battle it out. Turtle might go for a reset here. Flap Teasy has the immortality as well. RWM comes down. Sanford jumps in with a penalty zone. They get a couple of flickers out. They push them back. Still the Turtle going to be worked on for here. Come down for the retribution. Kyle Teasy gets it this time. Now Ogwen going to be in trouble. He falls to Carl. Can they still fight it out? Kyle Teasy being zoned out by Sanford. The rest of the team trying to help him out. Flap Teasy and Fuse shooting off from the backside. Carl Teasy going to find Fuse, locks him down with the heavy spin. Fuse taken care of.
Wow.
Oh my God.
For the Turtle for the price of 2 people. And it's not only just 2 people. They also got Few in the process who was 3,
add one
1,
more.
and 2.
Add one more.
Oh,
Add one more.
Flap.
He's in trouble here. Last insanity.
Boom.
One hit away. Yowie goes in with a recall as well. Welcome back to the regular season.
This is Yaoi showing his debut game. Dude. Taking an additional member on the side of AP Bren will lose Turtle, but the Express is not going to stop.
That's what you call a holy cow.
That's true.
That's true.
Like for real. An athletic cow, a holy cow, whatever you may call it. Yaoi's back in it. 0-1 and 5 as of the moment. He doesn't need to necessarily use his flicker to get out of that situation. Plus, they've also managed to take a turret down bot. So this is now leaning towards the side of Echo just because of securing objectives alone, which could or supposedly goes to the side of AP Bren. But because, again, of the lack of damage coming in from Few and Super Marco, Ogwen's caught.
He does get out with Wild Charge, but Echo now back to the original form. Both teams have reverted to their original playstyle. Echo now looking for, for constant kills, endless aggression coming out from both Yaoi and Sanji.
Oh, man. What seems to be an Echo Transit is now back to Echo Express once again.
Yep. The train is now moving.
The train is now moving. You don't get a hoot hoot, but you get a choo choo on this one. For sure.
I like it. I like it. No
like
hoot, but we got a choo-choo.
Oh, we got a choo-choo. The choo-choo is back.
The Echo choo-choo.
We'll see if it's enough.
Yeah,
The
dude.
choo-choo for this first lord of the game here. Both teams getting a position. You can see it. Really, we haven't seen Benny Cutie or Super Marco for the majority of the game.
Not much.
But this is now getting to the point where it's their time to shine here.
Time to shine.
As we get to these lord dances.
Yep. This is the time where you start seeing the, the Filipino lord dances, the relentless, the patience, the cha-cha, the constant resets, the 2-minute lord dances.
The cariñosa.
Especially between AP Bren and Echo, masters of lord dances and lord turns.
The cultural folk dance.
I was going to say, what is the cultural folk dance in the Philippines?
Lord dance.
I think it's cariñosa, tinikling, whatever you may call it.
And the lord dance.
Yeah, and the lord dance.
And the lord dance.
Add lord dance to that,
Yeah.
add it to the list. I mean, go to the, whatever department it is.
There's 3.
Add more
Department
dances.
of Culture.
Yeah, Department of Culture.
There's Lord
add
dance.
lord dance to
Lord
the
dances.
Filipino
All right.
things to
There's
do.
3 different dances in the Philippines right now. One is cariñosa. Number 2 is tinikling.
Tinikling.
And then number 3 is the Filipino lord dance.
This is the pandango
Pandango sa ilaw,
pandango
yes.
sa lord.
That's way too many. Way too many Tagalog
Engl-
words, guys.
Yeah.
Tinikling, Karnanasa.
I'm sorry.
Lord Dance.
I'm sorry.
Tinikling is the bamboo dance.
All right, the bamboo dance.
Yeah.
That's a lot easier, especially now that we have a panda on the land of Dawn. Carl Teasy trying to get in position here. Lord's going to be more than half health. They're holding it together for now.
Sanford, getting hit a lot by the club, but Carl Easy comes in with the jump. Not gonna be enough. As the BMI is there. AP Brent still holding the Lord.
20K.
Constant vision coming out from AP Brent. And again, 20K. This is still typical Lord that's reset once again. It's been 2 minutes now.
What's the longest one we've seen? 4 minutes?
4 minutes.
4:30.
4 minutes.
We're on pace. We're on pace.
We're on pace. Two
We're
more.
on pace.
Let's go.
No damage just yet coming in from Super Marco and Benny Cutie. I mean, they've already established 8K and 7.8K, so that's at least 2 to 3 items if we're going to take a look at the items later on.
Yeah, there you go.
Actually, there you go. It's Corrosion Sight, Demon Hunter Sword, and even a Malefic Roar secured by the Iksha. That's going to help the basic attack.
Brought it up for you.
Together with an attack speed. Thank you so much, Director. And in addition, you also have a Corrosion Sight, Golden Staff, and a Demon Hunter Sword. And also with the steel leg plates coming in from Super Marco, so that whenever he goes inside, he doesn't go punished as much with the BMI and the Blazing Duet as well.
A lot of the damage and sustain coming out from AP Brent, especially with their lineup, with Flapteasy on the expert on the front lines,
Yo, what's with
dealing
you,
with the
bro?
Lord. And meanwhile, look at Super Marco just doing macro things. You know, this is why it's called Super Marco for a reason, playing for the map objective, which is getting the waves pushed with the claw. There's no point in this time to contest the Lord from Echo. It's still a a 12-minute Lord, but
oh no,
what
Few!
is the point of-
no, Few! You're gonna jump in. Few could be in trouble here. He's taken out. Yowie getting the kill. Carl Teasy gonna lock down Kyle Teasy again. Should be able to get away. Flap there, but again they lose Few. This is crucial for this Lord dance.
Echo, they go for the punish. You play the macro, we play micro. You don't have claw, we go for the team fights.
Although the problem is 4 ultimates have already been utilized for the side of Echo, so they might have little to no less way to actually fight for this one, which is why AP Brent is still confident in looking for a way to position.
Oh, even down a member. They're still showing the aggression here. Sanford gonna jump in. Ogwin goes in with a wild charge. Trying to zone out Sanji. Super Marco can't find the angles he's looking for. Ogwin falls. Benny Cutie grabbing the kill now for the Lord. Overage goes through. Flap's still going to be alive. Kyle Teasy going to be in trouble.
Benny
goes in. Benny! He falls.
Benny
and that's going to be the Lord taken. It's only Sanji that falls before down for AP Brent.
Benny Cutie! Full barrage, zoning 2 heroes, flicker and takes down Few, and makes the Claude go back to his BMI.
Gosh darn it, Benny. I don't even
Damn
know
you,
what,
Benny.
I don't even, I'm like the mini version, so I'll just say gosh darn it.
Gosh darn.
But again, Benny Cutie has had the only ultimate coming in from Echo before the start of that fight. And it was the most precious ultimate from the Orca so far. Saved it until the end of time, and it reached the point where the X-Work started backing out, no longer has the immortality. Carl Teasy handled Kyle Teasy on the other side, and it was Benny Cutie making it himself look good. And now, from hundreds, Echo now at 5K.
Poised to take the pace of AP Brent with the Lord crashing in. There you go. Guardian's Battery just to make sure that Echo does not get to go inside the base of AP Brent just yet. But
you gotta respect that damage though. Super Marco's got it, but I gotta say we just saw, again in this transition where both gold laners are they're farming up, man.
Yeah.
And like we just saw from that last fight, Benny Cutie's where he needs to be, but so is Super Marco.
Yo, Benny.
That was crazy positioning from the gold laner of Echo. Like,
I agree.
To me, it looked perfect, and AP Brent didn't know how to deal with the Iksha.
And honestly, this is what you like about Super Marco, right? He knows when to use his flicker to get inside when all of the other members coming in from AP Brent are quite low on health. And that is the reason why AP Brent, or actually Benny Cutie rather, is at 2-0-3 as of the moment. Super Marco is yet to find his final item. Meanwhile, Benny Cutie is all dripped up. He's ready for showdown.
In with the concealed RWM to answer. Super Marco quite low. Has to use the Blazing Duet. Yowie will fall though.
Carl.
As he goes Blazing Duet. And into the full barrage again. Benny Cutie flickering in aggressively to clean up the kill.
Room for XP. You take that trade any day with Yowie zoning out the Claude. That Minoan's Fury just to isolate the backline of AP Brent. That destroys the team fight of the Hive. Echo again. knowing full well how to use their lineups, not allowing Super Marco to play the team fight that he wants.
Yeah. Even though no Flicker was committed, no Ultimate was committed as well, as long as you take Yaoi out, that's going to be another delay towards what Echo wants to do, which is why Benny Cutie is going to be building up a Sea Halberd here. He is very much determined to bring down the defenses coming in from AP Bren together with that Immortality bought about by Carl Teasy. So he's going to be a little bit more confident, a little bit more aggressive in trying to go for the Lord Dance, which will be displayed in 10 seconds. But of course, if you're AP Bren, as long as you get a pick-off necessary before the Lord fight even starts, even though Yaoi's already alive, you'll take it 7 days a week.
A lot of round twos coming out from Echo.
Oh wait, Sanford!
Marco.
That got very scary for
Sanford, top lane.
They're still going to be going, though.
Scary times.
He's going to press it in. 4 members up here. It's only Carl Teasy holding his own, of course, in that dance. So couldn't find the kill they were looking for. They make their way to the Lord.
Immortalities again, countdown. Carl Teasy has 1. Sanford doesn't have 1. And Flop Teasy has 1. So it's 1 for 1 on both sides.
Yeah.
Round twos. But the important thing is 1 Immortality is on the jungle. The jungler for Echo.
And it's also going to be Ogwin buying that Immortality as well. Although both the damage dealers coming in from AP Bren are quite too far. Let's see how they're going to go through with this.
Okay, Super Marco making his way. Fully stacked. Yaoi there. Going to keep him at bay. BMI's back.
Ouch.
You can already see the damage coming out from Few once again.
They see Benny.
With these recalls, he's got the Echoes help him out too. Turret goes down to the mid lane.
Marco.
Lord's still going to be held here. Less than half health.
These Lord dances. These Lord dances, man. Oh,
this is what we're used to.
The barrier doesn't get to reset the Lord. 15k. Carl Teasy is still hitting that Lord. Echo wants to rush this. 50-50 on both sides.
Oh, here comes Marco. Going to be looking for his own angle with the Blazing Duet. Lord still held here. Full barrage going to be committed. Benny Cutie trapped in. Carl Teasy able to secure the Lord, though. Can they win the fight? Super Marco gets taken down. Yaoi's Sanford! A devastating penalty zone. They get the double immortalities out here from the team. Benny Cutie comes in, cleaning things up. It's a double Echo with a statement.
There's a master class coming out from Echo. Perfect initiation, perfect team fight prowess. And now Kyle Teasy, he does not even get inside of his base.
They're gonna run it down.
He does not get to recall as Echo.
Kyle Teasy's not even gonna go home.
To the Echo Express. Yaoi's back. They take game number 1 in this best of 3 against AP Brent.
With a show of a dominant display in their team fight prowess, Echo, the Orcas, takes game number 1. And this winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FW Life Insurance. Again, the Orcas showing AP Brent a masterclass as to why they are called one of the best team fighting teams in MLBB.
Damn. Wow. That's all I have to say, bro. That was team fight mechanics at its finest.
Dude.
We wonder why the Eve was there. But again, team fight, the name of the game, and it was displayed, especially during that last team fight.
I don't know what it is too, but the drums of war in here.
Yeah,
so they're playing to the drums, man.
It's that energy and it's that express coming out from the Echo train that we just saw. And you will also see them in MPLI on November 15 to 19 as we witness the top 4 MPL-PH teams, Echo considered in, compete in the only tournament in which a PH team has yet to dominate. Do take note of the word yet.
Yet.
Capital Y-E-T.
Wow.
Yet to take.
Yeah, we should change that word. We will.
I mean, tell Echo that. they're competing in MPLI, so catch them on MPLI, November 15 to 19.
Well,
you got that right.
Man, if they play like that, I don't know. I feel like I don't know what it is, but obviously right now in our regular season, this has been one hell of a season. All these teams are very strong and very, I feel like, a big threat, even when it comes to the international stage.
Maybe it's the Yaoi change, the Yaoi energy, but we'll know more with what happened in game number 1 with Hans explaining more details.
Yaoi's return is Echo Express return, making sure that Echo takes game number 1 going up against AP Bren in this best of 3 series. And it was, of course, a masterclass of team fighting. But again, the MVP of that one is going to be none other than Sanford. Using and popping off the Terizla on this one. It's all dripped up, especially in the later portions of her game with that Radiant armor, and also building up a blade armor for him to actually sustain that basic attack damage coming in from that Claude, which is the reason why it doesn't really get that much damage output coming in from Super Marco whenever Marco tends to initiate. And now we're going to take a look at the back and forth affair, specifically on the mechanics department, and this is where Echo started to get the first blood kills. Ogwen using the flicker to be able to get away. Meanwhile, there's another counter attack coming in from the rest of the members of the Hive because they wanted to go for some extra pick-offs and try to build the damage output for few as early and as easy as possible. The problem is there's so much pressure coming in from Echo, and even though most of the damage output that we would expect is there, it's up to the other 4 members coming in from the side of Echo to just punish them and continue. And this is what we're talking about, right? Ogwen and Sanji, an immediate, just like what Midnight said, split-second display coming in from AP Bren that we would usually see coming in from Echo, and that momentum has led them to take a turtle on their side. The first one for the side of AP Bren, not long before another Echo skirmish goes on to the side of the Orcas. Carl TZ, the ability of having a setup skill on his very own, has managed to secure a bunch more for Echo in this matchup. They don't even care about the Lord anymore. It was just a matter of time, especially with Benny Cutie's positioning, that he was able to bring down so many heroes, and also Super Marco, that led him to go back into the BMI of his. Initially, it was to escape, but for now, it was him to be taken out. This time around, we're going to be taking a look at so many other crowd control skills coming in from Echo, and of course, the final range. And I feel like the issue coming in from AP Bren was the range factor. There were so many things that they needed to worry about, and they were lacking in terms of damage per second because they were only relying on the Claude and the Novaria. And Sanford being the icing on the cake to a start of an Echo skirmish was the finishing blow for the side of AP Bren, as it was only Kyle TZ left, and there was no other way the Baksha could defend the space for Orcas and a full-on HP Lord. We're also going to be taking a look at the kill map here, especially for Sanford. We've seen him a while ago at 1-0-10, I believe, or at least 1-1-10, but the kill is going to be at the 12th minute, once the Lord is already at its evolved form. Kill and assist have been vital for him to make sure to sustain and the rest of his teammates. And together with the items and the way he's built up this Terizla, he is more of a sustaining factor. And also, his way of actually initiating in terms of team fights is very confident enough because he is reliant towards the items that he has. Especially now, if we're going to take a look at the emblems and their talents, they're securing the tenacity, especially for the Extra, to stay a little bit more in terms of team fights, because there is one way for them to be reached, and that is going to be none other than Ogwen with the use of this Wild Charge. Also with the X-Borg, courtesy of Flap TZ, holding on to the last Insanity. But it's a matter of who goes first. We saw that a while ago with the side of AP Bren using the Hive Dive, aka the Wild Charge, to go for inside. But the problem is there wasn't really enough follow-up because Super Marco didn't really have enough items, or maybe now that he has a full item display. But the problem is he wasn't able to go to the back lines and access, because whenever he tries to do that, Sanji just tends to release the real-world manipulation for extra shield. Benny Cutie also finds himself in a very good position as well, and it's Carl TC that he always sees, and he gets caught in the crossfire, which is why Super Marco hasn't really been doing much of the damage. Yes, he had 57% in terms of kill participation, but the problem is with the team fight, it really leans towards the side of Echo, especially with the laning stages that we've seen Sanford actually dominate. And Super Marco, even though there were some moments of silver lining for this guy being the ace with a 76k total hero damage, it really didn't boil well for the side of AP Bren, as Echo has managed to secure this game number 1. And together with Benny Cutie, Carl TZ, and the Sansan duo, they welcomed Yaoi back, and the Echo Express is back on duty.
True. Yeah, true. It felt like Yaoi coming back into this game. He was like, I'm gonna play my phone, and after that, whoop-ham! That's the Express.
That's it. That's the express.
He's feeling the vibe, and
Yeah.
you saw the way they played, and it felt like Echo. You were saying it earlier, like there was a question of chemistry, right?
Yeah.
But it didn't feel like that in game number 1. As we just saw Echo flawlessly execute their gameplay, and this is just amazing to see. And that's why we're inviting you guys to watch MPL Philippines Season 12 playoffs live and on-site. Get your tickets now from our official ticketing partner, Slash. Just go to bit.ly/S12 playoffs tickets for more details.
Show your support. Sorry, I messed up my slash. So because
Slash.
my hand
There you
got
go.
stuck to the paper. But show your support for your favorite MPL teams by purchasing their limited edition team notification effects for only 58 diamonds. Wow.
Yeah. Only 58 diamonds.
Wow.
You love to see it.
Love to see it.
Oh,
Now,
shit. More diamonds.
I just want to highlight again more on the change with Echo
Yeah.
here. I mean, we're talking about the flawless gameplay of how they execute their team fights, and I feel like you have to consider the fact that even though they are used to playing with JP, it's a different vibe when you're playing with Yawi. There is that leader, that commander of because we hear Echo when we do
Yeah.
mic checks, right?
Yeah.
It's always Yawi saying, "Hey, look."
Yeah.
It's gonna die. He's gonna die. He's gonna die.
You know what? If there's
Killable,
going to be a
killable.
certain similarity towards an anime character, I would say Yawi is like Commander Erwin from Attack on Titan. He's the dude who just wants to go on and be aggressive.
Yeah.
Right? Shinzuo Sasageo has been created because of Commander Erwin, and that is exactly what Yawi is saying to them as well.
And every single time,
Shinzo wo Sasageo.
There you go. And now we're gonna be looking at the the head-to-head. The comparison of PH players against the world. It's not just Yawi, but we also have world-class junglers on both Echo and AP brand. Kyle TZ and Carl TZ, the TZ brothers. I mean, alongside Flap TZ, with Kyrie.
Kyrie TZ.
Kyrie.
Yeah.
Kyrie, man.
I mean, you actually see so many accolades here, but the thing is, whenever you hear his name, you only say Kai.
Kyrie, the Filipino jungler in Indonesia.
How did he do it?
How do you do it?
How does he do it? I don't know.
And it's interesting because, again, these are world-class junglers.
Yeah.
I mean, Kyle TZ, he does have like two achievements on his resume, but those two are heavier. It's gold medal.
Yeah. But the thing is, it's also a start for Kyle TZ. He's only started around Season 10. And to think he's already being compared to these two junglers, that's a major achievement.
It's he's very much worthy, obviously, of having TZ there. Because I remember when Kyle stepped in, into the league, a lot of people were wondering how he'd match up. And yes, when you look at the achievements, it looks like it's an 11 font, size 11 for Carl TZ, right? Because he's just got so many. But like, Kyle TZ is going to get there. And honestly, he is already off to an amazing start. In his career, he holds his own, really, against the best junglers out there.
I mean, that is why he's called the young GOT. Speaking about having an amazing start, Echo, with the Game 1 victory that they just had, looking at their past matchup, it's also Echo winning 2-0. So they're already in the, they're already in the works of repeating what happened in their previous affair, as Echo just beat AP Bren first time they encountered each other. Now, Hans, I want to ask you the question: AP Bren, what do you adjust for game number 2? Because AP, again, this is a quest to reclaim your momentum. What do you do for AP Bren?
You pressure Yawi's hero pool. That's what you could possibly do at this point. Like, how far can he go without the heroes that he's not usually using?
Force him on a healer.
Right? Because of course, we've seen Ogwen use the Rafaelas, you've seen him use the Matildas, and for quite some time it's been effective, sometimes it's not.
Yeah.
But for Yawi, we haven't completely seen that, right? We saw him all over social media. He's using the Chos. He's actually top global Cho.
Yeah,
that's a major achievement. But the thing is, something about the meta right now doesn't really lean on towards what Yawi is accustomed to using. So I can't wait to see what that's in.
I thought I heard top 1 Yawi, played by Cho.
You can say that.
It's kind of synonymous, right?
Yeah.
But I think now he's a little down because he's now top global too.
Yep.
But
He's
as we always
top
say,
global too?
Yeah, he's top 2 global. But as we always say, Yawi, wag ka down. Don't be down.
Don't be down.
Yeah.
Don't get down.
Don't get down.
I mean, you're top seed, so you have no reason to be down. And again,
it's top seed.
Top
they gotta
seed.
be happy about that.
Of course, because again, you're number 1.
Yep.
That's already secured, done and dusted. AP Bren can no longer catch up to Echo, you're going to be happy with the position that you have right now. But what might put a frown on the face of Yawi is, again, the adjustment that you spoke about coming into game number 2. AP Brent, if they do decide to remove these heroes from Yawi, like take out the Minotaur, the Kufras, the Groks. Well, they did take out the Grok, but it's still sort of like, it still became an Echo game because of how Echo composed their lineup. And that's, again, maybe try considering for AP Bren picking up the Hoot Hoot.
Yeah.
Just to make sure that Yawi does not get to play these initiation heroes.
That, and also the fact that even if you look back at the game, before it went into Express mode, like it was AP Bren that was starting a lot of those fights. They had great overlapping, with the CC that they had. We saw them really duking it out, but unfortunately, I just feel like at one point, it's like they were holding on to the Expressway. Like they were just like taken for a ride eventually. And that is something, once again, the Hive really isn't used to doing. I mean, they have been pretty dominant throughout the season. They are also up there in the standings as well, but when you look at the actual gameplay there, because Yawi stepped in, I feel like that's the thing. Like the pace picks up, the tempo picks up a little bit more. That's not to say, the way that JP plays the roam isn't good at,
it's just different.
It's different. It's a different flavor, and it's a different tempo. And what this felt like, after not seeing Yawi play for the entire regular season so far, is Echo on an actual different tempo. And this is like another version. Like if Echo was already the Express, this is like the
Ultra Express.
Ultra Fast Express.
Ultra Fast Express. The Expedited Express.
There you go.
Oh my! I mean, I understand the point because again, if you're Echo, if you look into the mic checks, it's different when JP is playing. It's different when Yawi is playing. JP with Echo usually is calm, collected. We go for this. We go for this. Yawi is constantly screaming in your ear. Hey, this guy's dead. This guy's dead. Look, killable, endable. We dive. That's the calls that this guy makes, and it's a different tempo. And it might be Echo feeling the difference right now because the players are feeling it as well. Because there is a difference between playing calm, collected MLBB and playing fast, ultra fast-paced aggression.
That's why I said, man, they're playing to the drums.
Exactly.
Like, that's why we hope that you guys could make it if you're here in the Philippines with us, or maybe you're going to be traveling to the Philippines for the playoffs. I don't know. Yeah, I can't imagine because, like, obviously this is packed right now.
Yeah.
But for the playoffs, I mean, later for M5.
We're not going to hear each other.
Yes.
For sure.
It's very intense.
We're going to be casting with a lot of screams.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And again, in layman's term, for all these guys have mentioned, it's like Ash Ketchum is using Charizard whenever they're with JP, and Ash Ketchum using Greninja when they have Yawi.
I love it.
That's like the.
I love the analogy.
That's like the analogy for you guys to better understand it.
This is what I'm saying. I always love it when Hans is in the seat because he brings it to the level to the
That's
probably
true.
the average people out there, the age group out there.
Exactly.
He makes things make sense. Good job,
relatable, understandable.
Because I don't know what generation that Pokemon's in.
Good job. Well,
but I
it's
did
in
get
Generation 7.
Generation 7. All I know is the original.
Do you know Infernape, though?
Nope. All I know is the original.
Dang, it's Gen 3?
The original 151.
Dude, point is,
Okay,
whenever Hans is on the analyst desk, every single one of us turns into Captain America.
Yeah.
I understood that reference.
Yeah. Good job.
Good job.
Good job.
That's Hancock.
I'll give that to you.
That's Hancock. Good job.
I'll give that to you. Good job, though.
There
But
you
again, as I was saying a while ago, this time, compared to the previous matchup that we've seen them do, this one has a little bit more bearing to it. Because AP Bren needs the points, or need the points to make it to the upper bracket.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Right? Because when you think about it, RSG lost their game a while ago against Omega.
Yep.
So they're stuck at 21.
Yep.
Right now, Bren is still at 22 points, and they want to make it they want to have extra wins for them to secure the spot because, RSG and Blacklist are still roaming around the corner.
AP Bren basically had their work cut out for them when RSG lost earlier on. But because of the loss in game number 1 against Echo, they have to make this work.
Wait, guys. I finally have a better analogy.
Yes.
JP...
Oh, my God.
Wait.
There was nothing wrong with the first one, man.
Wait, because you don't get the Greninja, though.
Okay.
I want to make you understand, okay?
I'll give you 20 seconds.
Okay, so Charizard when it's with Yawi, okay? Venusaur when it's with JP. Because whenever you use the Solar Beam, you wait for the second turn for it to go ahead.
actually-
And that is like calculated aggression.
I prefer the first reference.
Dang it.
I prefer the first reference.
Okay, a win is a win.
It works.
A win is a win.
To the draft we go. Game 2.
Yep.
It's already coming out. AP Brent locking in the Baksha. This looks somewhat similar.
Oh, instant answer with an Iksha to Rizla coming out from Echo. They really understand this matchup coming out from the Baksha that AP Brent has gotten themselves into with the first pick. Now, AP Brent, you have a choice. You can either go for the Claude once again, alongside a different support maybe, or again, the Hood, the Eggman for AP Brent.
Is that his new name?
The Hood, yeah.
The Hood, the Eggman, the Time Traveler. I don't even know.
The Devastator.
The Devastator. The savior of everyone. You know. The anti-crowd control dude, but of course they're going to be picking a Claude.
Novaria.
It's going to be a Novaria, and it is looking like it's going to be a Novaria.
And
pretty similar though.
This might just be an Akai's too. So
yeah.
I mean, Echo, they have a lot of options, but for the Grays, in the name of good drafting orders, I think this should be an Akai.
Yeah. You got to give it to them though.
Yeah.
There's just so many other things that they have to worry about, but one less thing that they need to worry if they get the Akai is getting objectives, because Carl has managed to make sure that he will get at least one objective onto himself every time he has that Akai, and he also has one setup ability every time that the Akai is leaning towards the side of Echo.
Yep. We are waiting for the third pick coming out from Echo, but again, we just want to point out that it is a similar draft to game number 1, but now they've gotten themselves the Minotaur first.
Oh, Diggy's
and
banned
then the
again.
Diggy ban. There you go. Anti-Yaoi, no longer an option for AP Brent.
So it's like the same, but it was just a little different order.
It's same, but different. But same. If you understood that reference.
Yeah, I do. It's the name of the pro players that are very strong, but if that's not the case, dang it.
Okay, analyze the draft index for us.
But again, as I was saying, we're starting to see a little similarities, just a little bit in terms of order. So it's kind of expected the Division and Info will really go onto the side of AP Brent, but again, the damage, especially the hero DPS, are leaning towards the side of Echo. 3.2 over, or 4 over 3.2, just because of the Iksha alone. So as long as they tend to take care of the Iksha, then it's going to be a good sign for them to take control. But again, you're going to have the Diggy and the Uranus.
And the Force event.
Okay.
Literally the same game.
Right, just to be sure, right? We're not watching the replay.
Yeah.
Right?
We're not.
I'm gonna pinch you.
Yep.
Okay.
I'm being pinched.
Okay. It's real time.
Ouch.
It's real time.
Can I pinch you too?
You can pinch me too if you want.
There you go.
Oh, ouch.
The muscles though.
This is real. Hans, your life is real. My life is real.
Yeah.
So this is a real game.
Okay, it's a real game.
Now AP Brent.
Wow.
What do you consider a real ban here? Do you still go for the Akai ban? Or do you go back to the pattern that was made in game number 1?
Oh, that's right. Akai is still open. Huh.
There you go.
There you go.
Now he's gone.
Okay. So now this is a different game.
It's a different universe.
There we go.
There we go. We are safe.
We're safe.
We're safe.
We're safe.
I thought we were going to the back rooms, but it's not the case. Lancelot!
Oh, hi. They call me.
Sorry, I got hyped. Because the thing is, when you're watching Echo and a Lancelot pops up, even if it's on the other side, you get hyped.
Yeah.
You gulat.
Whatever happens, it's a cool hero.
I am gulatted.
Yeah, you're gulat.
You were gulatted by the
Ladies and gentlemen, gulat in English is shocked.
I am shocked.
Yeah. I shouted my guts. I screamed.
Yeah. Gulat na gulat in English is shell shocked.
We need to. Nice. Oh, by the way, happy birthday out there.
Happy birthday.
No, like that's the thing. It's the English stream, but we got to start throwing some Tagalog words out there because some people are gonna fly to the Philippines for M5.
Oh yeah, you gotta learn, man.
So you know.
Ooh, Kufra. Wait, sorry. Kufra into a Minotaur? AP Brent, are you sure about this? I'm referring to John Cena right now. Are you sure about this?
Are you sure about this?
This is Ogwen saying it's going to be
over. There goes the hard counter.
Oh, man.
There goes the hard counter.
Oh, man.
I mean, they got hard countered, but AP Brand does have a lot of departments where they win.
Yeah. For Lancelot, AP Brand has a hard counter, or not even a hard counter as much, just because it's, you know, it's fine. You at least have a counter towards the puncture. But the problem is, for Kufra, once the cult altar has been, or why do I always say cult altar? Netherrealm.
Well, I mean, we said it for
Netherrealm.
seasons, man.
Okay,
You know, it's okay.
Let's say it together.
By the way,
1, 2, 3.
Netherrealm. By the way,
Thank you.
it's not Astral Recall, it's Star Shutter. Astral Recall is when you cast the ball. When it gets, when it heads towards you and you cast it again, it's Star Shutter.
Really?
Yeah. I just learned it earlier.
Oh.
Well, now you know.
Now you know.
Well, you learn something new every day.
Yeah, you learn Tagalog words, you learn new skills.
That's why you're here.
Yeah, but it sounds so cooler to say, like, just not even Astral, but like Recall Echo. Oh, there's the Recall, the Echo.
That's true. That's true.
Now I have to say the Star Shutter and the Echo.
Yeah. Yeah.
3 names. A lot of names. Speaking about names, again, you see Kyle DZ and Carl DZ in front of your screens. Ogren already in the jungle area of Echo, making sure that Carl DZ does not get up to speed with the Lancelot. As we head on over to the game number 2 between AP Bren and Echo. Ogren starts the game with a stolen Small Lizard.
Wow. Can I just say, though, it's pretty ironic and unusual that Few is using the Astral Echo on Echo for the 2nd game straight. I mean, I can't wait to see how major this is going to play out, because it's going to be the same scenario over again. Yes, you do have Ogwen on your side. You have extra setup, but the problem is a new hero has also joined the side of the Orcas together with that Faramis, who is actually building up more on the movement speed with that agility and the Wilderness Blessing. Yep. But even so, he's taking a bit of the damage.
Early game, little relaxed on both sides. Again, jungle contest is happening on both sides. But pretty much Carl TZ and Carl TZ, both of them will get level 4 prior to Turtle.
Oh, man.
Not only that, too, but I mean, even the previous game, man, like, Few had a great game on the Navario, right? At one point, he had that 3-0.
Oh, Carl.
This could be is he going to be safe? Carl TZ going to be in trouble? Bobs and weaves out of there. This is it Carl TZ or is it Lancelot? Which one is it, right? He gets out perfectly fine.
I mean, it's Carl TZ, you know. You pick Kufra, you try to counter him. At the end of the day, it's still Carl TZ using that Lancelot.
Yeah.
He understands perfectly well those punctures and how to weave out of those skirmishes.
It's Carl Salot, if you would
Carl
say.
There you go. There we go. That's what I was looking for.
There was just...
Sorry.
Okay.
Carl Salot TZ.
Okay.
Don't forget TZ.
Okay, I agree. At this point, they're just going to be securing the TZ. They're going to be securing the TZ. They're going to be securing the Turtle.
TZ.
All right, just to be clear.
Well, either way, now the battle here. Turtle going to go ahead and get reset. So AP Brent going to call it off for a little bit. Echo going to go ahead and start it up. Carl TZ there at the front alongside Yawi.
They gave it up.
Playing the zone. Yeah, they might just give it up. Oh, we're going to charge in. No, actually, Carl TZ rolls in too. Can't get there in time. Going to be secured for Echo. They get another flicker out. Now Kyle TZ on the run. NetherRealm comes through. Sanford, is he going to be okay? Takes a shot from the shutter. Still going to be up, and he's able to survive.
He's alive!
Now. Are they going to go under the turret?
Oh my
They're going to be dragging
goodness.
him back to the turret. But Flap will stay alive as well.
Did you see that block from Yawi? He
Yeah,
blocked the path of Lap TZ towards Sanford.
Oh,
and
man.
that saved Teresa's life.
Yo, that was a close call. But again, Yawi, with his game sense, is again back like he never left at this point. Flap making sure that he's there. But it seems like we have another trivia.
Yeah, it's just GOAT things, you know. Carl DZ currently holding the highest GPM in MPL history with 702 GPM among players with at least 200 games
How many
played.
things does Carl TZ hold? Like currently?
You know what? Why does it always feel like whenever there's an Echo game that's been played, Carl
always
TZ
another
just achieves something?
record.
That's what I said.
There's another record broken.
Earlier it was like size 11 font. Eventually, if you added everything from all the trivia, it's
Size
going to be
8?
like, yeah, size 8.
I mean, it's Carl TZ. That's why it's called the young GOAT. And the thing is, it's still young. Still has a lot of years in front of him. And now he's doing a lot of amazing things. And that is one of them, jungle control over the side of AP Brent.
So he's going to put the pressure here on Kyle TZ again. Gets him low. Now going to contest the
dodge.
purple. The dodge goes through. Kyle TZ able to secure it. Now Carl TZ with the rest of the team.
will get out of there. But you got to also respect Kyle Teasy here. Under the pressure, he's able to handle it.
Yep. Yeah, and you also have to give it to them. Both retributions are now out for at least 20 seconds or less, so that's going to be more space for the side of AP Brent to make a play. And also Echo to do the same thing, as Flap TZ and Sanford are going to be caught in the crossfire here on the bush up top, but Kyle TZ is going to do just the same thing.
Didn't
Not
really,
just that.
Yeah, didn't get a catch on Sanford. And Sanji already in position to contest that turtle from AP Brent.
See how they play this out. Turtle going to be half health. Everybody getting in position for the fight here. Yawi also holding on. Sandy could be in trouble. Has to flicker out. Flap TZ now behind enemy lines. They reset the turtle though. So now Echo still fighting it. A lot of the ultimates still available. Flap TZ and Few waiting for theirs. They might try to buy some more time here.
Yeah, it's not just the Lancelot that can, weave in and out of these skirmishes. It's also the Paquito of AP Brent.
Yeah, I agree.
There's constantly pressuring these heroes on the side of Echo. Kyle TZ, however. Oh! Kyle TZ!
Drive-by!
Secures the turtle with the Retribution drive-by. And AP Brent gets one on the map.
Thank you, Kyle TZ. We finally get 3 drive-bys for today.
Yeah.
And we're only 2 series in. That's how massive this Baksha has been in terms of the meta that we have right now. And also, you have to give it to Flap TZ. A major misposition coming in from Sanji to put him out of position to just cast off his Netherrealm. And you also have to give it to Sanji as well, because he was patient enough to not use his Netherrealm when he is being placed in a very difficult corner. So Flap TZ, even so, is very confident just because he has the Lord's sake. But now,
confidence. Can he keep it together? Flap TZ versus 2 in the top side. Gonna take quite a bit of hits. Revenge strike comes through. That's it. They walk away. He is gone. First blood. 6 minutes in.
Wait.
Finally going over to Echo.
Wait, that was first blood?
Yep, first blood.
6 minutes in.
Oh, Kyle TZ takes the purple buff from Carl TZ. It's now Kyle pressuring the jungle area of Echo.
Yeah, and it's still a tight game.
Oh, the jump.
Carl TZ. Yeah, he'll be fine. Oh, the thorn rope. We saw that earlier today as well, by the way.
Ladies and gentlemen, Carl TZ.
Yeah. No analysis needed. That's Carl TZ, everyone.
No explanation.
Yeah.
Just the name.
Yeah. I mean, that was also a magnificent effort coming in from AP Brent, but now it's going to be Super Marco. Ogwen also using his flicker to be able to get away. So Echo, even though they've gotten at least the first blood, Kyle TZ has managed to bring them back into a corner to at least 3, and even it's a seesaw battle.
Oh, here comes Sanji too. Yawi taking quite a bit of hits. They might look for a counter punch here unless they play the safe route.
It's pulled.
It's Kyle TZ though, now Few making his way as well.
Top lane, however.
Ow.
Kyle TZ in front of the Paquito. Really annoying for the Lancelot and now Echo. They are in the turtle pit, but they don't have their jungler here.
Benny Cutie picking up the DHS. Perfect timing for this fight. Sanford gonna miss
zone.
the penalty zone. Yawi takes a shot. Ogwen gonna jump in. Gets the Netherrealm out. Few fell as well. Still the fight for the turtle here. There's the drag. Ogwen. Carl TZ, but the blazing duet comes through. Gets them quite low. Now they're on the retreat. Flap TZ has to run back from the full barrage.
Yo, that Lancelot came from mid, and he was able to take 2 kills. However, AP Brent did take the turtle, as it was taken by Super Marco, and Kyle TZ went for the chase. They got the Lancelot kill, but Echo, they got the kills.
And even though 2 heroes were down, I mean,
look at the left side. Look at the left side. Carl TZ dashing in again, almost getting the turtle away from AP Brent. It's unfortunate that AP Brent took the turtle with Super Marco, but man, Echo again showing the mechanical prowess over AP Brent.
Tough again for Echo to be in that position with the way things unfolded there.
Yeah.
AP Brent though grabbing themselves the 2K gold lead now at this point.
And it's looking likely for them to, secure this bottom lane turret. And it's something that we've seen about AP Brent that has managed to make them take control of so many objectives as of this moment. They know that in terms of team fight, they're not really going to have a good time just because of the Netherrealm brought about by Sanji.
Yep.
So, yes, Sanji is going to be there, but Flap TZ is doing a pretty good job, isolating every other member. Whenever, whenever Carl TZ is not joining in terms of the fight, then the NetherRealm won't really be effective as much.
Yeah.
But if Carl TZ is joining the Lord fight or the Turtle fight, Flap TZ is isolating Sanji instead. So there's things that, you know, APBR are doing here, even if it doesn't work in terms of their composition, Flap TZ is making it happen, which is why APBR is now holding this lead right now.
And guess what? All of this is giving a lot of space for Super Marco.
Agree.
Again, the macro objectives from AP has been phenomenal. But they have to deal with the team fights because Echo, the name of their game, is their ability to initiate, their ability to retake fights, and their ability to turn these lords into 5v5 engagements.
Not a
be
lord.
careful, though.
Yeah, not a lord for the taking there.
Oh, yeah.
We started up. Expect another long dance between these two teams.
Damage, however, is now available for Super Marco. We saw 3 hits pop out from the Claude, and Yawi has been reduced to 50% of his health. Fortunately, he has a heal, but again, it is a sample of how much damage AP Brent can actually deal.
And not only that, there's also a bottom lane turret secured by Flap TZ as of the moment, but there's jump coming in from Ogwen. I
thought that was
Eagle as well.
Oh, Yawi getting jumped quite low. They got to be cautious of this. Also, keep an eye on a Flap.
Look at Flap, though.
The positioning on this Paquito is going to be crucial for this fight. Ogren going to charge up. Swings in. Gets the rage off. The NetherRealm to follow. He backs off.
Big.
Already crucial out of here. Benny Cutie isn't a part of this fight as well.
That's big. They still have the Minoan Fury on the side of Yawi.
We're going to go ahead.
He comes in.
Committing this through. Zanford gonna jump in, trying to keep Kyle TZ at bay. Lord goes to Carl TZ.
Paul!
Able to get it. Now Ogwen to follow as well. Yawi
follow him!
Flickers out quickly. Carl TZ finds another. 2 down for AP Bren. They lose the Lord as well.
The GOT! Carl TZ with the Lancelot!
Oh my goodness, that was a magnificent effort coming in from Echo. First off, they dished the HP coming in from Kyle TZ to not be able to at least contest more, plus a major error coming in from Ogwen to just unleash that Tyrant's Revenge and Rage combo to not even everyone. It was just the Teresa that's been caught. And that's the worst case scenario if you're AP Bren at that point, because a 3k gold lead has bumped down to 100, and it may even go to Echo's side.
When you dissect the Lord fight, Echo pulled it to perfection.
Oh,
Penalty
man.
zone on the back line. Carl TZ with some turns, but here we are in a team fight as well. AP Bren, they're forcing out the defense on the bottom side of the map.
They look like they want to fight this. Yawi gonna be the target. There's the rage. They get the down, but Benny Cutie laying down the full barrage. And they fight it out. Sanford's still gonna be the backside. Carl TZ goes in.
Look at Flap,
with the phantom execution.
No puncture.
Gets it in. Flap on the hunt for Sanji. One punch away. Gets dragged. Can't find him. Oh! Part of his own demise. Flap TZ with the double.
What?
Oh, Carl TZ. Carl TZ still showing up. You're not the only TZ here.
I don't
there
know.
goes the Phantom Execution. Is he going to be able to get out? Flap TZ with the puncture. I mean, Carl TZ with the puncture.
Carl TZ going. He's waiting for Sanji to get there. Couldn't get there in time. Carl TZ goes down.
Too much TZs on the side of AP Brent. Both Kyle and Flap play that team fight to perfection. But that initial jump from Ogwen shuts down the team fight.
Oh my
for
goodness.
Echo.
We've talked about Carl TZ. We've talked about Kyle TZ. But there's still another TZ who goes unnoticed, and that is none other than Flap at this point. A double kill. Dissecting, literally separating the sea from both of these members coming in from the side of Echo, and that is exactly where they actually take the lead. Where, you know, the NetherRealm hasn't been utilized as much because Sanji is thinking, how the hell do I use this?
Yeah, there was no one to
there's
save.
There's no way.
There was no one to save because Yawi was already dead.
Yeah.
And Flap TZ was just cutting on the back line.
Yeah.
And this is just the prowess of the original TZ clan member. Flap TZ utilizing the Paquito to perfection again, cutting the back corners of Echo and making sure that Benny Cutie was not able to join that fight. The full barrage was utilized, but the angle was off.
It was off,
The Paquito was already there, and he was like, bro, shut that off.
I gotta say, like, the way Flap TZ is playing this Paquito and what he's been doing throughout this game so far, very reminiscent from the previous series when we saw Ryota doing it, right? On the same hero, Paquito. And he is doing more than work for this.
Yeah.
And again, it's really, AP Brent wants to get to a game 3. They're having things fall in their place, but Can they keep it up? They have to. They have to be able to respond. What I love to see is how close this game is, though.
Oh yeah.
It really hasn't gone in super favor, you know, in terms of gold-wise for long for either team.
And this is crazy because you have two teams that are sitting at the same level in terms of macro, macro execution. It all boils down to who executes better in terms of micro. And we saw again FlapTZ hitting all those punches. CarlTZ puncturing away from the hands of AP Bren, but it wasn't really enough as AP Bren had more firepower to their lineup, and you start seeing the the closeness of their strength, the ability of these two teams, and I feel like whoever presses their buttons better and uses their spells better in this game will win out game number 2.
And it's also because of the fact that Super Marco had a way better start compared to game number 1. With the damage output, they can finally dish out a decent amount of damage, wherein Echo will kind of doubt whether they would want to go for the team fight or not. And that's something that they've been holding on for the longest time. They want Super Marco to stay safe. Plus, because the Akai is no longer there, yes, the Lancelot can dish out some damage, but the problem is, CarlTZ no longer has a crowd control skill. That was the issue a while ago for Super Marco, because every time he dishes out the Blazing Duet, he was like, oh dear.
Oh dear.
Here's the heavy spin again.
Oh dear.
And I'm gonna go down. But this time, he has a 1, 2, and 2. That's a way better choice if you ask me, because he finally has secured more objectives. Even though, I have to say, BLCK has the lead just because he has that Corrosion Sight, a Demon Hunter Sword, and a Malefic Roar together with the Wind of Nature for extra defensive measures.
This is also just a better game overall for AP Bren, you know, comparing it to the previous one. And really what it's going to come down to is these Lord fights, like these upcoming Lord fights. And a lot of that is also on CarlTZ. He's done relatively well so far on the spot shot picks, sometimes even just driving by, taking objectives. So that's crucial for Echo to handle here.
Again, Lord is going to spawn in 3 seconds. Echo and AP Bren, both of them are eyeing to take this Lord. Meanwhile, we have FlapTZ shoving that minion wave on the top lane, forcing BLCK to stay up top. And this means that 4 heroes are only available for Echo in terms of team fighting AP Bren, because this Paquito is again gonna cut the back line. For Echo.
It's a 4v4 situation. Iksha, BLCK has been left to at least defend, and he's not going to be that fast.
Oh, look at that damage, Yawi. Yeah, he can heal. You know, he can heal some of that back up, but
how many astral recalls has CarlTZ dodge?
Yeah, it's like the Matrix. It's like the dude from the Matrix.
It feels like there's a auto trigger.
Yeah.
Whenever he is hit by the Star Shudder, there's always that Thorn Rose.
But newsflash, guys, he's human.
Yeah, he got hit.
He got hit.
He got hit one time.
You know, I mean, even given that, though, there's a big upper hand here for AP Bren, because just with the fact that Paquito's going to be putting that pressure, you'll lose BLCK, you know, for this. So you have to be really careful how you approach the fight.
Yeah.
Here we go.
It's the numbers. It's the numbers game for AP Bren.
Yep. Ogwin going to charge in, finding Sanford. Yawi, Super Marco just unleashing. Whoa, Sanford.
Ouchie, 440.
Can't heal that with a Band-Aid, though.
This might be the situation for them to go ahead and press for this Lord. They look like they're going to go for it. Ogwin.
Another dodge from CarlTZ. My goodness.
It's the information he needs, too.
This is the toughest Lancelot I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
Using Puncture and Phantom Execution into a Kufra and a Claude.
The timing is impeccable.
If you mess that up, you're dead. But it's CarlTZ, you know, so.
Yeah. He also has that Endless Battle together with that War Axe Sustain in terms of team fight.
Oh,
but
look
now,
at Yawi.
split type.
CarlTZ in the front line.
That's the downside of being a Minotaur, right? Like, it's very slow. Like, you're going to take a couple shots from Claude before you get a chance to jump out. And, of course, you got the heal. That's great. But, you know, they're finding it difficult to actually enter into this fight and find positioning.
Yeah. By the way, we crossed the minute mark for this Lord Dance.
We're getting there.
Yeah, we're getting there.
Last game we had, what, 2 minutes?
2 minutes, yeah, total. Part of the Filipino cultural dance thing.
Yeah.
Tinikling, Cariñosa,
and now
Lord Dance.
Yeah. Welcome, guys.
I'm not going to try again.
Welcome to Philippines.
I'm going to butcher it.
Yeah. No, you can say the bamboo
No, you can say
dance, right?
Tinikling.
Oh, tinkling.
Tinkling, there you go.
You can say the bamboo dance, though.
No, tinikling.
Tinikling.
There
There we
you
go.
Yeah.
I didn't think about it twice. The bamboo dance.
The bamboo dance. Carinyosa is quite easy.
There you go.
Carinyosa.
Did it feel right saying tinikling?
No, it did not.
All right, then you got it wrong.
Then
you should get it right. If
say
you feel
Lord
it's right, but
Dance.
now.
Oh, wait.
I mean,
are they actually going to find it out? No, they are not.
It's still the same poke battle that
Yeah.
we have been seeing for the past 2 minutes, which is now finally crossed the 2-minute mark. Welcome to Filipino Lord Dance, ladies and gentlemen.
And, of course, another reset.
Another reset. There you go. 2 minutes
All
of
right.
just looking at heroes get poked, get their HPs back.
Oh.
Force out again another Phantom Execution, but
They're
over.
gonna
Here's the
make a move.
conceal. This is the answer.
Different move. Different move.
They're going to force Echo back with the conceal. So they have that. They know that.
Sorry, Filipino Lord Dance.
Filipino Lord Dance. Welcome back. We're back to it.
Again, Call TZ, Phantom Execution into a Claude. Very tough as a Lancelot. 2 minutes 40 now. Sorry, 2 minutes and 30 now.
Yeah, although Conceal has already been popped by the side of AP Brent. So it's information for the side of Echo. No Astral Echoes as well. View is going to be waiting for that ultimate to pop off once again. But you also have to give it to Flapteezy. The macro game has been the story of this matchup. Flapteezy has been making sure that Benny Cutie stays in the base.
Oh,
You
the
won't
knock-up,
go
the knock-up!
Yeah, he's just parked there. Right now, will this turn into an actual go? Carl TZ,
you know
finding
what?
some of the positioning he wants. So Lord, gonna go ahead and reset.
3
minutes, guys. 3 minutes.
3:21, by the way.
Yeah, 3:21.
3:21.
3:21.
We're getting there.
We started at around 15.
14 something.
14.
50 something.
Yeah, 14. Yeah. I don't even want to count.
Trust me.
anymore.
Trust me. It's been
Yeah,
3
I
minutes.
trust you. I just don't want to count anymore.
This looks like it could be the longest Lord Dance that we've had so far.
I mean, the record to beat is 4:20 something.
About 4.5.
Not the number, but
you know what, dude? We're in pace. We're on pace.
4 minutes 27,
Come on.
I think.
Make it reach 18:15. We'll card 4 minutes. Fair game.
All right. We'll cross 4 minutes and 15 seconds.
And a reset again. Carl TZ.
5.
There you go.
4.
This should be a
3,
record. This should be the
2,
longest Lord Dance.
1. There
in
we
MPL
go.
season
4
12.
minutes Lord Dance.
We need our own like MPL trivia.
Yeah.
Longest Lord Dance.
Oh my goodness.
You know what? Do you want me to go back into the production area to type that?
You probably could and come back.
Yeah,
and
and they're still
be here.
dancing.
They're still dancing.
Because like that's the thing. Without Benny Cutie, it's tough. But actually, they're gonna go for it. So Ogwin already using the rage. Sanford.
Oh, wait.
Taking a couple shots.
Nah, the thing is, even if you take down Sanford, you have to take care of the Lancelot. Again, another dodge from Carl TZ. This is just nasty from the Lancelot.
Hey, they got the Phantom Execution out though too. This
Oh,
could
wait,
be an angle.
Marco's hurt.
Nah, again, Lancelot's still healthy. Sanford, Sanji, get your
Flapteezy,
HP
though.
down, get healed by the Minotaur.
Oh my goodness.
Flapteezy, he's also in the area now too. Ogwin gonna jump in.
Jeez.
Forcing Echo back a little bit. Benny Cutie might have to make his way for the fight now.
Wait, Carl TZ's dodging everything.
Yo, gentlemen, can I just say
5
they've
minutes.
done a tremendous job without Benny Cutie.
Yeah.
Benny Cutie's not even
Dude,
part of
3,
the fight.
2,
1.
1.
He's here.
5 minute Lord Dance.
5 minute Lord Dance, ladies and gentlemen.
This might be what they're looking for though. Lord very close to resetting.
Carl TZ's dodging everything. What the hell?
He's dodging everything, but look how hard it is for them to actually find the angle they're looking for. Benny Cutie goes back to base.
I mean, it's not just hard for Echo, it's hard for AP Brent as well.
Bro, he's making you look bad. He's making you look bad.
Dude,
Instead
come
of
on.
pulling a Stephen Curry, he's pulling a Ben Simmons right now.
Start hitting me. Start hitting me. Come on, it's just me.
Here we go again.
Oh, Yowie.
27K. Oh, Carl TZ finally
Carl
steps in.
TZ gonna go for a few. Gets the
He
flicker
had enough.
out.
A reset again.
Reset.
I want to go back to the telltale.
Oh,
man.
Sanford!
Hey!
Bravo! Fuel finding the mark from Few. Is that a turning tide here?
I mean,
for AP
Lancelot's still
Brent?
healthy.
Look at Flap though up top.
Carl! What?
Oh, this is troublesome here. This is in trouble. Blazing Duet comes in from Super Marco. Gonna force them back. Flicker as well. Whoa!
Okay, the answer from Pew was, I'm going to stop hitting Carl TZ. I'm going to start hitting other people.
You know what? I don't even care if I pull Ben Simmons right now. I don't care if I'm 0 for 17.
Thank you. 6 minute Lord Dance.
6 minute Lord Dance.
Folks, teams in MPLI, 6 minutes Lord Dance.
It's not like at that point. It's not even a battle of skill. It's a battle of stamina.
I'm not kidding.
Yeah.
Go rewind this game. 6 minute Lord Dance.
Boom.
Look at that though. Few is making it for the ones that count, right? It doesn't matter If those Astral recalls and the Star Shutters are not gonna hit,
Yep.
boom. What matters?
He's had enough.
Yeah.
He was like, Carl.
You know what?
Okay.
Steph Curry has had his bad days.
Dodge everything.
Yeah.
Let's see if your teammates can do the same.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, right now, it's up to Echo to defend the base here. Lord marching up, charging up. Gonna go ahead and get that inhibitor turret in the top side down.
Ouch.
We have not been able to see BennyQt unleash yet because he's been on base duty. So he finally takes care of the Lord.
Minutes.
Yeah, dude.
6 minutes.
He's been defending base for 6 minutes. He has not played MLPB.
Yeah. You can call him Warden Gonzalez.
There you go.
They're probably going to lose this bottom turret as well. But Echo's still holding on for now. Carl Teasy keeping Flap at bay. No one.
Oh, my.
Going down, though, or initiating a fight here.
Oh, dude! Stop! Stop dodging the stuff!
Oh, my goodness. Carl Teasy.
Off camera, by the way.
Yeah.
He didn't even see it coming.
Nuh-uh. He just dodges it.
It's funny because for Carl Teasy, it's probably just another day.
He dodges
like in reality.
Like we all get hyped up, but Carl Teasy, what's wrong?
Yeah.
It's normal.
It's normal.
It's a Lancelot thing to do.
I dodge Astral recalls for breakfast.
No, that's probably, dude, I wouldn't be surprised if that's part of their training, like in the boot camp.
Yeah,
all right,
yeah.
we're going to spend 30 minutes dodging Star Shutters.
Yeah.
How many dodges you can make?
Yeah.
Yes.
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 All right. How many can you dodge?
Yes.
That's just the case here. But speaking of which, let's talk about something that they can't dodge if the execution is going to be at utmost perfection. BennyQt's Full Barrage. He's already at a full item right now, together with that Corrosion Scythe and a Windtalker as well, and it's really going to help him scale very well. But again, the problem is going to be Flap Teasy.
Sorry, I mean, I can't focus, guys. I was imagining what you was thinking at that moment. Like he was tired.
Yeah.
Trying to, poke the Lancelot. Because at some point you gotta give up, right?
Or you know what? It's a try until you succeed thing.
I mean, he did give up earlier on when, when they won that Lloyd dance. So I think at this point,
I remember Wolf in these kinds of situations.
Why?
Things don't go your way and you get down or whatever.
Don't get down.
Don't get down.
There you go.
Don't be sad. Don't even get mad or anything like that.
I'd say if you're AP Bren, somebody has to say, somebody has to tell you,
Yeah.
dude, stop trying to catch Call of Duty. It's freaking Call of Duty.
Yeah, you can go, find other people or something like that. I mean, but again, here we go.
That's his job, right? Like,
yeah.
Let's be honest. That's what the Novaria does.
Yeah, that's what he's supposed to do.
You miss 100 shots you don't take.
Yeah, that's true. That's
right?
true.
Like, so
I love that.
Try until don't die, but try until you succeed.
That's something that Kobe would say.
I feel like we're just reading off the posters we saw in our education, The posters that were hanging in the wall, we're all just trying to recall because that's how long these dances
Go to my room.
Oh!
There you go. Get out of here. Get out of here, you cow. Yowie.
Oh, dear.
Falls down for Echo. Called easy, however, is in front of the Lord. There goes the Astral Echo.
Oh, there you go.
They see this. It's the dodge there. There you go. Another dodge from Called easy.
Finding the mark there on Yowie. Yowie's out for more than 50 seconds here. BennyQt still on base duty.
And they also take the lead in terms of inhibitors, right? 2 lanes, both mid and up top, which is why BennyQt, again, Warden Gonzalez.
Oh my goodness, these punctures coming out from Called easy. Almost taking out the blood. Another dodge! Oh my, well, it did hit, but the attempt was there.
I think this is just going to be Lord secured here unless Carl Teasy
No,
pulls some fancy footwork, but it's not looking like it.
It's Bren.
Lord
it's
secured.
AP Bren secured by the side of the Hive, and you love to see it. Getting Yowie was the best case scenario for them. Getting 2 more inhibitors was a better scenario for them. So this is a dream finish if they want to really end this game. But Carl Teasy.
That was very therapeutic.
Yeah.
Because we didn't see a very long Lord dance.
But
AP Bren was able to pull it off.
We know the duration of all of our
Look at
folk dances, right?
These punctures from Carl Teasy.
Yeah.
No damage, however, onto Flap because of the shields. Oh, Sanji.
See if they can defend their base here. Carl Teasy going to get dragged. He does have the immortality. Ogwin waiting on the outskirts of there. Lord making its way now. Flap Teasy going to jump in. Gets the Nether Realm out from Echo. It looks like they want to close this one out. Sanford jumps in too. Can't hold on to the base. AP Bren takes game 2. We're going to game 3.
Forcing out the deciding battle 1 game away.
Wow.
From securing their quest to reclaim their momentum in a clash of titans. And this winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FW Life Insurance. APBR taking out Echo in game number 2. This is a caliber match of 2 champions.
Ladies and gentlemen, I can therefore say APBR is unfazed after game 1.
Man,
they don't care about the win of Echo whatsoever. We're bringing this to game 3.
I'm sorry. I was just like, I feel like there has been a light shining down on us all of a sudden.
Yeah.
And now it is very bright here.
It is.
But it looks good. And
it is.
That game.
You look good.
Thank you.
You look
game.
good,
that game looked good for APBR.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it did look good as well for Carl Dean.
You know,
he touched a lot of stuff.
And also, 6-minute Lord Dance.
6-minute Lord Dance. That's the record, I think.
Yeah.
I'm assuming.
Because we saw the 4-minute Lord Dance with Omega. This time around, however, it's broken. 6-minute Lord Dance. Again, welcome to Philippines. This is how we do it here. 6-minute Lord Dances. And the patience of Bren is what allowed them to have this game against Echo.
You know what I love? I think it was just, you know, as we were talking about the posters and everything, it was just Ogwen being like, it's Ogre.
I mean,
it's back to that. It's Ogre.
It's over. Like, there's a lot of stuff to say. So, Hans, take it over.
Patience has been the key for the Hive as they equalize the series against the side of Echo in a 1-1 victory in the best-of-3 scenario for both of these teams. APBR has just simply managed to secure so many other objectives that led to, you know, Echo wanting or doubting whether they want to continue to initiate or whether they want to do it. But again, the MVP of this game, you miss the shots that you don't take. It's Novaria with a 2-1-6 courtesy of Few, and we saw him having a dream early game start and then mid-game coming in for the rest of the members of APBR, which also led him to build upon the clock of destiny. And up until the later portions of our matchup, he was able to make sure that the damage is going to be felt absolutely by the side of Echo because of the finishing blows that he has asserted to make sure that the dominance of APBR, especially in the later portions of the game, will be felt by Echo. Taking a look at the MVP highlights right now, you're starting to see that there are so many other situations, especially the micro mechanics coming in from Carl Teasy was just immense and really fruitful because APBR wanted to go for some extra initiations, but because Carl Teasy is still not yet down, then that means they want to think or rethink the ways or approaches they want to go for the team fights. But you also have to give it to Carl Teasy trying to at least keep the side of Echo alive after getting one turtle after another, after getting one Lord after another, and that was a major issue for them. However, we saw some glimpses of light coming in from APBR during the start of the fight, wherein Sanford really was in the middle of the fight and there was no follow-up because the Iksha, or aka Benny Cutie, was left on jury duty. Jury duty means that he needs to just stay in the base and there's no one left to defend because they don't have much wave clear, because Carl Teasy, once he leaves the Lord pit, then it's gonna be the chance for the side of APBR to actually contest for the Lord. But again, Few has been masterful in this matchup. They making sure that he could land so many other damage outputs and then take Yaoi out, and then right after that, make sure that almost all of them are gonna go and back out of that team fight. And there were so many moments, especially during the inhibitor or the loss of the inhibitor turrets, wherein it was really inevitable for the side of Echo because Iksha wasn't part of the Lord fight. It would have been best if Iksha was part of the Lord dance, but the problem is because of the lack of inhibitors, the lack of defenses coming in from Echo's base, Benny Cutie was forced to act as a turret, an inhibitor turret on his own, popping off the tenacity for extra healing or extra durability in the early portions of the game. And also, you love to see it, a major buildup of a Festival of Blood together with the agility and quantum charge for Flapteasy has developed and made sure that he can escape certain situations and he can rotate from one place to another. Plus, you also have to take note of the objectives, where in 9-6 in favor of APBR in terms of turrets, 2-1 in terms of Lords in favor, of course, of APBR as well. And you also have to give the orange and the purple buff to the side of APBR in terms of the lead. The problem here for Carl Teasy, of course, he was able to get a bunch more of his objectives in like the later portions of the game. But before the inhibitors were taken in both top and in the bottom, Carl TZ was already struggling in trying to get more objectives or more rotations in the map just because he doesn't have a purple buff on his own. Carl TZ made sure though that he was able to at least participate in terms of like the team fight and the aggression that APBR was showing them, but Few was just all out, whether or not, or it's either he was dishing out damage or he was dishing out or giving out information, and that was what a Novaria should be doing, and that is exactly what it did in this matchup. A masterful 89% team fight participation has been displayed by Few in this match, and I can't wait to see what is still left for them as APBR and Echo equalize in this series, and what a major play. Final moments, 4 words, 6-minute Lord Dance.
You had a shorter duration for your segment.
Hey, I'm sure
my
people,
segment's shorter.
No, it is. And I want people at home, I want to know, like, do they actually do they enjoy these long Lord dances?
Yeah.
Because I'll tell you what, if I was playing in this game and a Lord dance was 6 minutes, dude, I don't think I could handle it.
Hello, Atemara. I know you're listening to us. Can you ask either APBR or Echo that one? Because that was a very long Lord dance.
Like, how do you stay mentally there?
I mean, like, maybe for the players, like they enjoy watching that stuff because you get to see a lot of interesting things where you can learn from. But it really is a point of discussion where you start asking yourselves, is it really enjoyable to watch?
Yeah.
But in terms of competition, it's awesome.
It's awesome because, again, let's be real.
Cool.
Objective gameplay is how you win titles, right? Not just MPL titles, but of course internationally as well. And that's something, like, some people will be like, oh, I just want to see clash after clash after team fight after team fight. But really, it's what team is able to master those dances, those objective takes, and on top of it, win the fights if they break out. Like, that's a whole nother thing.
Yeah. It's really tiring, for the players, especially for the players, because when you are in a specific situation like that, there's a reason why Lord Dance got invented.
It's so much focus.
You have to make sure that you get the objectives, you look at the targets, you prioritize which ones to take down, how do you deal with the enemy junglers. That's why Lord Dances is a thing. That's why Lord Turns are a thing. But when you are in a heated scenario like that, like earlier on with APBR and Echo, like if you're APBR, again, you got to ask Few, how did it feel when you constantly were trying to hit Lancelot, but he was just dodging everything? How do you deal with that?
Yeah, and his answer? To just focus your sight on other players.
Yeah.
Because that is the most effective way, right?
It's either stick to your role or give up.
Yeah.
Start looking for different options.
He stuck to his role, but at the same time found another approach with it.
Yeah.
And
that's the beauty.
Yeah,
right?
that's the beauty.
That's the beauty.
You love to see it.
There's a reason why Philippines is known to be the best Lord dancing teams in the world, because they just have a very sound understanding of whenever we do Lord dances, when do we turn? Who do we target? Who do we focus on? And earlier on, we saw a lot of constant adjustments from APBR. They were trying to take on Yawi. They were trying to take on Sanford. They gave up on Carl TZ because he was just Carl TZ. And after switching a lot of things up, they finally found the opening.
And you know why it was so important, too, is because of the fact that those Lord dances are showcases of a team's synergy. Because it's not just happening, and most of the time it's not just a Lord dance that's happening. There's something macro-wise going on, right?
Hidden chess.
The communication between when to push, when to pull back,
That's
and
true.
be there for the fight,
That's true.
that is what a orchestrated Lord dance is. And I gotta say,
it's not just a Lord pit.
It's
the entire map.
Yeah. Plus, what do you do after the Lord dance? Can you even imagine 6 minutes? You don't get the Lord. How do you deal with that?
I mean, that's the question for players, but for now, we're going to take a breather here as we head on to our Insider.
Alam niyo kung meron Mommy of the Year, katabi ko na yon. Mommy, yeah! Mommy ni Yawi. Ba't nagulat kayo sa intro? Mommy of the Year ka! O, kamusta na, Mommy?
Okay naman po.
Oh, so ngayon finally naglaro si Yawi. Oh, excited ka ba?
Excited, sobra. And of course, kahit lalo itong mga to. Kasi even though hindi nakakapaglaro on stage si Yawi, they still go and watch, of course, and support Echo.
Ikaw nga din eh, lagi kang nandito kahit hindi naglalaro si Yawi. So basically, ikaw ngayon ang leader ng mga supporters ni Yawi.
Yes, true yan.
Oh, okay.
Itong mga to, Yawi babies.
Mga Yawi babies, sige nga mami, kunyari ano ikaw ang magiging insider para sa Echo, insider para kay Yawi. Okay, sino yung mga nandito?
Ito si Ma'am Ami, ang admin ever since ng Yawi supporters sa all the way from Laguna pa, Mara.
All the way from Laguna.
Yes.
Mula NXPE days pa, di ba?
NXPE days pa itong mga to. Si Eliza. Yan mga babies. Yan.
Eliza, ba't nahihiya ka? Ba't kinakover mo yung face mo? Itutok natin kay Eliza. Itutok natin sa kanya. Oh, bakit? Eliza, nag-skip ka ba ng work? Hindi ka pumunta ng trabaho, no? Pagkatapos ng game, papasok ulit sa work.
Opo, pagkatapos po ng game.
Parang hindi ata nagpaalam.
Ganyan yan.
Ganyan, ayaw niya magpakita kasi nag-sneak siya dito. O mami, ano ba yung nangyayari ngayon?
Nagpaalam pa yan na malilate siya kasi tatapusin niya yung game ng Echo.
Ay, dapat pala hindi natin pinakita. O, ngayon, alam na ng lahat na nandito ka. Mami, ano pa? Ano bang pwedeng ikwento natin dito?
Itong mga to, NXT days pa, and they've been supporting Yawi ever since. Yan. Si Charlie, si Pao, si Isa, si MJ, and we have this.
Oh, sino po nandito, Mami?
These are from all the way from Indonesia.
From Indonesia? Hi! So you came here to watch MPL Philippines?
Yeah, I want to watch Echo Philippines.
Echo! So, Philippines is so much better that you rode the airplane to come here to watch MPL Philippines. Oh! So, you think you think Philippines will win in the M5?
Yeah.
Yeah? You think Echo? Do you think Philippines will win in the M5?
Echo.
Echo, yeah! Okay, yeah! You just say yes. Okay. Now, who's your favorite player from Echo?
Yawi and Cortezi.
Yawi and Krautisi. Mom! Hindi ka ba natutuwa? Lumipad sila para panoonin si Yawi.
Exactly. Actually, nakausap ko na siya before.
Ah, okay.
And friends na kami niya. And
Friends na kayo.
He told me na he's gonna watch today. So,
Kailan niyo siya na-meet? Sa M5? Sa M4?
Just recent, last starting of the
Starting of week 3. How long have you been here? How long?
Already 7 months.
7 months. So you moved to the Philippines.
Yeah, I'm working here.
You're working. I thought you moved here to watch MPL. So you quit your job in Indonesia. You moved to the Philippines to watch MPL and then you got a job in the Philippines. Ang galing natin magbuo ng kwento, Mami. Ang galing. Ikaw na, Mami. Ikaw si Insider. Ano pang gusto natin tanungin sa kanila?
Are you enjoying Philippines?
You're enjoying? You're enjoying?
enjoy.
You're enjoying?
Yeah.
Yes!
Good people.
So Philippines is better than Indonesia. Yes! Yes!
Good.
All right. Now we're gonna start the game right now. So you're gonna say casters pasok. All right? All right? Okay, we'll give you the mic. Ikaw din, Mommy.
Caster! Pastor!
Thank you so much for the fans out there by Yawi from NXPE days.
Yeah.
And of course, the mom of Tristan Cabrera.
Can I just say, that's what I love. When fans can celebrate other regions.
Yeah.
Without being toxic, man.
Yep.
Yeah.
By the
I love
way,
it.
You'll love to see it.
those two guys were from Indonesia.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
they were huge fans of Carl TZ and Yawi.
Yeah.
They came all the way over here to support Echo. And please don't blame them for saying that they want Echo to win and Philippines to win
Yeah.
in M5. It's just the nature of the competition.
Plus, that was the most aggressive casters pasok I've ever heard in
Ever.
my
That's true.
entire life.
That's true.
This is to enunciate.
Yeah.
Is that right?
This
Yeah.
is to enunciate the point of Hans
Yeah.
Christian Galleria.
Yeah.
And by the way, 6-minute Lord Dance.
Dances.
Sorry, if you've grown up in a Filipino household, you might be thinking.
If you know, you know. If you know, you know.
Don't worry, guys. I'm not mad at you. I'm just stating
Hey.
my
Hey,
point.
Don't get angry.
Why are we
I'm
throwing?
Not, I'm not.
Sorry, we're throwing fingers.
Yeah, don't
throwing
worry.
fingers
Don't worry,
everywhere.
don't worry about it.
We're Filipinos.
I'm
Come
pointing
on.
him. I'm not mad.
Come on.
I'm pointing him.
All right.
I'm mad.
Enough of the jokes that we have here in English desk. Let's get down to business.
Yep.
Echo
Let's
AP
get
Brent.
down to- Sorry, guys.
I'll allow it. I'll allow it.
That's what a 6-minute Lord Dance does to you.
Yes.
Your brain just starts
farting.
Go. Yes.
Yeah.
That
I was going with frying.
Was going with frying as well.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys.
You know the connection was there. He's still in the Lord Dance. Okay, there goes with the finger again. All right, enough of the funny business. Now we get to serious business.
Okay.
AP Brand versus Echo game number 3. Echo just lost with a comfortable last of the pick on Call TZ. AP Brand, they didn't adjust much. They still get the diggy, but the macro was different. This time around, they were playing the typical AP Brand play style. And I feel like they just understand how to play against Yaoi in game number 2. What was the difference, the main difference with Echo as to why they lost against AP Brand?
Oh, man, with Echo, I feel like, honestly, with that game, if you're just thinking, even aside from the Lord Dance, like, Benny Cutie just did not perform in the Iksha. Part of it, he didn't get a chance. Like, it's unfortunate when he's your base duty in those crucial Lord Dances, those Lord fights, right? Because that's a big part of your damage. And not only that, too, but a couple of the full barrages that he laid down, maybe aside from one maybe that I can think of, like, majority of them were off, right?
Yeah.
Like, he didn't get to utilize the Iksha pick the way that you want to, especially when you pick it up. So I think that was one of the big things there.
Yep, and it's not because of Benacuti playing bad, but it's because of Flap DZ playing such an amazing Paquito game. And this time around, we will see if Echo will try to remove it, because seeing Flap DZ utilize Paquito in game number 2 echoes the way, no pun intended, Sanford uses the Paquito. So it feels like it is going to become a point of contention between these two teams. And let's see if that is going to be the case here for game number 3. Once again, AP Brand versus Echo.
And can I just say, this has been ever
Yes,
since
you may.
Thank you. Ever since the first time these two dudes or these two teams have met, it was like, this is something that we've expected from them the first time they've met.
Yeah, although this was a different case because now we are in game 3.
Yeah.
But I do understand the point where, like, the energy is there. Like, these two teams, they understand each other so well that it has to come down to better picks, better execution, better Lord Dance, maybe.
And Few is probably making a statement with Carl TZ's interview for, like, when Carl TZ told everyone that he's really looking forward to RSG, to meet up with RSG, Few's like, how about now, Carl? How about now?
He made it personal.
Yeah. He took it personally. Just
Oh.
like Michael Jordan in the 1986 finals.
By the way, same draft.
Bakcha.
No Novaria, however.
Yeah.
It's weird. AP Brand
banned it.
removed the Novaria themselves. So maybe it does fall on the idea of allowing Echo to switch up the variation because they have something different.
Yep.
But I like this from Echo. They immediately go for the Akai and Valentina. The Akai won them game number 1, and now you have Sanji on a comfortable hero. Compared to game number 1 where he was forced to play Eve, now he gets to choose his pick.
I'm just curious too. So AP Brand grabbing the point here. This sets them at how many points again? They were just 1 point above.
Yeah. They're now at 23 points.
They're at 23.
Yeah.
Wait, I heard if AP Brand wins against Echo,
Wins this series, yeah.
and if they get a victory against Blacklist International, they're upper bracket secured.
Yep. Yep. So that's a close call. That it's something that's very, heavy.
There you go, the Paquito.
But speaking of which,
high contention rate.
Yeah. Minotaur's going to be the pick. He's going to deny it from Yaoi. So this is how you do it, right? You force Yaoi to use a different hero. You
Kaja.
deny it going on to the hands of Minotaur, but again, Akacha is available. You're absolutely right about that. Still not going to be banned. 2 bans are not going to be enough. There's still going to be a hero that he's going to pick. It's either maybe a Kaja, a Cho, or even, you know what? You can also put a I forgot what I was supposed to say. Your turn.
All right, what if? Let me save you there.
He's still
what
in
if?
the Lord Dance.
What if you get a Savior and you go for a Diggy second base?
All right.
On Yaoi.
Yeah.
And put it as a a nightmare for AP
For-
Brand, a bane of existence.
Specifically for the guy who presented in the before the draft index was displayed.
Yeah, for Coach Ducky.
For Coach Ducky.
A Hall of Legends inductee, by the way.
Yeah, he's like mentioning that, like, you know what, guys, I don't want to go through a Diggy anymore. Can we, like, you know?
They're not banning it, however.
Yeah.
I heard a different ban.
They banned the Iksha. They banned the Kaja.
They banned the Kaja.
There you go.
Similar to the things that we were mentioning earlier on. But now, again, as we see a lot of pictures being shown over to our screens, huge shoutouts to Brigida, by the way.
Brigida.
Claude has been banned out by Echo, removing the comfort of Super Marco. Iksha, Claude, Carry has also been taken by Bandicoot, so it does leave the option of the Beatrix for AP Brand. But again, the main sequence for both teams is, do we get to see a Diggy on Echo?
That would, if they did lock in a Diggy here, it would be great.
Yeah.
For in terms of like what's on paper, but at the same time, I think it'll also be a test for Yawi. Just because, again, you have to kind of alter the play style a little bit, right?
Yep.
But we'll see. It is open. That's the Franco being banned out last year.
Come on, guys. You gotta
liking
pick it up
it
now.
I'm liking it. Do we go Diggy or do we go Valir Roam?
Yeah.
Oh, Valir.
That's what I think they could potentially use, especially with this situation. They still don't have an XP laner as we speak. Plus, AP Brand still doesn't have their very own gold lane. So maybe Yuzhong could be vital here for the side of Echo, just so they could have an immediate threat to the back line of the side of AP Brand. Because if we're going to take a look at the 3 heroes that they have, only two heroes are super mobile. But instead, it's going to be a Cho. Sorry, Midnight.
Wait. Let's hype it up. Dude, it's Yawi.
Sorry, Midnight. It's still a win, though.
Echo picks up Yawi. Sorry, Cho. Sorry, Yawi.
Echo
picks up. Same.
Echo picks up Yawi, picking up Cho.
Yes. With the Echo skin.
Yeah.
What's that famous saying from a fellow caster out there over in Indonesia? That's Yawi's Cho.
Yawi's Cho. There you go.
Yawi's Cho.
Cho's Yawi.
Shout out to Eterna.
All right. Shout out to Eterna.
Shout out to Mirko as well.
Yeah. What's up, guys?
Just random shout-outs to MPL ID. Because they have a game later on. Come on, guys. Shout-outs to Lapel, Ultra G, Arashi, Gani,
and
Bigatron, Geek Fan Paloy.
And whoever the shadow analyst may be.
And Clint Paramis for AP Brand. Instant lock with a use.
Dude, I told you.
Stanford.
I told you. They're going to pick it up.
What?
I've learned from you, bro.
What'd you tell us?
I told you Yuzhong is going to be picked up.
Yeah, it's a Yuzhong.
It's a Yuzhong.
It's a Yuzhong. Come on, it's an English desk thing. It's a Yuzhong.
It's a Yuzhong.
With a Yuzhong pick, Hans, what do you have for us with Echo and AP Brand?
I just love a Yuzhong pick coming in from Sanford. You love to see, first off, a backline access, especially with a very early to mid-game hero such as the Clint. Next up, you have the Faramis for the team fights going onto the side of AP Brand. But it's also the similar thing, just because the Valentino can easily copy that using the IMU. Yeah. So now, team fight is all over the roof for the side of Echo, just because of that ultimate alone, plus a pick-off capability. And now, we're going to go back to the point where Carl TC finally has a crowd control of his own that can make a play whenever it's necessary.
Yeah, and to add to that, I think this is the first time that we've seen the Index really favor a team on all aspects.
Yeah.
It was a really crazy draft coming out from Echo.
That's so much. That's so much heroes they need to worry about. I mean, if you're side of AP Bren, you can go for ISO plays. But again, you have to worry about the rotations coming in from the side of Echo, because they can easily punish your Clint. They can easily punish the extra heroes that are going to be super important at this point. So they need to make sure that their gold laner is okay.
I think a part of this too is how to utilize the Valentino, right? You've obviously got two great ultimates to choose from. You can either take the Noyan Fury, or you can take the NetherRealm. And that alone, like that choice alone, knowing how these two teams play can actually alter a lot of those later on team fights that we talked about.
And to add to that, you know, looking at the index of Echo, they were already winning like majority of all the departments. But you also have to consider that it doesn't take into consideration the stolen spells.
Yeah.
So it does amplify the team fight even further for Echo. And I just imagine if they steal NetherRealm, how does Clint deal with Echo's sustainability?
Well, we're about to find out. Plus, he also has options. Whether he wants to go for like a Minoan's Fury to just, set up for his teammates, or go for the Netherrealm, it's a win-win either way.
Yeah, either way, there's a lot of problems being presented to AP Brand. And it is an obstacle that they need to overcome, which they did in game number 2.
I agree.
But they have to replicate the same level of success for them to be able to beat out Echo in game 3. We've seen Echo pull off amazing comebacks despite losing game 1. But this time around, it's different. They won game 1, AP Brand pulled back in game number 2. And remember, these two teams, they just came from a loss. It's very important for them to win this upcoming match because it does claim their quest to reclaim the momentum.
Not just reclaim the momentum, but we know what's on the line for AP Bren here as well. Trying to get that advantage going into the playoffs, of course. Securing that top seed if they can alongside Echo here.
There goes a beat of the drums as we head on over to game number 3. Once again, AP Brand versus Echo, last game of this best of 3 series.
Oh man, Carl TZ and Kyle TZ back to their usual heroes in game number 1. I mean, Kyle TZ has also used the Bastion in game number 2, so it's kind of a similar thing. But again, we have to take note that Few doesn't have that long-range hero anymore, so he has a choice to keep his teammates safe while also dishing out damage at the same time. It's really going to help, especially with everything.
Pressure! Oh, Sanford!
Damn.
You love to see it when he gets his hands on the Yuzhong, and that's what they go for. First blood.
That's a Yuzhong for you.
That's a Yuzhong.
Oh, nice, dude. 4 players on the side of Echo have comfort picks.
Oh, no. This is trouble. Ogwin goes down, too. Speaking of comfort, Yawi getting a kill there. And I was just going to say, before all this unfolded, man, like seeing not only Sanford on the Yuzhong, but seeing Yawi on this specific Cho skin, too, is like, that's your signature.
Very comfortable, right? Very comfortable. Echo now with their signature picks, already putting up 2 kills on the board. Now we have to consider here the damage that is being taken by Flap TZ. Currently holds the highest damage taken per minute in MPL-PH history. 6.3k every minute among players with at least 200 games played. That's a very consistent player. He's just soaking up these damages coming out from
the XP lane factor.
He's a trooper. He's a trooper at this point.
Because he plays a lot of Uranus, right?
Right, he does play a lot of Uranus. Plus he tanks a bunch of damage whenever he uses something like maybe a Paquito in this point, but now Turtle Fly.
Turtle Fight. Half health here. Carl TZ coming down to it. Yawi not level 4 yet either. Sanford with Dragon Form, going to force him back. Easy Turtle here for Echo. And it's very clean right now.
Yeah, that was the cleanest Turtle take I've ever seen. Like heavy spin, let the Yuzhong deal damage, get back, use retreat, get out.
Yeah.
Super clean coming out from Echo. Now, this is no longer Echo Express. This is Echo System.
Yeah.
Playing for the objectives versus AP Brent.
Kyle TZ was like, fine. If you want that turtle, I'll give it to you. I'll just go secure my purple objective back into my own jungle. And now, as those kinds of shenanigans go on, it's really leaning towards the side of Echo because there's so many things you have to worry about. The mobile, the agility.
Oh! You're going to go ahead and wave the dragon. Ogwin flickers out, trying to stay alive. Not level 4 just yet. Here comes the cavalry, though.
Oh!
Yawi goes under the turret, gets the kill.
Wow.
Super Marco clapping back there. So, a trade for the roams for both teams here.
Yeah, I was going to say it was worth for Echo for a window there, but giving a kill towards Clint does hurt Bandicuity in his laning stage. But Echo, again, putting up more pressure compared to Game 1, Game 2, just because of the fact that they are on very comfortable heroes.
Especially now that, Super Marco has locked in the Berserker's Fury. Although on the other side, Carry, or aka Bandicuity, has built up steel leg plates together with that crossbow for extra, damage, if you want to call it as well. But Carl TZ, the only thing that you have to take note here is the fact that he can make plays on his own. He doesn't have to rely on his teammates any longer to make sure that he can dish out some damage while also securing the objectives. And that is going to be the result of it. Bandicuity landing the corrosion side.
Now Echo looking to position themselves into this next turtle fight. Again, objective is really the main target here for both sides. But with Echo putting up so much pressure in the jungle of AP Bren, it does tell you that they want to get some pickoffs first. This is how Echo operates. You know, they want to start objectives with skirmishes.
Yeah, AP Bren knows this though, right? The main thing is they spawn out Yawi. Just gonna play around the Sanji holding on to the Minoan Fury. Gonna be looking to utilize that. Sanford also going in. Yawi taking the pole here. Gonna go down. Another kill going over to Super Marco. Good pickup. Turtle secured though by Carl Teasy. Are they gonna fight this out? Ogwin gonna jump in. Carl Teasy getting slowed quite a bit. Knocked up. Heavy spin gonna be used on the defensive as he gets out of there. AP Bren though, now 2 kills in Super Marco. That's the saving grace right now. Look at the damage coming through. Still going to be alive with the Nether Realm. Now Benny Cutie on the run alongside Carl Teasy. This should be the kill for AP Bren as they get it. Few able to get it now. Sanford chasing down a Flap here. Flap flickers over. Able to stay alive. Kyle is gone. 1 hit away. Benny Cutie will get the kill. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Ogwin survives.
This is what you call a clash of the Titans, the constant brawls, the non-stop plays coming up from both AP Bren and Echo. Although Echo did win slightly in terms of trades, it was the House of Highlights that started that clash against AP Bren. Although Super Marco was saved by the Netherrealm, Sanji was able to snipe him off the backline.
Yeah, you can call it a clash, but you can also call it a collapse on the side of AP Bren's side. Because again, the team fight was separated, and even though they've managed to get the show on their side, Echo still managed to get the turtle, plus more kills on to increase the gold gap that they've had at this point. And not to mention, Carl Teasy even bought a little bit more time for Sanji to get way backline access to get Super Marco, which is why now it's going to be the second death together with Flap Teasy on this one.
It's a different game now for Flap Teasy. 2 deaths already on a Pakiro. Not the same game as game number 2, as Echo, again, constantly putting a lot of pressure on the lanes of AP Bren. Not just the jungle, but also the lanes. Especially with the 2.4k gold lead that they have, they are poised to control AP Bren.
Ogwin going to be in trouble here. Takes the way of the dragon. Yawi's still going to be on the hunt, waiting for that follow-up. Still deep in the territory. They're going to go for him. Yawi now going to have to flicker. Waiting for Sanji to help him out. Few looking for the drag. Will get the kill. Yawi down. Now Sanji on the run. Flickers out. Meanwhile, this is going to be another turtle.
Benny.
For Echo.
Benny,
Benny, where are you?
Benny?
And Benny's gone.
Benny's caught in the crossfire in that one. There was really, literally no choice for him to escape. Because again, all of the spots were compromised, and there was just one bush that was left unchecked, and now AP Bren has managed to take control of that one. But again, you have to take note of this one. Echo has so many ways to just stop Kyle Teasy in this tracks, and aside from the fact they don't even need to use those skills to stop them in their turtle fight, just force a fight up top so that Carl Teasy can freely roam around.
I was going to say, that was Spider Benny, No Way Home.
Yeah, No Way Home.
Benny, where am I?
Yeah, well,
literally.
Yeah.
That's what I was just like, where are you, Benny?
That sounds like a song, you know.
That was Miles,
where are you, Benny?
That was Miles Gonzalez, Far From
Benny,
Home.
are you okay? No, just, sorry.
That works.
that works though. What?
Literally,
Echo.
no, like, Benny, are you okay?
Yeah. Benny, are you okay? No, I'm not okay.
I'm not okay.
He's not.
All right, going down to, again, the technicalities of this game. Echo still is holding onto a 1.8k gold lead. But AP Bren, it does feel like they are more composed now when it comes to team fighting because of the presence of the Minoan's Fury and the Netherrealm. This show pick has kind of like whittled down. It's no longer very threatening for AP Bren.
I agree. And it's also the same thing, especially when you take a look at the bot side, because the turret has finally been pushed. It's been the first turret that has been brought down by either team, and it's really going to help Flap Teasy a lot, which is why now he's going to be, I think, switching sides, especially with Super Marco at this point. But now,
Carl Teasy going to get locked down with heavy spin. Sanford there with the dragon form, looking for Super Marco, trying to keep him at bay. They know he's the crutch of the damage. He's going to be forced back by the turret. Sanford going to go down. Huge Minoan Fury to answer with the Netherrealm. AP Bren clapping back here. Yawi falls. A great response from AP Bren, but look at this, top side, Benacuti finding Flap. Will not be able to get the kill though. He could get cut off here. Benny's gonna be cut off again.
Benny, are you okay? No Way Home.
Benny flickers out. Few though,
the
tries to
sidestep.
dodge once again, doesn't have enough moves and grooves here against 4 as he falls topside.
He tried his best, but there was no way he could have gotten out of that situation. But Echo, again, losing out on AP Bren. The sheer team fight prowess of the Netherrealm and the Minoan's Fury. It begs the question, is it worth it to steal the Minoan's Fury or the Netherrealm? Because I think at this point, the main contention that AP Bren has been winning out is the sustain provided by Few.
I agree. The main decision probably for Sanji to copy the Minoan Sphere instead of the Netherrealm is because they've established at least a 3.5k gold lead, which is why he's really looking forward to set up. But unfortunately, Benny Cutie was out of the fight. He was away for the follow-up that was necessary for the side of Echo to just dish out more damage. But now, Lord got into at least half health.
Oh, and Yaoi's placement right now, too. The positioning. We've seen this before, right? This is very apparent. This is what he likes to do. He's going to go in from the backside. Lord going to be worked on a 4th health here. Yaoi looking for the target. Who's he going to kick? That's what they're going to be going for. The Minoan Fury comes out. Carl TZ able to secure the Lord. He's running for his life. Flap! Gets the burst, though. Not able to get the kill. Super Marco going to be falling, and Sanford going to be next. AP Bren answers back.
That's big. They got a clean kill. And they got the Lord Echo. It did win the Lord fight there, but again, AP Bren, it feels like they're a much stronger team when it comes to 5v5s.
Yeah, compared to a few minutes ago, where we start to see a little bit more damage output, especially courtesy of Few, that if you take a look at it, has 602 KDA. That is actually crazy when you think about a Faramis at this point. At least, right? 8 out of 9 kills is participated in, and not to mention it's only just 11 minutes in, so it's still a major chance for the side of AP Bren to back this up, but it's an opportunity for the side of Echo to even widen the gap as Sanji tries to close in.
Oh, okay. Sanji's going to be fine. Like you guys were mentioning, though. Still, look at Yaoi.
Yeah, positioning from Yaoi. Very interesting, creative angle.
That's what he loves to do. Waiting for Benny Cutie to get in the position as well.
Check.
Just providing information.
He got checked by...
he's actually going to jump in with the Way of the Dragon right on Kyle TZ. Looking for this kill here. Kyle TZ quite low, going to get knocked up. One hit away. Benny Cutie able to get the kill. What a play.
He still has it.
Heavy spin coming through. Lord going to be worked on. Taking
Sanford.
Yaoi on the hunt. Who's he looking for? Sanji jumps in with his own Minoan Fury.
Netherrealm.
Looking for the kill. The Netherrealm. Everybody knocked up into the
Marco's
air.
alive.
Flap TZ still going to be alive. Echo has to retreat from now.
Oh, they're going.
Few.
They're going.
Give him the call here. Can't catch Yaoi, though.
My goodness, Few with a perfect timing on the Netherrealm. The jump from Sanji was amazing, but the Netherrealm usage was even more better. And Few, with the echoes coming out from the Shadow Stampede, it really hurts. And with the Ghost Buster as well, it really hurts Echo when they do 5v5 engagements.
Yeah. I was about to say it was supposed to be an equal footing for both of these teams because Echo got a kill plus a turret, but now AP Bren is on the lead after that skirmish just because they got a turret in the middle as well as 2 kills that went on to the side of Few with a 703 KDA now. He's managed to keep this guy on your screen safe. Super Marco as at the moment, but now Yaoi has other plans.
Continues. Way of the Dragon here. Flap TZ not going to be able to escape this kind of damage.
The recall
as he falls. This is what Yaoi does, right? But I got to say, AP Bren doing a great job at responding where they can. Keeping Super Marco alive is crucial here.
I agree.
Echo did take out the Paquito, but he's going to be able to respawn before the Lord has been taken by Echo. So it does slow down the game of AP Bren. However, next team fight, it's still going to be the same case where you have a Paquito that is alive for AP Bren. And also, you have to deal with this Netherrealm by Few.
Yeah, in this situation, what the Hive is doing is they're keeping their King D alive. Right? That's literally Super Marco as of this moment. Because again, Kyle TZ and Few are serving as the left and right hand man. Kyle TZ looks for more information and Few saves him whenever it's necessary with the use of the Netherrealm. Again, Sanji's going to be copying that Minoan's Fury. So again, Few is going to be a little bit more aggressive, but Sanji is getting the necessary damage output available, so he can just cancel that one out and just dish out damage.
Yeah, this is this is something that we haven't really touched upon on Echo. Their scaling, it's immense on both Valentina and Carry.
That's true. That's so much damage.
You could say the same thing with Few and Super Marco, but it does not hit the same levels as what the Valentina and the carry can do.
Yawi
Look at
again. He's going to be hunting for Super Marco. Not going to be able to get look at the damage, though, from Super Marco. Do they still keep the Lord there?
No.
Reset. AP Bren avoiding getting kicked in the wrong direction or a bad direction.
We're now in the first 40 seconds of this Lord Dance.
Here we go again.
Let the countdown start.
All right.
Let the countdown start.
No, I think with this lineup, especially the fact that they don't have to put anybody on base duty just yet, we can expect them to brawl this one out.
Yep. Short
Hey,
Lord
nice.
Dance.
They can surprise you, though.
Yeah.
They can surprise you for real.
Good positioning.
I mean, at this point, I'm not going to be surprised if we see a 7-minute Lord Dance. But I agree. It might just be not the case because now the Lord is sitting at 10k HP.
They're going to be waiting for it here. Sanford knows he's going to go into the bush, takes quite
finds
a bit of damage.
everyone.
Tries to keep him
Petrify.
at bay. Nether Realm going to come through. Carl Teasy waiting at the whims. Heavy Spin comes out. Lord's still going to be worked on by Barracuda. Kyle Teasy gets the Lord out of it. Barracuda falls. AP Bren comes out swinging, gets 4 bodies plus the Lord, and they're going to run it down mid.
Kyle Teasy with a retry steal.
Oh my goodness, it's 20 seconds. 20 seconds before everybody stays alive. Carl's the only one.
They're going to try to hold it here. Carl Teasy.
He's dead.
Buy some time. He's taken out just like that. And AP Bren.
They have a cannon. They
On
have a cannon.
the shields of Kyle Teasy gets the Lord and gets the series. You can see the smiles on their face after that one.
AP Bren with a Lord steal by Kyle Teasy. Winning game number 3 against Echo.
Oh, look at the joy on the faces of the Hive.
They did not expect that, but that steal secured them this victory and a wipeout, killing down the last Teasy on the side of Echo, winning that team fight and winning this game. And of course, this winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. Echo was controlling the early game. AP Bren shined in the mid game. But late game was different. It was all AP Bren.
From all of the moments where Captain Few has always told us in the interview that they're still adjusting, still finding their way in, facing probably the final boss of this one, and spoiling Yawi's return.
Yeah.
AP Bren gets this series.
Like I'm saying, man, Kyle Teasy, back when you were comparing PH versus the world, he might have 2 things, you know, the gold medals that he's earned. But
Size
this
11.
guy, this kid, yes, he's on his way to matching up with Carl Teasy there on the accolades because what a play under pressure. Again, Kyle Teasy was pressured the majority of that game.
Yeah,
right. He even had a level gap against Carl Teasy. I think about 2 levels or so.
2 levels, yeah.
And that turning point to literally roll in, drive-by, steal the Lord.
Another drive-by.
Another drive-by. How many? This is why Boxer is like so.
I think we have
priority,
like
man.
5 today.
Okay, 5
today.
drive-bys.
We're only 2 series in. We have 2 more series. two best of 3s going 3.
2 more drive-bys. 7. Make it 7.
Does this just
say
get
9.
Bren closer to securing a top spot? Like, it doesn't guarantee it yet, right?
It doesn't
like,
guarantee it. They have to
there's
win
still
against
more.
Blacklist.
But it puts them in a way better way better position. I mean, because now it's AP Bren that's holding 24 points.
Yeah.
RSG is at 21.
Ooh.
Blacklist is at 19.
19. Yeah, they have a lot of catching up.
Yeah.
And it's not just AP Bren, solidifying their fight towards that, upper bracket spot, but it's also them making a statement here. We just beat team number 1. We just beat Echo. And after losing 2 games, they put a 3rd mark on Echo's record from 11-0 to 11-3. And
man.
Echo finishes regular season with a loss against AP Bren.
This is going to make playoffs very interesting.
Yeah.
Like, very interesting.
I agree.
Like, even at this point, earlier, like, even seeing Smart Omega secure their spot, like, when it comes to day 1 of the playoffs when we get there, I don't know what to expect, man.
Can the playoffs restart tomorrow? No, I'm kidding.
No,
I'm kidding.
we
I'm
still
kidding.
have a broadcast.
We still
yes.
haven't figured out who the
standings,
final
yes.
team of the playoffs is going to be like. But again, upper brackets aren't even decided yet.
Yeah.
We're still waiting for one final person to go with Echo, and AP Brand is making a run for it.
Yeah, they're punching a very great way into their ticket towards the upper bracket, and they do it in such a dominant display in a very convincing manner. Again, in front of Echo, the #1 team in the regular season, and this is why they were capable of going in a world tour.
Yeah.
They proved themselves to the world. Now they prove themselves in home soil.
Yeah.
Beating Echo, the current world champions, the current MPL champions.
And
What a way to show up in the last week of regular season.
Yeah, we've talked a lot about AP Brand and this major achievement that they've done, but Echo needs a major reset on this one, man. They've tried to exchange Yaoi for JP, but the thing is they're on a little bit of a losing slump. It's a 3-series or a 3-match losing slump, and of course, we can't deny the fact that they're juggernauts in this matchup. They're juggernauts in the season. We're in their top spot, whether you like it or not, whether they lose the next 3 games or not, they're still the top dogs of this game. But again, the problem stands, right? That this is a 3-series losing streak that they still have to figure out within the season.
I mean, it is a little bit sad for Echo, but of course, AP Brand, they're on an emotional high right now with another victory versus Echo. Let's head on over to Marikina to talk with AP Brand.
Thank you, casters. All right, everybody, give it up for AP Brand. Wait, there's Pandora. They're screaming your name. They're screaming your name, Pandora. Feeling ko
Pinapaaldag.
Wait, bago natin umpisan, Pandora, alam mo, kailangan natin itupad yung wish nila. Ulitin ulit. Alam mo, kaya na pa sila sumisigaw dahil sa inyo, kailangan mo silang pasayahin. Okay, alright. Tang. Hindi ko alam eh. Congratulations mo, si Pandora, ang daming mga fans. Congratulations, by the way, dahil ang AP Brand ngayon, currently at top 2. Nabigyan niyo muli ng talo ang ating world champs. Alam ko iba yung mindset niyo last week, iba rin coming into this game. Kwenta tayo.
Yung mindset kasi namin last week, nung galing kami talo rin sa Omega, parang iniisip na namin na ayaw namin magsunod-sunod yung talo namin sa this week dahil tatalaban namin. Nasobrahan na kami sa parang takot sa kalaban. Nasobrahan kami sa respeto sa kalaban, tas hindi na namin nagagawa yung mga ginagawa namin. So, ang binago lang namin ngayong week, parang iniisip na lang namin na nating tulos. Kasi doon kami mas malakas kapag pag walang pupasok sa isip namin na malakas yung kalaban.
You know, that really baffles me because before coming into this season, ang galing-galing nyo. Yung kalaban nyo ang natatakot sa inyo. Bakit? Anong nangyari na nag-flip yun, tapos kayo na ang natakot sa kalaban?
Siguro nung natatalo-talo na kami. Kasi parang iniisip namin na nahanapan na kami ng botas Tapos nag-overthink kami sa kung anong dapat gawin.
It's overthinking.
Kahit konting minor adjustment lang yung kailangan, ino-overthink namin.
Pero nakikita natin na, for example, last game, yung fairness mo hindi namatay. Novaria mo, ang galing mo talagang mag-snipe, pinahirapan mo yung kalaban. But you're also improving. So, what were you doing also in between to make sure na kung ano man yung fear, yung takot, yung worry, mawala siya? Kasi kita naman in today's game that you were fearless.
Parang binus lang namin yung tiwala namin lalo sa isa't isa. Kasi natatalo kami, parang nagkakaroon na ng doubt sa mga coaches, sa mga plano namin, hindi na susunod kadalasan. So, nag-all in na lang kami sa tiwala sa isa't isa, lalo na pag nagsasabi si Coach Brent at si Coach Daki.
How did you keep them, actually Coach Daki, how did you keep them in line nung mga moments na ganon? How did you keep the players in line? Kasi sabi niya, you guys also went through something na you were overthinking. So how did you keep them in line after that?
I think first and foremost, I made them understand majority of the things that happens inside the game is purely based on instincts. Sabi ko na lang, if we're going to look at instincts, might as well trust your teammates. Kung ano man yung instinct nila. So, at this point kasi ng career nila, I think they've been together for very long. So,
sabi ko sa kanila, I gave emphasis on the fact na dapat at this point in your career, you have that certain level of understanding between each other. So yun, mukhang nawala kasi yun for the past few matches, weeks even. So I'm just, happy na mukhang bumabalik na ulit siya.
You know, Coach Duck, you're such a good mentor, and it's nice to have you back on stage because every time they win, I look for you. Now, number 2 na kayo ngayon. Maybe like last week, was this a goal to be number 2 or just na pumasok sa playoffs?
Ang sabi ko kasi sa nila, if you want +1 HP or +1 life dun sa tournament natin sa playoffs, you have to secure top 2 kasi there was no way for us to actually secure the top 1 anymore kasi Echo is very far off. So, yun, parang dinagdag namin siya as one of our goals coming into the second leg of the regular season.
And so far, you're achieving that. Let's hope you remain in number 2. And now it's time to find out who the match MVP is. Let me hear some names. Yung sinisigaw nila yung pangalan mo. Let's take a look at the screen for the match MVP. Hugh, kayo na pa nila sinisigaw yung name mo. Anong gusto mong sabihin sa kanila? What do you have to say to everybody, especially in your upcoming match?
Sa lahat ng fans na dito, sa fans ng Echo, ng APBR, sobrang laking pasasalamat namin sa pagsuporta dito sa match. Lalo na sa APBR na fan namin na lagi naniniwala sa amin kahit natatalo na kami.
And now you're back in your winning ways. Once again, everybody give it up for APBR. You may now take your bow and take your walk of victory. Thank you, Coach. APBR currently at top 2. Ayon nga kay Coach Ducky, kung gusto nila ng 1 HP plus 1 HP, kailangan nila makapasok sa ating top 2. And so far, they're doing it right. Himayin natin ang ating laban. Balikan na natin ang ating mga casters. Pasok!
They really are vying for that +1 HP for the upper bracket spot. But most importantly, APBR is back to their winning ways while Echo has to recover a lot of things that needs to be adjusted, reassess the damage on their current losses. But I want to reassess more of what happened in game number 3. So why don't I throw you over to our analyst Hans to cover more grounds of what happened with game number 3.
All right, Midnight, I got you on this one. It's APBR closing out the series with a W going up against the side of Echo as they've managed to creep an inch a little bit closer into an upper bracket spot heading into the playoffs with 24 points at the second seed. And of course, the MVP of that matchup is going to be none other than Few. Faramis with an 8-0-6 KDA. That is really going to help him in the leaderboards later on. But this certainly helped them in making and ensuring that his teammates will stay alive while also dishing out a ton of damage for the rest of the members of Echo. We start to notice that he's built up a Clock of Destiny with his first item, and then he went for extra magic penetration through the help of that Divine Glaive, and not even building the final item just yet. As we take a look at the early game composition for both of the teams, it was Echo that was very aggressive in the early portions of the game, wherein it was the traditional Echo Express that we've seen. But again, a major roadblock has been displayed by the side of APBR to make sure that they will no longer get any sort of objectives, even though they're getting Super Marco out of position here. Thanks to, Few and with the rest of his Nether Realms, there were so many other options for the side of APBR to continue in terms of team fights. And there were some moments wherein they were even forcing Echo to do and use team fights they weren't even supposed to go for. But unfortunately for the side of Echo, things started to boil down when they were making some overextensions. Now, this is, again, one of the things or one of the downsides of being part of an Echo Express, because it's going to be easy for the rest of APBR to find you out of position. And with finding you guys out of position on this one, it's also going to be easy for the Hive to ensure and make sure that they will have a bunch of other items left on their side. And it's very crucial to think that Sanji, for most of the time, has been copying the Minoan's Fury instead of the Cold Altar. Why? Because he hasn't managed to find Few in any sort of situation whatsoever. It's always Ogwen that's been showing up, and Sanji is going to be using that skill or that IMU ultimate to just force out a little bit more in terms of AP Bren, because he couldn't really find out Sanji. So it's better than nothing, Sanji would say. But here is where things started to go down. It was a fight under the turret. There were so many situations wherein it could go wrong for Echo. 1, Sanji already went down. 2, Sanford also went down, and it brought about back to the side of AP Bren, because yes, Sanford managed to find him with the Black Dragon form, but unfortunately for them, it was already the Nether Realm that was exhausted by the Faramis, by the few to keep them in shape and to keep them in pace to be able to get this W over the world champions. And being a world champion of their own, Echo has been managed by the side of AP Bren with a 4.1k to get back into their winning ways and to boost the morale heading into the playoffs, and hopefully to contend still for a playoff or upper bracket spot. Now, we're going to be taking a look at the jumping batters, especially for KyleTzy in this matchup. We used to take note that, of course, no activity whatsoever is usually happening in like the gold lane, which is why most of the time he's here in the XP lane to just help FlapTZ out, try to get as much turtles as possible. But again, because of the existence of the Akai in this matchup, it was a struggle for KyleTzy to take more retributions in the early portions of the game. But as my co-casters have mentioned a while ago, it was vital, crucial, and a major retribution take, especially in the final moments of the fight that led to AP Bren's victory on this one. They've separated the team fight, they've separated and dissected Echo's composition, and then after that managed to take the victory, and it was only KyleTzy left to defend, nothing else to do about it. Plus, 3 agilities have been used by both of these teams as we take a look at some of the talents that they brought up, and also a magnificent positioning coming in from Super Marco that has managed to stay in pace with a 6-2 and 9, maybe one death less for Rey Mysterio reference, but I can't do that because of a 6-2-9-1. But again, you have to take note of this too. A Blade of Despair has been a crucial buy-up for Super Marco because he knows that he's going to be the priority. Going up against Benny QT, who has only developed at least an 11k gold lead, but is not really far behind in terms of items. He's managed to secure 4, but because of the damage output and the pressure that is being brought about by KyleTzy, FlapTZ, and even Ogwen with extra initiations with an 0-2 and 15 KDA, it really helped AP Bren in this scenario wherein even though there were Black Dragon forms coming in from Sanford, yes, they could find them with the vision and dish out a little bit more of information, but because it was always Benny QT that's being found out first by the side of AP Bren, then there is no follow-up damage. And it's just going to be up to Sanji, who unfortunately has the Minoan's Fury to dish out the damage. And without the Cult Altar, there's nothing that they can do. Yawi, Sanford, and KyleTzy was forced to buy their very own immortalities, but to no avail, they were unable to use just that, as AP Bren has managed to secure 2 more points for a number 2 spot, and hopefully for them to secure an upper bracket slot.
Yeah, again, they're on a much better position right now. Stronger standing now that they are sitting at 24 points.
Yep.
Way above, Blacklist International, but close against RSG, which is a team that lost earlier on. So again, this is a much comfortable spot for AP Bren. But we're not done yet, because again, we have another match that also entails a team that is vying for that upper bracket spot, Blacklist International up against TNC. And this is crazy, because again, TNC, they're already out of playoffs contention, but they can shake things up. They can shake the group standings. They might just prevent Blacklist International from getting the possibility of, securing their ticket to the upper bracket spot.
Because we got to remember too, like if I remember right, 3rd and 4th place are picked by the top seed, right?
Oh yeah.
So even when it comes to like the group
selection.
standings, the selection, that still plays a part in it.
Who do you want to face?
You could be one of those teams that gets chosen by the top seed, for the playoffs.
You might just be, choosing to opt to go for the 5th, 6th place. But when you're in 3rd and 4th, it is something that you have nothing to
especially when you're in 3rd place, because you get to pick among the 5th and the 6th slots on who do you want to face. So that's more preparation for you.
That's why again these points are really important. So do tune in for the third series of the day. We have been your casters, Midnight Nicer and Hans. We'll see you after this short break.
The 12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. And Pi Channel. Experience the MPL-PH Season 12 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner, Slash. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin na napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.
Ang nakaraan sa MLBB Anniversaya Floating Box.
Celebrate together.
Hi, pagod na ako. Are we there na?
Pagod na ako eh. Sabi sa mapa malapit na daw eh.
Promise?
Konting tiis na lang, kaya yan. Tara.
Sige. Lo, ano yun? Ang laki! Yun ba yun?
Yan na yun, tara!
Tara, tara, tara!
Hoy! Akin yan!
Paano mo kami nasundan?
Ala! Siya pala.
Tapusin na natin to!
Ha! Kayo tatapusin ko!
12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. And Pi Channel. Experience the MPL-PH Season 12 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner, Slash. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin kita na napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.
Welcome back to the home of the greatest MLBB players in the world. I'm Mara Aquino, and you're still watching MPL Philippines Season 12. After a thrilling match brought to us by two of the top teams of the league, we are now heading to the second half of the matches. Matapos ang mahabang trial and error na kanilang ginawa, nahanap na kaya ng mga agents ang tamang timpla para maipatuloy ang kanilang paglalakbay patungo sa playoffs. Panibagong koponan na naman ang tatangkayin ng TNC na pigilan umangat sa ating standings. Magtagumpay kaya sila sa pagsira ng panibagong code? Agents, Phoenix Army. This is Blacklist International versus TNC Pro Team. Bakbaka na, casters, paso.
The Agents, with viewers' return igniting their drive, aim to maintain their winning streak as they battle for the top seed. Oh wait, that's my inner micro speaking. However, standing in their path is the determined Phoenix Army, set on preventing the Agents' ascent with a victory. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Umi. I'm joined here by Leo and Rockard, and we, the Wee Bears Brethren. I did not make sense. I'm so sorry.
That's all good. Good evening, Kutsa.
I'll allow it. Thank you. This is also brought to you by the official sponsor of MPL Season 12, Infinix Mobile, featuring their newly launched ultra-clear smartphone camera, the Infinix 030 series, with 4K 60 FPS and 50 megapixels front camera. Get ready to capture your own story.
Let me tell you all about Maya.
Yeah, it's a huge shout out as well to our partner in esports, Maya. Pay like a legend with Maya and MPL-PH. Score your own limited edition MLBB card exclusive available on Maya. This is a battle between TNC and Blacklist International. The stadium is filled once again, and with the playoffs in sight, will Blacklist still shake their roster up?
There's a question on my mind, on most agents' minds, on most MPL Philippines fans' minds, even those watching from around the world.
Yeah.
Is there any more Blacklist International can do to actually shake up their lineup? Or are we sticking to Rosie? Is this what we're seeing as they go into the playoffs?
I mean, we kind of saw a few people pass by, so no promises right now. Of course, the starting lineup is something else that we can actually discuss later on. But you know what else we can discuss right now? I heard something.
What?
I heard something through the radio.
What'd you hear, man?
As for the basics, he's got something up his sleeve.
Oh, wow.
He's saying something.
Oh, hopefully we do get
now.
to see that this time around, because we have seen Blacklist have their fair share of struggles, and also I would say their fair share of great victories as well.
For sure.
I do believe that they are currently 4th in the league with 19 points. That is no easy feat, especially here in the MPL Philippines. Let's look at Master the Basics this time around. Very tall dude, by the way. As of now, we have to finalize our final 5 already in week 6. My God.
All right, here's the thing. By saying final 5, I'm not so sure what's going on in the Blacklist International Bootcamp, because was that just last week when Smart Omega's Matt said the words starting 5? And I think that's a better concept, because you're allowing your team and you're allowing everyone else to start with an idea of sometime, some way, somehow, maybe all of us are going to play. Here, by giving you all the ultimatum of saying, you know what, final 5, I mean, it's consistent, yes, but I'm afraid they might corner themselves into a corner here. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, getting cornered into a corner is
That's the only place to be cornered
the
in.
only
That's
place
true.
that you can be cornered.
Yes.
But yeah, I mean, it can work the other way as well because according to him, everyone is like MPL caliber.
Yeah,
so,
you cannot be cornered without a corner. And again, this is Yue versus Sans. We're comparing the stats here. And looking at these two people, we both know that they're both world class. But looking at the, let's just say, achievements here, I would say Sans has quite proven himself quite well here in the world stage. And surely we will see more of him in future because, man, ONIC last night, he might just... Oh, wait a minute. Why? Why are you giving me that look?
here's the thing, right? I mean, Sans is great, but if you say Sans, it's just not the same as...
It's different.
No,
No, it's
that's true.
different. It's
That's
very
going to ruin your voice. But
yeah.
right now, the person who actually shouts you in the venue is here.
Oh,
she has been warming up.
She's here?
She's here. I
Oh,
heard her warming
no.
up literally 10 minutes
In a
ago.
good way. Oh, no, in a good way.
Anyway, this was the last time that TNC and Blacklist International saw each other. TNC did get at least one game, and that's game number 2, but the rest of the series went to Blacklist's way.
Okay, say what you will about TNC's run in Season 12, but the fact of the matter is that they brought Blacklist down to the wire, went 3 games, and I'm wondering if tonight this is the same TNC we'll see. Not in lineups, not in playstyle, not in hero pool specifically, but just the drive. What's the Phoenix Army bringing tonight?
That's true. And then what's that going to do to the mentality of the Blacklist players as well? Because I did bump into a few of them on the way to the legendary restroom.
Who'd you see?
And maybe I can't say because he's gonna say something. He's gonna say something along the lines of, "Man, I'm really scared TNC, man. They're literally nothing to lose attitude right now. And that's something to be feared."
All right, like nothing to lose, same as yesterday. They even introduced Bao, their new XP laner.
Rockhart's holding out on us, man. He said he bumped into one of the players of Blacks International, and he can't say which one. So are you going to make us guess 1 out of the 10?
Yeah.
That's true. That's a lot of people to guess. My guess is you bumped into MTB and you can't say because you couldn't see his face.
You
Guy's
couldn't
too
tell.
tall.
Because I was short.
No, you're not short. You're a micro majesty. You're a short king. You're a
tiny tyrant.
You're a tiny tyrant. Or
stop. It's not helping.
Not helping.
Not helping. I'm so sorry. But you know, our height difference literally just in inches.
So to be fair, most people you put up to MTB, me included, would have a different altitude. There's
That's
a different temperature down here. If I'm not mistaken, I might have to spend different kind of money when I get to his height.
What kind of money?
MTB dollars.
What the hell is an empty bucks?
Yeah, man.
Empty bucks.
My money doesn't work down here. Here I spend pesos. Up there, I don't know.
MT bucks. We just made a new currency for MTB. And surely MTB will have a lot on its sleeve. As he said, we have seen a lot of surprises from Blacklist International. The whole transformation of, let's just say, Renegade for the entire season has been amazing. From the Hitman to Heelman, I'm sure we might see something special today.
Oh, can confirm, though, I did see MTB and Renegade moving around. Was it Renegade?
Both of them, yeah.
Okay, see, there you go.
I'm glad they're moving around. I'd be worried if they weren't moving around. Does that mean they couldn't play?
That would imply something.
Yeah, but you know, let's not talk about
They're in
that.
the building.
I'm sure these players are all ready to fight it out, even if, let's just say, this doesn't really affect the playoffs image for Blacklist anymore. But it does give them more of a chance to secure that place as a great team in the regular season. But let's know more about the teams as we go to our insider, Marikino. Your time to shine.
We super miss this guy, and he's back all the way from Malaysia. Super Red! Wow! Aminin, namimiss mo yung ingay and tilik ng mga agents, no?
Opo, kasi nakakamiss din bumalik sa Blacklist eh. Nakakamiss maglaro.
Oh? Sige nga, wait, pa-cheer mo nga sila. Pa-cheer mo. Go.
Blacklist!
Talagang, alam mo, pagpasok mo dito nakita ko, they were all screaming also, pero iniwan mo kami. Nag-third place ka doon, tapos iniwan mo kami. O aminin, ano ang mas masaya? Malaysia or Pilipinas?
Para sa akin, Pilipinas pa rin po.
Ah! Pilipinas lang! Okay, ano bang meron doon? Ano bang meron doon na wala yung Pilipinas?
Ano po, di ko po. Ang hirap po sagutin.
Oh, parang ano ba nagustuhan mo doon when you were there?
Siguro po yung experience ko lang sa Malaysia, yung naka-qualified kami sa ESL Snapdragon Pro Series sa Indonesia.
Pero ano yung pinaka-na-miss mo sa Philippines?
Nakakamiss po maglaro ulit sa Blacklist and nakakamiss yung crowd.
Yung crowd? And then what else?
And wala, namimiss ko lang yung mga teammate ko nung season 11 sa Blacklist.
Sino ba pinaka-close mo sa Blacklist nung nandun ka?
Si Yui po.
Si Yue? Oh, nakita mo na ba siya?
Opo, nakita ko na po.
Kailan ka ba bumalik?
Nung Tuesday lang po.
Wait, may narinig ako. Sige nga, alam mo, nag-trending etong sigaw na to eh. Sige nga, gawin mo. Yue! Grabe! Eto ba? Parang, ay, ang ganda nito ah. Parang pwede ba itong pang karaoke? Saan mo ito nakuha? Ang ganda ng mga merch ng Blacklist ah.
Hindi na kayo guys ng light stick ng Blacklist.
Oy, seller na din. Pati ito, ano to? It's a fan. Oh, it's a fan. Oh, nakikita din. Oh, grabe na kayo. Okay, ano yung pinaka-namimiss mo sa Blacklist?
Siguro yung pinaka-namimiss ko sa Blacklist yung banding namin nung season 11 and mga na-miss ko na rin yung mga teammates ko yan. Sila Edward, sila Yue, sila Ma'am, sila Vice. Si Owl. Mga na-miss ko na sila. Siyempre yung mga coaching din.
Kakarating mo lang ng Tuesday.
Opo.
So anong unang gagawin mo with the agents?
Siguro enjoy ko muna yung manood kasama yung mga agents and cheer ko yung mga dati kong teammate ng season 11.
Alright, let's pump them up kasi mag-uumpisa na yung ating laban. I want you to pump up the entire MPL arena. Alright?
Okay po.
Alright, Super Red, let's feel your super energy. Go ahead.
Blacklist!
Oh, isa pa!
Blacklist!
Ibato na natin sa ating mga casters. Pasok!
Thank you, Amara Aquino, and welcome back to Super Red. Super Red is looking to have fun with the agents first, just to, feel the vibe of the Philippines once again. Just arrived here around 4 or 5 days ago. If it's Tuesday, if Tuesday is the day that he arrived and it's Saturday today, how many days has it been?
Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
4?
4 days.
Got it right in the first time. I'm proud of myself.
No, you said 4 to 5 days. You said 2 days.
Really?
You just tried to... There it is.
Debated.
I am not surprised that when asked about who he was closest with in his time with Blacks International in Season 11, Super Red said Yue. Because Yue has such a great energy, and I'm loving that maybe today, maybe for the next few days, maybe as they go into the playoffs, it's Yue who's playing for Blacklist, as MTV put it, Final 5.
Yeah, aside from the fact that, of course, Super Red and Yue did come out at the same time.
Oh, yeah!
They're co-rookies.
Yeah.
So cool, so cool. Brotherhood's always going to be there.
I still remember that season, and there were tons of pressure for Super Red to perform. Like, imagine replacing Olheb, that's a big task to do. But right now, we are welcoming TNC Pro Team, and Bao will be playing once again, similar to yesterday. What can you say about his performance?
All right, Bao, I can't say I put him neck and neck with Ajay. Personally, I think Ajay is just a little bit more in tune with the rest of the team. If there's anything that Bao can bring to the table, and I hope that happens here tonight, maybe it's those spicy pickups. Maybe if you're looking at weird and just very specific answers in the XP lane, maybe if Bao's ready to bring it out, he should do that because he's a self-proclaimed multi-role. So as an XP laner that just got plugged in to this lineup, that might be the X factor.
Hey, I'm all for experimentation. He could go all out in this one. For Blacklist International, he will be up against Edward, tried and tested, Mr. Consistent himself. What can you say about the Rosie lineup?
Rosie lineup right now, I think the biggest thing that I have to look at is that KDA. 13.5 for Yue and Edward, obviously consistently the damage take. He's doing such a good job on that Charizla. But Yue, bro, coming in hot.
That's true.
The later part of the season.
The mid lane magician.
The mid lane magician. Some people call him the dark magician. I'm not quite sure why. Is that a Yu-Gi-Oh reference?
I think so.
I've seen it in social media, specifically on TikTok. Somebody please explain it to me.
If it catches on, I'm with it. If
I'm
the
with it,
agents
you know.
say so.
What's that? That's hat. The hats, the magical hats. I don't know. Maybe I could Google it later.
Yes.
Let's look at the team
Dark
head-to-head.
Magician is fine.
Dark Magician is a great name. You know
Yeah,
what?
I love it.
And looking at the stats here, Blacklist. You know, it's already given that TNC had struggled in the regular season. Well, what pops up to you here, Rockhard?
Man, just keep watching out for King Kong's assassin picks. I mean, that's always it's always been the thorn on the side of any team that faces off against TNC. They always have to ban out these joys, these everything, right?
Yep. Last night his Fanny, there's no other way for me to put it. He committed a boo-boo.
That is true.
So I hope that tonight he shows up, and I hope he had a good night's rest, and he got reset, and today he just gives his damn best.
You know, at this point for TNC, we it's kind of, let's just say they're trying to build up for their next season already. Like they're already trying to show what they could do, and it's really hard to like sugarcoat this for TNC. But for the Phoenix Army, it's a very different story. I gotta highlight how solid their community has been, despite the very, let's say, terrible regular season for TNC. Their community has consistently appeared in the venue, and right now, even if it's already sure that they won't be in the playoffs, you can see them right there. They even brought out the drums.
The drums are still here.
Oh yeah, there's a sea of black and orange.
Yeah, we got a full house here right now, and yeah, that Phoenix Army is also really catching up here. And I have to say that there's just nowhere else to go but up, right?
Yeah, I mean,
nowhere else to go.
At this point, there's only way up or whatever. But, you know, let's go to the keys to victory with our analyst, Rockhard. Your time.
Of course, for TNC Pro Team and Blacklist International's keys to victory, these are brought to you by Infinix. Infinix Note Series, ultra-fast gameplay. First one, respect you as comfort picks. That is, I think, the most basic that any team that faces off against a lineup that has Yue has to deal with. Obviously, you have to take care of the Novatrix combination. Very potent, of course, with the Filipino sniper in tow. That's pretty much all you have to think about here. That mid lane. The Eve still also made the comeback here in the previous series. So something maybe they have to think about coming into this one for TNC. And as for Blacklist, yeah, I mean, scores aren't really translating, but you got to still find locate Benfix, right? Before engaging in team fights, it is going to be a lot easier to do that with the Novaria. And if you do that, if you pick it up, comfort all around, maybe for Team Blacklist, but always keep in mind that there are still a lot that Benfix has the ability to play around. That's something you got to keep in mind when you think about what the engagement or what the team fights are going to look like. And of course, for both teams, don't underestimate the element of surprise, because yes, it's going to catch you. Really going to catch you off guard. Overall, I would say that TNC, again, I have to reiterate, there's just nowhere else to go but up here. What else can you do? What else? You can't mess up any more than you already have. But I think they're going to do just fine here. I think they're going to do just fine against Blacklist. This is going to be a good test for them, rebuilding the roster or adding to their skill set. Who knows what's up for them.
Rockhard's brutally honest today.
That is true. I wonder what you drank today. Hopefully a lot of water. You kind of need that.
I love TNC, but, you know.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. All right. Why?
To be fair,
results.
I think this is the best that we can do for them. If we sugarcoat it, I think we're doing them a disservice.
That's true.
If we tell them straight up and again from the bottom of our hearts in the best way possible what's wrong and what we think can be improved, then maybe, you know, they take it in stride and they come back much stronger season 13.
That's what I do with like my brothers, sisters. If you had a brother or sister, just say it straight to them. Right?
Do you have a brother and sister?
Yeah.
Damn, I didn't know that, and I've known you for like 4 years now.
We'll talk about it later.
Yeah, we'll talk about it later. Right now, player head-to-head, we have Sensui and King Kong. Sensui has been performing really well and securing a lot of the objectives for Blacklist International. And even with the overwhelming pressure of replacing Wise's slot, he has shown to be a great jungler for the renowned organization.
But there is a stark difference between these two players. If you're looking at clutch, retribution battles, hell, Lord dances that go for, what's the record now, 6 minutes?
6 minutes. I'm not.
something.
Was that an actual record?
It's an actual number, I think.
Actual number.
I'm with Sensui. But if you're looking for clutch plays, like an assassin from 2019, then you're looking at King Kong.
Yeah.
So I'm excited to see what they do tonight. Hell, we've seen MPL-ID. We've seen Lings come out.
The Lings, yo.
Who's to say, today we might not be surprised because we have seen King Kong with the Ling. Didn't win though, but you know.
No, it's up there.
A boy could hope. A boy could dream.
A boy could dream.
A boy?
A boy?
No. I'm the boy.
Oh, you're the boy. All right. Not a boy
Not
from
the really good
from Geek
mid
Fam.
laner.
Very different.
Shout out to the Shadow Analyst of Geek Fam. If you're watching right now, I hope you're enjoying your time in Indonesia, and we really miss you here in the Philippines.
It's not Wolf.
Oh, it's not Wolf? I'm so sorry.
You're forgiven because a lot of people thought so.
Yeah.
But it's not.
I'm gonna die on this hill. It's not Wolf.
It's not Wolf, it's HG. And now we're going to watch the first match, the drafting phase for Game 1 of this Best of 3 series between TNC Pro Team and Blacklist International. Can we expect a lot of healers this time around? Faramis has been up quite lately for the past few days. A hot pick, if I would say.
I think so. I think a lot of teams are going to start to pick up that Faramis and maybe emulate a little bit of what MNNE did a few games back, right? A game that has so many layers that you can't really deal with it anymore. And it's great. It works great with what we just saw in the previous series where we saw Lord Dance last almost 7 minutes. Just have the it adds to the patience factor, right? If you have a lineup that can regen after receiving pokes, that's amazing.
And there's a hero that just slips through the cracks despite how big and stout he is. It's the Minotaur.
Oh, yeah.
The Minotaur is definitely going to be a contested pick here.
That's
I
true.
believe it should, unless something goes very oddly here in the draft, given that the currently Faramis is still out there, the Fredrin is still available. You know what? I think TNC is going to take the Fredrin here.
Yeah, the TNC, if they do take the Fredrin, though, that's going to be out of character for King Kong, who has been playing a lot of assassins quite lately. So I really do hope that they get something flashy or something.
See the
you know
value
what?
in him.
Let's
Leia sees the value.
Who am I kidding? It's Fredrin. Blue side first pick every game. Let's go.
Yeah, Ben thinks smiled a little bit. He heard.
They have to do this. They have to attack Sensui. They have to force Sensui into a weird hero. Like
what?
The Martis? What else is left out there?
The
no,
Bach
is out. The Bach
is out. Oh, yeah, you're right.
What does he play? Oh, Barats?
Barrett's could be a choice, but the people that make this Barrett strong is already out except for the Rafaela. So there is a slight chance that we might see Rafaela Barrett's. The last time that we did see that was from VYs, which is a long time ago.
Yep.
Barrett's.
Maloyski played a lot of Rafaela last night.
He did. He
100%,
even won
100%.
that very clutch game around Game 4 with that flicker engage. I mean, you could always do that or run that if you're playing the Rafaela, but for TNC, I wonder what they're going to get. Hopefully they get something out of meta, you know. There's nothing to lose. Just put up a show.
For some reason, though, the Rafaela here in the Philippines, MPL Philippines, has been a little 50-50 compared to other regions.
That's
Wait. This is weird. I'm sorry.
Why?
Bao looks so different without his bangs.
That's true. You know what? Actually, Bao without the bangs.
All right.
Novaria Kadita, though.
This is
a lot of
so
magic
honest.
damage.
Despite this being a power pick, a solid 2 combos, it's so odd to see it picked at the same time because it's straight up, you know what's going to happen.
Is that Bao?
One of them's a roamer. Yes, the
that's
second
Bao.
to the right.
That's Bao with a headband.
Right before King Kong. Yes, that's Bao.
He's a different boy. He's a different boy. I was trying to find an acronym for it.
He looks like that guy from ONIC. What is that?
CW?
No.
CW!
ONIC Philippines. ONIC Philippines. I'll remember later. Huh?
You know, Claude is picked
Small
up
guy.
here
We'll talk.
by Blacklist International. And this is quite honest, too, if you think about it.
Yep.
All 3 picks are obviously going to the XP, the side lanes in the mid lane. Back to the banning phase we go. But before that, we're going to look at the draft index. A lot of vision and info for the side of TNC.
All right, so right now, obviously, Burst is huge. If you pick up a Novaria, if you pick up a Kadita, what do you expect? Someone's going to get blown up. At some point of the point.
From far away or right in front of you?
Just pick a poison.
I would pick the poison of right in front of me because I like it when the Kadita just explodes with a Petrify and I don't die, and I say, that's why you pick the Edith, my guy.
And it's perfect because Blacks International, they're playing mid to close range, right? You have the Claude, you have the Valentina, you have the Riz.
You have the Rizzler.
The Rizza!
The Rizzler.
Would you be my Sigma?
Nah, you're so skibbity, Leo.
Skip it.
Man, that's so Phantom Tax. All right, going into the second phase, it looks like MTB and the gang are attacking the gold lane. So Innocent yet to have a pick here. There goes the Ixia. And what did I say? What did I say? The Tor.
What?
What did you say?
The Minotaur.
The Minotaur. The
Okay,
Tor.
All right, that's new.
That's you. And the Minotaur has been one of those picks quite of late.
Yeah.
I would say that the Minotaur is, I would say, the best roamer right now, second to Mathilda. At least a roamer that you could play, because Mathilda's almost insta-banned for all of the games.
Completely agree, and a lot of people miss out at the massive amounts of healing that the Minotaur can bring. It's still part of the heal meta.
Were y'all aware
What?
that OHEB has picked Claude 4 times and won 3?
No, I think they made us aware this time with the trivia. I don't know. And Claude got nerfed.
Oh, no.
That's just how this guy, watching MPL Philippines and MPL. Give us the numbers, yo. Oh, wait, that's VY. That's VY.
VY.
All right. So this is the Grok here coming in for Blacks International. We don't know if this is indeed Renege's hero or it's that pocket pick for Sensui, because he has been known to play the Grok in the jungle. But yeah, no, given what TNC has done, they really forced Sensui to play something else in the jungle. What's TNC need here? A gold laner and an XP laner.
Yeah, for gold laners, I think Irifel would still be open. I can't see the ban right now if it was banned on 5th.
Oh.
And yeah, definitely something that I'm thinking about here is also another front line, because can't all be the Fredrin. So XP laner, I don't know if Yuzhong's open.
Hey, the Yuzhong is definitely open.
Pretty good.
Well, every time I look back at the stage, I see the bands.
like
Everywhere I go, I see his name. And the
Lapu
Lapu will be the choice here by the side of TNC, but the Bruno.
Why?
Onward.
You'll see that?
What? Where?
Bao felt it. Bao felt himself. After he locked in the Lapu Lapu, he asked for the claps, man.
This is mine, yo.
This
He
is
knows.
my laps, bro.
And, you know, it's a big statement for Bao if he's able to, let's just say, play against Edward and actually win a game. Because I do want to think that Edward is still the standard of XP laners out there in terms of both achievements and how you approach the game.
So consistent.
So he's so consistent. So if Bao is able to one-up Edward for at least a game, that's something. You make a statement as a rookie, maybe find a, let's just say, better play time for TNC next season if he's still with TNC. But looks like Florin will be the last pick here for the side of Blacklist International. Looking at the draft index once again, Rockhart, how is it looking for both squads?
Very layered. Survival obviously is the priority here for Blacklist International. On the other side, I think that they want to go for some big team fights. It's been, again, we haven't actually seen Lapu Lapu locally recently. Obviously, internationally, pretty good pick, but locally somehow snubbed by our XP laners. And I think you can explain why, right?
You know, the Lapu Lapu has been popping up actually quite recently in ranked games. I'm not quite sure about in the pro play scene, but still a lot of damage, a lot of backlane interactions, and a lot of available spaces that you can make in the backline with just one press of a button. Looking at the audience prediction here from Smart, we have Blacklist International 73%. It's another David and Goliath matchup. That's what we always say if TNC plays in the latter part of the season, because they have been struggling. So hopefully this time David does get something out of game 1. Looking at the team compositions, what can we expect in the early game?
You know what? David's really, I just have to say, he's really short.
Really?
Yeah.
All right. Real quick, every single time you look at it, the story doesn't change. David wins.
Yes.
That's true. But you know, in MPL, almost always David loses. The Goliath just goes on, and that's
Goliath
the story
goes
of
online.
That's just the story of Echo for, I think, the majority of the season until recently, where they got their 0-3. But this time, OEB looking to be bullied here by Ben Things. Looking at the emblem build, a lot of agilities coming in from Blacklist International. That has been the meta so far inside this regular season.
As usual, the Bruno just wants to stand tall with that tenacity as well, just to make sure that he's going to get ahead of the laning phase early on. That's very, very important.
Yo, is that 4 Wilderness Blessings for Blacklist?
Hey, gotta go fast. Ka-chow.
Oh, Goyo here. Taking quite a bit of damage. It's deceptively painful laning against a Valentina and a Florin this early on.
That's true. Especially with the flower in the hands of that Valentina. We did see the same strategy, I think, yesterday. Forgot which team. But putting it in the hands of the Faramis was one of the key factors. I think that was Minana Evos. Looking at the top 3 career, most pick heroes for the side of Sensui. It's pretty close. 1 game away for Fredrin to tie that for Akai. And these have been the prime tank junglers, I would say.
Yeah, and all of which were banned by TNC, so they did their homework.
Hey, if you don't do your homework, you don't pass the games. So they really have to, especially they're up against Blacklist International as Turtle spawns. TNC will be pulling it to their side, but none of the other members are nowhere to be found.
It's so hard for TNC to actually make a play here, given the wall that Sensui put up. And there's a penalty zone coming in from Agent Zero. King Kong goes down. Yue draws first blood, and the Turtle scored by
Goyo.
Blacklist. And Goyo looking for a cheeky play as Sensui scores.
You know what? I know what TNC was trying to do there with that draft, trying to force Sensui in a very uncomfortable hero. But I think they might be forgetting a few games from way back when he was ONIC, where he was actually also very proficient in the Grok jungle.
Yeah.
And that cost him that Lord and that Turtle and that first blood.
And the best part about the Grok jungle is you literally just press your Power of Wilderness near a wall and you almost always survive. You can't get knocked back, you can't get taunted, you just press the retry with the Power of Wilderness.
Yeah.
Works all the time unless you're really bad with your retribution.
And like you saw, has an instant out with the Wild Charge, obviously, with a very very limited amount of crowd control that this lineup from TNC has. I mean, do you see any major stuns aside from, obviously, the Lapu Lapu? Not really, aside from the taunt.
And the knock-up on Goyo's Kadira.
Oh, yeah, that's a big one.
So
that's a big one.
Very situational.
Yeah.
Not on demand. So Blacks International, they can almost do anything that they want at any given point, especially with, 2 Purifies.
Yeah, 2 Purifies. And looking at the crowd control coming in from TNC Pro Team, they honestly have a lot of soft crowd control. Not the really hard ones like the Kaja or the Franco, or even the Wild Charge coming in from Grok, but now Sensui trying to bully out King Kong here, but King Kong tries to find a fight.
Oh, starting it off with an Astral Echoes. King Kong already used his ult here. Check out what Yue has. He's buying time.
Baby.
Oh, there's a big taunt! And Sensui with a Wild Charge saving himself. Almost caught a big old Astral Recall there. And they disengage. Wow, that was a close call.
Yeah, that was very close, and all of that was definitely a very aggressive movement. TNC going straight up on top side. They're not done.
Yeah. They're going to try to dive the gold lane here, but Blacklist International, they successfully defend OHEB's backline. They're able to farm up already a 1K gold lead in the hands of the agents. This turtle fight will surely be a big one for TNC. They need to get something out of this one.
Sensui put up a Guardian's Barrier this time around. Turtle at a third of its health. There it is, one more time, a penalty zone. Astral Echo the answer back from Bentings. And there's the Appraiser's Wrath. Edward falls, Agent Zero zeroed for this one. And Sensui's gonna fall one more time. Innocent gets a double. King Kong scores a turtle. TNC on the board.
And they did get something out of that turtle fight. Cut the lead from 1-5 to 700. That's a major win for the side of the Phoenix Army. And they did get Innocent 2 kills. Those will be very important as they head on for OHEB.
Bow coming in. Clutch from the back.
Yeah, and the gold's definitely going on the right places here for TNC's pockets. Basically, Innocent just having a very free game, not really having a lot of issues, especially that Blacklist are not deciding to gank that gold lane as much as I think they should.
Yeah, and right now for the side of Blacklist International, Yue! And he's alive.
A mid lane magician making like Houdini, escaping. Whoa!
And a dodge from Yue.
You know, slippery feet or whatever you call them. Wait, that's not slippery feet. It's called fancy feet. My bad.
Fancy footwork, yeah.
That's right. No, wait. Throughout that whole debacle, Edward was able to equalize. He was pushing down bottom too.
which is one of the reasons why you really want to pick up that Terizla. So easy to do that, especially in your lane. You just one full cycle of your skill and you get life back and you clear that way.
Hey, that's one way to cross a wall. Dive underneath it. That's how Aquaman did it in Wakanda Forever, right?
No.
I don't think so.
I don't think so. I watched the movie.
Yeah.
I watched
Didn't
the movie.
happen.
Big fan.
Big fan, by the way. Yeah. And going back to this game, 6 minutes in, another Astral Echo lands on 3 people. Renegade knocks up. Edward!
Oh no! First blood in this big old team fight. Drawn. TNC goes for the trade. 1-for-1 so far. Bow! The bravest fighter gonna be able to keep him alive, and he walks away. But Edward gets some damage in. Agent Zero still alive. 2-for-1. Blacklist happy with the trade.
Yeah, they looked really grim there for a second for Blacklist, but no, they turned it around quite quickly there. As you can see, especially King Kong right now, no backup to contest this turtle with. Well, I think they'll make it in time. Though it seems like Sensui really wants it.
Is a mano-y-mano. Make it a tag team match now, 2v2. Goyo still a little too far.
Astral Echo.
Thrown out, spots Yue and Sensui. Sensui going for an odd turn here, but now it's a 4v1, and King Kong secures the final turtle.
But on the top side, Innocent trying to look for Renegade
Whoa!
here.
Ouchies.
One hit. Almost half of his HP gone here. And Innocent still having a great game. 2-0-1 in this game as TNC still holds a very, very minimal lead.
Oh!
There no, Goyo! Ooh, baby, he finds one.
Oheb one more time. 0-2 already. This early on, not a good look for a Claude. TNC, they're not letting up.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, this is the result of what I mentioned earlier. All the gold is going into the right pockets here. For TNC, specifically on that Bruno, the hits is just making a mark here.
Yo! Oh! That's just it. A lot of crowd control.
Yeah, just non-stop aggression here. And the snowball is really starting to pick up for the Phoenix Army.
And right now we are waiting for one big turn coming in from Blacklist International, but TNC, they have not let up in this entire game. Every time that their ultimates were up, they were trying to find a lot of kills all around the map. And Innocent, 3-0-2 in this game, 90% kill participation. Guy is having the goal.
That's true. Right now, items are showing that definitely TNC are a little bit in the lead here, but most specifically that Bruno, Berserker's Fury, as well as Haas Claws, along with the boots already got need for speed here for TNC, and they are not afraid to use it. Now, the biggest difference between the way Renegade plays his Florin compared to the previous successful Florin that we've had is he's really in front. He's really always on the team fights. He's not really afraid of showing himself most of the time.
Oh, nice perpendicular Astral Echoes there. Shot from an odd angle. Coming in from Ben Things. King Kong, 1v1 against Sensui. No one wants to force it. Instead, Black is going to go for their buffs.
Even with the Florin, it seems to be very hard for them to actually survive these hits.
Yeah, and with the survival that Blacklist has, they might just scale up really well as we enter mid to the late game. The moment that Goyo equalizes in terms of damage a bit, because right now he is on his power spike on this Kadida. Might just even fight Oheb, but he does fail in doing so. And now he almost gets killed. Almost though.
Bang! That's the mid lane magician finding the mark. Went fishing, found Goyo. Clean pickoff for Blacklist. Now the Lord's looking more like a 50-50. Despite TNC coming in with the lead, Blacklist still slightly afraid. Maybe they'll take their time with the dance.
It is quite dangerous for the side of TNC. Without Goyo, they don't have the burst damage, but looks like they're still going to hold on to this Lord. Taunting Sensui in the process. Yue gets found out. Bao with the ultimate, or the bravest fighter rather, goes in for the flicker play.
Whoa, now Yue here forcing out a defensive maneuver. Astral Echoes throwing out both directions. Oheb instead goes for the orange. Sensui and King Kong playing footsies. Lord here at neutral. There's the Guardian's Barrier, forcing out a move from King Kong. What's happening in mid? Slowly pushing. River control, TNC.
Lord at critical point here. Part of his HP, Goyo with ultimate Edward on the 2-man penalty zone.
There he is, Agent Zero wailing away. Opening up one for Bao to fall. Oheb finding one, King Kong scores. Lord for TNC.
The rest of the members of TNC, when Goyo went down, did a great job of keeping the playing field level, even though it was a 4v5. Blacklist could not completely go for the Lord, and they bought so much time that Goyo actually made it in time back to the fight.
Yeah, and then they held on to that Lord for around a minute or so. And with that, TNC already with a 2.6k gold lead, and Innocent with a crucial item pickup here to Wind of Nature to just fight against that Blazing Duet. But there are other odd item pickups here, Rockhard.
Yeah, actually, not really that much that's odd here. A bit of good, what do you call that, magic penetration already active for Goyo here. So that Rough Waves, Breath of the Ocean combo should be very potent. Gotta watch out for it, even if you are Sensui.
Looks like Lord Push will resume here downstairs. Bao will be the one right in front, but Ben thinks secretly looking for a play here. 4-man Astral Echo tries to throw a recall, finds Insui, and the wall delays that Lord Push.
Just buying a little bit more time. Good move here from TNC.
They're able to defend to that Lord, just shred through it like butter.
Yeah, that turret's going down. No chance right now, especially with Innocent just feeling so confident and packing all these items on this Bruno. Look at the damage dealt here off the charts.
What kind of items, though?
That's a good point. We'll find out.
Why? Brother, it's already there!
No, it's not. Oh, yeah, right behind it.
Why?
Can't see them, though. But right now, yeah, I think Malefic Roar, Wind of Nature, that's it. He only needs one item to be fully locked in at 12 minutes.
Yeah, and they're already pushing here upside. Look at that!
Goyo comes in quick, but just the same, there's just too much. TNC has hit critical mass. 2 have already fallen, and TNC are already inside their base. They're going for it. Game 1.
What?
The Phoenix Army has shocked the system. Going 1-0.
And this winning moment is brought to you by your official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. TNC looking like another man. Bao with his air up finally shows up.
12-minute game, guys. That's something that you can't really say that much against a team like Blacklist, who usually can deal with these layers very, very well.
That might have been it this whole time. Maybe Bao wasn't exactly seeing everything on his phone. So now his hair up's like, oh, it's clearer.
It's clearer, it's better, and the performance coming in from the side of TNC Pro Team this time around. We didn't even think that it would finish this quickly, but you know what they say? TNC, nothing to lose, finally won a game.
To be fair, watching Blacklist again in the first 5 minutes, it looked like they were propping up for something. They were looking for the mid lane spike. They were checking. It's the equivalent of a boxer just jabbing and jabbing before they actually throw any powerful hooks or straights, haymakers. They never got to that point.
Yeah. They never really found that big breakthrough, especially with this Rock jungle. So, gotta say that the banning phase coming in from the side of TNC Pro Team was definitely one of the key factors of this game. Taking out the Sensui Heroes was one of the best decisions that they made for this game number 1 victory. But surely we'd learn more later in the analysis segment of Rockheart. But right now, I just have to say the TNC is looking really great. Bao is definitely hyping up the crowd with that Lapu-Lapu plays.
Yeah, he's like Sakuragi after he went half shave.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sakuragi.
He suddenly became really good, a really good basketball player.
I can't even remember Sakuragi with the hair. It's always been the semi-cul, you know what I mean?
You know, at this point, I watched the other basketball anime, the one where the purple hair
Prince
dude.
of Tennis? I mean,
no, that's no, that's Major, the one with baseball or whatever it is.
Kuroko no Basket.
Kuroko no Basket.
Kuroko no Basket.
And yes, that was the moment for Bao, you know? He felt himself, he went in, played really great, but we learned more from our Game 1 with our analysis. Rockhard, your turn.
We are very big anime fans, guys. Don't worry. It's normal. Welcome here to the analysis. I gotta break this down, and it's actually a little difficult because the camera just can't keep up with what TNC is doing here. Goyo right now, I think, played a lot better than how I've seen him in a long time here. But, of course, it is Innocent with that 5-0-4 Bruno, who's going to take MVP for this one. For a very good reason, I think most of the fights were being very much allocated around the middle part of the map, and that's exactly what a Bruno wants to see. Like I said, the lead for TNC was not massive for most of the game. Maybe around 1K, maybe it could reach about 2K, 1.5. But it made a big difference where the money was going. Most of that money most of that lead was definitely in the hands of the Bruno, as you can see. Because right now, King Kong obviously wasn't having the best time. Same with Benfings right now on the Novaria. But the fact that they keep these fights going without suffering any major losses resulted to Innocent just being able to do basically whatever he wanted in this game. They were able to finish this off really quickly before Oheb could actually do any significant damage. And that's a Claude. Obviously, you want to wait for these timers if you want to do great. And that's something that TNC did not let them do. And these team fights are happening over and over again. And then, you know what? Blacklist also pulled a lot of their own punches here. Bought so much time. Like, while all this was happening, look at Bruno, right? Where's the Bruno? Where is Innocent? That's why he's one of the MVPs here. The mid-forward or the free members here of TNC would lose a lot of gold if they gave away some kills, but they were buying time. And they were putting gold in the pockets of Innocent while all of it was happening. Innocent was off screen. You gotta watch that. It's a very, very important fact. And if he is off screen, that means he is getting gold. And if he is there on screen, you see the damage he's doing. He's also getting kills. He's also getting these assists. And of course, like I said, Goyo coming up strong here. I mean, Innocent did a lot of the heavy lifting, but Goyo did set up quite a lot. And quite frankly, a lot more than I expected from this kid. And I'm very impressed with what I saw here with his Kadita play here in this game. Now watch where the kills happened here for Innocent. A lot of these times is near an objective. It's near this turtle where he didn't really have to travel really far just to go and get these kills, get these assists. It's very easy for him because his teammates made it easy for him, right? It was very easy for him to actually just get in position, just walk maybe a few units. I'm not going to say meters, I'm not going to say feet, just a few units. And he's going to get where he needs to hit these legs, these balls of steel, right? And now he also resulted to a very good GPM, I think, because again he doesn't really need to go back as much because of this tenacity and the quantum charge. Very lethal, potent combination for most marksmen right now in this meta. Also one of the reasons why Claude is still very much viable here, despite receiving quite a number of nerfs. Patches and patches ago. Now, we did see King Kong in a very what do you call that, standard assassin pick that we would expect from him. Fanny was wide open here, and they didn't even consider it. They first picked the Fredrin, and now we see why, for a good reason. Number one, obviously to deny that very strong hero from Sensui, which is a Sensui special at this point. And they got Kadita to deal with maybe Yuen doing some crazy stuff, and maybe get some of their kills under their belts earlier in this game. A lot earlier than you mostly will think of with a lineup that TNC did draft up. Now, the biggest factor I think we have to look at here as well is, of course, Bao. He held that lane against one of the best players in that lane, which is Edward. And that's something that's very impressive considering how many games has he played here in the MPL so far, right? I mean, I think it's his second game so far, second series. And if he is able to stand up on his own against Legend Zero himself, that's actually already a very impressive feat all on its own. And overall, I would say TNC did exactly what they came to do. They didn't get the usual super early game lead that we know they can get with the lines they pick up, but they kind of changed here. It's a very interesting TNC that we're seeing here.
Yeah, surely very interesting considering that they won that game in literally 14 minutes or less. And that has been one of the best experiences that we've seen if you're a TNC Pro Team fan. But before we head on to our match, we'd like to thank our official telco partner, Smart. Smart Gig Arena is open to all Smart and TNT subscribers, where they can join an array of arcade games and esports tournaments like MLBB and many more.
To get started, you can create an account via gigarena.smart using your Smart or TNT mobile numbers. There's an event happening on October 22nd. It's called the Smart Gig Arena Gamer Fest. I'll be there, and I'll see you at the training grounds.
Wow. And you can purchase the weekly diamond pass and enjoy a diamond rebate of 455%. You can claim 100 diamonds on the day of your purchase and another 120 by logging in for the next 6 days.
And you don't even have to worry about missing out on the rewards. Just log in to the game every single day and Layla's savings box will automatically save them for you.
You know what? Aside from that, the item rewards are worth like over 280 diamonds. And it's all just waiting there for you to claim them. Come on. Offer's just too good to pass up. Unlock the pass now, enjoy the benefits.
And speaking of the benefits, we are looking at the benefits of getting Game 1 because 1 win away, TNC could just take 3 points. Doesn't matter that much anymore, but that's 3 points that Blacklist International cannot get.
It denies Blacklist the upper bracket berth into the playoffs.
Yeah, and that's a big thing because right now we are looking at the almost complete playoffs pictures. There's only 2 more teams that are fighting for the final slot, and we're talking about ONIC and MNNE Evos. Later on, we're going to see that, but right now, we're going to go to the MPL Arena to talk with our insider, Hans. Your time to shine.
Maraming salamat, casters. This time, nandito tayo sa audience area inside the MPL Arena kung saan ang kasama natin ay walang iba kundi ang MDL team na Euphoria Esports. Let's give them a warm round of applause, guys! Dahil ibang klase, they've performed very well sa kamakailan lang na MDL Season 2 regular season and they are now at the 4th seed. Okay, pang-4 na seed sila at hinihintay nila ang laban sa pagitan ng ONIC, Arsenals at Game Lab at kung sino yung makakalaban nila doon. Okay, lipat muna ako dito. Paul, kung ikaw ang tatanungin, ONIC, Arsenals at Game Lab, sino ba sa dalawa yung gusto mo makalaban?
Kahit hindi sa kanila ng dalawang manalo, nakahanda na kami.
Nakahanda na sila. Nakahanda na sila. Alam mo, pagkakakilala ko kasi sa Euphoria, sobrang angas eh. Lalo na sa tatlong nandito. Okay, sa tatlong nandito mismo. Alam nyo na agad na ganap nila. Okay, Paul, maraming salamat. Okay? Ngayon na sinabi ni Paul na handang-handa kayo. Di ba dati kang content creator? Tapos ngayon nag-transition ka talaga sa pro. Okay, so paano nangyari yun? Paano nangyari yun?
Hindi, yung totoo niyan, parang napagtripan lang ako roster. Pero nagbatak lang din talaga ako kasi nasa roster na ako. Parang wala siya sa plano talaga.
Okay, ikaw ang tatanungin ko. Kung ONIC o Game Lab, sino doon yung gusto mo makalaban?
Kung gusto namin feeling ko Game Lab mas maganda katapat. Kasi ONIC kasi may butas kasi dun.
May butas sa ONIC?
Parang hindi ko kasi feel yung Keke Dot ba yun? Parang
yung Keke Dot?
Parang nainahan kasi ako.
Uy, nag-MPL yun si Keke Dot.
Hindi ko kasi siya masyadong familiar. Parang ngayon ko lang kasi narinig.
Okay. Guys, okay. Chillax muna tayo. Lalo na ngayon, di ba? I know hindi naglalaban ngayon ng ONIC Philippines. Pero may laban sila mamaya kontra sa MNNE Evos at ang daming ganap ngayon. So, sino ba sa tingin mo yung papasok doon sa nag-iisang playoff spot? ONIC ba o MNNE?
Mahirap din
Mahirap.
Kasi sobrang unpredictable kasi talaga ng MPL ngayon. Kahit MDL.
Okay.
Kasi kahit RG, mahirap na kasi dami ng tutorial kasi mga ganun. So, parang wala na kasing mahina ngayon. Parang lahat malakas na.
Okay.
Mahirap na i-predict.
Tama. May point naman. It's very hard to predict. Lalo na ngayon, dikit-dikit yung standings. Lipat natin sa katabi mo. Ito, na-excite ako nung sasabihin ni Zone. Na-excite ako nung sasabihin ni Zone. Zone, ano ba sa tingin mo ang mangyayari sa MDL? Tsaka ano ba yung magiging ganap ngayon? 1-0, lamang ang TNC ngayon. Anong prediction mo dito?
Reverse sweep to, blacklist ako eh.
Reverse sweep to! Blacklist ako! Ganun lang kasimple. Zone still blacklist at heart. Abangan nyo ang Euphoria Esports sa darating na MDL Playoffs. Again, boys, maraming salamat. Sana mag-enjoy kayo. Balik na natin to sa ating mga casters.
Thanks a lot, Hans. Looking at the Euphoria team of MDL, we did see a couple of familiar faces. Justin, one of the content creators here in the Philippines, also now a professional player, I would say. He did reveal that it was a joke, but it became serious, just like most of the relationships here in the teenager phase.
Is he a teenager?
No, but I'm just making a correlation.
All right.
Am I wrong?
No, you're not.
Maybe not.
Yeah, maybe 90% if you're before 18, before 17, maybe. Yeah, but
well,
not every.
Good thing I'm 20, you're 19, and you're 18.
I have checked the facts and I can concur. is true.
That is true. But you know, what else is true is that TNC could secure 3 points here by securing game number 2. And that will be a hard thing to do against Blacklist International, because if there's one thing that Blacklist International really does well, it's adjusting from the mistakes that they commit in game number 1.
Hold up. Ever since Rosie as a lineup debut, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know, folks at home, you guys can blast it in chat. This is their first game loss.
Yes.
Real?
I think so.
Ever since Rosie debuted.
Real?
Dang, I think so.
Is it not? The team that Smart Omega swept
I'll have to check.
might have been Horse. And then they were forced to switch up. And then Rosie played back-to-back.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Because looking at the match history of Blacklist International, they went 2-0 in Week 5. Just in Week 5. They went 2-0 against MNNE EVOS and also 2-0 against ONIC. So you're right.
And those were both Rosie.
Those were both Rosies. All 4 games that they played last week were all Rosie lineups. And this marks the first loss of the Rosie lineup coming in from Blacklist International. Wow, what an achievement here for TNC.
Phoenix made them bleed.
The Phoenix made them bleed. And, you know, like when the sun is about to die, it's at its brightest. Maybe we could say the same here for the Phoenix. Let's enter the drafting phase here of game number 2. This time around, it's still going to be TNC in the blue side.
That was horrifyingly beautiful.
What?
He's tearing up. Rockard's tearing up.
The sun is brightest
When it's about to die, you know? That's
that-
actually a real scientific fact. I don't know why my brain cell finally worked.
No, that's right.
Your one brain cell.
My one brain cell.
You're up to 14 IQ today.
I'm gonna come out clean. The entire game 1, I was half a brain cell, but now
you're being very generous to yourself.
I'm being very generous to myself. I am a literature major, so maybe that's why. But the last band
Could've
here,
fooled me.
Very poetic.
Thank you. I love poetry, you know.
So
my favorite poet is Aristotle, because he was the author of Poetics.
My favorite poet is Anise.
Who's Anise? Baby, baby, you're my sun and moon.
All right, here we go. Back into the draft.
He's a poet and you didn't even know it.
If I'm not mistaken, is this the same exact pattern as game 1?
Yes. It is. Fredrin for...
Oh,
it's
this time,
Martise.
They bum rushed the Martise. All right.
They already said it like, Sensui, we know you can play the Grok, but hey, you play the Martis better.
Sorry, the Martise.
The Martise, I'm sorry.
You
for
have
that.
to respect
Jungle Grok just doesn't cut it anymore.
That's true. That's true. Even Carl Teasy had it hard when he played the Grok.
Yep.
Yeah.
But this is, again, very weird. To be
Difficult,
honest,
yes.
even if Blacks International is slowly repairing the situation with an early pick for Sensui, it's still not as good as it looks.
Yeah.
It's a very win-more hero. You need the snowball with the Martis. But now, TNC, they adjust slightly. They pick up a solid mid laner, and then they put the Novaria into Benting's hands again, which was more than effective in game 1, man.
It was.
This just proves the versatility and the in-game tactical genius of one Ben Maglaki.
Yo, they picked up 2 UA heroes right there and then.
You're right.
That's amazing.
That's actually a
Huge
great
deny
steal.
pick. Yeah.
They denied everything out of Yue.
What is Benting's doing? Look at me. I am the magician now.
I am the magician. And
the magician.
Wow, the draft is looking great here for TNC. They have been performing really well in the drafting phase since game 1, but now entering game 2, Blacklist International, they're going to still trust this Claude. And now looking at the draft index here, there's a big gap here in the vision and info because of the Novaria pickup. But in terms of objective and pushing, looks like Blacklist International, they do hold an advantage here. What else can you see?
TNC definitely has the burst. The burst with capital D. And they are not afraid to use it. Especially with this one, I think Blacklist has to be careful with ultimate they're going to be willing to give away to this Valentina. Because if it's range and it's a nuke, someone's going to get boo-booed.
Yeah, somebody's surely going to get eliminated around the map. And the Valentina does force a lot of draft decisions. Looking at the bans, I do think that the Bruno has already been taken away from the side of Blacklist International. And we are waiting for the next few bans here coming in from TNC Pro Team. But damn that Bruno, I would say it's a great ban considering how Innocent played in game number 1. And you wouldn't want to see that again, especially if you didn't pick the Iksha.
Hey, look, good couple friends of ours. Too Fast and a former MPL caster in Prof B.
Very nice to see him. Some familiar faces here in the crowd, yo.
Next to your elder sister, Chantel.
That's
Yeah.
true.
Our elder sister.
Our elder sister.
Everybody's.
Our
Yeah.
elder sister.
You. All right.
Everybody.
Oh, Minotaur! Look at the it's a Minotaur band.
What's innocent to play here? Took out the Bruno, took out the Ixia. You go Brody
Or Irithel.
They're
safe
back to
pick,
the Irithel.
the Beatrix.
The Bebe.
Yeah, the Beatrix.
Beatrix combo.
Yeah, that is quite weird. Now that I think of it, the Novatrix combo is quite well known, but they decided to not ban it out. So I guess Blacklist International, they prepared.
They'd rather deal with that.
They'd rather deal with that.
It's not. Yeah, sorry. It's not something we. Oh, that looks very familiar.
If I'm not mistaken,
It's a friend of ours.
running it through, I'm using a real-time AI graphics processor here. Those are very old pictures of our own Brigida.
That is correct.
Yeah. One of the standouts coming in from MDL casters definitely had his fun time here, or her fun time in the broadcast of MPL. Actually, in
right there.
casting right now.
They put it on blast.
They put it on blast, and now enjoy the screen time, Brigida. The gourd picked up here for the side of Blacklist International. Nice-Sue is somewhere out there smiling and holding his can of tuna.
I just sent him a message earlier before we got into the match, and yes, he definitely is having dinner with his can of tuna.
Yes.
Hoping
Can tuna.
that gourd gets picked up.
All right, so the score is right here. Again, that's something that's very scary of the Ultimate to give away here to TNC if you're talking about Valentina.
It's a good pick, though. Hey.
Oh.
Where's that camera? Over there. What's up? Where? I can't find it. Over
Oh,
there.
it's a fatty!
This is a hard camera.
Oh, it's a hard.
All right. It is going to be the Novatrix combo. And, of course, wait. Hold up. Did we get juked? It's not a Fredrin jungle.
It is
It's a fatty jungle!
It's a Fredrin
Yeah.
XP later.
All
And
right.
it performs really well against the Charizla, honestly. Like, you just survive anything.
And this is anecdotal.
From experience.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All
Like,
right.
how can you get killed as a Fredrin? But Kufra will be the last pick here for the side of Blacklist International. I would say it's very well balanced if you're Blacklist, but if you're TNC, looks like you're playing for highlights here.
What a throwback. Renegade back on the Kufra.
I did not know it was possible to fill the index this well.
That
Look
much.
at what TNC has done.
We got team fight, we got burst, we got late game, we got early to mid, and I think it was you who mentioned this is just how far the index can actually go.
Yeah,
numerically.
max numbers. You're right. Yes.
So yeah, TNC thought of everything here.
Yeah, 8 point something for the graph.
Yeah, maybe this is one of their best drafts out there, and they do need it if they want to secure this game against Blacklist International. That's actually going to mark their second match victory, if ever they do. They've won one match and lost 11, and that is truly heartbreaking if you're part of the Phoenix Army. But you know, you could always heal a mend a broken heart already. I lost that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you were trying.
I was trying my
but
best.
just the same, if it's heartbreaking for the Phoenix Army, I think they're over it. It's heartbreaking if you're an agent because the Phoenix Army effectively denied you an upper bracket slot.
That's true.
Phoenix Army had a week already to process that. So I think they're fine. Weeks,
They've
right.
been struggling, man.
Yeah, they're fine. They're fine.
They're fine. But yeah, you're right. It's huge. The denial here for Blacklist, I'm pretty sure they'd be mad though.
Yeah, and out of all the teams that you could deny something from, they chose Blacklist.
Oh,
one of the biggest fan bases here in the Philippines. In Renegade, he does find Bao, and Bao in deep trouble.
Pixel brush control coming in. Renegade, a fourth of his health. Ain't no one drawn first blood yet. Not under a minute.
All right, so definitely, you know what? It's been a hot minute as I've seen the Novatrix in the hands of these guys. I don't think I ever seen the Novatrix in the hand of Goyo as well, or Ben Things and what do you call this?
Very different TNC.
It's a very different TNC completely. And they juked us. And I wonder how much of an effect that juke's going to have in this game, actually, right? Because Fredrin Jungle is great against the Charizla, but overall, it's their only tank.
I can't for the life of me remember the last time we saw an XP lane Fredrin in MPL Philippines.
Week 3.
All right, so there's only one other.
Yeah, like
That's a nice memory you got
like
there.
around week 3 or week 2, in the first leg of our regular season, XP Lane Fredrin was one of the I would say the picks, considering the power that he has over the draft, with the jukes and all. And right now we are seeing it once again. Innocent in the new Beatrix skin. I think this is one to celebrate something Brazilian. I'm not quite sure.
Wow.
Yeah, I think that was the lore of that Beatrix skin. But the turtle already spawned here. Martis will be the first one, or Martis rather, first one to touch this turtle.
It's Insui. Big presence from Blacklist here. 4 members with TNC taking their time. Again, they're a little more mobile. Instead, they took too much time.
Yeah, that was a lot of time to take here, but again, it's also kind of warranted, I guess, because King Kong's just in no shape and form to contest that.
Not ready yet.
Yeah, he's not ready.
And the worst part about playing the Fanny is you don't really have a lot of abilities to take that turtle for yourself. You're better off taking down the hero trying to take down that turtle than stealing the turtle for yourself. But we are seeing quite the slow start in this game. You're already 3 minutes in, still no first blood. It might just change here with King Kong already picking up his purple.
And at the very least, King Kong isn't getting invaded over and over again like what we usually see in a lot of Fanny games.
Not yet.
Not yet. So, yeah, that's something that TNC has going for them. Although right now, Blacklist definitely going to be in a little bit of a lead here.
Small lead here for the side of Blacklist International, and that comes in from their first turtle take. A very silent game, which is honestly odd since we're looking at a Fanny game. TNC has to pump things up. They gotta find some things. Did he actually steal that? Did Innocent actually get that?
Yep.
Yeah, I think he did.
Animation-wise, it looked like it.
Yeah, so... Yeah, right now I get what you're saying, because right now TNC's lineup, it feels like it should go fast early on. But, they're taking it slow, which is a little odd to see.
Hello! Renegade, the hitman, finds Innocent, flickering on out underneath the gold, the tier 1 turn up top. Sensui draws first blood.
And that was fast, the flicker play coming in from the hitman, and with the comeback of the Kufra comes Renegade with a flicker play. Blacklist International solidifying that 500 gold lead. And now Goyo trying to play survive or don't starve together in this mid lane and just basically farm this wave.
That's a very nice game, yeah, that's a very nice game to play here. Just don't starve, right?
Never played it.
Just, no, I mean,
just don't.
Tiptoeing against each other, just make sure you get resources, make sure you don't starve. That's a very good game to play.
Yeah, and now the turtle started here by Blacklist International, but Bao is right in front of him. No jungler to be found, might just be free for Blacklist.
I don't know what Bao was doing, maybe just checking in for vision. It's so hard to see a Fredrin without a retribution in a turtle take. But now it looks like the play for TNC is going to be up top. Oheb, I wonder if he knows. In comes King Kong. Answering back with a blazing duet. Not enough damage quite yet. Renegade almost instantly catching King Kong into his loving arms. That's a disengage from both TNC and Blacklist.
Oh, slight miscalculation there coming in from TNC. Didn't really expect the BMI to already be planted. Smart thinking coming in from Oheb. Just making sure to get what he can. And Mambo out.
Oh, down bottom though. It's Agent Zero going up against King Kong and Bao. But there's not enough damage between the 3 of them. Oh, this is just a sweaty, wet fight.
It's very liquidy, I would say.
Very slippery.
Yeah, no, it didn't lead to much. It's like 2 boxers lapped up in Vaseline. This is no hits.
And again, this is what you get when
it's just slipping on each other. It's just not enough damage.
Boxers wrapped in Vaseline.
Vaseline.
I will never forget that.
It's illegal technically.
It's
true.
illegal. You can't put things around your hands. The only thing that you can here is in a phone because you're playing an MPL.
Another one coming in. Innocent forced to use the same play, and he does get the flicker away though. Both him and Ben Things with just about 5-6 HP between the both of them.
All right, Innocent trying to escape, but Renegade might just force this issue, but he doesn't. So they will be invading the purple buff. Classic Fanny gameplay over here, boys.
Here we go. King Kong kicked out of that pit. Sensui commits Grand Theft Purple, and now Blacklist walking away with a big old grin.
POV, you are a Fanny in the land of Dawn. 4 people in your purple buff, just a regular day.
Miserable.
This is what you get when you have a lineup that has your main tank, the only tank in your team, on the very far side of the map. It makes it very difficult for your team to actually control that mid area. But of course, your side laners, if they do well, they're going to get rewarded, which is exactly what Innocent's doing. I think his gold is pretty much still on par with OHEB, he's going to be behind, but not that far away.
Yeah.
That's a good sign for TNC.
That's 3 turtles secured for the side of Blacklist International. All objectives just secured here by Sensui. That ups his rate for a lot of games this time around. Blacklist International almost with a 2K gold lead. Gonna try to push the mid lane, but Vision is there coming in from Ben Thinks.
Throws it out, the Astral Echoes, no one home. 7 minutes in, gentlemen, this is a pacifist run for both TNC and Black.
Man, I love watching soccer. Now OHEB with Golden Staff might just be the signal for them to force more fights. Renegade will just be providing vision.
Bow in the middle of 4, the Mystic Gush coming out of Yue. Not enough damage, boy, yet unless Blacklist OHEB has something to say. The Filipino sniper gets 1, and another bow falls as well. 2 for none, but look at the back. It's Goyo. He finds OHEB. And so far, it's a 2 for 1. Ooh. Agent Zero coming in with the penalty zone underneath tier 1 down bottom.
Mid lane!
Sensui working mid. Gets taken down by King Kong.
Fights everywhere. We were complaining that it seemed to be a pacifist run, and they just proved us otherwise. Looking at the item build here from FWD Life Insurance, we are already seeing a lot of physical damage here coming in from the Fanny. This is very important if you're TNC. But if you're the side of Blacklist, what can we watch out for?
Across the board, it's essentially tied up. That 1.5k gold lead feels like it's so close. And like I said, even if Innocent's not really joining these fights yet, they're very close in gold. He's around only behind by 700 gold against OHEB here. So they can still put up a fight later on. The question is, when is TNC going to pull this trigger, though?
And finally, King Kong gets his purple buff. I think TNC, as we talk about when they're going to pull this trigger, I feel like the answer is now, considering that the Malefic Roar is already up and online for King Kong. No matter who the target is, he will hit like a truck. It just matters when he's going to pull that off.
Right, so now with OHEB on toe here on top side, Blacklist seems to be just quite knowledgeable. They know that they are in a bit of an advantage here, and they're trying to eke out as much value as they can. Well, of course, at the same time, keeping their eyes on King Kong.
Yeah, now Lord started here for the side of Blacklist International. Sensui holding on to this Lord. Blacklist International gets found out here with the Astral Echo. King Kong flying around on their side of the map as Bao tanks a lot of damage here.
Massive pull by Blacklist. Definitely favored for them here. Putting up 2 walls between TNC and the Lord. Bao now goes up front. Mystic Gush, the answer back. Not enough damage. In comes Agent Zero. Penalty zone taking out Bao. And underneath the pit, Blacklist taking it to the paint. Sensui gonna help secure this Lord. Look at this! OHEB taking down Goyo and walks away. OHEB gets a double.
OHEB knows, OHEB sees, OHEB smells you inside the bush. And what else did I forget? OHEB, the Filipino sniper, just goes in and gets all of them.
It's a lot of pew-pews here in OHEB with just good game sense, knowing there was definitely someone there. He could smell it like a shark in water.
Right now, with this lead, Blacklist International will be trying to push in the mid lane with the Lord marching down bot lane. They could go in for at least 2 inhibitor turrets here. And best case scenario is try to end the game for Blacklist, but this is a level 1 Lord.
It's going to go ahead and crash into this tier 2 down bottom, shrinking the map for TNC. This is miserable if you're a Fanny-based lineup. There's less room for you to play around.
Yeah, less room for you to just go pretend like you're Spider-Man. It's literally just inside your base. And it's going to be really hard for King Kong to secure more gold just because of this fact.
Yeah, you're going to have to buy a lot more time here. And it's actually a little difficult to think that it's only 10 minutes and 40 seconds here in game time. It feels like we've been at it for quite a while, but TNC's just been receiving beating after beating after beating.
Yeah, TNC in this game number 2 looking very far away. Far up! Wait a minute! What?
King Kong, I mean, no matter how small a hole or small a street you find yourself in, if it's just 1v1 against a Fanny, it's going to happen.
Yeah, he's going to find his way in no matter what.
Got the needle there.
Yeah, man. You know what they say, the more you mess around, the more you find out. And OHEB did find out when he tried to pick a fight against King Kong. Already 2-0 in a very low kill score game here. Still a 4K gold lead for the side of Blacklist International. The best part here, if you're TNC, is that King Kong has finally found his kills and his buffs for the time being.
I wish we saw how that happened.
I wish so too.
There was very little setup though. How did King Kong find that angle?
I mean, how did he actually get away without a scratch in the first place, right? I mean, it felt like there wasn't any fight, despite being surrounded by Blacklist.
Where was Renegade? Where was Edward?
It's like that one moment in anime where the samurai just sits there and somebody is already cut.
Nothing personal, kid.
That moment, nothing personal, kid. But it looks like King Kong trying to fight Sensui.
1v1, barely getting away. Sensui gets in the mortal coil enough to keep him alive.
Oh man, almost. But almost is never enough.
All right, so if he can do that to a guy like Sensui, the Mortis, yeah, he can definitely do that against Oheb without any retaliation.
And now Innocent picking up the Wind of Nature. Again, a very crucial item here if you're up against a Claude. That would up the survivability of Innocent. But a very close game here. Well, not too close. It's still a 4K gold lead. But now TNC has no momentum, will be pulling the Lord to their side.
Wow, suddenly, given what's happened in the past 2 minutes, TNC's feeling some swag again despite the 4K gold lead. As you mentioned, Lord here at relative neutral. Now Blacklist with the lead. They're going to be blasting Bao. Down he goes. Renegade down to 5th of his health. Dodging the snipe with a flicker. The Hitman got instincts.
And that was close. Innocent actually could have hit that without that flicker right there from Renegade.
Lord Dance continues. Edward spaced out by 4 members of TNC. Bush control coming in from the Phoenix Army. And now Lord, a third of his health. Check out OAB, he still has a blazing duet.
Oh, Edward!
Coming in! King Kong very low! Gets hit by a inch of the Mystic Gush, but will not be enough to end him. And just like that, Blacklist staking their claim, second Lord to their name.
All objectives so far going to the hands of Blacklist.
TNC, they got a little bit of momentum, but it was shaky at best, right? It was very difficult for them to actually get anything else aside from some, you know, really swag kills here coming from King Kong. But they don't really have anything solid right now.
They do have to defend against this Lord, and this is a Luminous Lord, which means it might just get an inhibitor turret for free.
Would you say the King Kong show has run its course?
Yeah, pretty much.
Has it ended after what, 3 solid episodes?
No,
and there's
man.
what? There's 3 more in the season.
I honestly feel like it was just a pilot episode and it's suddenly gone. But now 2 waves crashing in, 1 up top, 1 down mid. And now they're gonna get their first inhibitor turret, and that's the mid lane.
Bang, a main artery gets taken out. Permanent damage to the base of TNC. And they're just doing their best here to clear the waves, to get some breathing room in.
The potential result here is we'll get another episode later on, Game 3.
Well, hopefully, because Bao right now tanking a lot of damage. Renegade
jumped in, could not even respond. Blacklist, as if they were a hive mind, collapse on the bow.
All of this behind the Kufra plays as well. Very, very intuitive.
You know, the Gourd pick is really potent if you're up against a tank such as the Fredrin, and maybe this is the entire reason why we're seeing this wave.
Whoa! King Kong show continues.
He's just out there. He's proving to buy some time here for TNC, and now another big push here. Goyo!
Stolen penalty zone, the answer back to Mystic Gosh. He gets punished. Renegade gets a kill. Now Renegade gonna fall here unless he's still alive. The Hitman does not fall. In comes Bao one more time. He gets 2, serving it up to Innocent. Double kill. TNC back on the map.
King Kong still looking for blood.
That's
by Renegade.
Popping immortality onto the Hitman. Yue and him and Yue. They need to get out. King Kong smells blood. Oh, close call. Benting's looking for 1. Does not hit the recall.
And right now, Innocent going for the push down mid lane. King Kong will be able to steal away this purple buff, and they did find themselves a short win. Cuts the gold lead from 6K to 2.4. This is looking great for TNC.
Yeah, that was massive, actually. A huge chain of events coming in. Blacklist was able to break down inhibitor turrets, but at the cost of a lot of deaths being given over TNC, showing how you can be unstable, but you can also just output ridiculous amounts of damage here with this lineup so far. And again, they are catching it at a time where the Fanny is right where you want it to be.
Hey, I'm all for chaos, and TNC, they're having fun. We could see that. We could look at King Kong and just know that he'll be down to burst anyone if he finds them alone. But this 2K gold lead is starting to diminish for the side of Blacklist International and TNC. If they're able to secure this Lord, it might just turn things around for them. Again, they just need this win to end this series. But for Blacklist, securing this one would mean a Game 3, so this is a lot of pressure for TNC.
This is the most dangerous TNC has been in Game 2. Almost 17 minutes in, they couldn't catch a break, and now they can threaten an easy pickoff, but they have to do it very, very carefully.
A lot of damage coming here for Innocent. Yue forced to regen in the back lines. Now OHEB will be farming up that top wave, just building up that creep wave. Now Blacklist International will be pulling this Lord to their side, and quite safely in this regard.
No, Lord just says, you know what? I don't want to play, man.
Yeah, he was very tired from that 7-minute Lord dance we saw in the previous series.
That's true.
So he's going to take a little bit of a break here and then get back to work, as we all do.
Edward. I do think the TNC knows where Edward is, so they will be avoiding that bush at all costs. And now Bao forced to dash out with the Renner's Apathy landing on OHEB. That's half of his HP instantly gone, and half HP for the Lord as well. Sensui trying to force it.
And they're going to collapse on the Agent Zero. He gets zeroed in, but not without falling. Immortality popped on him. Now Bao gets receiving end of another Mystic Gush. Oh, he's still holding on to it. Yue here, playing with space. Lord, a fifth of its health. Renegade looking for a good jump. Has saved his kit. Bao, half health. Lord gets soft reset.
Oh, look at the base! Woo! Minions, baby. But I do think that those minions aren't enough to secure this win as the minions spawn on the side of TNC.
Check King Kong. He can come in here. Nothing is impossible. Penalty zone on Edward. Watch it. Bigger hitboxes. Sensui secures.
Quite unfortunate here for TNC. The minions did collapse in their base, and Blacklist International securing yet another objective in this game. Quite the perfect game for Sensui.
That was super smart because Blacklist could have actually taken the Lord multiple times in that exchange, but they held on. They were waiting for the minion waves to crash on bottom so they could get the optimal amount of advantages in that last engagement.
And that's just smart MLBB.
Whoa! King Kong, another 1v1 kill. OHEB happy to have his immortality.
And wow, Blacklist International. Good thing OHEB did have that immortality as the Lord marches down mid lane. King Kong looking for round 2. Finds Sensui, but just a bit of damage as the Lord enters the base of the Phoenix Army.
Majestic wave clear coming in from TNC, and they are struggling to keep this top lane inhibitor. Everyone's throwing out everything that they've got. And with that, the mere threat of King Kong pushes back Black.
King Kong showing up some really, really scary athletics here and making sure that Blacklist are on their toes each and every turn. Now in items, yeah, we're basically even. That 3.4k gold lead suddenly feels like it's nothing, as we do see that Blacklist, they are on the advantage in terms of map control right now, but TNC, they hold a very, very sharp blade.
At this point, the extra gold is only for buying and selling items. You know, the one that Kyrie does, buying the Winter Truncheon, buying the Immortality at the right point and right time. And Edward switching his boots here to something faster, the rapid boots for optimal wave clearing.
He can weave in and out of combat and be where he needs to be. It's going to be very important in maintaining equilibrium, or at least favorable positioning here in the long lane.
Yeah, now for TNC, they are going to clear up their own jungle here, give the buffs to King Kong or maybe even Innocent, but looks like King Kong will be getting the buffs for himself. A minute from now, the Evolved Lord will be spawning. That is the most crucial Lord in any given point, and this might just be TNC's biggest chance to turn this around if ever they do want to secure this game. But for Blacklist, I do feel like they still hold the advantage in terms of controlling said Lord area.
We're going to have to walk it slowly here. If you're Blacklist, you don't want to tread any unwanted waters. You don't want to group up too much in the bush as well, because one Astral Echo could reveal your whole lineup and you could get chased down. You also get slowed up. That's very scary, especially with the Nova Tricks right now who are on your tail.
And Novatrix combo, especially in the late game, goes really potent considering the damage that comes in from both of those poking tools. A Blacklist, they do find Bao. Bao dashes in, quite brave, but he's not going to pay the price though because there's not a lot of damage just yet.
Speaking of, there's the Astral Echo. King Kong struggling to get his purple. Does he get it? Oh, it's served up to Innocent.
Still gets.
Well, at least the TNT Pro Team got their own purple, just not in the right hands.
Yeah, King Kong might be problematic here with the energy, which is a something that Blacklist already has thought of as well. They're constantly denying their purple buff as well, just leaving that little boy.
Bang! Almost point blank. Renegade finds Bao, keeping him in place. There's not enough damage to capitalize on the face check that Bao committed. King Kong coming in from the west. Check out Goyo. Massive bush control. Agents here are going to check in on him. Edward spotted. Edward put down a third of his health. Still has immortality. The dance continues. Lord pulled out. Lord reset.
Yeah, another reset for this Lord. Blacklist International knows that they have the advantage. The longer this Lord dance goes, the more pressure TNC has as the minions march down inside of their base.
Alright, so there's some pressure on mid and bot side as well. But of course, Goyo is still going to try to make a run for his money here on mid. They're still going to try to contest this, or at least look like they're trying to contest it.
Yep, Oheb, very difficult scenario, but looks like immortality is once again up for the Filipino sniper, so this is a bit safer for him now. Lord continued here by Blacklist International. Bao right in front.
Ooh, Oheb chunking away at Bao. Sets up a BMI. Oh, I can smell another reset unless Blacklist decides they need to collapse. They need to make a call here.
Yeah, they're looking for Goyo right now, and they're looking for King Kong.
King Kong just planting himself inside this purple buff as the Blacklist International squad secures Lord, trying to get his own purple, and he doesn't get it. Quite unfortunate.
Oh no, Sensui here commits the decimate. Couldn't kill Bao.
All right, so we're back at it, where it's definitely Blacklist in the lead here. That 3.8k, now they have some big minions walking up on top. They probably could also get the inhibitor turret on top side. And then TNC has to deal with this huge wave and this very threatening Blacklist knocking on their doors.
Tough defense here for the side of TNC Pro Team, but they have to survive this if they want to extend the game. Blacklist in all three lanes, gonna push inside the base.
That's top lane going first. TNC making sure they count their blessings, their big ults. And there's an Astral Echo, spots everyone. Renegade with a bouncing ball, making sure that space isn't scarce. King Kong coming in, clearing some waves. Penalty zone from Edward. And just like that, Oheb gets immortality popped. Astral recall almost taking him down. Oheb gets a shield. The catch on the King Kong, the hitman helping set him up. King Kong still has immortality. Goyo takes down Oheb. That's one down from Blacklist. TNC clapping back.
What are those micro mechanical plays? Like, even Renegade finding King Kong mid-flight almost takes him down, and suddenly Goyo out of nowhere. TNC is showing up, and might I say the hitman, I missed this playstyle coming in from him.
That's true. This is one of his very first picks that really put him on the map as a pro player, and we're seeing exactly why. First of all, very good way here for Oheb to not go for the BMI. And then look at that. The instant assist straight to the Tyrant's Rage at the exact moment where you need it to be.
And that's just experience.
Mid-air catch.
And Renegade has adapted, has grown, and right now he's showing what he got.
Yeah.
But still, Blacklist International with a lead here, but everybody already has their items. It's all up to the micro mechanics, the macro, but advantage still goes to Blacklist International as no inhibitor turrets stand for the side of TNC Pro Team.
Now, multiple high-level plays are going to be needed to actually put this game back in TNC's favor, but they're doing it one step at a time here.
Yeah, one step at a time is something that they have to keep in mind. They can't be too greedy if you're TNC.
Wow, 25 minutes in, and I'd say from the 15 to 16-minute mark, this is the first time TNC actually crossed the river.
That is true.
So it's looking good for the Phoenix Army. If you remember the Phoenix Army, the Phoenix fam, you're watching from home, this is the moment you've been waiting for. TNC are so close to a sweep.
And we haven't seen that for a very long time. For Blacklist International, they would still want to secure points here, and TNC, they're looking for the engage. They find Renegade, and Renegade will be tanking brunt of the damage, but King Kong cancels the penetration that we wanted to do, and now Blacklist will be holding on to their side of the map. It's 50-50 now, if you ask me.
Yeah, even with those inhibitor turrets down right now, it feels like TNC can actually defend anytime they want because of the Fanny, right? So this Lord definitely going to be up for grabs here anytime soon. And TNC's not quite out of it yet.
Now, Bao will be just tanking a lot of damage right in front. The Lord will be started here by Blacklist International, which means it's still going to be TNC contesting around this Lord area, and going in to the vicinity of the Lord will be a big, big challenge here.
Renegade spotted. Bao kicks him out of the pistol brush. Here comes King Kong. Making a beeline for the Lord. At half health, slightly favored for Blacklist. Astral Echo spots a few. Goyo laying down some damage. Big knock-up from the Lord. Innocent playing with range. Keeping the Lord in check. Lord now a third of its health. Bullet thrown out. Appraiser's Wrath from Bao. And a big one coming in. Blazing the wet from OM. King Kong threads the needle. Scores the Lord for TNC.
Bao might survive too. No casualties in that entire Lord fight. In TNC, they finally secured their first objective of the game.
Best case scenario here for the Phoenix Army. Coming in clutch at the very last moment where I thought with a Blazing Duet, it would make it very hard for King Kong to hit that Retribution, but no, he held it hand steady. He was able to make it out alive.
King Kong is in a state of flow.
That is true.
Almost 30 minutes in, it hasn't looked great. They have been struggling. It's an uphill battle. But in that moment, in this current moment, he has been on point. He's done everything that he needs to do to be able to threaten a sweep against Blacklist.
King Kong is a man on a mission. And the mission right now is to sweep Blacklist International as the Lord marches up top. Mid lane is the next task here for TNC as they go in for the inner turrets. And they will be taking them down with ease. And now Lord crashing down top.
The sweet nectar of the purple buff right into the hands of that Fanny. Innocent and the rest of TNC pushing up top, taking down Inhibitor. Up next on the docket in mid. King Kong doing his best here to clear down bottom as well. It's safe to say, 28 minutes in, TNC is in control.
So much standing gold went into the pockets of TNC. And it just, I'm sure it's going to bolster the way that this is playing here, as well as Goyo's burst on that Valentina. Something that we really have to be aware of. And now Bao, full-on XP lane Fredrin here.
Double purple, man. Double purple on King Kong.
Oh my god,
so
he did
thirsty.
also get that purple. Oh my goodness.
He's just so thirsty, man. Like, he suffered for a good 20 minutes in this game. He kind of deserves it, you know? Don't forget to hydrate. Don't forget to get your purple. If you're a Fanny, you want this twice as much as as much as he is getting right now. That's already 2 purple buffs in his hand.
Yeah, since this is a relatively long game, I suggest you guys get up, get hydrated, grab a glass of water, and then come back and watch the game, because these dances, whatever's coming up in 50 seconds, it's bound to be a Lord dance of epic proportions.
Hey, the longest game so far in MPL Philippines is 34 minutes, and we're...
It's 38.
Oh, 38?
That's for Season 12.
No, I mean for Season 12?
Yeah, 38. It's Echo Black.
That's
oh,
right.
wow. Then we're a long way there. The build-up is now ruined.
Well, you set it up, man. You just had the fast wrong.
Hey, we can just... You never know. You can never tell here, especially with games like this. They can def unlimitedly. So that's true.
That's your reality, dude.
That's my reality.
That's a very interesting dimension you live in.
Oh man, if only I could bring you to my dimension. A lot of alternate realities in this world, but this reality is that TNC is about to take control of the next big objective. 1 inhibitor down for the side of Blacklist International. It's only in the top lane. In terms of map pressure, Blacklist still holds advantage, but in terms of momentum, I would say TNC has been in a good string of plays lately.
This is exactly what we want to see, though. If you're Blacklist, they're not conceding control of the map as of yet. They're keeping it a little bit more than 50-50. But right now, Sensui seems to be on an island of his own.
Yeah.
As the rest of the team are trying to hunt down this Fed.
Ooh, that's quite a bit of damage laid down by 4 members of Blacks International, while on the other hemisphere of the Land of Dawn, it's TNC wailing away at the Lord. Innocent pulling the Lord over to the side. Look at this! Sensui down to 1/10 of his health. Where did that damage come from? And now It changed.
Whoa!
Targets. King Kong takes down the Immortality on Zinsui. Yue with a missing gush. Bao barely alive. Bao still here, still has Immortality. Lord very close to going down. Renegade with a jump and the flicker and the ult. Where's one going? King Kong scores!
And now Goyo, Renegade, Immortality popped as well. And Blacklist International, no casualties. It is a 4v5, but still the Lord goes to TNC.
King Kong's out for 75 seconds though. That could be really something. That's also a lot of the wave clear gone from TNC. They have to expend a lot of skills to really clear these waves. Luckily, Blacklist don't seem like they want to push forward yet because they did not get the Lord. Very crucial control here from King Kong on the objective.
And now Bao trying to survive the burst down. Renegade misses Ben Things, overshoots for quite a bit. Lord still marching up top.
It's a little bunny hop coming in from the Hitman. Bao drops a Praiser's Wrath, and this is, tragic, because TNC really can't take advantage of the Lord unless they play this a very specific way.
They have to play it super duper slow so that King Kong can have time to get into the fight, but they should not suffer any more casualties if they want to get this.
The Hitman has become the prey, and now he's down. King Kong about 10 seconds off. Lord still standing. TNC slowly marching on.
70 seconds for the Hitman. The Lord is still there, and King Kong will be alive in a couple of seconds. Bao just tanking everyone in front of Blacklist International as Oheb tries to clear it very desperately. Mid lane crashing down. TNC, is this the moment?
Oheb gets his Immortality pop. Where's his damage coming from? Innocent takes him down. Just 3 members left. Make it 2. TNC. Phoenix fam. Phoenix army on the cusp of victory. Here comes King Kong. Here comes the waves. Edward backing on out. TNC, they can smell it. Victory is nigh.
Minions, they're waiting for the mid lane wave. It's still a 2v5. Is this it? Is this finally it?
You can count the seconds. Yue gets the Immortality pop. Down he goes. It's just Edward. Edward versus the world. Penalty zone wailing away at the members of TNC. Ladies and gentlemen, TNC gets the victory.
And this glorious winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. Ben Things with a big smile on his face, and the Phoenix Army finally celebrates. TNC Pro Team gets this match against Blacklist.
TNC Pro Team got exactly what they wanted out of that one. And I have to say, a very stellar performance from each and every one of the Phoenix Army.
Well-deserved victory here as they shake the hands of Blacklist International. The first loss of the Rosie lineup in the hands of the TNC Pro Team with nothing to lose and a very bright future.
Not just a loss, a series lost. TNC, what a performance. I am happy, I am proud to be in the same room as these two teams because Blacklist, TNC has exposed so many weaknesses tonight.
Heading on to the playoffs, that's going to be a big problem, but let's still clap our hands for Blacklist International as they put up a show in that game number 2. How many minutes was that? Was it around 33, 34 minutes? Quite the long game and quite the nerve-wracking game as well.
Yeah, that was actually quite a long game, and I'm surprised that the Fanny was super relevant all throughout that whole game.
Died once.
Died only once?
Literally once.
And then came back swinging.
And it was the macro death. It was the trade of a century. I think, if I'm not mistaken, maybe TNC called it. Maybe King Kong said, comms-wise, let me die. We'll make it happen. We'll make it work.
I can get back in the fight.
King Kong definitely showed up in this game. I would say that this shows that TNC also always had it in them, you know? And that flow state that you mentioned, King Kong was in it. King Kong was in the zone for the entire game number 2. And that Fanny was absent yesterday, but I feel like he just had to warm up for this very legendary game number 2 against Blacklist International.
This does more than make up for what happened last night. I've already even forgotten what King Kong did on the Fanny last night.
last night.
It's all about here. It's all about now. this is going to go down in history. I'm going to remember this for, I'd say, maybe a solid 82 days and 3 hours. I will remember this moment.
That's very specific.
Hey, he knows his limits. The man knows his limits. You put that to 82 days in 4 hours.
3.
He forget. You know, I just added 1 to make a point.
I remember.
259. And I would probably remember it for like a season and a half plus MSC.
All right.
That's how I compute my time now. Because if you look at the timeline, we go from every odd number season, there's MSC. And then for every even number season, where season 12, there's an M series.
That's how it works, yes.
That's how it works.
That's our esports roadmap.
That's a roadmap. And by the way, M5 is happening in Manila. And it is I would say, one of the best, or not the best tournament that you could watch if you're around here. And we're excited to see you guys. I'm honestly excited to see Kyrie back here in the Philippines.
And of course, you know, Skylar.
Skylar's out.
Hey, touchy subject.
Touchy subject.
We don't want the kingdom on you.
That's
of
true.
Course. I love the kingdom.
Do you care for your Instagram account?
Not really, but
At
yeah.
RockHardGG.
At RockHardGG, he's on to you, man. Like the kingdom. You do not challenge that.
I'm not challenging him. I'm just calling out Skylar, and I miss him.
Hey, you know, I love RRQ Akira.
I love RRQ Akira. You know,
Kingdom's still there, by the way.
The kingdom is still there. It's just
them's my irmão.
How do you say that?
Irmão.
Irmão.
It's Portuguese for brother.
Irmão. You are my irmão.
Mi irmão.
You're my irmão.
No,
I'm sorry, dude. I don't mean to mess the language up, but you know this.
Say cabron.
What's say cabron?
I don't know.
Is that French?
I don't think that's might not be the word you think it means.
Whatever.
Okay.
At this point, everybody here in the venue is just shocked.
That's right. The shock is one word, because this area over here used to be very loud.
Yeah, that's true.
And now it's the sea of black and orange. That's just
partying. I mean,
howling.
It's been a while. They've been howling on the other end. Surely it's a party over there. Because if
right,
you look
howling,
at the venue,
right.
It's an English side Blacklist, and TNC is on the... But you know, we're going to go to the MPL Arena main stage now to interview TNC Pro Team with Mara Aquino. Mara, your time to shine.
I have been waiting for this moment. Everybody give it up for TNC Pro Team. Okay, let me hear it from you guys. TNC? One more time. TNC? Bentings. Sanay kami na mga setter tanks ka. Ngayon, nakita ka namin nag-Navaria. You guys swept Blacklist International, your first sweep of the season. Where has this been all season?
Random pick lang po yung Navaria ng Game 1. Naubusan kami ng oras. Then, hindi kasi talaga confident yung team na hindi ako setter tank. Kaya more on setter tank talaga ako kasi dun confident yung team. Then yung Game 1 nag-random pick, naubusan kami ng oras. Sabay, maganda yung kinalabasan. Sabi, guys,
Oo nga.
Game 2, isa pa po.
Nagulat kami doon. Sobrang nagulat kami. So, ito ang pinakauna at nag-iisang sweep nyo so far this season. May game pa naman kayo bukas. Bakit ngayon lang namin nakita itong version ng TNC Pro Team?
Secret weapon daw po si Bao.
Oh, okay. Yan. Kausapin natin si Bao. Congratulations sa sweep. Okay, sige. Sa sweep nyo, na panalo nyo, ikaw ang kanilang secret weapon. So how is it like, kamusta, na naglaro ka ngayon sa MPL Season 12 at sweep pa ang iyong effect?
Hindi ko pa expect na mananalo kami kasi ngayon lang ako naglaro ulit. Saka, mga idol ko yung tinalo. SG po.
Sino doon yung idol mo?
Si Rene J po, tsaka si Edward.
Si Rene J and Edward. Alam mo, nanonood sila. Ayun, nanonood sila doon. May gusto ka bang sabihin sa kanila?
Rene J, fan mo ako since, explain ka pa. Salamat, nanalo din ako sa'yo.
Okay, dahil MPL debut niya, can we just, everybody, let's give him a round of applause. Para yan sa'yo. Lahat sila pumapalakpak dahil sa magandang ipinakita mo sa iyong MPL debut. Congratulations. And King Kong, ayan o, dami mong fans. Alam mo, since amateur days, kilala ka sa fanny mo. So what sets you apart from all the other fannies?
Siguro po yung pinagkaiba ko sa ibang fanny users, yung fanny ko yung binubuhat ng kakampi, hindi yung nagbubuhat.
Pero alam mo, sobrang ganda ng teamwork nyo ngayong araw na to. Nakaka-proud. I've been waiting for this moment at sobrang nakakatuwa na sweep nyo pa ang inyong kalaban. And now it's time to announce our match MVP. Let me hear some names. Naririnig mo yon? Alam mo, kahit hindi ko alam kung sino ang ating match MVP. Pero parinig nga ulit. Kung sino man yan, panalo ka na dahil nakuha mo ang puso ng ating mga manonood. Let's take a look at the screen for the match MVP. King Kong! King Kong, meron pa kayong huling laban bukas kontra sa RSG. Now you guys have nothing to lose, pero ang dami niyo pa rin fans that keep supporting you. Sinisigaw pa rin ang TNC Pro, each and every single one of your name. Anong gusto mong sabihin sa lahat ng mga manonood? Especially nung last game nyo, ang dami niyong suporta na nakuha.
Sa mga walang sawang sumusuporta sa amin kahit na-announce na hindi namin makapasok sa playoffs. Gusto ko magpasalamat sa inyong lahat. Magpapalakas pa kami lalo.
Ikaw ba may gusto kang sabihin? Feeling ko kailangan mo pa magsalita sa mic. Anong gusto mo sabihin? Ang dami mo ng fans.
Thank you po sa Thank you po sa mga boss namin na todo suporta pa rin kahit na ganito yung thank you rin sa mga Phoenix Fam na todo suporta.
What's really important is that hindi kayo nag-give up and until the end, splendid performance ang ginawa nyo today. Everybody, give it up for TNC Pro Team. You may now take your bow and take your walk of victory. Iba ang effect ng kanilang bagong manlalaro at nakita natin may ibang twist si Bentings ngayon with this Novaria. 2-0 sweep ang ginawa ng TNC Pro Team. They're rising above the ashes. Himayin natin ang ating laban. Balikan na natin ang ating mga casters. Pasok!
Thanks, Mara. I want to ask you, Leo, what does this mean? We just wanted to ride on to the joke. What's this?
Phoenix fam, y'all.
It's the Phoenix fam. Rising up from the dead, and it starts today. It might have been quite late for the regular season, but still, it is a start.
I am literally, right in front of your very eyes, workshopping the hand signs for TNC. Phoenix fam.
Phoenix fam. And now we're gonna go to our game analysis with our analyst Rockhart. What did happen? What happened in game number 2?
Well, I guess now that the Phoenix fam has flown, I guess we can ask them what was up with that. King Kong, he literally flew in that game. And I gotta say, Bao coming into form here. I'll be honest, I was not really super hyped about just having a singular tank here in this lineup, which is the Fredrin, and it went over to the XP lane, something that's not really such a tried and tested formula here so far in MPL Philippines. But man, oh man, did they prove me wrong. And I gotta say that King Kong definitely, what did set him apart from other Fanny players? I think that was a very humble answer. Other Fanny players would crumble if you take away their purple buff. This time around, this Fanny was slow and steady, but was swift and decisive when he needed it to be. Now, it was no joke. This lineup was actually very difficult for the Fanny as well because of the presence of the Kufra. You bounce into that, you bump into that bouncing ball, you're done. That's it. For the most part, there's so many lockdowns that you can expect from a Kufra, and it's risky playing a Fanny against that, but look at that. The reward was massive despite many beautiful plays here from Blacklist. I would say that TNC, they played it scrappy, they played it close to the chest, they played it across the map, they made it work. Now overall, this is exactly what you want to expect here. Goyo coming in this own here. Man, this guy is super underrated in some of these scenarios where maybe if he didn't play the way that he played today, TNC would have really ended up in a different streak. He played very well in Series 1. He played pretty much exactly what the Phoenix Army needed him to be here in game number 2. Now, again, it was not easy. It was not easy for King Kong to play these. He played it, as Leo put it, he basically threaded so many needles here just to get the results that were needed for this lineup to work. And look at that. He was able to get even a Lord with a blazing duet on his face. How many people can actually pull that off? Makes it so impressive for players like King Kong, who came into this lineup knowing that, you know what, it's difficult. It's basically super difficult because Ben Finks himself mentioned that Novaria pick felt like it was a rushed pick. It wasn't really what you expected, what they expected to run here, but lo and behold, it came to a 2-0 victory against none other than Blacklist International themselves. Running up and making sure that this time around they did not suffer the usual good start, unable to close scenario that we see here from TNC. They came into their form, they came to play, and they look, as Mara did, splendid. What a beautiful adjective there, splendid. Now King Kong, we're gonna see a little bit of a heat map, and it is it's very expected of a Fanny in the early stage of the game. And this is a Fanny that up to the minute 5 did not really completely engage against Blacklist International. He played it a lot differently than most Fannies I know who would actually fight around maybe level 3, level 2. The moment they got their purple buff, it was game time. No, he played it a little bit more conservatively, and I was not really super confident it would work, but you know what? He made it work. And that's the kind of conviction that you want to see against a very strong pro player, which is definitely what we can say here for the lineup of the Phoenix Army. On the scoreboard here, the scoreboard didn't really say as much as we thought it would. Black was actually ahead for a majority of that game as well, coming to a point where they're actually cleaning up the bases, the inhibitor turrets with TNC already. So it was not as clear cut as we thought it would be, but they came out with the results they needed for TNC, basically fighting it out with all the grit they could muster in that game. But Bao playing the hero to its full potential. Same with Ben Finks, Goyo, and Innocent. Everyone was off the charts here, suffering very minor losses in the trades that they experienced with the Blacklist International. They gave away as much as they could, at the same time making sure that they were still going to be able to finish off this game once and for all. And again, kind of just remedying the usual illnesses. Wow, that's very deep. The usual problems that their lineup would suffer, where, again, maybe get the first blood, maybe get a 5K goal lead, and then just let it go in the blink of an eye. That was not the TNC that we saw today here. Ladies and gentlemen, they look on form, and they look really good when, as everyone would say, they got nothing to lose and everything to gain. And I gotta say, I think they gained a lot of fans here today, and made a lot of believers as well, including me, in this game for TNC Pro Team.
Hey, it's not just believers and fans, but they've converted so many people from doubters to believers. And that's what you want to do. You take away the doubt, knowing that TNC will come back stronger. They still have one more match waiting for them tomorrow. That's up against RSG, and we talked about this. This looks to be the happy ever after already for Season 12. But they still have to face another giant, and it's RSG. But the next match is just as gigantic as our next fight for TNC. It's MNNE versus ONIC. A very important match for MNNE Evos.
These two teams still in the race. Only one of them can make it to the playoffs after Smart Omega confirmed their playoff slot tonight. So you're not going to want to miss this.
That's going to be cool. Boss A, the noobs, I'm going to talk to you guys later on.
I'm waiting for that too,
you
know.
Just realized that, didn't you?
I'm waiting for so many things for our next matchup here. Not only the games itself, but also the post and pre-game interviews or whatever. Because right now, we are just raring to start this matchup. And wow, how are you guys feeling after that match?
That's how I'm feeling, man.
And they're feeling it. We have been your casters, and MPL Philippines Season 12 will return after a short break.
The 12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. And Pi Channel. Experience the MPL-PH Season 12 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner, Slash. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin kita na napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.
Effective pa nga ba ang Pinoy meta? Ang mga Pinoy playstyle ba na ito ay muling dodominahin ang mga ranked games at pro scene sa loob at labas ng bansa? Sa nagdaang mga seasons, alam natin kung paano nagbago-bago ang mga meta sa paborito nating laro, ang Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Pero kahit na nagbabago ang mga in-game meta, pinutunayan ng mga Pinoy MLBB players na kaya nilang mag-adjust para i-dominate ang mga laban sa loob ng Land of Dawn. Kaya ngayong araw, balikan natin kung paano ginamit ng mga MPL-PH pro players ang funnel strategy at kung paano ito nag-evolve. Ang idea ng funnel strat ay i-focus ang lahat ng resources sa jungler hero para mabilis itong makapag-farm, makabuo ng mga items para makapagbigay ng high damage out. The 12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports. Maya, it's everything. And a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. And Pi Channel. Experience the MPL-PH Season 12 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner, Slash. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin bitaw na napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.
Welcome back to the home of the greatest MLBB players in the world. I'm Mara Aquino and you're still watching MPL Philippines Season 12. Matapos ang tatlong matitinding labanan at tutuloy na tayo sa huling laban ng gabi. Dalawang koponan na naghihilahan sa ating pataas na peligro ang magtatapat para umangat sa ating standings. Tuluyan na kayang makakakuha ng panalo ang White Tigers at mas mapatanili pa ang pagkapit sa playoffs. Muli kayang dodominahin ni Ryzen at ang mga Sonics ang laban para lalo pang umangat sa puntusan. MPL Arena. This is MNNE Evos versus ONIC Philippines. It's gonna be a crucial game. Kaya casters, pasok!
After keeping mum for a season and a half, will the White Tigers get their much-awaited clapback this time around? My name is Umi, with me is Rockhart and Midnight. We're going to be your casters for the final series of day number 2 of this final week of MPL regular season.
I know a lot of you guys are waiting for this.
Yeah,
no joke about it.
Last match, and it's a heavy-hitting one. It's MNNE Evos versus ONIC Philippines.
And you know, there are a lot of epic prizes waiting for you. Get the chance to win a gaming monitor, gaming chair, or headset. Just scan the QR code below your screens and answer the survey. Brought to you by FWD, our expert wingman. Visit fwd.com.ph for more details. And we still have a lot to give out to you. Talking about the October Starlight, do the honors, Rockhart.
Yeah, what's the October Starlight? With only 300 diamonds, Layla's exclusive Twilight Wall skin will be yours. Check out the dazzling debut of Layla's anniversary exclusive painted skin, the Midnight Waltz.
That's him!
Right there. The Starlight Lucky Chest will also be available for a limited time, so come on, get down.
You know, it's an exciting time to be here in the MPL Arena. There's been a lot of upsets lately. Yesterday it was Echo, and earlier it was Blacklist. But this is going to be the most important MNNE Evos game for their entire regular season run, and they're up against ONIC Philippines. Dokbo of MNNE Evos surprised the entire world yesterday after sweeping the regular season top seed. Thanks to Domeng, he kept MNNE Evos playoff dreams alive. They're in the momentum right now, he declared, but Nets, his gold day matchup for this series, doesn't seem to be impressed. We already know Nets. Nets is confident AF.
Hey, you know what? He personally is claiming to be the greatest gold laner in a video, in an interview, and I think he has the right to do so because I like players with a lot of confidence. But you have to prove it in the in the land of dawn. And ONIC Philippines versus MNNE Evos, there's a lot of heated matchup, heated rivalry between the players. But again, Domeng and Nets stand out because the gold laners on both sides are usually the carries for each team. MNNE Evos with Domeng AR, they play around him, and that is also true with ONIC Philippines.
Both of them oozing with confidence. Domeng is known to be the deceptive gold laner that gets his gold no matter what. Meanwhile, for Nets, that split-pushing demon, and also, I would say, one of the most celebrated, or not even celebrated. What's the proper term for this? The one that celebrates really well after games.
The celebrator.
The celebrator. You know.
Celebrant.
No, that's not celebrant. It's not celebrant, but you know.
The most happy celebrant.
The happiest guy.
Yeah, happiest celebrant. There you go.
Whatever Repo is in his region.
That's good. That's good.
You know, he's quite a colorful character. You know.
There you go. A colorful player.
Yeah, colorful hair too, with the color blue. Not in this picture though. Looking at the Minana Evos in ONIC playoffs condition, to qualify for the playoffs, Minana Evos has to sweep ONIC, and Omega has to sweep ONIC too. That is quite the condition. It's 2 steps.
Yep. While for ONIC, it's going to be easy because they only need to take 1 game from their remaining matches. And I think if you do it here, Minana Evos are already out. They cannot lose against ONIC Philippines. They need to take a 2-0 sweep. So every game is going to be important. Every draft that they do, it has to be on point.
Well, I hope they woke up really well.
Yeah, basically, whatever standing base you have, the moment that breaks, you're out of the playoffs for Minana.
Yep.
So hug that base, that crystal in the middle of your base, and make sure that it cannot be touched, or else.
Yeah,
and you know what's crazy? Even if you win 2-0 here for Minana Evos, it doesn't secure your playoffs. You hope that Omega wins over ONIC with a 2-0 sweep as well.
And you know, Minana Evos has been waiting for this clapback against ONIC for 1.5 seasons now. Now that's what at stake for their playoff spot. Will Minana Evos be able to end their losing skid against ONIC? Looking at the match history coming in from Week 3, Day 2, Super Prince and Nets came out hot in that matchup. Is there anything that pops out for you, Midnight?
For me, it is just the adjustment from Minana Evos. Although this was a clear 2-0 win from ONIC Philippines, this was not the Minana Evos that we're seeing right now. This is the past Minana Evos. This is not the same roster, and I feel like that's going to become a factor here versus ONIC Philippines. While on the other hand, you have ONIC, that is a team where they don't care about whoever they swap out. They just work. You know, the chemistry is crazy to see on the side of ONIC Philippines because every player that they put in, they work together, and I think that's insane to see. But in front of Minana Evos, who has mastered this kind of like support utility Ubit strategy that they have been employing for the past few games, I think that's going to be an interesting affair to see.
Oh yeah, definitely interesting. With Spider Miles already upping their win rate, it has to be flawless, and they still have to hope that Omega doesn't drop a game against ONIC if they do sweep ONIC tonight. But looking at this entire match, Rockhart, what are your thoughts about this one?
Yeah, I thought I was a little bit blinded earlier. I saw 12 KDA for ONIC and 11.1, but it was 1.11 KDA. So basically got destroyed by ONIC in the first round. But I think Minana has grown a lot since that first meeting.
Definitely, and with the roster changes as well, we are hoping to see that different Minana Evos. We're hoping to see that new and improved Minana Evos, considering that this is going to be their most important match. And again, we have to take note that this Minana Evos has been in an upward trend with Spider Miles at the helm.
Yup, the support player for Minana Evos. Not essentially the support mid-position 4, but the support roam. The Rafaelas, the Angels, the Matildas, everything that you need to ask for. Spider Miles can play alongside those utility tanks as well, like the Minotaur. But Minana Evos, again, this is a roster that plays around Doming AR heavily. They want to be able to give space for their goal laner to play the mid-game Ubit strategy, which I think at this point has been really working for the Tigers.
And they're going to be up against ONIC Philippines, this time with the Yoshinu variant. This is what we saw yesterday, and we know Yoshinu to have one of the quickest reflexes as a roamer as well.
Yeah, I think they can really play. This lineup is not kidding. I think they put in the most aggressive players they have right now in this specific matchup. I mean, not to say anything against the people who were swapped out, but I feel like when I see these players, they are the ones that who dominate their lanes, who really exude that aura that I am better than you. Get out of my way.
Yeah, I see that. I see that from Super Prince. Like, the way this guy plays, he plays like he owns mid lane. And I feel like that's going to become a factor here. Like if you're Minana Evos and you're a fan, you want to be able to shut down Super Prince on whatever he wants to do in the mid lane. Problem is, you have to do that in execution and in the game itself. Because Super Prince, you cannot shut him down during the drafting stage. He just has a lot of heroes in his arsenal, like the Lilia, the Paramis, the Valentina. You're only scratching the surface here versus ONIC Philippines.
And looking at their team head-to-head here, we could see that the kill participation rate coming in from ONIC Philippines is slightly ahead against Minana Evos. But the one that pops out for me here is the Lord Control ratio, one of the most important stats to be ahead of. ONIC Philippines definitely the favorites here to win against Minana Evos. But again, Minana Evos has switched things up for a lot in the regular season of MPL Philippines Season 12, to that point that I do think that some of these stats are skewed because the moment that Spider Miles came in, it was a completely different Minana.
It feels like the advantages that Minana has here are a bit intangible. They can't really count, right? So, yeah, actually, you're absolutely right.
And we're going to see the keys to victory with our analyst Midnight. What do they have to do to win this game?
Well, everything, because again, this is the lifeline for both teams. And the things that they need to do are this keys to victory brought us by Infinix Note Series ultra-fast gameplay. Now, for Minana Evos, you have to neutralize, of course, the Class S monster that is Ryzen on the side of ONIC Philippines. A crazy jungler that we have seen pop off. Even from his time during Smart Omega, he was able to shine and he was able to perform even in front of the best junglers in the world. And now ONIC Philippines has been able to utilize Ryzen to his maximum potential. He's always been able to make individualistic plays, so that is the thing that Minana Evos needs to neutralize. Now for ONIC Philippines, burst down Minana's source of utility. It can be the support, it can be the tank, but most importantly, the support utility of Spider Miles. You want to be able to shut that window down, want to be able to make sure that Spider Miles is not in his comfortable zone. If he's not in his comfortable zone, Minana Evos' gameplay just crumbles because then they cannot play the Ube strategy that we have seen them employ. For both sides, play as if each game is your last. Objectives is really important, but what is mostly important here in this matchup is that you want to be able to play comfort heroes and very signature picks as well. Again, Super Friends, the Lilias, the Valentinas, the Paramis on the side of Minana Evos, the supports on Spider Miles. You want to be able to land your picks on those signature heroes because you want to be able to get the best out of your lineup and the best out of your composition. Again, those were the keys to victories brought to us by Infinix.
And I'm really glad that you pointed out that they have to see their comfort heroes at this point. We did see that last match in TNC work wonders for them. The Fanny from King Kong definitely was the highlight for the earlier match. And this time around, we are looking at the gold laners here in terms of comfort. I remember Claude for Doming, and I remember Bruno for the side of Nets. But looking at the stats here, what can you see that pops out the most, Rockart?
Yeah, KDA definitely on the side of Doming here, and I have to really reiterate, Nets is, both of these players have intangibles where they feel like they're the star of the show, right?
Yeah.
I feel like that, especially for Nets, you can tell from the way he talks in interviews.
Oh yeah.
He knows he's the better player.
The thing about ONIC Philippines is that, again, they have more individualistic players, and I think Nets is more capable of playing the gold lane. But what I want to highlight here is that Doming's presence in the lineup of Minana Evos, it doesn't necessarily entail a highlight of your skills as a gold laner, but most importantly, his stability as a carry. Because Doming AR, whenever he gets his momentum, he just destroys enemies. And the thing about Doming is that he needs time to ramp up. But if you give him time, if you give him enough space, he will work magic throughout the team fights with perfect positioning and perfect team fighting capability.
And that's true. I've seen Doming do that several times already, wiping out teams, especially with the Claude or even the Melissa way back last season. And frankly speaking, we haven't seen a lot of Melissa so far here in the regular season. It's mostly been Claude, the Brodies, and the Irithas of the world, or even the Ixchis. It has been quite the trend in this region and more. We have been catching up on other regions as well, but right now you gotta focus on MPL Philippines. You gotta focus on this matchup. It's Minana Evos. They have to win this one. They cannot lose a single game, and for ONIC, they smell blood, they smell anarchy. Welcome to our Game 1 draft. think the blue side will be going to the hands of MNNE Evos this time around. What first pick can we expect here?
Fredrins. I mean, let's not kid ourselves. Like the Fredrins, the Valentinas. I'm pretty sure it'll show up on both sides. Edith, I think, is an X factor here, especially on the hands of ONIC. I want to see it utilized either on Gem or Yoshino, because the thing about their old signature heroes is that, you know, there are a lot of answers to that. Like the show from ONIC that could come out from Yoshino, there's a Raphael on the side of MNNE, but unless you really want to, remove the opposition. Like for example, ONIC removing the Raphaela, which I think is highly unlikely. So I think you have to kind of move away from those signature picks on the side of ONIC Philippines, while on the side of MNNE Evos, you just get comfortable, you know, play that Ube mid game, have Doming AR play Claude, the Brody, the Ixia that we have been used to seeing for for the Tigers. But MNNE Evos again removing the Valentina of Super Prince, no comfort for actually alongside the Lilia, effectively minimizing the damage that Super Prince can put in this game.
It's going to be really hard for Super Prince to find comfort, considering that both of his heroes are already taken out. But trust me when you trust us when we say that Super Prince has a lot of heroes that he could play. Midnight pointed it out earlier as well. For the final ban here on the Philippines, I do believe they're not employing the hack-a-mile strategy that we have seen against the side of MNNE Evos.
I've actually seen that happen so many times where teams would try to ban out Spider Miles as support heroes. 3 support bans, 4 support bans, close to Hack of Venus, right? But yeah, this time around, Faramis straight up here.
All right, welcome back to season 10.
No, man.
Oh yeah,
welcome
that's
back
right.
to season 10.
That's
First pick for Ramis without the Valentina. I like this because now MNNE Evos is asking Super Prince in the eye. What do you pick?
You have to look back into the games that MNNE just played, I think yesterday. The super duper multi-layered, unkillable lineup.
Oh, the Florin Faramis one.
Yeah, so, oh my goodness. So many heroes are left open here.
Oh, that's just a big spoiler.
Thank you so much for the spoiler.
I mean, they're still hovering, but I am liking what I see. This gives them two things. All right, they pick up the Angela. It's good, but I like the Fredrin still. The steal from Kaizen just ensures that Kaizen is not going to be able to play 100%.
Yeah, Kai's also banned out. That's big.
Martis is probably going to be the choice here for MNNE Evos, but we've seen Kaizen utilize the Fredrin, but that's not going to be the case here on game number 1.
It could be the Baksha for the side of MNNE Evos, but looks like they're going to lock in the Ixia first. Wonder if they're going to get the Kaizen hero just about now, but looking at the Ixia, I would say I'm interested or intrigued in a way that we know that the counter for the Ixia right now, at least from other lanes, would be the Faramis because of the Netherrealm. But this time around, they picked it up together. I'm not quite sure why they did that, but I feel like still it's a very powerful draft, a very powerful tool to have, especially paired with the Baksha.
Yeah, the thing about Ixia with the Paramis is that you have that save that can, just ensure your Ixia is always going to be able to fight 24/7 with the Netherrealm, because you don't have to worry about positioning. You don't have to worry about being caught out because you have that pseudo purify with the Netherrealm. So Doming AR is going to be able to play around team fights really, really well. Now Claude from ONIC. This is really turning out to be a Nets versus Doming AR showcase.
Yeah, let's do it. And of course, because of this, Draft Index definitely going to show not much burst here for MNNE, but I think their sustain is definitely going to be off the charts here.
Yep, DOT going to be definitely high, especially with the Netherrealm. But that is also true with ONIC Philippines, especially with the Angela Claude combo.
That's true.
Very potent mid to late game. I'm not sure about late game, however, because we all know how Claude looks in the current patch right now. It's kind of weird because you look at Claude as an ultra late game marksman, but it doesn't feel like it.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it, mainly because of the range advantage as well.
Yeah.
But you are quite slippery with the BMI, and especially with Angela, you know?
And the lack of damage from blazing through it.
Oh, yeah.
It doesn't feel like a skill anymore.
That's the biggest nerf on a Claude, but still a very safe marksman, I would call.
He's basically a carry now.
A carry
with more movement speed.
and instant dash, I would say, with the BMI. Quite the tool to have, especially once you have a bit of cooldown reduction or maybe even a maxed out BMI, considering you could use it twice, like swapping out to the Dexter hologram at least twice in a fight. Last two bans, as we watch these teams taking out the Florin, denying what they did yesterday.
Yeah, Florin, but I still expect some sort of a support hero here. I mean, maybe the Rafaela or some sort, or no. I'm thinking maybe the Faramis can go on roam, but nah, not really. I think Lancey's gonna play that hero.
Yeah, but it's Super Mouse, come on.
It is Spider
I mean,
Mouse.
sorry, Super
That's
Spider
true.
Mouse. Now, Novaria is up for contention for both sides. I think it's going to go in the hands of Minana Evos if that's the case. Because you can flex either Faramis or the Novaria on the roam and support. But one thing is for certain, ONIC with the Digi ban, I think they're eyeing to go for something like a Minotaur on their side alongside a support Angela. Either that or they're still going for that Cho pick on Yoshino.
Oh yeah, Yoshino has been playing a lot of Cho, and I feel like it's already his most
There you
played
go.
hero. But Edith,
There you go.
locked in for the side of ONIC. Imagine an Edith with a Heart Guard. It would be a nightmare to play 1v1 against that one.
I told you, it's going to show up in this match. Cho is not viable considering that Rafaela is definitely an option for Minana Evos. Now with an Edith, it's an insta-lock. I've seen this from MPL Indonesia, wherein whenever a team picks up a Rafaela, there's always an Edith counter. There's a Rafaela, there's a Paquito. Now with the last pick, there is that flex factor between the Edith and another Robe, and alongside Angela as well. But one thing I want to see here from the side of ONIC is more team fighting support. So, with the Lilia removed, I think you want to go Gord on Super Prince, just to make sure that even if there's our movement speed from the Rafaela, you can still punish these heroes that want to go inside against ONIC Philippines.
And now looking at the draft index once again, wave clear bit on the head of Minana Evos, but the Paquito on the XP lane against potentially an Edith. Is this something that but I don't think this is a winning lane for anybody. It's mostly just for, I would say mostly just for evening it out, but the Gord lock in for the side of ONIC. What about it?
Bluffsy is just an insane drafter, man. I mean, ONIC, they got all what they want. They had a Claude, they had the Angela Fredrin Steele, and now they get the Edith alongside the Gord. It's just perfect for ONIC. I mean, it's not a perfect draft, but it's what you want against a draft of Minana Evos. Early to mid, it'll favor the Tigers more, but as the match goes later, the Faramis effect is gonna wither down because of the team fight composition of ONIC Philippines. They don't care about resets. What they want is zoning. The box control of ONIC Philippines is insane.
Wow, 50-50. Call me Cupid, but this is going to be a hard match to win for either sides. What can we expect here as we enter onto the land of Dawn, Rockhard?
50-50. Just toss a coin. We'll be fine.
But you gotta hit heads twice.
It's like a Lord take, right? It's like a Lord take, you know? You never know what will happen with the Retribution.
No, because everyone actually got the heroes they actually wanted here. Spider Miles back on a very healing, supporting roam. And on the other side, you also have, of course, everyone just getting what they want. So it's just a question of who wants it more.
Yeah,
and again, playoffs is on the line here.
And who executes better? Because Minana Evos, they have no space for error. They cannot drop a single game or their playoffs hopes would be completely gone. And ONIC Philippines, again, they want to take at least one. That secures them for playoffs. They just need to get one game on the other side of the coin.
Yeah, you don't even need to worry about winning one game. You just need to take out Minana Evos once.
Diving in there, that's Gem super low. No! Primal Wrath available yet. That's going to be first blood. Minana, they're rushing this game, man.
And now Spider Miles, well, with a good start here. The kill going to his hands means a faster Flask of the Oasis. My favorite item this match.
The photo, additional HP, sustain, and also magic power to add to that additional bonus that the Rafaela gets with the with the movement speed. But right now, ONIC Philippines, they lost Gem in that skirmish. Of course, you'd expect that with Minana Evos having a stronger early to mid. But one thing is for certain, they're playing to scale here, especially with the Claude on their side. That is also true with MNNE Evos, but come mid-game, team fights are going to start becoming awkward because of the Angela and, of course, the Edith presence.
Yeah, Net's already wearing the pants here. He needs to survive the brunt of the damage coming in from Doming, especially with Doming already getting more of the priority here, considering MNNE Evos does have a lot of power to rotate. Net's going to shock him for a bit here, but the BMI is already ready.
The way that he plays these heroes, just very aggressive, even without the ultimates. Like you guys mentioned, it's not even as strong as it was before, that Claude, but Ness is still playing it like it is. Right now, though, it's going to be a big fight over the turtle area. It's a turtle for a kill. Guess that would be a pretty even trade. What do you think, MNNE?
I mean, MNNE Evos, they're securing the objectives, and Doming AR is winning the gold lane, so I think you're happy with the the way that MNNE Evos is playing this game. But ONIC Philippines, as long as they're not losing much, and Nets is still able to farm in the gold lane, you're also happy.
Yeah,
for ONIC. So I would say
it was even.
It was even because ONIC Philippines at the end of the day they got a kill out of that.
Yeah, at least they got something, and that's the dead center Appraiser's Rat for you. It will knock you out faster than a Paquito would. Ryzen looks to be the next victim here.
Yeah, Ryzen has the hard card this time around. Also, gonna be able to just wait out of this one. I don't think ONIC wants to fight just yet. They're waiting for something.
Yep, slow paced. Again, they're playing to scale. You don't want to be able. You don't want to give MNNE Evos some momentum to work with, because again, they have an Ixia that scales also good in late game, and that is it's a really good team fighting composition. But you saw the effect of the Angela earlier, right? With the zone as well coming out from Gem, it becomes awkward for MNNE Evos to actually go in. And they commit for a kill against ONIC Philippines.
It's really hard to burst anyone down inside of ONIC. The moment the heart guard is up, you gotta keep your wits up and count the cooldowns.
Just
you
a
can't
threat
just
of the
go
arrow,
all
man.
in.
Just a threat of the arrow.
Yeah, the threat of the heart guard is more than enough to keep some of the people at bay. Now MNNE Evos, a very slow game so far, 4 minutes in. We're still looking for who's gonna pull the trigger first.
Now, it's going to be a pretty much aggressive start here for MNNE.
Cool.
And they are going to go and exert some of that ultimates that they're trying to hold on there. Again, Heart Guard very strong in front of a Fredrin, relies so much on the regeneration. And Lord JM just trying to make sure the threat is still here.
Ouch!
Down goes a very strong Appraiser's Wrath here, but Lancey cannot sustain against the Mystic Gush.
Man, that's a lot of damage. Again, this is the effect of the Angela, the Gourd, and the Edith. It becomes awkward for MNNE Evos. ONIC, they just have way better control of these engages. You cannot use everything that you have just to zone out of Fredrin that has a heart guard and that could reset the HP with the Appraiser's Wrath.
Oh, going non-stop here. Turtle gonna go over the Ryzen though.
Oh.
Good effort from MNNE, but they're going. They're not stopping anytime soon. Get some of these kills, trying to even it out.
Good thing they killed the Fredrin before that laid down. I do think that a full gray HP bar would have knocked at least 2 people out in that fight.
For real. Would have wiped MNNE Evos. But it's great for them that they got the Fredrin kill, because now KZN AR is able to steal the purple buff. And that means more levels for the jungler of MNNE Evos.
Feels like they're playing exactly the way you should play this. Obviously, Gem, Primal Wrath already gone means it's going to be a full retreat here for ONIC. And now the mid is still pretty much open and still in the White Tiger's control.
I'm glad you said full retreat, because that's something people should learn in ranked games. The moment the Primal Wrath comes out, you just walk out, you know. Retreating is not a bad option, because the moment the Primal Wrath expires, nothing. There's no more damage coming out from that Edith.
Code Womi on that, 2023.
Yes, please.
Stop going full committal. Go back when necessary.
That's true. You gotta retreat when it's smarter to retreat.
You gotta
Learn
break
to
it
reset,
off.
man. Learn to reset.
Lose the battle, win the war.
Exactly.
Break it off if you think it's not working out.
That's true. Mutilate your arm if your hand is broken. What else?
Wow. All right. Slow it down there, bro.
Are we jumping too much?
We're jumping way too much here. So next target here definitely going to be the Turtle, although obviously no objective available yet, but I think it is for MNNE. It's favorable for them to remind ONIC that they're not ready to fight yet.
Yep. Again, all that is happening right now is just the skirmishes around objectives. Both of them actually want to farm, but it's MNNE EVOS that actually wants to ramp up more momentum towards his side. Because you are playing an Ixia against a Claude, and we all know that it is already a better matchup for ONIC. Although I would say it is still favorable for MNNE EVOS to kind of like force team fights, because the Claude is not just reliable enough, but ONIC does have way better scaling come mid-game.
Yeah, now half HP on this turtle. ONIC has full control of it.
Alright, so it's going to be probably, I don't know if they're going to reset, but no, they're going to go for the full commit here. And that's going to be case, and with that turtle going full ham right now, I think ONIC wants to fight. What are you talking about? This Nether Realm, I'm going to go ahead and whittle down your HP bar so bad, they're going to have to run for it. But here comes the full barrage coming in from Doming! My goodness! Bodies are flittering the floor.
And just when you thought Nets was stealing the show, Ixia comes in with a flicker. That's what you call a play.
Yeah, that's what you call a full barrage.
It literally hit everybody.
Four heroes.
Full barrage.
4 heroes on the side of ONIC were inside the Ixia ultimate.
Beautiful angles coming in from Doming.
Again, perfect positioning from the gold laner of MNNE EVOS. Team fight is way better in the side of Ixia. But ONIC Philippines, they do have that split pressure that could come out from the Claude anytime soon now. But MNNE EVOS, this is the time you group up. This is the time where you utilize the combo between the Ixia and the Paramis.
Do it. MNNE EVOS right now with a 3K gold lead. Despite the kill score being quite near, the objectives has been on the side of MNNE EVOS. 2 out of 3 turtles and 2 turrets to boot. This is looking great for the early game of MNNE EVOS, and KZen picking up this blade mail is going to be very good if Nets tries to pick him down.
Yeah, that's a big question. I think you're absolutely right, Midnight. They should group up as much as possible because these ultimates are so good. Just keep using them. Just press them when they're on cooldown. You're gonna get something for sure.
Okay, here's the thing. MNNE EVOS, they're worried about grouping up because of this Claude split pressure. But if you don't group up, you're letting the Claude scale. So that is still a huge problem.
Yeah.
So you just have to pick your poison, right? MNNE EVOS at this point, they need to capitalize on their timing, need to capitalize on the momentum wherein ONIC-PH cannot fight into them yet.
And so far, they're so happy to just go on these stealth missions right now, invading the jungle here of ONIC, who are happy to oblige, throw out that Mystic Gush as well, coming in from the Gourd, making sure that MNNE knows we still got some firepower, and they're showing that right now, though. Fight can still erupt anytime here. Oh, they're trying to whittle each other down slowly but surely. That's going to be a wash for now.
That's a Fredrin that has an Angela that can just use oh, Super Prince. Oh, baby. Lord JMAR!
Lord JM with a play. Now he's going to run away. Wait a minute.
Not a play coming in here from Doming this time around. Not going to be doing as much damage as Bollywood. Here comes the Primal Wrap here. Perfectly timed here. Lassie goes down. And so does the Lord. But it's going to go to KZen.
KZen with a drive-by. And MNNE EVOS, out of all of the events happening in that fight, they get their chances with the highlight reel plays as well. My God.
It was an amazing fight for ONIC Philippines. Unfortunately, Ryzen got knocked up by the Lord. And Lord JM, again, with that pick-off onto the Gourd in the mid lane with the Flicker, confident enough that he has enough mobility to escape. And with a full damage Paquito, mind you, with the Hunter Strike and Malefic Roar, I mean, he did purchase the Oracle for added sustain, but the damage output of the Paquito is now becoming a problem against ONIC Philippines, because now MNNE EVOS can play the split against the Claude because the Paquito did not go for tank items.
And you can't ignore it. That's the best part. The Gourd can't just stand. The moment the Paquito punches his face while the Mystic Gush is out, he has to walk away. He has to cancel that. That's laser.
That's correct. The Paquito demands to be answered, demands to be reacted to. You can't really just stand there and take all these punches.
Yeah, and it's going to become a problem as well for the Claude, because if you're Nets, you want to be able to split in this game. You want to be able to create more pressure in the map, but you're always you will always have to deal with the constant pressure of the Paquito not showing on the map. So Lord JM technically speaking, Lord JM is a walking win condition right now.
That is.
He is the sole reason as to why ONIC is not able to split push because of this adjustment that came out from the Bakito, going for the Hunter Strike into the Malefic Roar Rush after the Oracle.
And then a 2-level gap as well in our XP laners.
That's huge for the most part. I think you're absolutely right. Nets can't really split push because he's one of the main damage sources of this lineup.
Screw Dominance Ice, right?
Yeah.
Who
Screw
needs
Dominance
that?
Ice. We don't need that.
You're up against an Angelo, one of the prominent healers. Don't build it, just kill it.
Yeah. Just kill the guy.
Really
Just
good way to
make-
put it.
Just make sure that Nets is not able to split push in this game. Just go ham, full damage.
The best defense is offense.
Yes.
They can't heal the guy if the guy's
He's
already
dead.
dead.
And
that's true, though.
The best defense is already the best offense. You know, it's interesting because Kaizen now has a blade armor, right?
Yeah.
No Dominance Ice, meaning the Claude can do more hits onto the Baksha. With the Tortoise Poisons, that's going to be reduced, but the damage, it's going to be the same, and that will return to the Claude. So effectively, you want Claude to hit you, right?
Yeah, why you hitting yourself? Why you hitting yourself?
Why you hitting yourself? So why would I build a Dominance Ice? Hit me.
That's true,
I
though.
mean, the Paquito is still gonna go for the Dominance Ice. Just have the 1v1 capability versus the Claude. But as the Baksha, I don't care. Hit me.
Man, beautiful words from Midnight. Hit me.
No, don't hit me. Don't hit me. It's just a metaphor.
It's a metaphor for the
Baksha.
Baksha.
Just a metaphor.
Not me. Hit the Baksha.
Hit the Baksha, but if you're a marksman, don't, because you're gonna die.
Yes.
And now the Luminous Lord started here
There you
by
go,
Banana
Dominance Ice.
Evos. Half HP already,
All
but
right.
a lot of split pushing coming in from Nets.
Coming in close, full knowledge that Nets is very far away.
14K.
Minana, they are rushing this fight right now.
Barrage!
Barrage takes out Gem, but here comes Nets with a hard guarded toe, countered immediately by the Nether Realm, and it is going to be lore secured there.
Wait,
and
Super Friends.
has
He's trying
to
to
run
save.
for it.
Oh, he dodges the punches, goes back for a bit, and no way he actually does it. This guy.
Yeah,
Son of a gun, he does it.
Also, Yoshino flickering in just to make sure that he provides enough heal to make sure that the Super Prince is able to survive the damage from Minana Evos. And what a sacrificial play that came out from Ryzen to upraise his wrath into Retribution before his death. Secured the Lord for ONIC, effectively buying more time for this Claude to pop off.
Yeah.
And now we're seeing the strengths of their lineup. They don't need to win fights. They just need to create pressure on the map. That is what Nets is able to do in this game. But around Lord objectives, however, that's a different story. You still have to fight into Minana Evos. That's where the combo of the Iksha and the Promise suddenly makes sense. But in the in the longer sense of the game, ONIC will have more pressure in the map, but they need to answer these Lord fights.
Yeah, they really have to make sure that ONIC can't just walk right back to the back line. I mean, Spider Miles or Lancy in this case did have a very fast reflex on that Nether Realm. Could have survived that Blazing Duet without it, but maybe next time, watch out for Nets. He is looking very angry right now, right,
Yeah.
Rakart?
Watch out Nets time. Hey.
Where did that come from?
I have no idea.
I love it.
That's the best part, you know. When you don't know something, you just say it.
Yeah.
And
It's out of the blue.
out of the blue, win probability here, 67%
All
for
right.
Banana Evos.
That's fair.
That's
Yeah.
mainly because of Domeng, man.
Yeah.
2-0-3.
Stronger team fights. They have damage. They just need to, solve one thing, and that was already solved with the Paquito, able to deal with the Claude. Now, ONIC Philippines, they are actually the team that needs to, answer these problems being provided by Minana. It was specifically the Lord fights, but ONIC, they just gotta start, pressuring with the Claude, man. I mean, they have to also sort of like deal with the Paquito in this game, because Nets, he should be able to, just split the entire map. Because if you look at the line of Minana Evos, there's really no catch. It's just the damage output of the Paquito that is preventing Nets from doing so. So ONIC Philippines, two things. Solve the Lord Dance, kill this Paquito.
So you think maybe ONIC is waiting a little bit too long, right? So
Too passive, I would say.
They gotta try to do something now.
Yeah.
Especially
when they have an Edith, right?
Exactly, right? So I kind of agree. Like, speak now or forever hold your peace. Or
there you go. I like that phrase.
So yeah,
It's,
but I don't know. Nets feels. Does Nets know something that we don't? He feels like he's just laying it out. He's just farming.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a clone, like you're just gonna play like this, right? You need to be able to, communicate with your team and tell them what else you need in this game.
He's super far away.
He's super far away, and I feel like Gem.
Super far.
All right, I'll allow it.
All right, thank you. Because now the Lord is already started by both squads here. ONIC versus MNNE Evos. And now Ryzen will be the one to hold it on it. Half HP. Nice taunt. Plus the knock-up misses. But now Nets on the vicinity. Dropping down Kazan to half.
Look at the damage output coming out from Nets.
Yeah, he's going. They're waiting for it. I think ONIC wanted to rush it, but they were a little bit too late there. Obviously, the hard guard is ready to go whenever necessary. But a big knockup from the Lord starts this fight right away. Hard guard going over to Nets. Here comes the blazing duet. And it's not really allowing him to survive long enough. Exactly like Midnight said. It's just full barrage, just adding insult to injury. And it's gonna be Lord going over the MNNE.
And Lord JM still looking for blood here. Yoshida goes back, gets punched out. The Angela survives with 100 HP. And they're gonna be able to go back out. And now mid lane looks to be the next objective to take for MNNE Evos.
Did Nets use Blazing Duet without BMI?
Yeah, and he literally healed himself.
That's how you know!
He killed himself
That's
right
how
there
you know
in that movement.
That Claude was dead.
Yeah, in that moment, he knew.
And
he messed up.
It felt like he was overestimating his HP.
Yeah,
because
the
he
life steal.
stood there
Yeah.
for a second with 1/4 of his health, and after that he realized, okay, I got a BMI out.
Hey,
I don't have a BMI.
That's just his trust on Yoshinu, man.
Yeah, the shield.
You gotta trust the Angela. Once the Angela rides you, full trust, baby.
I mean,
and now they're gonna push downstairs. That's one inhibitor turned down as Ryzen goes in.
Yeah, this is looking very grim here for ONIC with an 8K goal lead and everything that they need to maybe finish it off. Will there be enough clear coming in from ONIC here? We'll have to find out. Nets definitely looking a lot weaker in this game right now. Lord is going to be taken out. Barrage, pew, 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 goes the dynamite here. And Nets can't really hold the Blazing Duet for long. He goes down again to Lansy. That's game number 1 going over to the White Tigers.
Playoff dream continues as they get their first win in this best of 3. And this winning moment is brought to you by your official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. They need to take ONIC down once again because ONIC still needs just one to eliminate them from playoffs contention.
Literally just one here. Come on.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's kind of like a Doctor Strange experience, right? Just one win in their playoffs dream.
Yeah, but Noobs is angry.
He's mad though.
He's mad.
One more.
Jesus.
One more.
One more.
What an angry face.
I mean, it takes one more, but you also have to kind of rely with Omega. But, the dream is there.
The dream is there. As long as the dream isn't dead, it's still there. And that goes for a lot of things, including our own lives. So if we have a dream and it's not dead, we could still chase them. Right?
Nice. Inspirational.
Inspirational. That's our hopes and dreams right now. And if you're a MNNE Evos fans, you will be holding on to that win and probably the next one too if ever it does come. But right now, MNNE Evos, I feel the aura over there. It's kind of aggressive. Not gonna lie, I don't want to be there. I feel like I'd be eaten alive.
Yeah. Well, they are tigers, so.
I mean, they are tigers.
That's a little bit of an inherent risk when you come in close contact with tigers, and. I don't know what to add to that.
I'm loving where this conversation is going.
How do you even know? Have you had a close encounter with Tiger? How close was this to you? Maybe too close. So let's go to our analyst to dissect Game 1 Midnight. Your time to shine.
Well, MNNE Evos actually didn't go close to the Tiger because they were kind of scared. ONIC Philippines didn't get close to the Tiger because it felt like they were playing scared against the upcoming team fight of MNNE Evos, but the thing is, they had that split pressure with the Claude. Unfortunately, it wasn't, it wasn't the game that they were able to play. And Kazan with the Baksha performance. 407 on the jungle role. MVP performance definitely for Minana Evo, securing the objectives from ONIC Philippines and allowing the mid-game to be on their side. And also one thing that I want to highlight with Kaizen's gameplay is that he's not scared. He's not afraid to sort of like sacrifice his HP to force out some spells on the side of ONIC Philippines, and also the positioning from different heroes on their side as well. He is maintaining that position of being a Baksha, standing in the front lines, popping the Tortoise Poissons, and making sure that they are reacting to whatever he's doing. And that allows more space for Lord JM and Lancey to do their thing. Lancey, instead of just sitting behind with the Ixia, he's also now able to play front lines because everyone is busy dealing with the Baksha. And what it does is that it creates this gravity that attracts ONIC Philippines' attention away from the right heroes, away from the Ixia, away from the Rafaela, away from Lancey, because now they have to deal with the Baksha that has heals, movement speed, and of course the reset from the Netherrealm. Now, come the mid-game, there was a point where the composition of ONIC shined. It was where Gem and Yoshino and of course Super Prince was able to dish out the damage that they need, pick off the right heroes. But again, the adjustment from Lord JM was fantastic as well. Hunter Strike into Oracle, more sustained, less cooldowns because of the cooldown reduction from the Oracle itself, and of course the Malefic Roar, the damage item that he needs to be able to sort of like deal with the heroes on the side of ONIC. Because the thing about the Paquito in this game was that every single one on the side of ONIC, maybe with the exception of the Edith, is burstable by the Paquito. And that's maybe part of the reason why Nets was not able to play the sort of like split push game that he wants to do. And that allowed Minana to just constantly fight as 5. Constantly fight around these objective takes, the Lords, the Turtles around towers. Now they're forcing the 5v5 engagements against ONIC. It is still awkward because of the Angelo presence, but there was a point where things now got awkward. Has now gotten awkward for ONIC because the damage that they do is incomparable to the damage that Minana Evos is dealing, especially from miles away, no pun intended. Lancey AR and Doming AR is able to output so much damage against ONIC Philippines because of the group of factor, like the echoes coming out from the Ghost Bursters, the range of the full barrage. That is what allowed the Minana Evos lineup to completely take over the team fight versus ONIC Philippines. Now we are looking at the kill map here of Kaizen AR with the Baksha, again, rolling around the map, making sure that these objectives are for theirs for the taking, and the sustain in the front line. Mostly he's dealing with Gem and Ryzen, but also the Claude as well, because the Claude will naturally just go front line, and I like the way they played in this game, the way they itemize as well. Now you are seeing the Baksha really utilize the full effect of the Tortoise Poissons with the Impure Rage. Every tick counts, and that is dealing another layer of damage over to whoever he is targeting with this Baksha. And also, one thing to note is the early game for Ixia was stronger compared than before because of the Thrift, the emblem that gives him additional adaptive attack on the early game that is allowing him to play against the Claude in a much better position, especially with that Quantum Charge. Now, come the mid to late game, it is very different for Minana Evos compared to ONIC. ONIC, they still want to play that split pressure, but Minana Evos, when they group up, they just have this insane damage output coming out from Doming AR, and of course Lancey with the echoes from the Ghost Bursters. Whenever ONIC groups up, it effectively increases the damage output of Minana Evos. Lord JM was able to farm the entire map as well because he was dealing with the Claude, effectively making his farm scale up better than the Ixia, because Ixia, funnily enough, Ixia was fighting for Minana Evos while the Paquito was sort of like farming, not because he wants to farm, but because he was dealing with the split push of the Claude. He was farming more minions than the Ixia, but then again, it was kind of like a solution already because of the damage item that he built, which allowed Minana Evos to shut the remaining option of ONIC Philippines when it comes to split push. It allowed them to fight these 5v5 engagements, which in turn converted those team fights into victories, objective victories, and the game victory in game number 1.
And man, they really did show a lot of those, I would call macro plays, considering that they did put that Paquito to deal against the wave clear coming in or the split push coming in from the Claude. And those are things that we rarely see in ranked games, and hopefully we do in the future. And you guys there at home, you should watch out for the weekly giveaway that will be posted on MPL Philippines Facebook page for a chance to win your own Smart Bro devices. Mechanics to join the giveaway will be posted after this weekend's tournament, so make sure to check it out after this or after tomorrow's broadcast. And we still have a lot of stuff here in the venue as well, because we're looking for the Smart Game Face of the day, and we're going to see that later on. And what's your game face looking like, Rockhart? Is that the game face?
That's the game face, yeah.
That's the game face,
I feel the Brody energy from Rockhart, the Leo Mord energy.
The Leo Mord.
I mean, these are Rockhart's mains.
Damn, that's what you call that's what you call.
I like the appreciation. Damn.
Damn, you know, you gotta appreciate a brother when you can. Always help a brother out.
Yeah.
Not in crime though. Never do that.
How about you, Omi? What's your game face?
My game face is wait.
That's not a game face. That's a Riz.
That's a Riz. No.
That's when you're playing Terizla.
That's the Terizla or the Rizzler.
Rizzler.
I also read some stuff from MLBB Reddit. They call Terizla the Rizzler. No, shout out to our Reddit fam over there. We see you.
He has big muscles.
He has big muscles. And we also see a lot of people in our MLBB groups on Facebook. So if you haven't been there, make sure to join, because we are seeing a lot of heated discussions so far.
Really? What about?
I can't say it. It's too out there.
Like
too hot.
Too hot. Not gonna lie.
Which player better fits this composition?
That's true.
Yeah,
or
like that.
players that they can no longer defend or play. Man, it's getting
that's heated. That's heated.
That's heated. We can't say it. We can't acknowledge it because it is happening. It is the reality. But MPL Arena be the next Smart Game Face of the Day winner. Just flash the hashtag Power of Smart Bros. Stop that on your devices in a green background. Put your game face on to win a redeemable in-game code. How are those game faces? Those are, you know what?
I mean,
who am I to judge?
Game to dive in underwater or something? I don't know.
All right, Kuya's not into it. This guy's into it.
There you go. That's
Leo.
That's
Leo.
Now there's a face-off.
How do you play with that face?
I can't do it.
I mean,
Sister laughed.
So hard to deal with.
Sister laughed. She lost this
She can't.
one.
She lost
She
it.
can't.
There you go.
Hell yeah.
There you go.
All right, with the props to 2 phones. That's a 2 chain spawn. If you can.
What a rich guy.
2 phone.
I wanna commend this guy, because the way I see it, he plays with Leo beside him. That's his game face.
Actual Irithel IRL has
Exactly.
Leo around him.
Beside him.
Congratulations on the redeemable in-game code. And surely with the crowd already hyped up, MNNE Evos is still keeping that aggressive nature that they have. They do have to win another game if they want to have their full playoff stream living, and let's just say still waiting for the OMG result.
Actually, that game phase is actually exactly what I thought, you know, what happened there a little bit. MNNE was like,
yeah.
And it was like, can we fight this?
Can we have a
Can we
retake
do
of
this?
that? What was the face that you see in MNNE, please?
Grr.
Oh man, never half-ass one thing. Full-ass one thing.
You got a what?
Full commit.
Sorry.
Full commit. You know, full commit on everything that you do, especially in life, relationships. I don't know, whatever you can
Put
commit with.
100% in.
My
Yeah.
bad.
My dad always told me, whatever you do, put 100% in.
Yeah.
Full
My dad was absent for
commit.
the entirety of my life.
That's how you know. That's how you know. Full committal, bro.
Full committal, my guy. Hey, what do you know?
We kind of stepped into
100%.
something there.
That's 100% wrong, by the way.
Yeah, that was
Don't do that. Don't fully
do
commit
that.
into that. Do the opposite.
That's
all right?
wrong. That's wrong.
I live with the saying, "It is what it is." And
It is what it
We
is.
we say what we see, right?
yeah,
Say what we see.
stoicism.
It is what it is.
or whatever, you know.
As long as you got Riz.
Hey, you got Riz.
Hey.
We know that. You're
No,
the
no,
magic
me.
man.
Hey.
I
mean,
just why?
Really?
No, I'm sorry.
What
That
does
came
that
out.
mean,
That came
though?
out wrong. But we do know that this is starting to be a magical run for Minana
What a magical
Evos.
evening.
A magical evening
What
indeed.
a magical evening.
Minana Evos is doing it. They're actually reviving their playoffs
They are.
run. But again, why? Are you okay? Stay alive. I can't reach that anymore. I've been screaming out the entire night.
I don't know where this conversation is going.
We're just waiting
I mean,
for
Minana Evos staying alive, of course.
Yeah.
But again, their fates are not on their hands.
Yeah. And oh, wait a minute.
That's interesting.
Somebody just came in with a whiteboard that says Yoshinu dash out, Rapid Dude dash in.
Oh, the chef is in.
The chef is in.
The chef is cooking for ONIC Philippines.
I love it. Guy with a whiteboard comes in. I'm not even sure if it's
Newsflash.
true.
Newsflash.
All
There
right,
you
now
go.
the director confirms it.
Yeah. Who else wants to confirm it?
Who else wants
I mean,
to confirm it?
Okay, Rockhart, move towards the side, please. Move towards the side.
All right.
ONIC is confirming it.
Oh yeah.
Rapido is sitting in.
They're there. It's like
They're
we're
there.
It's like we're the
All right,
meme.
all
All right,
right,
we
all
post
right.
like the meme. You just point over there.
Sorry. There you go.
All right, now you
All
can
right,
cut us.
there you go.
Pause then green screen
Clip it.
Clip it.
Clip
now
it.
we have a meme.
Oh my
and
God, yeah.
thank you so much for watching MPL Philippines.
I thought
by
you
the
were,
way,
I thought you were going to say, thank you for the whiteboard.
Thank you for the whiteboard too. We're having
Thanks for-
so much fun as we wait for game number 2. Minana Evos definitely is just out there right now. ONIC, on the other hand, after a why?
Did you just say Minana was out there?
They're out there. They're
Oh,
actually-
literally in a sense. Okay.
They're
I get
out
it. I
there,
get
you
it.
know. What else can I describe them with?
I like the way you're playing with the words. Well, you have this evening.
Man,
You're on fire, bro.
Thank you. Hopefully not literally. And
well, you gotta fire up, man.
yeah, gotta
You
fire
got a
up.
match
you know.
there somewhere. I'm gonna light this guy up.
I mean, we have magic. We have a guy that fires up. I don't know what I am.
I'm 100% blazed
Full
by
committal.
midnight right now. Full committal.
Full committal.
Full committal.
I'm done. I'm done with this conversation.
Full committal.
Yeah, and we're finally here. You, the
Thank you,
viewer,
Dad.
had walked with us with all of the
All right.
information now in
Sorry.
hand. With Rapidude coming in, we're finally getting back to full immersion mode as we enter the 100% committal draft of this match number 4.
We can laugh about it all we want, but you're absolutely right. You got to full commit to every single pick, every single ban here, because it can be your last.
Again, if ONIC wins, they secure playoffs. If Minana wins, they don't secure playoffs.
Not yet.
But their fate is on the hands of Smart Omega.
Yeah, the chances are still there. They're fighting for the chance. And now they're going to take out 2 of Super Prince's heroes once again, together with the Air Without. Actually, the same bands coming in from Minana Evos.
Let's not get ourselves, Fredrin. Oh, okay.
They steal it away.
They get it. They get it for Super Prince. This time around, Bluffsy says, Coach
They've had
Bluffsy
enough.
says, enough is enough.
It's too much. You've been playing this hero for like how many games already?
All right. I'm sorry. Both of us reacted midnight. We know this. They're the first team that brought out the Matilda after the photo patch, and now they're at it again.
Yep.
Oh yeah, it wasn't bad out. Oh my goodness.
And now Kaizen has his hands on the Fredrin. Bruno on ONIC. Ooh, interesting.
I guess
Too early, I believe. Now, Minana
Yeah.
was just locked in Ixia.
No, Ixcha's banned though.
Oh yeah, you're right.
there
Oh,
it
that's
is.
why. That's
All right,
why.
all right.
Sorry, I
That's
didn't
fine,
see
that's
it.
fine.
I was blinded by the Matilda pick.
Same, bro. I can't believe it's open.
Brody, all right, that's better. It's a good choice. It's good against a Baksha. It hears through the HP. Good against the Bruno as well, and also solves the Netherrealm problem. Just use Thunderbolt memory, remove all the additional layer of HP that ONIC Philippines has, and I think they have a better team fighting composition now compared to game number 1. But
yeah.
definitely the advantage is still on the side of ONIC Philippines because of the Netherrealm factor.
The Netherrealm, again, was just overused here by Minana to a point where I was actually surprised why it's not getting banned out.
Yep.
To be honest.
I
So,
mean,
finally.
And you know, the Faramis has been always the answer for a lot of AoE damage spells. Even when it was quite popular in Season 10, that was always the answer to a lot of AoE damage. And right now, for this game, we are seeing the Bruno in the hands of Nets and a lot of pressure and Rapidude to execute whatever they want to do this time around. Going back to our pick and ban phase, the Rafael looks to be taken out from the side of MNNE Evos.
Paquito as well is banned out on ONIC. That's hot. That's hot. That's how you know the Lord JM has had his fair share of highlights, and Paquito is definitely one of those heroes that really shine with MNNE Evos with the way they played. Now, ONIC Philippines with the 3 picks that you are seeing from MNNE Evos, you've already seen this before. This is gonna come down to the Ube composition. This is gonna come down to the mid-game power spike. Now that you know this, ONIC Philippines, you need to be able to draft around that. You need to get heroes that deal with compositions that work in the mid-game. You start looking into the XP lane again. Aside from the Edith, you can go for the Yuzongs, what was I gonna say? The Clues, or maybe, just maybe, look for team fight setups on Yoshinu. Sorry, Chef Rapidude. Maybe the Ruby? The Atlas.
I've completely forgotten about the Ruby. Now, MNNE Evos, they're going to take out a lot of healers out of the options already. The Angela, however, is still open if they want to force a healer on Chef Rapidude. It looks like Navaria will be the last ban here on the side of ONIC. What else can we expect?
I mean, Lancy Hero, they target ban him. The remaining choice here is to go Kadita or Eve. I prefer Eve, but they go for Minotaur or Spider-Mans first, just to secure that they have this group up hero in the mid-game and a setup that also sort of like provides utility to MNNE Evos. The heals in the setup, that is what's going to allow MNNE Evos to play that mid-game centric timing. And they could actually close it out with an Eve pick, last pick.
This is super interesting because this means that if the Minotaur goes on the roam here, that will mean that you can't go favor.
Yeah, never mind. They already have a Mathilda.
Yeah, they have the Mathilda. They can't use the favor. There's no healing coming from this Mathilda. It's purely initiates and damage.
Yeah, support Mathilda.
And shielding, obviously.
Yeah, still some of shielding and maneuvering around the battlefield. And I would say the Brody will have a fun time there, especially the Fredrin too. And last 2 picks locked in here for the side of ONIC. The remaining healer will be locked in, which is the Angela. Paired with the Charizla.
Hey,
where's
Leah.
that guy?
Hey, Leah. That's Leah cast.
That's Leah.
I like this expert pick.
Why?
It deals well with the Baksha and the Trizla, covers the Netherrealm problem as well, especially when you build up the Ice Queen 1 and the Immortality, provides huge teamfight aspect. Now, ONIC Philippines, they still have better statistics when it comes to teamfight just because of the Netherrealm, and of course the CC coming out from the Trizla, but this does not like quantify the effects of the adjustments that Export could make with the Ice Queen 1.
That's true. The Ice Queen 1 does have a lot of effects that it could put on the actually everything that the Export puts out.
Yeah, that's a bit of a later part of the game, though. In the early game, that's a problem. That's what I'm looking for here. They're almost purely physical damage because of the line they have, except for the Matilda. And that's something that's easy to itemize against in most scenarios, unless
go for a Dreadnought.
Yeah, unless they really finish this game early.
I want to see an Ice Queen 1 rush from the Expert instead of the Immortality 1.
Really, you want it earlier?
Yeah, we've seen it before. Like Ryota builds it. He likes building it as first item because it just destroys the Baksha in today's game.
Huh. Interesting.
It's going to be really hard for the side of this Export to choose then, and it's going to be a very important decision to make as well. ONIC still has the chance to eliminate MNNE Evos by securing this game, and for MNNE Evos, it still remains the same. No errors this time around. Lord JM has a lot to play around with. That's a really fast rotation.
That's a scary Export if I've ever seen one.
Flying all the way out and just pulling you back in. And I don't know if that's going to be beneficial for them. Did they get it? Yeah, I don't think they're going to all get that lethal.
Yeah,
again, these are the things I'm thinking about when I look at these picks. Your early game is almost non-existent here. Am I wrong to say that?
I mean, essentially, you're right. But it is sort of like true for both sides because they just have
good ways of dealing with the early game.
All right, the Bruno as well.
The Bruno
super
as
late
well.
game, yeah.
But I think it's it's all about the mid game timing, right? Like when they start fighting, grouping up, fighting 5v5s, because that is also true with ONIC Philippines. Hold that thought though.
Go for it straight up, and again, this is so much crowd control, but their damage is also, like Midnight said, pretty much non-existent as well, save for a few heart waves.
It's just it's just the
right?
X4 again that is at this moment. Yeah.
Love waves. There you
love
go.
Waves.
Heart waves. What?
I mean,
All right.
Love guard.
Love guard. Yeah.
Still sounds okay to me. You know, at this point, both teams are still looking for the first blood, but looks like the first objective of the game will be the turtle, and it will be something that both teams will be fighting over, with Lord JM and Kaizen already on the top side. Will be positioning themselves first in this turtle pit.
Yeah, they don't really have their level 4s yet, so
I like
this. Time
this.
ONIC is going to be a little bit too late here to the party. The position is way off, but I think they'll reach it, and everyone's collapsing right now. Beautiful belly zone here. Obviously, Jem going to be doing his very best, but still going to be MNNE coming out on top with the turtle. Not done yet. There goes Circling Eagle. Use it by Lancy. Get some info. Make sure your team is safe.
First turtle secured for MNNE Evos. So far, so good, and still no kills in this game.
That is such a cute rotation coming out from MNNE Evos. The jungler helped the XP clear the minion waves, but they left the XP cannon for Lancy. They left the XP cannon for the support, so that both the XP, the support, and the tank is level 4 in front of the turtle.
Wow, playing the team game on a micro level. MNNE Evos on a different league right now, and they're able to exit on the same time. That's some synergy.
And that one right there, I think they were trying to bait out the Nether Realm there. Super Friends, though, not falling for the trap. But this time around, I think they might want to go a little bit more aggressive. But no, spotting out Spider Miles means maybe we should slow it down, guys. That's a signal they got.
And you could really feel the aggression coming in from MNNE Evos with the emotes, with the recalls, and Spider Miles just protecting everyone in the squad. Overall, this has been, wait a minute, big rotation here coming in from MNNE Evos, but they do cancel it out. Domeng and Net still farming.
Yep, right now Super Friends is the target here. But again, the Netherrealm will be able to save them with no problem.
That's a big ult.
All the healing, all the shielding, all the Netherrealming, just making sure this is a 0-kill game at 4 minutes.
Hey, we could break another record tonight.
That's a little selfish from Super Friends. Most people would have sacrificed there. I mean,
really?
you force Flicker, you force Netherrealm. Now MNNE Evos could fight into this turtle without having to worry about the promise. ONIC might just give it up.
Yeah, and ONIC, they do have the tools to fight, but as you said, without that Faramis ultimate, they're actually going to contest. Spider Miles, half HP.
Super duper aggressive here. And I think they still want to keep going. Lancy going to be left a little bit on his own here, while the rest of the squad, ONIC as well, going to go in. The flicker in by Spider Miles. Set is pretty good, but the follow-up damage a little weak there. Ryzen to be the one securing this turtle. Big, huge win here for ONIC, getting the scoreboard pretty much even for both teams.
First blood plus the turtle. Great start here for ONIC Philippines as they try to invade the purple side as well of MNNE Evos. Cancels it out too. They're going to go bot side instead.
Yeah, turtle fight was messy for MNNE Evos, but I liked that they called for the swap between the XP and the gold first. So when the Teresa was there for the backup, Brody was taking up a lot on the energy shields on the top lane. He was able to take out the tower, and I think even though you lost Turtle in first blood, that's a win for MNNE Evos.
Oh, really?
Because Doming was able to take out tower top lane.
Because of the tower. Right.
Yeah, not just tower. They also got the entire platings off of that tower, with MNNE Evos still holding on to a good gold lead here, around 300. Turtle and a turret over there. MNNE Evos, I would say this is still an even ball game.
Pretty even ball game indeed. I love how Lancy's being here with this Mafilda, but basically every time it's on cooldown, he's
so annoying.
It's so annoying.
Especially with the talisman, right? Oh, Brody.
Oh, but Doming there, going to be a bit of a counter engage here for ONIC. They want to go and wait it out. They're waiting out the Netherrealm, and now they're trying to see if they can re-engage to keep Kaizen alive, and looks like mission is successful for MNNE. They keep it together.
Very low kill score game, but a lot of things happening around the map. Minana Evo still holds a very short lead, and the Ice Queen Wand already locked in here for Lord JM. This might be the turning point.
There you go. After the Dreadnought armor went for the Ice Queen Wand, the slows will become a problem for ONIC Philippines, and it also matches up with the timing of the Brody, right? This is where you want to start grouping up for Minana Evos. You fight into the turtle, you fight around objectives, you fight around towers, you fight as 5.
Alright, obviously fighting in 5 is definitely also very beneficial for ONIC here, who seem to be also just wants to group up.
Ooh, JM.
Waiting out the cooldowns of the Netherrealm before they go for the full engage, or are they? Do they know that the Brody is way down on bottom? It's a 4v5. Dancing around on the Lord, still on the side of Minana. This positioning is very odd.
Oh,
Kaizen with a steal there. Thank you very much. Coming in from Minana's jungler.
And now they're going to back off. They just took the objective, gave space for the Brody to farm up as well. What a win for Minana.
Yeah, it's a sure thing play. Like, you go 50-50 on a turtle, 100% the Brody takes tower bottom lane. So instead of just doubling down on the turtle, yeah, you might win 70% of the time against ONIC Philippines when you're contesting that turtle, especially with the Brody. But instead of going for that, you go for the macro play, right? You let Brody farm up, scale up even further into the mid game.
Yeah.
And Minana Evos, after that 50-50 take on a turtle, they're just getting everything away from ONIC.
Yeah, now Minana with a good amount of lead against ONIC. ONIC is looking to struggle, actually looking like they're struggling to find good fights against Minana Evos and even securing objectives. It was a 4v5 scenario in that turtle pit. They weren't able to get that turtle for themselves, and now Minana Evos with the momentum goes top lane.
Alright, so top lane, I think Minana are feeling more confident than ever to try to take this one on. But, again, good clear coming in from ONIC means that it's a no-go for the Sonics.
It doesn't feel like it's 0-1 in favor of ONIC, right? It feels like Minana Evos has been, leading since the early game. Now holding a 2.2k gold lead. Their group up is just hard to stop. Like, yes, we have the Netherrealm, but they have damage to break through that.
And man, ouch! I think that forced the Netherrealm too. No, it didn't.
No,
it was just I don't know where that circle came from then.
It's the it's just the Shadow Stampede.
Yeah, the Shadow Stampede, and now Minana Evos with a 3k gold lead with a 1-0 kill score in 9 minutes. It's so frustrating, man.
We have what do you call that? We have a saying here in the Philippines, mamatay pangit.
Mamatay pangit.
Whoever dies,
whoever dies
is
is ugly. That's the game they're playing right now. No one wants to die.
By the way,
who died?
Well,
someone who died.
It's Lord JM.
It's Lord JM, but it's
an export. He's an export. Come on.
It's given.
He's an export. Give him a pass. A pass.
If you're away half your health, what do you expect? You're not gonna live long.
Yeah, give him a break.
So there you go. He's maybe he makes up for it with skill.
Oh, okay, Doming is taking the purple buff.
Oh.
I mean, if I was his jungler, I'd be mad, but it's a team game, so.
And maybe they're trying to rush it because I think they want to fight right now. Minana, this time around, can maybe get something done. Even with the knockup from the Lord, though, feels like they're playing a lot more passively compared to before.
They're waiting for information. They're letting the top lane shove up to the base of ONIC. Unfortunately, it's an Angela, so she's going to be able to defend while also being able to participate in this fight. But Minana Evos, again, they have immaculate control of this area.
That's true, because Minana Evos, they have sustained.
There you go! Find Gem!
Full-on 5v5. Netherrealm popped already. Like you said, also removed there by the Tour Depart memory. Fight still ongoing. Big boom boom coming in from Last Standing. Not going to be hitting anybody but Ryzen. But it's going to be enough to take out the Minana Evos. ONIC, jungler rather.
Now, Lord still started here by Minana. The sustain, they do have a few healing coming in from Lancey, but Lancey decides to go Circling Eagle instead. A 50-50 Lord take here might be game-breaking.
Yeah, who's going to take it? It's going to boil down to it. It's Doming. And here comes the follow-up damage. Down goes Nets.
Doming!
And Rapidoot goes down as well. That's 2 for none. And the Nana are still on the field.
Minana, again, they just have a lot of ways to break through the Netherrealm. You saw earlier, Doming even anticipated the usage of the Netherrealm. He popped the Thorn Apart memory seconds before the Netherrealm started, and when it was casted by Super Prince, immediately it was removed by the Thorn Apart memory. After the stun, the combo from Spider-Man was there with the Minoan's Fury. ONIC, even though they lived, it was just because of the battle spells. Imagine a fight where an ONIC does not have those battle spells. It would have been a wipe.
And look at the items over here. Double flash of the Oasis lineup coming in from MNNE Evos.
Yep.
Definitely a lot of healing, a lot of shielding as mid lane breaks out into a fight that didn't really break out, but Lord JM!
Big lesson, Sadie. Didn't wait for anybody. Puts a lot of people down to half here on the side of ONIC. Could be problematic here. Kazan gonna keep it alive. Dominic from downtown takes out so many.
Thorn Apart memory, the range was there from MNNE Evos, and again, this is just the insane level of team fight that MNNE Evos has, considering the damage output, the control as well.
They're pushing in. They've got the Lord as well on top. What is it gonna be?
Jam!
They're whittling it down. They forced the last Sadly. Everyone's grouping up. Everyone's jumping. Is it for joy? Is it for sadness? We got Lord on top. Inhibitors are down. This could be the last hurrah here for ONIC and MNNE. They keep the playoff stream alive. Everyone is jumping in. It's a sweep.
This winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance.
Whoa,
And
whoa,
you could
whoa,
feel
whoa,
it.
whoa, whoa.
You could see it. You could feel the heat in MPL Arena. Spider Miles, baby!
Oh my goodness! It's not just that! Dominic went in front of ONIC, went in front of Nets, and flexed his muscles.
That's how you know! This is esports, baby! Oh my Lord! Jesus! And now as the MPL Arena heats up, hopefully everything is alright, because now we gotta calm down.
Spider-Man was looking to somebody else.
That
We
was
don't know who he
someone
is.
else. I don't know who that was.
I don't know who that was too.
I wouldn't want to be that guy right now.
I didn't know Spider-Man has a rival.
Oh my, all right, you know what? Let's calm down a little bit.
Calm down.
Hopefully no, all right.
No, hell no. I'm just kidding.
I honestly feel like it was a non-verbal moment.
It was just...
Or maybe he was just looking for something.
Yeah, maybe he forgot.
Maybe he lost his watch. Who knows, right?
Who knows, right?
It's there. I know it's there, you know? I left it earlier.
No, because Sonic time.
Oh man, that was a moment, I would say. And,
that was a moment.
A very heated moment, but hopefully nothing too personal. And you know, something about that game was definitely aggressive, definitely a big game for MNNE Evos, but they're still hoping for the best for Omega, you know? It's not yet playoffs for MNNE, so that moment over there might bite them from the back if Omega loses one game.
That's
just
what I was
saying.
thinking.
That's just saying, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's you know, it's one of the hard things to be put in wherein your fate is not in your hands. It has to be with Omega. So they have to make amends with the barangay here, make some friends, and re-add them towards it in their Facebook or something.
Yeah, now let's still give our hands to ONIC Philippines. They still have the chance to secure playoffs here, and the game against Omega will definitely be very important moving on, because my God, Barangay is already inside, or Omega is already inside the playoffs, so whatever happens there, it's just them having the power to choose whoever they want to be in the playoffs.
That's got to be something, right? Like literally leaving your fate in a single match, and you have no control over it.
Yeah, and it has to be a sweep as well.
Has to be a sweep. Oh,
Well,
man. You know what? That moment was definitely riled up the crowd, definitely riled me up, but it's still not sure, you know? For all I know, ONIC could just stare down Spider Miles after they get one game against Omega. It's a possible thing.
Yeah.
It's in the timeline
At the
of
very
possibilities.
least. Right? At the very least.
Yeah.
But, you know what? It's step one.
It's step one, you know?
It's step one. MNNE did everything in their power to make it go in their favor, and you gotta respect them for that.
Yeah, there's two steps. Like, win ONIC, pray to whoever is up there, that Smart Omega destroys ONIC.
Well, I do think it's high time for Minana Evos to be the best friend of Barangay Omega, considering that the Barangay Omega versus ONIC game, or Smart Omega versus ONIC Philippines, will be the one that decides their fate. But right now, the Hukbo could celebrate, you know?
Yeah.
It's a night to celebrate.
2-0.
They've done everything that they can. And whatever happens next is already in Fate's hands, and by Fate, I mean Omega. At this point, we can't hide that.
There's just no, that's it. I mean, whatever is they're standing on the scoreboard, Minana, it's because of their performance as well.
Yeah.
Anyway, so they did well up until the very end, and it's all a matter of points now.
Yeah.
So it's no blame on them. It's just how the cards fell.
It's just sad, you know, to kind of like see this form of Minana Evos when they are able to actually take it out against even the top teams. They even beat Echo, right? And to see the shape of Minana Evos possibly not come into playoffs, I mean, that is sad, but it's also a testament as to how strong Philippines is. Like, outside of MPL, there are teams that can duke it out, even against the top teams in other regions.
That's true. Why are you smiling?
That's top 7 seed right there. They beat Echo. They
Yeah.
beat out ONIC. Sweeps.
Top 7.
That
beats out top 1, top 2.
That's how strong right now this region is.
Yeah.
Every single team.
And what if Omega is feeling feeling funny tomorrow and just drops game 1 accidentally, of course, and, or maybe something that ONIC just pulls out that goes 100%. Who knows at this point? ONIC definitely knows how to play, and Omega has been on an upward trend, so I do feel like it's still going to be a big 50-50 tomorrow.
At the very least, I hope they're going to comment on that later on. Like,
Oh,
they're
yeah.
going to call
That's
up,
true.
oh, man.
yeah.
They're going to call up, hey, bestie. How you doing?
What you doing? How are ya?
Oh,
I mean, like,
man.
have you eaten?
They're going to do that right
Have
now.
you eaten? You know, you have to remind the barangay. Okay, you gotta wake up early tomorrow.
early, huh?
Sleep early later
Yeah.
on. Don't drink too much.
Yeah.
That's true. Maybe get a massage.
Get a massage.
Stretch
chill
early
out.
on.
Don't
maybe,
play rank games later on.
Maybe write in your journal if ever
Yeah.
you're into that.
If
Get
you want
your
to share
vitamins.
If you want to share your problems with me, I'm all ears.
I'm up all night. you
That's
know?
that's Minana later on for sure.
Minana Evos. They played their last game,
played
you know?
Yeah.
Last game at
Pat on
least
the
in the
back.
regular
Pat on the back.
season. Pat on the back. They ended on a high note, a very high note, I would say. Too high for their
I
own
mean,
good.
some people would say too high.
Yeah.
Well, maybe slow it down there a little bit, you know?
Yeah, because it's still not sure, you know. I
Yeah.
understand if it was a moment that they eliminated ONIC. I feel
Oh,
like
yeah.
if they eliminated ONIC, that entire stare down would have been 100% valid,
And
you know?
It's not just that, you know, it's also the value of you wishing that Minana Evos can actually pull it off.
That's true.
Because if this was a close game, like even if with let's say Minana Evos winning over ONIC, if it was 2-1, the emotion wouldn't be there. But
Yeah.
they won 2-0, so you have that hope, that lingering hope that Minana Evos gets the playoffs.
That's true.
That's
And the whole ball,
Especially if you're a Minana Evos fan.
and we have a lot of them, honestly. And
you saw them.
you
They were
saw-
jumping.
They were jumping out there. They're just making sure that their presence was felt. And for this entire series, I would say, it's a roller coaster of emotions, but mostly aggression.
Yeah.
I have to be 100% honest here. Minana Evos feels very different. They are out there. Like I honestly can't think of more words, so we're gonna extract words from them as we go to the main stage. Maracino, take it away. Let's go to Minana Evos.
Thank you, casters. All right, everybody, let's give a round of applause to Minana Evos. Kitang-kita, napaka-evident that everyone is emotional. Your eyes are teary. How important ba ang panalo nito para sa inyo, and how meaningful was this for you guys?
Sobrang importante po kasi talaga ng panalo na to. Nating tulos na po talaga kami. Isang talo lang po. Talaga pong bababa po yung chance namin maka-playoffs. So, ginawa po talaga namin yung best namin para ipanalo yung laban na to. Yun. Thank you, Lord.
Ano yung sinigurado na yung pressure hindi kayo kinain? Kasi napaka-importante talaga ng laban nito para sa inyo.
Every game po, nagpa-mind setting po kami sa pangunguna po ni Boss. Ayan po, sinasabi lang po namin sa sarili namin, win or lose, pamilya tayo dito, gawin lang natin yung best natin hanggang dulo.
And speaking of Banoobs, I couldn't help but notice, nung nanalo kayo, you went here sa stage, you turned around, you're wiping tears away from your face. Tell us what's going through your mind and tell us how you're feeling right now.
Kasi sa totoo lang, nilabas lang talaga namin yung ano talaga yung kung sino talaga yung minana. Yung tapang and sobrang proud ako talaga.
Now, currently, you're at 6th place with 19 points. But there's still some pressure para sa koponan nyo. Dahil bukas, may isang laban na magaganap, this is your last game. So for now, you can't do anything about it anymore. Pero bukas, kailangan ma-sweep ng Omega ang ONIC para makapasok kayo sa playoffs. Isang puntos lang ang makuha ng ONIC, your playoffs dream will not continue. So, pagkatapos ng laban ngayon, you're gonna head to the boot camp, and then what are we gonna do?
Sa totoo lang, we're only focused on the things that we can control, which is manalo. And hindi kami kailangan mag-stress out sa bagay na hindi namin makokontrol. So, alam niyo na, Omega, nasa inyo ang bola kung gusto niyo kami makala sa playoffs.
And now, pagkatapos nito, syempre mag-huddle kayo. What are you gonna say to the team?
Sobrang proud talaga ako kasi from the start, lahat ng tinuturo talaga sa kanila, pinupukpok sa kanila, especially sa disiplina. Actually, yung pag-call pa lang nilang freeze, naiiyak na ako kasi ang tagal kong pinupukpok sa kanila yun. So, sobrang proud talaga ako.
And your hard work has paid off. Because now you still have your playoffs dream alive. And now we're gonna announce the match MVP. Let me hear some names. Sino? Okay, now let's take a look at the screen for the match MVP. Lord JMAR. Siguradong very exciting today and tomorrow. Siyempre, it's gonna be nerve-wracking. Now, kung magre-request ka sa teammates mo, what would that be? What do you wanna see? Anong gusto mong makita? Anong gusto mong ipakita nila sa'yo?
Wala naman po. Parang wala po. Thankful lang po ako sa teammates ko.
At alam mo, it's very emotional talaga here. Kahit ikaw medyo nanginginig ka. Pero alam mo, kahit anong mangyari sa inyo, ang daming sumusuporta pa rin sa inyo. Kada panalo nyo, kada kill nyo, sumisigaw sila. Anong gusto mong sabihin sa mga supporters nyo?
Solid yan, solid. Solid yan sila. Thank you sa effort pagpunta at sa pag-cheer. Thank you sa inyo.
There's so many possibilities and your journey will still continue. Congratulations, Minana Evos. You may now take your bow. And take your walk of victory. Minana Evos has worked so hard all season. And now, their fate nakasalalay bukas. It's been an emotional journey para sa kanila. At itong seryeng to, napaka-importante para sa kanilang playoffs dream. Hihimayin natin ang ating laban. Babalikan na natin ang ating mga casters. Pasok!
Thank you so much, Mara, for that interview. And I just gotta say, there's a lot of character development for Banoobs and the entire Minana Evo squad. And that answer, just saying Omega holds the ball right now, it's already everything that you have to know with the mindset of Minana Evos as they approach their imminent continuity in the season or their end. Let's dissect what happened in game number 2 with our analyst. Midnight, it's your time to shine.
Well, thank you, Omi, for letting me shine. But what shined for me in this game was the XP laner, the MVP of the series, Lord JM. Again, the adjustments on the X-Borg, rushing that Ice Queen wand after the Dreadnought armor really allowed Minana Evos to control the mid-game and fight into their timings alongside the Brody. And that's why, you know, he is the MVP of this game. 2-1-1. One death is what allowed Minana Evos to sort of like at the very least hold down the momentum or the early game prowess of what ONIC could have done. And again, the Ice Queen won with the X-Borg. I mean, this is you know, something that you really have to consider when you are building up items. Lord JM understands perfectly well that he only needed to provide additional layer of control. The damage was there from Lancey and Doming AR. The setups are coming out from Spider Miles and of course KZN with the energy eruptions with the Fredrin. But the Ice Queen one is what separated the team fights away from ONIC. The slows coming out from the you know, the first skill of Lord Jet, the constant first skill of the X-Borg is what allowed Minana Evos to constantly control ONIC despite of the presence of the NetherRealm. And again, the damage output, as we said earlier, was there to break through the additional layer of HPs that ONIC has. And when the time came for the for Minana Evos to sort of like run down ONIC, we saw them all slowed down because of the presence of the X-Borg, and everybody was just trying to run away. And that just means that ONIC is not fighting into Minana Evos, while Doming AR constantly puts the stacks for his teammates and also for the torn apart memory damage in the later stages of the game. And that was just it. Minana Evos had a better team fighting composition. They adjusted well, of course, with Lord JM, not just in game number 1, but in game number 2 after the Dreadnought armor. Again, I want to highlight this one out. The purchase on the Ice Queen wand is what allowed Minana Evos to play into their mid-game centric team fight composition. Now, we are looking at the emblems here for both teams. Again, Minana Evos with the X-Borg, the tank emblem, the additional layer of HP with the firmness, and of course the Festival of Blood. Add to that the Impure Rage, kind of like works a little bit with the Baksha. I mean, kind of works like the Baksha with Impure Rage, the constant ticks of the damage from the Tortoise Puissance. That also applies with X-Borg, meaning more damage being dealt over to ONIC. And after the initial Dreadnought, again for the third time, the Ice Queen won into the Immortality. That's when the time came for Minana Evos to group up with Doming when he already had the Blade of Heptasis and the Malefic Roar. The penetration was there. The torn apart memory really shreds through the HPs, the armors, and of course the additional layers of protection that is coming out from the NetherRealm. And after that, there was just no chance for ONIC to fight because all of them, they have to close the gap against Minana Evos. That's why the X-Borg last pick made perfect sense. Because essentially, you prevented what ONIC wanted in this game. Super Prince cannot protect the Bruno. Ryzen cannot stand in the front line. Nets can't even walk up to the fight. Rapido, if you join the fight, you're dead. Gem, he cannot even engage against Minana Evos because after the penalty zone, you will just get slowed down. And there's also the save coming out from the guiding wind of the Mathilda. It all just made perfect sense for Minana Evos. Everything went into place and they just executed it to perfection. And that is the reason why they won a game number 2 off the back of a very wonderful draft and wonderful gameplay from all of their players.
The draft for Minana Evos for their past few matches has been impeccable. A lot of what they've shown today is also credited to how they planned it out. And wow, Minana, they've left everything out, and now the ball is in the hands of Omega. I just gotta say, this is looking to be the perfect scripted ending of Season 12 regular season. You know, I love it.
Yeah,
I love it so much.
You can't write this. Even if you try to write a story like this, these things just happen like this.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to think that these situations can actually happen. And now we're in this endgame scenario where they just need one victory from Omega. Not their hands, kind of like, again, a Doctor Strange moment where it's not in their hands. It's in the hands of Iron Man. And in this case, it's Smart Omega.
And Smart Omega, it's going to be quite the game tomorrow. Surely a lot of people will be tuning in for that matchup, but we still have a lot of games to show you. 3 more series for tomorrow, and we've already done 4 today. It's been a long ride for this Saturday special of the MPL Philippines. And so far, what has been your favorite series for today?
Hard to beat this one at this point, especially with the way it ended. And MNNE, I think we finally see a form of the way that they want to play. It's very apparent ever since the last few games that they're forming this kind of draft, and they're sticking with it and they're working.
Yeah.
So this is a big favorite of mine.
How about you?
I mean, this one was great, but I actually like Blackness versus TNC because of the underdog story, right? Come on, like you can. That one, it's a feel good moment for a lot of the viewers of MPL.
Sure. Yeah, you know what? If you watch series number 3, it's like you watch Barbie, and then series 4, it's like you watch Oppenheimer, right? And
that's true. That's true.
In the same day, you experience these things, and what a roller coaster ride for today. And gentlemen, I just gotta say that whatever happens tomorrow, I'm happy with how the regular season turned out.
Last 3 matches.
Last 3 matches. You've been with us this entire time too. And all of these stories finally popping up. And I just gotta say I'm excited for TNC's comeback. And they still do have a game tomorrow up against RSG, who's still no joke. But right now we are going to discuss which which will happen tomorrow. A few things, though. 2-1 or 2-0 for ONIC to qualify for playoffs. I think you mentioned this already, Midnight.
All right, there's a change. ONIC just needs to win versus Omega to qualify. But that is also true for MNNE EVOS. They just need Omega to win. It's no longer a sweep because they swept ONIC, right? It's no longer a sweep. They just need Omega to win versus ONIC to qualify. MNNE EVOS has to call up Smart Omega later on and say, hey, just win. No need to sweep. No need other shenanigans. Just win.
Oh, wow.
So it's not one game. It's one series
One series now.
Yeah, one series.
It's like having a deadline extension for 10 more assessments or whatever. The same feeling to that, you know?
Interesting.
Okay. That is like a big thorn out of like the wound that is MNNE EVOS playoffs dreams. And Omega, again, tomorrow, whatever happens in your series, the world will be watching. And I'm just excited to see that happen already. We've been your casters for this wonderful evening. I'm Uomi. With me is Rockhard and Midnight. And just in a few seconds from now, we will be throwing you over to Marakino. But right now, we are quite ready for that to happen. Again, this is already the second day of the regular season. We'll be sending you over to Marakino.
The second day of the first week of the regular season was surely action-packed. The Barangay kicked off the day by securing their playoff spot, with Matt proving to be a formidable challenge for the Raiders. We also saw the clash of the two of the world's strongest team. And despite Yahweh's return, the Orcas could not overcome the hype, as few led his team to a resounding victory, moving closer to the second seed. After that, the nothing-to-lose Phoenix Army found their first victim as they foiled the agent's bid to secure the second seed with a dominant sweep. Finally, the dream is still alive as the White Tigers have decisively triumphed over the Sonics, keeping their chance of entering the playoffs dream intact. Bukas, atin ang isasara ang ating regular season, pero kasabay nito ang pagbubukas ng bagong kabanata bilang paghahanda sa darating na playoffs. Muli, ako po si Mara Aquino na nagpapaalala, ang tahanan ng pinakamalalakas na MLBB player sa buong mundo ay mas Pinas lakas. Keep it good vibes, everybody, and see you tomorrow.
The 12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports. Maya, it's everything. And a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. And Pi Channel. Experience the MPL-PH Season 12 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner, Slash. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin kita na napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.